Those of you who are really, really early starters, this is going to be a little bit of a setup period because I need to get all my ducks in a row for what will hopefully be a very long stream today. And one of those things is trying to get some proper chat set up. But we'll jump into the game where I'm going to introduce Cultist Simulator for those of you who may not be familiar with it. And hopefully we're going to have a really good time together. But I do have a couple of things that are keeping me from properly getting this party started, so my apologies. Okay. Looks like we're good on this side. Wonderful. All right. I believe we are also ready to go on the Steam page. Now, I have a few things. There's a bunch of stuff that just got announced today, so I would love to I'd love to take a second here and talk a little bit about that. There may be a small interruption to the broadcast while the game loads, but we'll get that handled. And we're in this very fragile spot right now where the upload rates and all of that are sort of up in the air just because of the game loading. So let's just take a quick second. I'm going to take a second to test chat. So I should have just put out a message saying, hello chat, if anybody's around, feel free to say something so I can know it's working. It should be working just because I can see myself on the screen and all of that. And there, my God, there's already a few of you. Okay, we will be jumping into the game pretty soon, but I would like to take a quick second to talk about what I'm doing. So I am System Chalk. I have been introduced in impossibly... I've been introduced in impossibly nice terms by Weather Factory, who have invited me to come and stream on their page. And it's also important to disclose I am being paid to be here, but I think I'm getting paid because for such a long time I was streaming this game voluntarily. And I did just see somebody said they were having some difficulty with the broadcast, so let me just take a quick second to deal with that. Sorry, just one second. All right, my apologies. There won't be too many interruptions like this, but it's always a little hard to get started just because there's so many different things moving. But yes, again, I don't want to make too much of the paid thing, but it is also really good to disclose these sorts of things. So why is Cultist Simulator being streamed today? What's going on with the kind of the tabletop event, and what is this game? So from my understanding, there's a few things that are going on during Tabletop Fest. So first of all, if I am reading the page correctly, I believe Cultist Simulator should be on sale. So I think it's 40% off for everything. If you want my opinion, so of course I was a Kickstarter backer of this game originally, so I did originally pay for it, but of course, I now have the connection with the developer through these broadcasts. So if you are looking for the game, the best deal in terms of everything that you buy is probably the Anthology Edition, because you get sort of that extra discount off for everything, including like the original soundtrack and so on. I'm not quite sure what goes on with the Ghoul. I noticed that one for some reason does not seem to have a discount on it here. But the one other thing I wanted to talk about was the Exile, which has a much higher price than the other DLC. It is very... Okay, sorry, the Ghoul does seem to have a full price now. There might have been a glitch on my end. But in any case, the Exile is a very, very, very big DLC. I would almost argue that it's Cultist Simulator 1.5. So if you have played the base game and you are interested in maybe something a little bit new, you're interested in something a little bit more, something a little bit, a bit different. Sorry, just checking in. I'm very bad at multitasking, so... Okay, cool. There's actually, sorry, I just got some live news about some of the other stuff going on. So again, I apologize for the really slow start. I'm also kind of noticing my frame rate sort of dip a little bit on Steam, so I'm trying to see those balance out before I get into the game proper. But anyways, there's a sale going on Steam. This game is also available on mobile, so I believe both the mobile and the Switch versions are getting a discount. Of course, I'm on Steam, so I'm not going to spend too much time plugging other storefronts. Now, I've not really used this feature on Steam, but I believe the Steam Points Shop now has some fancy Cultist Simulator kind of merch as well. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this, hey, Llama perhaps, how you doing? Thank you all for responding in chat. It helps me kind of make sure that everything's kind of noticeable. So for those of you kind of curious about the... hey, Night Valian, good to see you too. Guys, Night Valian is a streamer who I know, so it's good to see some familiar faces in here. So for those of you who are not sure about this points shop thing, basically you might have noticed when you buy something during a Steam event, or maybe just if you buy in general, I tend to buy things on sale lately, you will get a certain number of Steam points for your purchase. So if you click on the... well, you're already on the Cultist Simulator page, how else would you know about it? But if you scroll down, you might notice that there's some points shop items. So these are things like those neat backgrounds that you get, some animated profiles, some avatar frames. I might actually be dipping into this a little bit, and some emotes, because I think probably people will expect me to have some kind of a Cultist Simulator. Actually, I might get the card outline. Anyways, there's some pretty neat stuff here. And that was actually news to me when I was invited to do this broadcast. Now, I do have a little bit of bad news for those of you, Kander, or maybe it's Kicksander. Thank you very much for stopping by. I think you might have been the one to leave a comment, or no, I might be mistaking it for somebody else on YouTube. But I'll definitely be jumping into the game a little bit. But again, with the Tabletop Fest, there's a ton of stuff that's happened, so I wanted to get through it. So the Weather Factory is also releasing an RPG. Now, regrettably, the physical edition basically sold out instantaneously, it feels like. Heli to Prester Patcher? Sorry, this is not easy to read this chat here. I butchered your name, I apologize. But yeah, chat's already ahead of me on here. So there's an RPG coming out called The Lady Afterwards. So I believe they are working on putting up sort of an overflow purchase or something like that. But their website will cover that. And of course, remembering that the physical edition is not the only manifestation of it. They said that they've got plans if the thing sells particularly well. But there will also be a sort of a digital version because I know the physical one was a deluxe product. So in addition to Cultist Simulator, which I'm streaming today, there's now a tabletop game which has just released today. And then the Book of Hours will be releasing next year, I believe. Hey, Uncle Cranky, good to see you. Thank you. One thing that doesn't help me in terms of viewership, but I think some of you would be really interested in, is that there is a Reddit AMA going on. Actually, it might be starting now. It might be starting in half an hour. Anyways, the AMA is going to be going on for a little bit, but well, you know, I am obviously not able to ask questions while I'm broadcasting. And then I believe it says here that they're releasing 2 free tabletop RPG character sheets to celebrate Tabletop Fest and the release. So I believe it will put those on the Steam page when they're ready. Now, I'm getting a little weirded out here as far as Steam, because every once in a while the frames are dropping. Does anybody happen to notice that kind of a that kind of a quirk, or is this just something that I'm going to have to live with and let's just get on with the game? Okay, so I did promise you I was going to talk about what Cultist Simulator was. So this is a narrative card game, which doesn't do a whole lot to explain what's going on here. Basically, this is a game where you will have sort of your life and everything in the world broken down into these individual fragments represented on cards. So this is very different from, let's say, something like Hearthstone. I seem to have just dropped off the internet in terms of my upload. Let's see if that levels out, because I may need to change something. Okay. I'm gonna keep an eye on this. We may need to reset the broadcast partway through while while it's going on. But anyways, everything's represented as individual cards on this, so it's not exactly like Hearthstone. Instead, each of these cards are going to be something that you will combine together as part of your story or your life. The game is definitely not easy to... It's not the sort of thing that you just kind of casually plow through and you get through to the end. There's lots of mysteries, as you might expect inside of a cult game. It's a game that essentially you learn while playing it. And there's, I think, a lot of really neat little ideas inside of it. But I think probably it's better that I just show you. So let's hit continue. And one thing that's kind of neat here is that we... Oh, actually, sorry, there was one other thing I wanted to do. For those of you who are picking up this game with the DLC, so you'll notice that I had 3 legacies. I think it's if I go to the Invisible Serapeum. So some of you who've picked up the game, Reloading the Merch Shop, yeah, I know, it's a really tough one. I understand that they do have some plans if the thing sells unexpectedly well, because I think that happened with Cultist Simulator as well, except it's a digital product, so people tend not to... you can't really run out of the digital product. But I believe they're going to be making an update to their website reasonably soon. But yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I was happy to see that you mentioned it, and I'd actually just gotten news that that had sold out. But okay, so we're talking about the DLC. One of the things that I think sometimes happened with people is they would buy the DLC and then sort of wonder, like, what gives? Where are these legacies? So if you want to force the game into the new content that you've bought, which, potentially some of you might be doing because the game is on sale, you can actually click on the Invisible Serapeum, and you can get the Dancer, the Priest, the Medium. This is the Ghoul, associated with the Ghoul, and then the Exile. Some of the other later legacies that they released, such as the New Game Plus, the Apostle, the Detective story, these are ones that are already part of the base game. They were sort of free updates to coincide with these DLC. So if you really, really wanted to play one of these, you can click on them. And as you can see, I'm playing without mods. But anyways, I'm going to play as the base game works. Oh, it looks like we got a new set of legacies, actually. So one thing I will mention is that depending on how your last game ended, you'll kind of get certain legacies show up. If you're just playing the game, you'll always start as the aspirant, and depending on how things turned out for you, you will wind up with certain legacies inside of this menu. So in this case here, we can do the Physician, we could do the Dancer, which is one of the DLC, or we could do the Exile. The Exile is incredible, but I also think it's not a great one for introducing people to the game. So what I think I'm going to do here, as much as I'd like to try and do the Dancer, I think I'm going to do the Physician this time around, because this is something that you would get inside of the base game, and it probably is a little bit more in line with explaining how this game works. So we have the Physician. As the patient descended into the final delirium, I made copious notes. In the buzzing heat of the night, I reread those notes, and they began at last to make a kind of sense. So what I'm playing here is something that's a little bit more like my second or third playthrough. I think when the first time I played this game, once they had the multiple legacies inside of it, my path was Aspirant, Bright Young Thing, and then Physician, which I think is what a lot of people, run into. Oh, that's interesting, Kiro. Yeah, Exile is definitely a challenge. Like, I think it's one for people who have played Cultist Simulator before, because to me, a lot of the fun was recapturing that interest. Sorry, I should be reading the description. No! Today's the day I return to the Institute. Something. I bet I could find it online. Do I want to take a minute to look at it? Yeah, it's good if I get the. Let me just see if I can find it online really quick. So, hello, Arbella Dusk. Should I say who you really are, or do you want to live among the normal the normies for a little bit? All right, I don't have that physician writing like immediately available to me, so I think I'm gonna leave it be, and we'll leave that as a mystery for you to all play during the game. But we're a physician at the Institute. All right, for those of you who do not know, our Bella Dusk is Lottie Bevan, producer, co-CEO, high potentate, overall wearer of many hats at at Weather Factory. And I don't know your official title. Oh, I gotta turn that off. Okay, all of you who are following me as a result of this, thank you so much. I appreciate all of it, but this is gonna get ridiculous on Steam if I let this keep going. So my apologies for that, but I'm gonna have to put a stop to that immediately. And I just lost my chat. But yeah, so we've got a oh yeah, and sorry, somebody who has a very, very big role. I don't know if I want to say soul creator. That doesn't seem right, but I know you had a very you did a very, very large amount of work on The Lady Afterwards, and I feel that if I try to describe what you did, I'm probably going to underplay your role in that. So I'm going to leave it at wearer of many hats. But all right, sorry. I got to get back on track. So this would probably be when I played my second or third game. We are a physician at an institute. We can get a rough description of what this is. Today I returned to work. I've been treating a sort of mysterious patient who, as you continue to play this game, you might have some ideas as to specifically who that person is. And there might be, for those of you who follow me on YouTube, there actually might be a couple of hints as to what happens in my own current playthrough if you look very closely at some of the descriptions. But I don't want to give too much away because I got my own content to take care of. But what we are going to do is do the most important thing, which is to actually set a name. And I usually come up with a very I usually come up with like silly names. I think I did HP StarCraft once or something along those lines, but Lord. There we go. Dr. Stab will see you now. Okay, so one of the things that's kind of nice about Cultist Simulator, it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you will feel very lost and it's not entirely clear what your next step is. But when the game is onboarding you, there are very few options. So what are the things that I could do right now? Well, I've got a work verb, earn a living or practice the invisible arts. I've got a position at the Institute. Today I return to work. Or I have my reason. No live organism can continue for long to exist sanely under conditions of absolute reality. Shirley Jackson. Oh my goodness, there's a whole bunch of chat just all of a sudden came in here. Oh, okay, sorry. I actually just saw, it looks like Steam kicked me out of chat, so the last thing I saw was something from Uncle Cranky. But what we're going to do here, so, when you're faced with something like this, usually the best option is to just run in. Some other things that you might do to try and get an idea about what your next step could be, well, this is a job, an arrangement to exchange one's life for money. And then, of course, you have reason. Now, reason has a few more traits. So we've got the aspect of lantern. Life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Thomas Brown. Lantern is the principle of the secret place, sometimes called the house of the sun, and of the light above it. And then it is an ability. So the other thing that's helped is that there is a couple of ways that you can find out what cards fit, because there's going to be more verbs that we can do as soon as I stop talking. If you click on an empty slot, it will also highlight the cards that you currently have available that you can put inside of it. But you'll also notice that you get a list of these different things that are permitted, so these different aspects, abilities, benefactors, desires, rights, and jobs, but it will not accept scholarship. So these are some of the ways that you can sort of get a little bit of a grip without the game telling you outright. It's like, okay, if you want to progress, put this thing inside of the slot. And of course, you can always experiment. We can say, okay, well, do I want to find clerical work? Well, why would I? I'm already a doctor, so I can work at the Institute. Ike Upscribe was a difficult patient. I had to take some time away after that business ended. I finished early. The director has been sympathetic, but I must return to work full-time now. So here, not only did we unlock some money, for doing our job, but we have got a few more traits. So, we've got our money, we've got our health. It's more than we can say for Ike. And quite a bit of reason, because we're a doctor, we're an educated person. And a new note. So, notes in the case of Ike Upscribe. My notes spill from the desk drawer where I had thrust them. So in 10 seconds something's going to go on here, but how about we just go back to work? There is a dank and clinging smell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint. Perhaps it is the patients. Perhaps it is something in the walls. To be determined, Llama, perhaps. No promises one way or the other as far as the run goes. I will say though, some people might be disappointed to spend so much time with something that ends in a bad, in a disappointing way. I think most people will be satisfied with how that series ends. But I can't say when it will end. I could also just have the file saved in another folder somewhere and I could be messing with people. So, the patient spoke of things that could have no meaning, the house without walls, the divided sun, the invisible light. But when I recall how they spoke of that invisible light, my heart surges. I can ignore the notes no longer. I'm happy with it, yes. But keep in mind that I've already gotten the Apostle Obsonate win, so what makes me happy may not be the same as others. Okay, so we've got the case of Ike Upscribe. The time is now passing, so this is a pretty important factor inside of the game. You'll notice that up to this point, we've had a work verb, we've had a study verb. We're now able to do things with the study verb, but the passage of time is a little unique in the sense that it's always constantly repeating. So, I'm always going to have this little magnet come up. It's always going to take a funds. I'm always going to need to do something to try and make sure that I can keep my roof over my head. So, indeed, Llama, perhaps. It's, I did some extra videos in prep for my vacation. So those will be definitely coming out on Wednesdays and Fridays as usual. So as the time passage verb kind of shows up, you've got this, you basically have this, your rent that becomes due. You'll kind of notice, remember how I said earlier that this is a game which sort of breaks up your life into all of these different pieces? Well, what are we? Well, some of us consider ourselves our jobs, some of us consider ourselves our intellectual abilities. Some people consider themselves their possessions, and all of these are true in a way, and all of it sort of misses the point. Of course, we contain multitudes, and there's lots of different parts to our lives. And so you can sort of see a little bit about how this game works now. You're going to have a growing number of elements. There's going to be more things happening in your life. Your life will get more complicated. And there are no, cults for dummies books. There is no kind of beginner's guide to understanding, that which man was not meant to know. There's all sorts of different things that will sort of nudge you in the right direction. But largely you're left to sort of your own devices in terms of figuring out where things go. And you'll notice that as we've gone through the first few steps of the game, we've gone from a work verb, now we have study. There's going to be more and more that get added. And so the number of options that we have available to us starts growing very rapidly. But also we start to get a bit of an idea in terms of what's happening in this world. So, Dr. Stab has had a patient named Ike Upscribe. He spoke of things that could have no meaning, the house without walls, the divided sun, the invisible light. But when I recall about how they spoke of the invisible light, my heart surges. I can ignore the notes no longer. So, my own eyewitness account of the ghastly decline of Ike Upscribe, my handwriting deteriorates as the account progresses. So, in this case here, we have a little bit of a difficulty in the sense that the work slot is already occupied. So maybe we could have worked with them, but, study, unlock books and other treasures. Does it make sense to study with case notes? Of course it does. As I begin to read, I recall the delight in the patient's eyes, the music in their voice, but also the smell of the room where they lay. For those of you who don't necessarily like this approach in terms of just, pausing and then restarting, or maybe you tend to find that the game's moving a little slow, I will draw your attention to the fact that there's a fast forward button. You can also access that by hitting M. What I tend to find is that I then go crashing over a deadline, and I usually wind up in trouble doing that. So I do kind of like taking my time with the game and thinking on it. Again, this is definitely a game for people who like to read and like to sort of puzzle things out. I should actually maybe mention that on the website there are a couple of... Well, actually, I guess there's just one. I don't think it quite counts as an ARG, but there's the Enigmas. And this is sort of a whole other set of mysteries that are available to people who are sufficiently interested. And it's there just for the sake of being there. And I don't want to, say too much about it, because I think probably figuring it all out is part of the fun. But if you do stop by the Weather Factory website, there will be some more details on it. And I believe it also contains the first hint. All right, studying my case notes in the case of Ike Upscribe. Odd moments of my sense emerge. I had almost forgotten that curious excursion on the way of Moorland, but now I realize that's the way to Moorland. I've heard of this Moorland, a dealer in troublesome books. The rest of their raving, it means no more than it did before. How can a house lack walls? What is the glory they yearn for? But I can already sense the dreams waiting for me in sleep. So we found some directions to Moorlands, and as we start studying the notes of the case of Ike Upscribe, we have a dream, the invisible light. In sleep I am a crooked tree. Moths crawl in my bark. Dawn begins, although the light is invisible. At its touch I straighten to reach for the sun. So, again, we've got some more details. Now, one thing you might think to yourself, again, you can always look through, oh man, everybody thinks Ike's dead. Well, I suppose from these notes they are, but it is worth remembering that there are multiple histories, none of them true. Who shall mourn the streamer's son? Okay, yeah, let me just say, for those of you who are potentially disappointed about this, there are more Ike Upscribe episodes coming. Do not worry. This will all sort of make sense to really, really dedicated people into the game. So again, we've got directions to Moorlands, and in this case here, this should be reinforcing an idea that we already had before, that we... if you want to think of this game mechanically, you can say, okay, well, I had a series of notes, I want to study those, I've got directions now to Moorlands, maybe I want to study those to find the way. But maybe that's not the most interesting way of looking at the game. Instead we've got the story of Lord Percival Stab, who spent a lot of time working on this wreck of a man named Ike Upscribe. And instead, they thought that they were done with the case, but then they reviewed the notes, and then they noticed something. And right around the time they noticed something, they started having these dreams. And they started following the intuitions. The directions to Moorland's shop are cryptic. When one deals in the kinds of books my correspondent studied, one must be circumspect. I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So as you can see here, when we work at the Institute, this is one of the nice things about the physician. When you use your work slot, it takes a minute, but you get a pretty decent amount in terms of funds. So one of the things that's nice here, of course, is that as time passes, you're going to have, we'll just take a minute to deal with all of that because quite a bit popped up. Basically, you have 1 minute to go by. If you continue going to your work, then you'll be fine. You know that you're going to have a small surplus. Obviously, doctors can't just buy anything that they want, but they are, they do okay. Well, more than okay. And that's the kind of character that we're playing right now. One of the things you may notice, and I do want to highlight this if you're playing the game for the very first time, the difficulty of paying the bills is going to vary depending on your legacy. I think it is fair to say that the physician has a little bit of an easier time when it comes to when it comes to being able to manage the passage of time. It is also fair to say that there are times you will want to do other things with your work verb than just show up to work. I think that's actually a very strong theme that comes through the game, sort of this conflict between the mundane world and sort of the world of ideas or imagination, that really special thing that's only for you. And in this case here, that's going to be a little bit less. That's going to be a little less clear because of the legacy that I'm playing, but it's definitely something that comes up. So, find Morland's shop. An ill-lit street and an ill-favored bend in a lesser river. A soft yellow light through a grimy window. Miss Morland nods as I enter, but doesn't rise. I never ask the names of my clients, she informs me, before I have time to introduce myself. And we now have Morland's shop, which is a new thing. That's the location. Locations. Everything must be somewhere, and this is here. Yeah, my boss at the Institute is okay with my extended leaves. I'm going to assume that they're probably sensitive to the very difficult case that I had, and that perhaps I'm needing more time than I originally thought. But yeah, you have a pretty tolerant boss at the Institute. All right, the invisible light. When I awake, my face is racked with tears of joy. That light, cleaner than anything I touch in waking life. But I saw what these dreams did to Ike Upscribe at the end. Sorry, let me try reading that again. When I wake, my face is racked with tears of joy. That light, cleaner than anything I touch in waking life. But I saw what these dreams did to Ike Upscribe at the end. It would not be wise or safe to follow them. So, contentment. I'm happy, I think. Contentment defends against dread, but contentment doesn't last. So this is something that's interesting about Cultist Simulator. Once you start getting past the basics, you start noticing little things about how these different concepts in the world are represented. So contentment isn't just being happy. Contentment also participates in a few aspects. So contentment contains lantern. It also contains heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. It is also an influence, an echo, a resonance, an alignment, something that will fade soon. We haven't really been directly introduced to a lot of these strange concepts yet. That will be emerging. But you can sort of see this idea about how some of these things that we'll be finding in sort of the special world leak into the world and how we interact with them in day-to-day life. And this will actually have quite a few, there'll be some implications for this once we want to start trying to do things. So now that I've found a location, I can explore it. So this is another thing that comes up very commonly. People will say, this game doesn't have a tutorial. It's not entirely true. It is pretty clear once you get new things. It'll usually point you to where you need to go. I hear you on that Capernaum Cop. I will just quickly say, guys, I don't want to spend too much time on the broadcast focusing just on chat stuff, because I think a lot of you are here to see Cultist Simulator. But I do also just want to highlight that I am getting some notes from Steam every once in a while saying that I'm reconnecting to chat, and this very likely means that I'm going to be missing some messages. I'm going to do my best to keep on top of chat. But if there's something that you'd like me to see, or if there's something you would like me to respond to, I do encourage you to ask a couple of times. I know that's annoying for some people sometimes. In this case, it will actually help me, because I do want to make sure that people who do have questions are able to get them answered. But I also, I'm recognizing my technological limitations here. So I'll let you know if I've seen it and I just don't have anything to say on it. For my part, though, I appreciate your patience as I'm dealing with this less than ideal setup. But yeah, as I was saying a bit earlier, so under the explore verb, it pretty much told me that if I find a location, I can explore with it, and the hope is that you've kind of figured out that Morland's is a location, either by its description or its aspect. But if you ever feel lost, again, remember you do have these tips in terms of the explore, as well as just being able to see what you can put it in. So let's see about this occult scrap we found. Secret histories are layered beneath the one we know, like the notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with this scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. So when I was talking about the square brackets, this is what I mean. The game will kind of give you some nudges and some hints. It's kind of up to you to kind of go through that door. So what do we want to do? We've got a study verb available. I could study my contentment, I could study my health, I could study my reason. Well, what does that mean? How does one study health? Well, you become a physician, obviously, but fresh air and exercise, long walks kill cobwebs. We could do the same with reason. The world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. So, this may not give you an obvious example in terms of what the outcome is going to be, but you do start getting some ideas in terms of what kind of an activity you're doing. If you are reading with your reason, you'll do the sort of thing that you do. I don't know if you read the papers in the morning. I read a digital version of it, but I think with all the Half-Life 3 money, Steam would have a good infrastructure for that. I'm sure it's not just Steam. I'm sure there's something about the way that I set up the broadcast, but we'll be fine. I will tell you, I don't want to sound too cranky. I will definitely say that the broadcast infrastructure is much better than the first time I did one of these. I think Steam has done some really good work in making this something that developers find success with. And you can see it. More developers are broadcasting stuff, and it's really good because I think it helps people find the right game. And with that in mind, part of my job here, I think, is to help you all understand whether or not this game is for you. So over time, I am going to talk about the things I find interesting in this game and what it means to me. But if you do have any questions, I am happy to answer them. Again, I have been paid to be here, but I have not been specifically told to talk about certain things or oh, don't tell them about that secret thing that everybody's annoyed by. We need to sell more copies. I think this game stands on its own, and I think it's going to sell regardless of what I say. But with that in mind, the more people I can bring into my little cult, the better, right? So the one other thing I wanted to talk about was the passage of time. You might have noticed that this little hook came up. Belief? I could give in to the dreams, but they will devour my reason. So in this case, it's temptation. It's gonna... Oh, well, I could actually just give into it here. Alternatively, with the passage of time, we've got a season that's coming up. So every minute there's something that can potentially happen. Sometimes something doesn't happen. But in this particular case here, Season of Suspicion, this will mean that if I start straying off the path, there might be an investigator or a few organizations that take an interest in me and try to follow up. So, I will leave it to chat for a little bit. I mean, I'll try and make a decision for myself, but what do you guys think? Should I give in to the dreams and have it eat my reason, or should I try and be a good employee and just work on things? In the meantime, I am going to stop by Moorlands, explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, or investigate the possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. It takes time to sort gold from the dross, wheat from the chaff, blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. So here we're going to consume a fund. That's what that little match means. And we're adding to the library. So we're picking up a book at Moorlands to see what we can find. We found this new library. The dreams have stopped, but perhaps there's something else. I found something noteworthy. So we have On What is Contained by Silver, a bestiary by Pomander in Greek. Now the drawback about this one is that this is in Greek, a tongue for philosophers, theologians, and heroes. Some books must be translated before they can be read. So I do not have Greek, which means that I'm not going to be able to do much with this book until I learn that. Now I could just go back to Moorlands, but then I'll be out of money. So we just have to let this sit on the shelf. And we can decide whether or not we want to follow through on certain tasks. I apologize. I'm going to tab out of the window for one more minute. My reason for doing so is simply that I am also recording this video. My usual hope is to put this on YouTube, and I want to make sure I have enough hard drive space. And I do. Let it go. Reason is not needed. All right. In the absence of dissenting opinions, we're going to let kind of loose our grip on the world. Sorry, I should have read the work. There's a dank and clinging smell in the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint. Perhaps it is the patient. Perhaps it is something in the walls. All right, lots of things happening. So, the wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? What happened when we gave up our reason? The watchman's eye. I wielded the knife in sleep. There is pain, but even the pain is a signpost. I have bound the wound. I'll tell them it was an accident. In the dream I saw the door. Someday soon, I'll pass it. Do not become nerd. So this is, again, if you kind of think about this game, right, this is going to take place entirely inside of this office. If you, I'm sure some of you modders will be able to turn this camera around and you'll be able to see the lady from the Cultist Simulator menu, just coming a little bit closer each time you look back. But my view is fixed down onto the desk. So this game, you can sort of see yourself as the villain in an H.P. Lovecraft story. You're sort of exerting your influence on the world, but instead you're just sitting, you're sitting at the desk and you're doing these things, or you're sending people off to do them. And so you start piecing the story together yourself. What did we do? Well, we were a physician and we started off, we had a really difficult case, and the more we started looking at the notes of that case, all of a sudden we started realizing things. And those things started eking into our dreams. And we found this weird store which sells these strange occult books. And sort of one night, I took a knife in my sleep. I did something rather extreme. And I'm showing up to work with a new wound. And, it's like, it's nothing. Skiing accident, whatever. All of a sudden, we've got all the sorts of stuff of a really good story, right? And we kind of get to pick where it goes. So when I said a literary card game, this is what or narrative card game, this is what I mean. You can enjoy this game entirely as a series of very beautifully designed colored tokens, which you put inside of all of the different verbs. And you're completely fine to, you're completely fine that way. You'll have a lot of interesting puzzles. You'll try and figure it all out. Some people might think it's a little grindy if you just play it that way. But I highly encourage you to let your imagination go nuts with this game. I like to think of this game almost a little bit like radio dramas. So when I was little, my dad, we'd go on long road trips. My dad would sometimes put on some of these BBC radio dramas. And they're great because you get to, it's maybe not quite as fully imaginative as a book, but it's close. You get to sort of use the sounds to create these impressions, and you get to exercise a little bit more of the imagination than you would. And in this game, there's two wonderful things that happen, which is number one, you get to fill in those blanks, just like when I was listening to those radio dramas or when I'm reading a good book. But on the other hand, the other thing that's great about this game is the mysteries. So right now we've been solving some pretty mundane mysteries. The hardest thing that we've done is sort of found the Watchman's Eye. This is the sort of thing that perhaps you and I cannot do. Looks like we got a lot of people. So we got submit. The slippery slope is like a water slide. Fun to go down. Boss gets $1, I get a dime. That's why I go crazy during company. Okay, so it looks like there was actually quite a few people who said they wanted to see it. It just looks like my chat delay is a little bit more than I thought it would be. But in this case here, right, perhaps you and I would not be able to find the Watchman's Eye in, today. Maybe there are people who have actually genuinely experienced something that we can't see in the real world. I certainly haven't, and those people tend to die penniless, and we wonder whether, what exactly they were on about. But in this case here, we're playing one of these people who have found something. And, whether you want to imagine you're like the character in Fight Club where you're showing up as, all beaten up to the office and nobody wants to ask you what you've been up to, or, however you want to interpret that. I realize Fight Club is not the first thing that people think of when they, when they think of Cultist Simulator. But these are the different ways that you can sort of hook yourself into this game. And if you do let your imagination go, and particularly, again, when you name your character and when you have some ideas about specifically who they are and what lines they are willing to cross, This to me is the greatest reward of it. The mysteries, the fact that, as we keep going down this path, there's going to be harder and harder mysteries, and we have those aha moments as we finally pass some of the doors. But we also get to tell our own story. We get to nudge it along, and we get to take it to an ending that we find worthwhile. Hey, Josh, thank you very much for stopping by. Yeah, there are also some of you who do watch my YouTube stuff and who, otherwise just sort of engage with me through other forms, other platforms. So I always appreciate it when you identify yourselves, because I get a chance to say hello and, and engage in person. All right, so what happened when we wielded the knife? What happened at the Watchman's Eye? Well, we found the locksmith's secret. Sooner or later, every locksmith has the dream. Now we recite its 7 phrases. So I'm going to skip the square. Actually, you know what? No, because it's introductory. I'll do the squares where. Nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. This lore will provide it. Now, knock, what is knock? The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. This is also lore, so aspect lore. Knowledge of the invisible arts. I can use it to attract followers, to perform rites, to open the way to the mantis, to seek my ascension. Lore fragments can sometimes be upgraded with study and with matching fragments. We actually also had this from Secret Histories, which I don't know if I ever actually read out properly. So Secret Histories are layered beneath the one we know, like notes in a rare wine. This is a detail from one of those histories. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations in the capital. That part I think I read. History is the scar on the world's skin. Secret Histories describe the unknown complexities of the world and its many pasts. So we found the knock. But what about lantern? A watchman's secret. It has been expressed like this. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. This is lantern, and we have already read that because we had it with reason. But life is a pure flame, and we live by an invisible sun within us. Purple's Art, thank you very much. Actually, I seem to remember you. I don't think you're just from YouTube, but I think you were also here the last time we did this live broadcast, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, so we're still working at the Institute. Again, we've got a wound which we're trying to cover up and explain with our coworkers, and we do have some extra money, so we can go back to Moorlands. And then I will also note here, so we've got Temptation Enlightenment. It has occurred to me that I hold the key to wisdom. This card will allow you to win an enlightenment victory if you upgrade it far enough. Dreaming about it may advance or change it. So we can carry on. Now, what do we do about dreaming? So we can rest, reconsider your priorities, or risk yourself in the exploration of the kingdoms of sleep. The curious few. The wrong kind of reputation might awaken the interest of the curious, the puritanical, or the vengeful. A reputation may inspire an adversary to emerge. So we currently do not have a reputation. So much the better for me. But what do I want to do with my dream slot? Well, we can use passion, we can use reason, we can use health, and we can use funds. So really, dream can kind of take anything. Add to my library, The Burning of the Unburnt God, compiled by Hosti Tasmain from oral traditions in rural Persia. So let's study that. Tasmain hypothesizes a pre-Zoroastrian fire deity whose rites were the rites of smiths. Tasmain, we got that. So at this point, we should probably just jump in. So rest, reconsider your priorities, or risk yourself in the exploration of the kingdoms of sleep. We can do the Moonlit Road. I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop, and the air is silver bright. This is a wonderful thing that's part of the UI of the game, is when you take certain actions, it will actually manifest on the board. But notice that we get to do a little bit more. So in exchange for our reason, we have pursued kind of a study of the arcane arts. And one of the effects of this has been that it's unlocking more actions for us. Now, obviously, I played this game quite a bit, so it may not necessarily have been obvious to you to add the passion. It's really just the fact that Dream would accept something, and I hadn't done anything with that new card yet that drove me to do that here. But notice that there's a lore slot. And again, you're never going to be able to just keep all of this in your head all at once, or it's probably not as satisfying if you play somebody else's version of Cultist Simulator. By that I mean if you just like look at a walkthrough and read everything. So let's see if we can piece this out for ourselves. So, lore. If I engage in an occult practice before I sleep, I might find the way to a deeper dream. So it will accept lore, or it will accept the wood, which we haven't found, so I'm not going to read that yet. So it says that this is looking for lore, and we can try each different kind of combination. One of the things that will happen in this game is that you will start noticing, in fact, we've already sort of gotten these hints. It's talked about the house without walls. It's talked about trees. There's a few different things that have come up which tend to be recurring themes. And again, you can definitely take a mechanical approach and look for the inputs that the game is looking for, but you can also try and get some impressions in terms of what's going on inside of the game. So for instance, you could say, well, knock, does that kind of make sense? Well, it says here, knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. Does this make sense? The Serpent's Way. Locksmiths have often have the dream after the sole of the foot is wounded, especially if it has been snake bitten. I could try that. So this also has an interesting implication, right? Which is I've already hurt myself so badly that they're going to notice it at work, and I'm hurting myself again to start pursuing the dream. My name just now is clear, and any guardians remain in the shadows. That's not the only answer to that, by the way. There are definitely other ways that you can handle this. But we're also getting close to an hour here, so I'm going to start trying to make some progress in the game. And as always, if you have any questions, please let me know. I'm definitely interested in sort of taking your lead when it comes to answering. Oh, looks like, sorry, that's a few, become a swole nerd. And Freshy Q314. I know this is an old message, but apparently I'm ordering my cards incorrectly. I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. Alright, so my wound is healed and so has theirs, but they don't understand why they did it, but they dreamt of me that night. We are connected. So sorry, I maybe should be reading this a little bit more. So, kindred spirits. One of the patients at the Institute also has a bandaged eye, a self-inflicted wound, they say. Perhaps we'll speak soon. My wound is healed, and so is theirs. They don't understand why they did it, but they dreamt of me that night. We are connected. Becoming swollen Cultist simulator. Yeah. I try not to do too many things that are just driven purely by the mechanics of the game. So Yzabet, an acquaintance. Yzabet has always been most comfortable in moonlight. She has excellent night vision. She is often overlooked in daylight. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So again, the more we play, we found someone who is behaving in a similar way to us, and it's another lead for us to pursue, which is what we will do right now. So, a new beginning. Together we might be more. Found a mystical organization. Here's someone I might work with, a companion or a follower, but first I must give them something to follow. A society, a sodality, an order, a cult. So I did this a little earlier than I wanted to. I'm actually going to take a second here and look at my achievements. This is a silly reason to do it, but I actually just want to double check that I've gotten my my achievements in order for certain actions in the game. Sorry. Basically, for each cult there's an achievement for founding it and for getting certain types of cultists. So I would have thought that maybe the Skin Twister. Oh, interesting. Well, this works for... Okay, some of you are going to laugh. This was not quite... It's not quite what I was expecting. But it turns out that I apparently do not have an edge achievement, which, when you take a look at my doctor's name, is kind of funny. Oh yeah, my first acquaintance would have been Sylvia based on the eye, you mean? Yeah. Although I guess in the case of my acquaintance here, Sylvia's eye Sylvia's eye isn't healed, whereas Yzabet's was. Oh, well, I mean, if we're going to talk about my card placement, if you ever... Okay, so for those of you who like streaming this game, and I realize that's a very, very small number. Where do they put these? There we go. So you take your snap size, you put it off, and basically you just do a little something like this. And this will drive people insane. I'd like to introduce you all to the Moth playthrough of Cultist Simulator. Alright, I've begun my true work. The authorities will take an interest in it. I must be ready for them. You have begun to establish your cult. We'll need a little more, but you can recruit followers. So, when I said this is a little early, like, this is notoriety that I just earned for nothing. And I'm not quite ready to choose my founding principles yet. The Watchman, who is the door in the eye, waits in my dreams. If I learn the lantern lore, I can dream of this temptation. I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. So this is an interesting one. I probably should have talked a little bit about the Watchman's footsteps. So, oh yeah, I guess if I'm going to do that, I should probably switch the birdworm slider. So what hungers drive me? In this case, this was that little hook that came up. And so hunger grows in my brain. Hunger for the knowledge of the invisible arts might bring. So remember, we sacrificed a bit of our reason in order to pursue our goal. And that cost, that was not a one-time cost. We now actually want to do something with that knowledge that we have. And because we've not been pursuing it, we now have restlessness. A restless longing has me. I feel I want to do something. What exactly? So restlessness is kind of interesting. It is an influence, much like contentment. But you'll notice here that it actually also has many different aspects. So there's heart, there's grail, there's forge, there's lantern, and there's moth. So this will decay into something rather inconvenient for me. And no, I am not going to keep it like this, but... Once upon a time, this grid snap was not part of the game. Oh yeah, this is a good one to say. So if you want to take a stack, you can click on the number down below here. If you want to combine everything, you can push this button, or you can hit space. Oh, not space. Wait, what was the button again? I use it every day. I've completely lost it though. Anyways. We will reimpose order. All right, and yeah, we'll use a bit there for now. I'm gonna have to play around a little bit with the desktop. So there's a few things that I could try. I think right now we're going to go back to the Institute. So there is a dank and clinging smell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint, perhaps it is the patience, perhaps it is something in the walls. Oh, that's right, it is Tab. I think you're exactly right. Yeah. If you see the videos, I do it every time. So but I had the muscle memory, so when I try to explain it, I'm like, oh, what was the button? Okay, so you may notice we got a lot of plate spinning. And this is part of how the game works. It is quite deliberately giving you lots of different things to do because it is possible to lose yourself in study and forget to pay the rent. So that can happen, that will happen in some cases. I've had broadcasts where everybody's really upset with me because I failed to notice something that was going on. But happens to the best of us. So, Tasmane ultimately concludes with apparent reluctance that the deity was a goddess. He suggests that its gender may have been the cause of its suppression. The rites described are often eerie, sometimes grisly. So here we have the rite of the crucible soul. This rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood afire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. So here we have our first ritual. The proper things, in the proper manner, in the proper order, God help us all. Attributed to Herschelt, a rite allows you to combine aspects to perform a summoning. Does the UI scaling make the text bigger? I believe it does. Let me just double check. Would that be better for chat if I use the UI scaling? So it's a little crowded for me. That I find a little tricky to deal with. I think 75 might be a little much for for those in attendance. But if people would find it easier to have me do the UI scaling, I am currently playing on my my monitor's resolution, which I realize is not always the best when it gets compressed to the 1080. So in addition to the Rite of the Crucible Soul, we also have our first Forge lore, an ardent orison. When we watch a fire, what are we watching for? When we find it, these are the words it will speak, a word that sanctifies the change that comes when the seared skin peels. All right, the serpent's way. I limp along the road, and so it is that I see the serpent in the ditch. I follow it across the waste places and into the root maze. Is it hair that brushes my face or hanging moss? I bend low to stay close to the earth, like my guide. I will not forget the way to this place. So you'll notice here, this is, remember how we talked about having a wound on the foot and going through the dream? We didn't just have a normal dream here. We've actually had a dream that's brought us to a different place. In this case, we found the way to the wood. I've learnt the path to the wood, the tangled darkness that grows around the walls of the mantis, though the mantis has no walls. I can dream with this to return to the wood. I don't actually think I've done that. Bizarre. Alright, so we have the buzzing in the brain. Ingi rum imus knock et consumi snip snip snip. A second order influence apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. So this is additional influence, and this is Moth. Now this is a little bit different than the Contentment or some of the other types of influence that we felt. This is definitely, Moth influence leaking into the world, but it's not coming in the form of creativity or some other thing that you and I might recognize. This is a little bit more of you seeing something unusual. If you think of Knock, it's a little bit easier to describe Knock. So if you think about Knock, like if you just can't keep your shoelaces tied one day, like perhaps that's just, you were having a day where you had some Knock influence following you or something like that. That's kind of the way you might think about these particular influences. Although, as always, some of these things might be you may have a different view on how you respond to or what you think some of these things are. So our passion's been exhausted. There's nothing we can really do about that. We do have some money, though, so let's take another trip to Moorlands to add to our library. I could use my what do I want to do? I'm trying to decide whether or not it's a good idea to try and find more people like Yzabet. Alright, time passes. The sundial's shadow passes. I must have funds to live or I will become ill. Now, we are in a very interesting place because there's going to be some nasty stuff that happens reasonably soon. So remember how I said that if you click on time passes, you'll be able to see what's coming up next. Now, if you're just starting out, I don't necessarily think this is the most fun way to play or the most interesting way to try and overcome some of the challenges of the game. But I'm going to give you an idea about what's about to happen to me, and then, we'll see whether or not we can get through it. So this is probably going to be one of these cases where you'll experience your first loss. A Season of Despair is coming up. Now, if you don't know to look for this, you don't even know that a Season of Despair is going to be coming up. Night waits for me. Those of you who've played this game will know that there are some things on the table here that are going to interact with the Season of Despair. I'm going to leave that for when it happens, but we can get a preview by looking at a trembling in the air, which is an equivalent event. The sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Fascination may provoke visions. So, in this case here, our grip on reality is maybe getting a little bit looser than it was before. And as is kind of true with life, you can, some events can hit you at a certain time and you're in a position where you're able to handle them. Whatever it is that kind of affected you, you're generally just in a place where you're sort of robust enough to be able to withstand some hardship or something that kind of hit a particular trigger, let's say. And there are other times where even what might seem to be the smallest thing, sets you off or just kind of sends you into just this really dark place for a certain period of time. And that's kind of what the trembling in the air and the Season of Despair is. So in this case here, this is the shadow slot, and it will be, well, shadow slot is basically every time there's, the description here is just for any empty slot, but shadows here, and if I happen to have a card fascination, light leaks through the cracks, my mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. If I happen to get one of these cards during the Season of Visions, the Trembling in the Air event, this is going to potentially unlock another path, which may not necessarily go anything, it may not go anywhere, right? It's talking about drifting from the waking world. So in addition to the magnet from time, the passage of time, there will be some times when you're particularly susceptible to certain influences or certain things that happen to you. And it's one of these things which can definitely end playthroughs. I remember I used to lose to fascination quite a bit when I started playing. It's a little bit easier to get past now. But these are some of the things that as you get a bit more experience in the game, you may want to start looking for these. But again, the thing about this game is that some of the legacies, remember how I was talking earlier about how there was a handful of legacies that I could play and how certain events would determine which ones came up? It's not just if you pass, and it's not just if you win. It can be, it could actually be, how do I put it? Like, some of the losses can lead you to an interesting legacy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm trying not to give too much away, but like, you can get imprisoned sometimes, you can starve to the death, there's lots of different ways to end. And it's not necessarily that you got the good ending or the bad ending, right? That's kind of up to you to decide how you feel about the ending. And what will happen is that as you get to certain endings, you will have different parts of the game sort of unlock, and you'll be able to try those out. I think they also tell you in a couple of the spots, like what conditions unlock certain stories. So I found something noteworthy. So here we've got Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar, which I was a little surprised to find out is a real book. So just what you needed to refresh your knowledge of Latin. I recall a certain amount from my school days, but I need to brush up. Now, we don't have a Latin book. We have a Greek book, but we might as well get the study in. Okay, so, restlessness just decayed to dread. What is it? I've seen too much. A nameless, gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes. An existential horror. So, may cause despair, which, again, we have... Season of Despair coming up, so this kind of gives you an idea of where this is going. It's an influence, 2-edge aspect, it's a memory, and it is ill health. It counts as ill health. I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So let's go back to more or less. This is, incidentally, this is a, like a, how do I put it? When you hit the collect all button, this is a spot where you can put your cards. Is starving to death really a worse ending than nuking London? We leave it to the interpretation of the player. If you could just give me a quick second here, I didn't really have breakfast before starting this stream, so I do have a little bit of food around me, and I don't want to spend too much time eating into the mic, but it's been an hour, so I'm just going to take a quick second so I try and get some energy in this thing. It's oatmeal with blueberries, so it's pretty easy for me to eat. Yeah. Try not to get too many decrepitude. Okay, so we just saw something happen here, right? We saw our restlessness decay into dread. Now, I have an idea about how I would handle this myself, but let's create a problem for ourselves here. So we'll just let the passage of time go. We're going to wait 18 seconds, and let's see what we might be able to handle. Okay. Bleak thoughts, dark days, I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke full-fledged despair. So I don't have enough time to be able to do everything that I wanted, but there's going to be two different things that we see here. So there's the world as it is, mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. So we get a fleeting reminiscence for that, a fleeting reminiscence, a moment in time, and another moment it'll be gone. It has the aspect of moth and the aspect secret histories, which, can I explore with those? Oh, I haven't tried that. My thoughts will wander and I will follow. Old emotions will come to roost. I haven't tried this before. Okay, so what wasn't revealed about the fascination? I think that happens once you feed it with an additional, once you actually have a fascination inside of it, is the Season of Visions is one of those things where if you have 3 fascination inside of it, it will end the game. It will... We can nuke London, but we cannot miss breakfast. Well, I've technically already missed breakfast. It's like a late breakfast. It's kind of cold, but I have very low standards for food. But yeah, so the... basically... If you get 3 fascination during a Season of Visions and you haven't done anything to mitigate it, and there are ways that you can bring that counter down, but that is a way that you can lose the game. And the same is true for Dread. We're going to learn that in a little bit, and we know what happens to Restlessness. In 33 seconds, this will decay into a Dread. How do you know that it decays to a Dread? Well, we didn't. Okay, I did, but like, we found that out because we saw a Restlessness go down into a Dread, and that's just something you have to remember, and if you don't remember it, well, your Restlessness will turn into Dread. Again, this is one of these cases where you kind of need to keep a check on your emotions and your mental state, right? Some people might call this self-care, some people might, just think of this as trying to make sure that you're taking some time, avoiding burnout. There's lots of different ways you can think about it. And if you think, another way of thinking about it, where did we get that restlessness from? Well, we got that restlessness specifically because we had not satisfied this temptation for enlightenment. And so as we continue to sort of gnaw away at the fact that we haven't really been pursuing our goal, instead of doing something that is in line with that, something that might have made us happy or something that might have just tried to be more in line with what was bothering us, we ignored it. And now this is translated into feeling really bad. So what we're going to do now is we're actually going to try and make sure that we're keeping on top of things. Sorry, tap of things. I'm noticing the tapping on the drawing. What we're going to do is we're going to try and make sure that we do something to halt it, to try and keep that from becoming something worse. So one thing we haven't tried to do yet is to put passion in our work slot and paint. I used to paint. I could paint those sites I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. So, and we have yearning. Now, this isn't a magnet. This is a consumption. So if I'm restless, perhaps this is what I want. So, and this is exactly what we want to do with it, right? We want to destroy it. We want to consume it, and then I don't need to worry about the dread anymore. So the doors of the Palace of Memory are opened. So I now have Latin. Latin, of course, is the most occult of art. So we gotta put that up at the top with the lore. And again, we don't have any more books to study. There are definitely things I can do, so fresh air and exercise, reading newspapers, so on and so forth. But we're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it as is for now. Oh, Season of Suspicion coming up. So unless I can find a way of getting rid of that notoriety, things are gonna get interesting. All right, memory is a maze, and at its heart, a garden. So for exploring our memories, we got some contentment. I'm happy, I think. I don't have money right now, so let's not go back to Moorlands. I finished a painting, to the excitement of absolutely no one but me. Sometimes painting will gain you glimmerings. Study them to unlock more advanced painting options. So that's exactly what we're going to do. Now, we did have that Season of Suspicion pop up, so this might be a familiar one to you. The wrong kind of attention. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? Well, we don't have an adversary right now, so we're safe on that front. But some of you may remember that the next magnet that pops up is reputation, and we have a reputation now. That reputation is not going to go away for 131 seconds, so we know that we're going to see sort of the next phase of this thing pop up. All right, let's go back at the Institute. There is a dank and clinging smell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint, perhaps it is the patient, perhaps it is something in the walls. Now, it did say that we could study these, we could study the glimmerings. So I go take my study. Oh, all right, well, I need more glimmering. With enough glimmering, or sometimes something more exotic, I can increase my passion. Oh, I did not know that that was a use for buzzing in the brain. I'm learning new things. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious. But just now, I'm closer to them. Glimmering can be used with study to gain passion. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So, we now have a little goal, right? You kind of got these micro goals of, I've got a new card, I want to try and see what I can do with it. You know, I've got a notoriety, I want to see if I can somehow spend it. You know, lots of different things that you can maybe try and do to gain a little bit more purchase on the game that you're playing. So let's maybe set for ourselves a little mini goal of saying, okay, I want to try and get a second glimmering to, to be able to upgrade it. Well, I suppose one thing I could try and do would be to use my passion again. But if I want to try and use my passion again, that might mean, well, okay, what do I got to do? Well, how did I get the glimmering? Well, I had a restlessness, and then I painted with that, and then I waited, and then it's like, okay, well, do I need to wait for restlessness then? Well, maybe I can do another painting. Seems like a long time to wait. It's like, well, last time we went to the Mansis, well, I didn't even really go to the Mansis, but when we tried to get to the wood, we wound up with a buzzing in the brain. It's like, okay, well, that might work. So we could try and go to the wood. And we are going to try that, by the way. But it says here, if I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the woods. Like, okay, well, maybe we got to wait for the passion to become available. I'll maybe just quickly say, for those of you who know the game, we don't actually need to wait for this passion to become available. I'm going to wait for the passion to become available because I know what I'm like. I'm going to miss it if I don't. But anyway, so we're going to say, okay, so these are options, but they're not ones that are very timely. What else might we be able to do? Well, one thing that we could maybe take a look at is this study verb, right? Remember how we said read whatever is to hand? It's like, okay, well, we've got our reason, and we can say the world is awash with printed words. Well, this doesn't really sound in line with heightened emotions, but what happens if we take passion in the study verb? Well, maybe we'll do a different type of reading, and that might be something we want to explore. And so in this case here, another reason why I might sort of hold off on the passion is that there could be something else that I pursue. And that's going to be the first thing that we try and do. We'll see what happens when we take passion with the study. All right, I'm safe for now. The meddler's attention must be elsewhere. A relief. I don't know why this happened. It feels like this should have actually resulted in... it feels like this should have resulted in an adversary popping up, but I'm perfectly happy to not have somebody look into my affairs. So again, this was because we talked about Yzabet. I am waiting for a certain type of lore. I actually have a very specific thing I would like to do with this character now that I've looked at my Steam achievements. And I apologize. It's one reason why I'm going to try and flog Moorlands a little bit more. Okay, so we just got our passion. Now, here's a couple of interesting problems that we're going to have to deal with. And this is, again, where we go from being new players to Cultist Simulator to maybe being a little bit more familiar with the game and some of the challenges that are going to come up. Again, you're not expected to know all of this stuff at the start, and part of the fun of the game, in my opinion at least, is sort of throwing myself up against it, seeing how far I can get, and then tumbling back down, seeing the story of my previous character, referred to in the case notes or what have you, and try again. Because that just makes the time when you do get the Ascension that much sweeter. So, we've got exotic cravings. Well, we know what happened the last time, right? That temptation enlightenment's going to go in there. If we haven't satisfied it, we're going to get a restlessness. That restlessness will decay into dread. Maybe we can stop that. Well, what's one way we could stop it? Well, we could use passion to paint. It's like, well, maybe I want to hold off on using my passion then. I only have one of it. Perhaps I don't want to wind up. Maybe I don't want to wind up in a situation where I generate a dread again. I was like, yep, fair point. On the other hand, I'm not going to do that. I have another way of getting around it. But this might be a way where, as you start getting a little more familiar with the game, you can start making these decisions. Maybe you'll say, it's like, you know what, that dread was really scary. I don't ever want to get to a situation where I have some more dread. So, as we can see here, what happened was the contentment got picked up. Oh, this is where it tells you. Yes, so if the dread goes in, despair is the wolf that devours thought. You can defeat despair by feeding it contentment, otherwise it will destroy you when it reaches 3 dread. And in this case, we took the contentment, which we got from exploring our memories. Memories of better times keep the wolf at the door. Each contentment destroys 1 dread. So we don't have the threat from the season of despair. We don't have a season of despair coming up. And so if we wind up with dread on the table, it is not as dangerous to us as it was when the season of despair was on the table. So let's try this experiment of saying what happens if I put passion with the study verb. Read sentimental literature. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. Well, let's read the glimmering again. My emotions run higher than usual. These are the things that I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious just now. And those things will always be precious, but just now I'm closer to them, right? Again, inspiration, kind of leaps of logic. Another thing you might note is that glimmering has the moth aspect. Likewise, passion has the moth aspect. Passion, of course, has the higher moth aspect because passion is sort of this stronger representation of this principle. And so now we start sort of seeing all of these different kinds of alignments with saying is like, you know what, this is probably a hint that maybe we're on the right path here. If I want to get some glimmering, maybe reading some sentimental literature is enough. And we'll find out in a minute if it was. So part of our pay went to the landlord. I don't know if I want to buy a book quite yet, or if I want to try and recover some of my cash, but we'll leave it there. I am also going to ask, as a broad question for chat, what is your go-to sentimental literature when you need to boost your glimmering? Does anybody here? I have a feeling that probably there is a fairly literate crowd that would be interested in Cultist Simulator, and as a consequence, I have to suspect that there's probably some good book recommendations I might be able to get out of this. The finest book, of course, being The Lady Afterwards, but we're gonna have to leave that for when it's available again. Okay, the clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Now, I have never really used the fleeting reminiscence for exploration, and I think this is actually a really neat idea. So I'm going to try let memory guide my steps to see what happens again. In 1 minute, the notoriety is going to go away, so we know that Season of Suspicion can't bother me now, so my reputation is not a threat to me. And the watchman who is the door in the eye waits in my dreams. If I learn the lantern lore and I dream of this temptation, I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. So we do need to find a way of dealing with this restlessness, but I'm also potentially willing to just accept the dread as a potential harm. So here's one thing that we might want to be thinking about right now. Like, what am I doing? Like, what is my overall goal right now? We talked a little bit about maybe some of the micro goals of trying to, get the glimmering and such. And that's not necessarily bad, but is that really all that I can do? It's maybe not so clear. So let memory guide myself. Memory is a maze, and it's at its heart a garden. So interesting. I'm wondering I'm trying to think of where the contentment came from. This one did come from a season of despair. So I mean, in this case, this is a memory of a bad time for me, and so it's turned into dread. That kind of makes sense. Yeah, I gotta see the Lord of the Rings. That's a good one. Night Valiant. I've been reading science fiction lately. I've been reading Anathem by Neil Stephenson. I know there's probably still in chat one fan of Stevenson's Cryptonomicon, but I know better than to push too hard on the Stevenson recommendations, because the description that I got was actually very I didn't disagree with it. It just happens to be something that didn't particularly bother me either, so. Right. I haven't finished it yet, but I'm at the Convox, where Erasmus has to be a server. Which I think is probably not enough to like spoil things. Who they're serving is maybe a bridge too far, but yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. Right, I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So we've got Glimmering. And we've got our 2 Glimmering now. So this is going to go away in a minute. So if I want to do something, I better have a pretty clear idea of where it's headed. Sorry, just one second. Okay, so we've taken the study. Sorry, we're about to take the study. So our goal, I just wanted to do a quick check-in on a couple of things for the broadcast. Again, every time I see that reconnecting message, I'm a little freaked out, and I probably should just learn to live with it, to be honest. But, we do what we can, right? So all right. So basically, here's what we're going to try and do here. We said that we did this study with the Passion in order to be able to combine the 2 Glimmering. Well, why did we want to do that? Well, we use it with study to gain Passion. So that will mean that we have a few more options available to us to deal with things like restlessness. So the Tigers of Wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend time studying what I've learnt, I could increase my passion and gain a skill. So we'll do that, but that's going to take us a minute. It did, however, notice that when we read the sentimental literature, that didn't exactly exhaust our passion. And that makes sense, right? If you think about it, like if you sit down and you read whatever your go-to is for recreation, you probably don't feel like your passion is exhausted the same way if you were to throw yourself into a painting. And so in this particular case here, we still have the ability to get rid of this restlessness, which we will do in 1 second. I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So we'll grab those funds. I'm not going to go back to Moorlands just because we're going to need to cover the rent, but what I am going to do is take my passion, which we know will paint. I used to paint. I could paint those sites I half remember from my dreams. I might sell something. I probably won't. And we'll put the restlessness back in. So whether or not that produces a Glimmering, not quite the point. What we do want to do, though, is address the thing that will be producing some dread, and if we have any luck, we might even get a contentment to help get rid of the dread. We do have another season of visions coming up, so I want to be a little careful about that. And I would like to go back through the dream, but it did say that we needed some passion, so we're going to wait a little while on that. And as always, if any of you have some questions, please let me know. I am going to enjoy a couple more bites of my oatmeal, and then we're going to start making some more advances. I do have quite a bit of time of streaming planned for myself, so I'm not in any particular rush to like I'm not going to speed run to the end. But for those of you that have some specific things that you'd like to see, just let me know, and I'm happy to try and angle it towards that. Okay, Season of Despair coming up, so we're going to want to try and find a way of dealing with the dread. Feed my imagination. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. I've gained passion, but it will be more difficult to gain passion next time. So, additional passion, and we have a vivid imagination. My daydreams sometimes outpace my dreams. Use this with work to paint or with study and with 2 lessons learned to gain more passion. So we haven't seen a lesson learned yet, but I'll show you what that is a little bit later. I mean, we could try the trick with the passion again, but I am going to want to use this passion for a trip. So the way to the wood. Remember, this was way back when we says like, okay, so there's some indication that we might be able to do something with the dream here. And then we combined a lore. Well, this was the result of combining the lore with our passion. So if I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find a way beyond it. So, entering the wood. Now I pass between scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. So this is definitely a long time to get to this, but there's usually something pretty spectacular that happens. You know what? I should have waited with the dream slot. Oh well. There's usually something pretty spectacular that happens, which I think it'll be worth it. So we got some glimmering for our efforts, and unexpectedly I got paid. I found a customer. She'll probably hang it in her spare bedroom and never look at it again, but the money is good. So that paid us. That painting was just as well as a day at the Institute. Paid just as well as a day at the Institute, which we will now do. So, you know, with our painting fresh in hand, let's get some more inspiration and add to the library. That's certainly what I do whenever I get an extra payment. I just buy stuff that's related to my hobbies. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. Actually, that's not entirely true. I'm paying down some debt right now. But once I have the spare cash, I usually set aside a little bit to get a new book. Please be responsible in your financial decisions, lest you wind up not able to pay your time passes, is what I'm trying to say. By the way, you can go into debt in this game. The terms are a little bit different than what you might be familiar with, but... Okay. I found something noteworthy. Traveling at Night Volume 2, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Illopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. This is the second volume. So, let's just go ahead and read it, because we're not really doing that much with the study verb right now. There is an extensive discussion on the similarities between Illopoli's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elgabalus, who Illopoli regarded as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is west of the world, Illopoli remarks, and winter does not wait forever. I also apologize. Some of my pronunciation's probably going to be really bad because I've only ever really read those words. So, like, as far if I recall correctly, this is a Roman emperor, but I've never actually it's like some History Channel documentary on that. That's not how I know that name. So, you know, I could be pronouncing it completely incorrectly. But this is the other fun one, is that if you take a look at the game, you'll occasionally see some names, and if you Google them, you will actually find out just how many things are actually in the real world, and you know they just have these interesting little interesting spins on history. We'll hopefully be getting to a point where we can see some more, where we can see some more of that. But yeah, I think the only thing I really know about Elgabalus is, like, I think he basically would count as the National Enquirer emperor. Like, he'd be really good with tabloid. Then again, I guess a lot of the emperors would count as, like, really good for tabloid material. So maybe he's not even unique in that regard. But whatever. I'm playing video games on a Thursday afternoon instead of working. I probably am not here for my erudition. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions. It's over for now. So, we have a little bit of a choice ahead of us. This contentment's going to be going away in a little while, so it's very unlikely to help us here. And we did have a fleeting reminiscence, which in one case gave us a contentment, but in another case wound up giving us a dread. So, life goals. His short reign was conspicuous for sex scandals and religious controversy. Okay, cool. I don't know where that quote comes from, but that's that seems to fit. So I'm glad that at least some of the reading stuck. My thoughts will wander and I will follow. Old emotions will come to roost. Now keep in mind, there's a risk here, right? In 30 seconds, this could turn into a dread, and now I have more problems. Oh, cool. Okay. Good to know. So we've got the wood. Now first of all, this is super cool. And I remember the first time I saw this and I was like, oh man, this is a really good introduction to it. So remember, what's the story we've been telling? We've been working at an institute. We had a particularly difficult patient, something so difficult that we needed to take some time off. When we came back, we took a look at the notes, and all of a sudden it started like making sense in this weird way. And we started having weird dreams. And from that, we went to a bookstore, and then we found this hurt patient who we saw inside of our dreams, and they hurt themselves the same way that we did. And I'm starting to get some more knowledge. There's these fragments of this world kind of happening here, but we haven't actually visited it yet. We found the path, but we never went through. And as soon as we do the right combination of things, once we realize what we did with our lore, once we use that lore the right way, we go, the world vanishes, and we get to see the Mansis. I actually have a poster. So Weather Factory has an Etsy shop, and there is a poster of the Mansis. I don't know if it has the Trice-Cupid Gate version or not. I should probably double check that. But there used to be a typo on this, which I actually thought it was supposed to be called Trice-Cupid. But I think somebody who'd gotten a little further in the game noted that it was supposed to be tricuspid, and so the image was ultimately changed. But these are the kinds of typos you have nightmares about, because I'm pretty sure this is not like in Unity. I'm pretty sure this is on an image somewhere. Anyways, enough about game development. I only know what I see in the forums. But we've got this big moment. The world vanishes. We get to see what's really there, and we can stay at the entrance to the wood. But what do we get? Well, we get a buzzing in the brain, and that didn't particularly help us last time. And more importantly, we're really just kind of sticking. You can almost kind of see, again, the story that you're telling. You can kind of see what the risk of only staying at the edge of the wood is. We've already been here. We haven't been making some progress on our temptation, on our desire for enlightenment. We have this opportunity to go further inside of the woods. And if we just stop at the gate and don't go through, yes, we come back with Moth. Yes, we come back with that knowledge, but that's eventually going to decay. And then that's going to turn into restlessness. And we're going to wonder what opportunities we had and passed up there. And that's going to turn into dread. And because we're already at a moment where we're all maybe feeling a bit gloomy about our lack of progress, that's the sort of thing that might be able to tip us over into a loss. And so we don't want to do that. We want to go deeper. So we can going deeper into a dream. That sounds like that'd be a really good movie. It's like maybe you can even go deeper into 3 dreams. I'm sure somebody will make it. So we've got the well, or we've got the Temple of the Wheel. The way that the Mansis works, incidentally, I notice sometimes people say, it's like, how do I get out of here? You basically drag a card into the exit or the entrance. So you get 1 for sure, which is generally less powerful, or you get 1 or 2. I was actually thinking of a different one, but yeah, I guess that one's coming up too. I feel like this kind of insight into the narrative of the game is why Weather Factory keeps asking. Oh, that's really cool, Purple Zone. Well, this is the big thing, right? This is just how I think about the game, right? every single person who plays this game is going to be coming with their own set of experiences. So it's been a few years since this game came out. Again, we're going to spend some time in the Manses. If we could, it'd be nice to spend some time in the Orchard of Lights, but maybe we're feeling a little unsure about the Wood. So I do kind of want to address this, because I do want to... I guess I want to be clear that this is not necessarily unique to me. And maybe this will help for some of you to understand why this is why I really connected with this game. I actually played this game, I'm pretty sure I was in grad school at the time, or I'd just gotten out of it. And so playing the Aspirant and, taking someone who's reading these little fragments of books and trying to stick pieces of knowledge together and to, just trying to really bring about new knowledge through the collection of all these little fragments to do something that maybe someone hasn't seen before, something that isn't already written down except by those who know, right? Well, that's the same as like reading a bunch of small little journal articles and like trying to piece that together and try to make your small contribution to human knowledge, right? And the thing that I sort of work in and was studying to a certain degree is very, very narrow. I think it's quite important in certain aspects, but like nobody wants to talk to me at a party about that sort of thing, right? So like I am probably one of the most boring people to play a cultist game, because I don't have that kind of connection with the occult. So I know of Aleister Crowley. I've not read Aleister Crowley, right? I've read some Alan Moore, and I know, Alan Moore is a magician and worships not Glaucon. Glaucon's in the Republic, but I don't know, like the snake puppet, whatever the thing just say Alan Moore and you're talking about some strangeness, right? So, I've read Promethea. I've been given the glimpse, right? I'm at the point where I'm reading the mad journals of someone and wondering, it's like, man, they really seem to be into this stuff, but I can't quite make heads or tails of it. But that doesn't mean that I can't relate to Cultist Simulator. Because again, the Aspirant background is something that spoke to me very much from a very recent, or potentially an active experience that I was having. And of course, this was earlier on in the game. So, my individual experience is going to be colored that way. Not everybody's necessarily going to have studied what I did. But there's enough inside of this game, there's enough little fragments and there's enough little breadcrumbs to go that you're going to start putting some of yourself inside of this game. You might relate more to the physician or the bright young thing. Maybe there's something about the detective legacy that says something to you, or the dancer. I think the dancer was really interesting, not just because of the romance that it added inside of it, but also some of the, there's some really interesting things that happen with the dancer in terms of, pursuing a life of comfort with someone who, is willing to sort of pay your way because they're, financially, they're financially secure. And, are you satisfied being a trophy, basically? There's lots of really interesting paths that can go down. And as somebody who likes stories, I can relate to that stuff because in the end, they're good stories well told. And clearly the writing is very strong in this game. But on top of that, I think one of the most satisfying ways to play it is like, again, the cards look nice. It's cool to see the Manses pop out, but being able to invest yourself in it and say, who is this person? Like, maybe it doesn't have to be part of your life, but you've seen someone, right? What does your doctor do in the background, right? If when you go into your GP after they've done their day, they've paid, they've got their pay, like what do they do? Or, however you want to think about it, you can kind of completely unmoor yourself from day-to-day experience, or you can sort of say, it's like, hey, I know what it's like to feel that. And to me, that's always just the place of good stories. So I really want to encourage everyone, like this is the way I play the game. I don't even know if they necessarily count as insights, but this is definitely a way that I think you can get the most out of something like Cultist Simulator. Because again, like pushing cards around is fun, and it's really fun to organize your board. But there's kind of more going on, and I really do think that it's a game that has it doesn't necessarily have something to say to everyone so much as everyone has something of themselves to be able to, to pour into it. it's the same reason why you can ask people, like, what's your favorite aspect, right? Like, I'm definitely a big lantern person. And you can see that through my very analytical approach to things. But that doesn't mean that, like, I kind of think that Cultist Simulator is a little bit of a lantern game, but you can argue otherwise. Like, I think that view is as much a reflection of my personal, my personal relationship with the game as much as it is a broader statement of it. Anyways, very sorry for those of you who didn't want to hear the personal life thing, but that's probably not a bad way of thinking about it. And again, one aspect I'm not really able to explore here is when you work in some of the other jobs, you do actually wind up with the horrible boss scenario. Like, you really want to study the occult, but you've got this boss, Mr. Alden, who's really insisting that, like, not only that you show up on time, and you get in trouble if you miss your appointment, and it just so happens that the timer is such that you can't really get a lot of good work done. But they also sometimes ask you to stay later because the work isn't good enough. I think there's a lot of people who can relate to that. And what do you do with Mr. Alden? Some people quit. Some people pursue a passion. Some people stay at the job and never get past Mr. Alden. Some people find a way of dealing with Mr. Alden and actually wind up moving up. Whether or not that tells you something about your own life is beside the point. I wouldn't necessarily do the things that Cultist Simulator does to deal with Mr. Alden. But you don't need to have very unique life experiences to be able to sort of find some hooks to relate to on this, for sure. Is it cheating to pick Secret Histories as a favorite? I don't think so. I will say there may be some question as to whether or not the Secret Histories counts as a full-on proper aspect the same way, or principle the same way that Lantern or Knock does. But I don't have a strong view on it. All I can do is report what I saw from an analysis. The Well in the Wood is sacred. And yes, by the way, so again, I'm talking about a bunch of things, but there is a different text depending on what you got. So we got some vitality. The Well in the Wood is sacred to the Grail, the hour that hungers, and to the Velvet, the hour that guards secrets. Tonight, as I approached, it heaved with the velvet's moss, struggling waves of deep and vibrant green, pulsing again and again from its throat. It surged around my calves, rose to my thighs, and this morning I still feel the velvet's breath strong within me. I think in the ad copy for this, I think, am I the voice of the velvet or something like that? So it's really, it feels immodest to repeat the nice things that they wrote, but I did giggle a little bit when I saw the note. Okay, so we've got a Season of Ardors coming up. We are both of us ape and angel, and work at the Institute. I have done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began, so we could try and paint, but let's go back to working at the Institute, and we'll see what happens after we've read Traveling at Night. Now, I do have a couple of options available to me. I could try going back through the wood again. I could also try to do something with this vitality. I think I am going to try and go through the wood. So now I pass between scarbark trees. The moon passes behind branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. Okay, and we did get contentment from the memory. Memory is a maze, and at its heart, a garden. I think your descriptions are great, and what is unique about your playthroughs. You personally do not have such an attitude. I usually see cards and mechanics and so on, and you usually struggle with storytelling, and that's why I appreciate watching you play. Well, thank you very much, Llama, perhaps. I mean, this is nice. This is the nice thing about specialization, right? I've always sort of felt that I don't watch a lot of streams so I can see the game played. But when I do watch streams, and again, there's a couple of broadcasters in the channel here, Night Valian, who is Night Valian 28 on Twitch, and Uncle Cranky, who is also Uncle Cranky on Twitch. Neither of them play Cultist Simulator, but I think Night Valian might be tempted unless I've completely turned him off. But one of the things that's really nice about being able to see people broadcast is to just get that extra perspective. So I've always sort of viewed it as a compliment to my own playthrough. So I'm really glad that that's how it's coming across, because in the end, I would never want people to feel like they've gotten the Cultist Simulator experience having seen a stream. Like, it's a game, in my opinion, that needs to be experienced. And you can experience that game at 40% off in the Steam Tabletop sale. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. Elgabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Elgabalus found his way to the White Door at last, thankfully. Speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elgabalus never had anything interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too, but here's what I do know. No. Alright, so we have more lore, and this is an aspect we haven't encountered yet. So, a Sexton's secret. Certain knowledge, it is said, can be expressed only through a particular quality of silence. It has been suggested that one can only read such knowledge with one's eyes closed, but only by mischievous commentators. So we can use this in a write with a corpse and an edge aspect, and the corpse will rise. So, it's lore, it's winter. I have sort of skipped over these requires knowledge. We'll try and upgrade some lore later, but that's relevant there. Again, I'm trying to reinforce the idea that there's more information on the card than just the text, but I don't want to spend time unpacking all of it. So, there's the ellipsis. Winter is the principle of silence, of endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. So we can start maybe understanding why, when we take a look at, it's not Dread. Dread has edge aspect. Which was the one that had winter that I was looking for? That doesn't matter. I'll find it again. But again, we start getting a little bit more of an idea of this world and some of the principles behind things that we see inside of our own lives. In fact, for those of you who don't know, there's a YouTube channel that I host where I've been going through the New Game Plus, the Apostle Legacy. One of the long that we had to deal with was actually winter, sort of more winter-oriented. And you have all these descriptions of sort of frost and cold, and some really good, definitely some really good images that come out of some of these. Okay, so what do we want to do with our study verb? Well, one thing we might say is, we've got this vitality and we've got this erudition. Exercise or something rarer has invigorated me. Use with another vitality to improve your abilities. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. So one thing that I might try, and likewise erudition, I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Erudition can be used with study to gain reason. It lasts only 3 minutes if unused. I like, I don't know, I like it. This is a tricky one, right? If you're a voice-only streamer, it's really hard to just leave silence. So silence can be effective sometimes, but sometimes people wonder if you just went to the bathroom or something. So it's a challenge to read silence. So I guess the question here would be, what do I want to do? It's clear that both of these are like that glimmering. And you can make a good guess that if you put reason or health, you're going to wind up with the extra card. I think I'm going to do health here just because it's something that's going to expire soon. So long walks kill cobwebs. But the drawback is we may wind up with the vitality by going back to the wood, which is where we got it in the first place. I'm going to try and sneak a little bit more oatmeal before I try to eat it when... Actually, sorry, I probably did that right into the mic. You probably all heard me masticate some blueberries. Can you masticate blueberries? Yeah, I think it counts. But I try to do it while the timers are going down. All right, Tristan interludes. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. So, if I have aspect interested, this is someone who has developed a romantic interest in me. Palm to palm, eye to eye. In this case, it'll take an interested party. I do not have someone who's interested in me, so this will pass by pretty quickly. But this is some of the romance material that was added in Dancer. I believe you do not need to have the Dancer DLC in order to have romance enabled, though. So. All right. I've done some good, and my patients are quieter than when I began. And we've got a collection of poetry from Moorlands. The poet makes himself a seer by an immense, long, deliberate derangement of all the senses, the opposite of wisdom, thankfully. Study to gain a glimmering lesson learnt, which you may be able to use to increase passion. So we haven't really seen lessons learnt yet. I will try and show you some of those, but I'm not quite ready to use the collection of poetry yet. So, question number 1: Do I want to do something special with my Explorer? Maybe. We'll see. If I don't, then I should go to Moorlands and buy a new book because I've got 3 funds and we just paid the rent. You do not have Dancer and there is a romance option. Cool. Yeah, I know. I think they. I think Weather Factory said that they kind of took a page from. I think they took a page from Paradox, which is that basically, in order to finance additional development, there is a they'll do a paid DLC. There will be a component of the update, which is behind a paywall. And so in this case, it's the Dancer legacy. You just simply can't do most of the Dancer stuff without that legacy to sort of enter in. And excuse me. Yeah, the Vagabond would like a word, but people got a little. They really liked the article that I wrote where I went through real principles. But definitely there were some Secret Histories fans who were not fond of the revelation. All that I can say is, the doctor simply reports the condition. It does not mean that they're happy to see it. Last night you had to sacrifice Rhaenyra in order to ascend. It felt terrible. Did you have to? There really weren't other options? I really should get some more bodies in here so you can see this wonderful cast of characters. All right. But sorry, I was talking about what I wanted to do with the Explore verb. So let's take Moorland's shop. Let's add the funds. We'll buy a new book. So we've locked that in. And then the question is, do I want to do anything special with the work verb? For instance, remember how it said we gain different painting options? Well, now we can actually put more effort into it. You never know, this might be a living. Add passion to make distinctive paintings. Why can't I put this in here? Did I miss? So why did that light up? Mysteries abound. Okay. But in this case here, you can actually give reputation or passion. So in this case here, right, are you someone who released a big popular indie game? It's like, this is my follow-up, look upon me. Cultist Simulator 2 available today. Or are you going to be doing something that's maybe a little bit more personal, that maybe doesn't quite have the same commercial viability, but is something that means something to you? And that's the kind of trade-off that you can do with the paint. So. All right. I'm going to go back to the Institute, though. We're not quite ready to do anything too exotic. Although we do want to start pursuing our enlightenment. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. So, very important lesson from Cultist Simulator. If you do not have a significant other, you will be content. Okay, so if we want another occult scrap, we can get one, or we can sort of choose to try our chances with the. We can try our chances with the. Oops, sorry. We can try our chances with the Well or the Temple of the Wheel. Now, I'm at the point where I can still use occult scraps, and we've already gone down a path to get our extra vitality, so the main reason I would have wanted to visit the Well before is now not relevant. So while it might be interesting to check out the Temple of the Wheel, let's just take the occult scrap because it's something that I need anyway. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and that I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think that I could write it in full. Sorry for stumbling over some of the words. I've been fighting a little bit of a cold, so the reason why I'm like eating a whole lot and like taking these breaks is I've got like a big glass of orange juice, and like I'm just generally trying to make sure that I'm able to go for the long haul. This will be an interesting one. So we've got a season of sickness coming up. Malign influences taint the night air. My health may soon suffer. Wounded followers may die. So again, the game does give you some hints about some problems that are going to be coming up if you know to look. But again, the game does throw a lot at you, so it's completely understandable if stuff slips by. And again, I think that's a very specific choice. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So there are a couple things that I can wind up doing with the vitality. See, now I kind of wish that I'd checked before I went into the Mansis. But in this case, let's exercise the body. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. Let's go back to the wood. So as you can notice now, right, remember how we started? We had one job and a work verb. Well, now we've got 6 verbs. We've got a ton of cards. So if we wanted to try each individual combination with everything in all of these verbs, we'd be here all day. So in this case here, what we try and do is we try and let little hints drive us to where we need to go, and to try and see if maybe we can try and make sense and follow some of the paths that we're most interested in. And if you think about it, like it hasn't taken that much for the game to sort of get a level of complexity where we now start feeling like we've got some options in terms of where we go, but also in terms of like we're asking questions like, well, what do I want to do? Like, do I want to try and found this cult after all? Do I maybe want to try and pursue the Enlightenment? Like, there's a few different things that I can try. No. Although I wish there was a way to sacrifice health for reputation. I feel like I could do all right losing a couple of fingers if it meant that I'd get, a few Twitter followers. Okay. Sickness. I've become unwell, so this picks up my health. The clouds part. The wolf despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So I want to see if this produces another dread. And I have done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. I think I'm just going to go straight back to the Institute. The dank and clinging spell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint. Perhaps it is the patience. Perhaps it is something in the walls. So we do have Deoris, which we can translate. We do have Latin. Alright, I've grown stronger, I've gained health, but it'll be more difficult to gain health next time. So this is rather timely given the illness. Now, I'd love to be able to try and boost up this erudition, but unless I have some magic way of getting, a second erudition in less than 60 seconds, this thing's going to expire. So maybe what I'll do instead is I will translate Deoris. In Latin, a 19th century reprint by the indefatigable Nathaniel Darcy Evers of a 14th century Latin translation of a 4th century work. You think she would have become a rival if you had let her go? I was worried that you would have lost the game, and you've never gotten that far. It was your first victory ever. Forgive you, Rhaenyra. I don't know if Rhaenyra will forgive you, but congratulations on your victory. That is... Actually, I'll take a look at the Steam achievements for that. Okay, peculiar rumors are really interesting. I actually quite like how they fit into the overall story, but I'm not quite going to touch it yet because I've got some other things I want to do. Let's take a look at the Temple of the Wheel. It's the one place we haven't gone to yet. So unfortunately, we could have gotten a higher level lore if we went to the well, but we couldn't have known that at the time. So, trembling airs, the toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. A second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions, and some minions will leave it lingering when they are destroyed. And this is aspect heart. The heart relentless beats to protect the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. In the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen and crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. I do think I quite like a lot of the heart reading. The heart definitely lots of references to dance, and there is just a certain rhythm to a lot of the writing, and just all of the different, creatures, some of the summonings that you can get related to heart, some of the other aspects. I tend to quite enjoy reading a lot of the heart descriptions. I may not be much of a heart person myself, but it doesn't mean that I can't appreciate the fine material. Okay, so we wound up with restlessness as a result of that journey. This time I think I'm going to try and paint. It's not great for me because I don't really have any reputation for the painting, but it's a way I can work with this. Okay, do I want to try and buy a book? Rent's coming due. I'm working at the Institute. So yeah, we are going to have to sacrifice some funds just by painting, but we can afford at least one new book from Moorlands. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. So, sorry, for Crying Mantis, let's take a quick look and see the achievements. So I'm here on Steam, I'm just taking a look at the global achievement stats. So 55% of players will dedicate themselves to the Mirror of Glory. 48% died to despair. So at least by achievements, despair is the most common way that people will lose the game. But I'm curious about the... Oh, that's really interesting. Very few people seem to have lost to fascination. That was always the hardest one for me. 6.6% of the people have achieved the Enlightenment victory, judging by the Steam achievements. So, sorry, 6.6% of owners, I believe. So there's almost certainly going to be a very large group of people who just simply haven't tried it yet. Unless Steam doesn't count people who haven't played the game. But still, that's a rare achievement, Crying Mantis. So, and actually, I think Weather Factory might have their own estimates of how many people have beaten it. But yeah, well done. Okay, let's. If I'm going to be painting, I probably don't want to be using my passion for the. I probably don't want to use my passion for the journal. Like, I can, but I don't want to. So, this illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Well, the Trembling Airs is going to decay in 27 seconds, and I have a bit of knowledge about what happens when that occurs. So, I'm going to leave it be. Work at the Institute. I've done some good when my patients are quieter than I was when I began. So we were sitting on this to be able to do the painting. I don't have enough passion to be able to make a full effort here, but I'm going to add my passion for the painting, and then we will use the restlessness as the inspiration. So again, we don't really expect to get paid out of this. We're doing a mood piece. But it is preventing me from having that restlessness decay into dread, and as long as I don't generate other dread within 45 seconds, we're going to be free from having to deal with the consequences of a bad mood. So we've got Apollo and Marsyas, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials RKNJL. So this is another book that we can read. We don't need to translate it like Deoris. So we've got at least two books that we can read. So again, we're not going to go back to I can afford another trip to Moorlands. Actually, I want to keep at least two funds in the back, kind of in reserve. But this shouldn't cause us any hardship. Takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I will find something interesting. So I'm okay going back to the Mantis, but only when the passion comes back. If you want, actually, maybe I'll just give you an example of this. If you want, you can actually start the journey. So in this case, it's going to take 56 seconds before I actually kind of fall into the dream. So I have enough time to be able to, to add this passion. The drawback, of course, is if I neglect it, then I'm in trouble. Not in trouble, but like basically I just spend that minute and I don't get what I was looking for. So I prepared the text for study. So, an occasionally coherent catalog of the secret gods. This is an English translation of a volume dealing with the powers of the wood. Well, we're on our way to the wood, and that seems to be very moth-oriented. So you can, again, some of this stuff you don't need to know. Some of this stuff you can just have happen to you. My knowledge is not going to change what comes as a result of Dehoris. So one thing you might say, and this is a completely reasonable observation, is this looks like the same color of moth. And you'd be right. Like, generally there's an association between the colors of the books and the type of lore that you get. But let's also think as to what the contents of the book might be. Well, again, an occasionally coherent catalog of the secret gods. This is an English translation of the volume dealing with the powers of the wood. Well, let's think about some of these things that are being described. Occasionally coherent. Well, what was happening when we had the season of visions, right? What was the problem with? Well, actually, maybe we won't even worry about the season of visions because we didn't go too far along those lines. But definitely, there seems to be an association with moth and maybe things not fully quite making sense. I also want to be careful because I know fascination is more lantern oriented, so I don't want to confuse this stuff. Definitely the moth in terms of the influence that we got, right? Ingian Ermison Igni? I think I got that wrong, but it's, again, not necessarily something that was the most intelligible of the texts that we've read before. The associations with the wood. Again, we had the wood and we got a moth influence. That was something that we got specifically because we went to the wood. You would expect with all of these different associations that probably when you read this book, you're going to wind up seeing some moth lore. Which again, I know that's going to be what comes up, but it's just one of these things where if you want to kind of dive into the lore, if you want to get into like the specific texts, there's little hints about the contents. The other thing that's important here is that when you start getting stuck trying to go through the deeper levels of the Mansis, one recommendation I would make is that you get to read a book once, and it's going to have there's going to be some information inside of this, and it's definitely going to seem like it's just nice writing. There's probably a little bit more about how to get to the next level contained in some books than you might appreciate at first level. Definitely, a lot of times I have found that after I've solved a problem, I'll read a book and it'll be like, oh, that's what they were trying to tell me. And I think that's just kind of more how my brain works. Again, I've talked a lot about saying it's like, well, see what you can put in the study verb, right? We've only been using it for books, but I can use it for languages. I can use it for tutor. Oh, that's right. That's not true. I did use it for language. Tutors, abilities, lore, influence. There's lots of things that you can actually study. We've been focusing on a very narrow set. So I tend to use this to sort of guide decisions in terms of where I put cards. But the game does actually tell you I think most of the path to the highest levels of the Mansis are actually contained sort of in these coded phrases inside of the books. And I definitely know there's a type of player that really does actually like digging into those kinds of mysteries. So, that if you don't care so much for a more mechanical approach, reading this and really thinking about the associations can very often produce some hints towards where you want to go with things. If nothing else, I definitely recommend reading and rereading certain cards because they will gain further relevance as you start to understand the world a bit more. Anyways, this volume deals mostly with the hours of the wood, the moth, the black flax, the ring yew, among others. Ingi rum imis nocteat consumi snip snip. Was it snip snip snip? Oh yeah, Sir Igni is another spot. Thank you for that, Purple's Art. Okay, so we've got the 6 letters on necessity. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts addressed to a student of the 17th century magus and reputed immortal, Julian Cosley. Some of you may remember our dear friend Julian. Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So, season of Ardors coming up. I'm going to try exploring. This is a neat trick, so I'm going to try exploring again. I do want to make sure that I keep the dream slot open next, though, to heal my sickness, because if we get another sickness, I'm dead. The artist reward? My recent work has gone unnoticed. Nothing is sold. Perhaps my work is its own reward. I hope so. Well, it is, because we avoided a... We did avoid a dread generating. We also got 2 glimmering, which I'm going to be able to level up. But rent's coming due, so let's work at the Institute. There's a dank and clinging smell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint, perhaps it is the patience, perhaps it is something in the walls. Alright, back to the Mansus. They really want to give me the peculiar rumors. Let's go back to the Temple of the... Actually, no, let's do the well this time. Cool. So, a furtive truth, even deeper secret histories. A detail smuggled in from an adjacent narrative. Don't speak where where you may be overheard. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations of the Shires. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood, and the velvet is the hour that keeps secrets. But now and then she lets a little secret fall like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it will be wiser not to draw her attention. So you'll notice we kind of already had a preview of this, but we didn't have any Forge lore, so it's sometimes easy to miss, but there are different levels of lore. In this case, we've got an occult scrap, which is a lower level of lore than a furtive truth. And one way you can tell that, numerically, this has a 2 intensity for secret histories, and for the furtive truth, it has a 4 intensity secret histories. The other way, like visually, and this is how I keep track of them, is you'll notice that there's a ring that starts filling up as you start getting to higher and higher levels. So that's that's actually how I keep track of them. But there's a few different ways that the game communicates these things. It's actually one thing I quite like about this game, is that in general it will tell you the same thing a few different ways, so that you really do have a chance to learn what they tried to tell you. So all I need now is time. So in this case we are using, again, this is, if you think about this, this is the sort of stuff, I'll pause just for a second because I might want to do something with the explore verb. This is the sort of thing that, again, when you think about it, can be the stuff of really interesting stories. You went into the Mansus, you had a dream, you saw, there was some vitality that you got from that dream, right? And this is more than just a good night's sleep. You were sick, you had a dream, you had an experience in this world that you only accessed by doing something special, and your sickness was healed by what you experienced in that dream. What's neat about this is that at this level of the game, where we haven't really pursued our temptation at all, we've been given the glimpse to the world because we had this patient, and we've decided to sort of embrace the madness and move in. What we are experiencing is a lot of writing from people who seem to know quite a bit about our dreams and about what we're experiencing. We found other like-minded people, but again, these are the people who, they hurt themselves the same way we did, right? That's not necessarily a confirmation that they know anything. It may mean that they're actually quite sick. And what we've really done, right? Like, I'm sure everybody's got at least a friend like this. You may be that friend, right? I had a dream and then all of a sudden I felt better. Well, depending on your temperament, that's going to be, you experienced something very special. Or it's like, yeah, okay, it was a coincidence, but like, do you really think that something supernatural happened? Like, it was just a cold. Like, however you want to take that is kind of up to you. And this is our first, right? This is the first sort of introduction to the Mansus. This is the level that we're at right now. Later on in the game,
once we've done some more things, once we've gone on even deeper, we are actually going to be summoning things. We are going to have these very real manifestations. It's no longer just, reason participates in Lantern, and that is kind of how we experience in the day-to-day world. It's like, there is this smoky creature which has now come into the world as a result of something that I did. This is not just theoretical anymore. And again, it's kind of neat. The game slowly builds towards this. As you gain deeper knowledge, that's when you start doing the sorts of things which sort of have very clearly crossed over into the realm of like, this is not just all in my head. Or maybe it is, and it just happens to be an even more elaborate, even more elaborate story. But I won't go too far down that path, especially because I now have fascination. So if I pursue this train of thought too far, then I might have my own season of visions come up. So light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So you've got contentment coming up. That's not really going to help me right now, though. So I'm going to leave the Explore verb alone for a little bit. It would be nice to check out Moreland's shop, but I need to make sure that I'm making some money before I go any further. All right, Deiris Volume 1. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The black flax's answer is no, and that is always its answer. So here is our first moth lore, proper moth lore. A barber's warning. A power of the wood enjoys the separation of the lock from the scalp. For attention, burn it. For opportunity, bury it. Let's just take a second here and compare with Yzabet. Yzabet has always been most comfortable by moonlight. She has excellent night vision. She's often overlooked in daylight. Okay, I'm not going to talk too much more about Yzabet then. There'll be a couple of other references that I think are more relevant to Moth a little bit later, but no need to go ahead of myself. So I've got a few options on the table here. So I've got Glimmering, which goes away in 146 seconds. I've got some books which I can read. Those are never going to go away. And I've got Contentment, which will be expiring reasonably soon. I also have Sickness that I need to deal with, but I think the Sickness is something I can leave alone. So you know what? I'm going to... or the Erudition. Erudition's got 170 seconds. Okay. Let's combine the Glimmering. Alright, the Tigers of Wrath are wiser than the horses of instruction. If I spend time studying what I've learned, I could work towards increasing my passion. Fascination's the creepiest card. Is it like, are you talking about image-wise or just the idea of sort of what that means? Oh, sorry, why do I keep thinking Latin? Sorry, I know what happens. Fascination is Moth, so yes, it is the loss of coherence. I keep thinking it's Lantern because you can get Fascination from certain Lantern books. Alright, an illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered. One thing I forgot to mention, by the way, remember how we said that Winter, the principle of silence, endings, and those things that are not quite dead? Well, perhaps not coincidentally, Winter is tied to the affliction. These eyes? Well, we'll put it in a safety spot. There we go. Oh, Season of Vision's coming up. I got to find a way to deal with this. Okay. Some days are better than others. Sometimes the sky is nothing like a filthy sheet. Sometimes the river runs clear. And I've done good work. My patients are quieter than when I began. So back to the Institute with us. So I am going to have to put it back because I'm going to need to deal with this pretty soon. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. Now, if I want to get rid of this affliction on its own, this is a mistake I used to make. So I used to put funds and vitality in, and it turns out you just need the funds. So if I want, I can pay for medicine, but of course that means that I won't be paying for a book from Moreland's. To me, the question is, what do I want to do with the study verb? Well, I want to study. Clearly. Actually, you know what? Yeah, because I'm going to be trying to get this erudition and such, maybe it makes sense to pay for the medicine after all. because I do want to keep that study verb available for other things. So the medicine is dark and bitter as tar. It would be easy to suspect I'm being poisoned. All right, feed my imagination. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. Now remember, we got an extra passion the last time we did this, but they also said that it would be harder. So, a vivid imagination. My daydreams sometimes outpace my dreams. Use this with work to paint or with study, and 2 lessons learned to gain more passion. So we've got 1 lesson learned now. This is going to last 300 seconds. If we want, we can take this collection of poetry and we can automatically use this to unlock a lesson learned. I'm going to try and go a little bit. I'm going to try and be a little bit more. I don't know. I'm gonna try and do a little bit more with it. I'm gonna see if we can avoid using the poetry for now. So the question is, do I want to use up my erudition? I think I'm gonna wait on that. I might try the passion. This actually might be a little harder for me to navigate than I thought. So I got to do the reason if I want to turn this into a less... Oh yeah, I don't have... Yes, another reason makes perfect sense here. The world is awash with printed words. Even the newspapers contain knowledge sometimes. Now, you know, one thing that's worth mentioning is we've been studying some things, but we haven't founded a cult yet, or we haven't gotten further on founding the cult. We haven't pursued the temptation enlightenment. So again, it's nice to keep that in mind when it comes to thinking about what you want to do next. This is one of the things, I don't even want to call it a trap, because this is actually something that probably most of us experience, where you're worried about maintaining, so you focus a lot on work and just like not losing, but you're not going to advance in Cultist Simulator if you don't try stuff, basically. So there are some things that I'm going to do to advance my position. Right now, though, it does actually make a lot of sense for me to try and deal with this fascination. And we have a season of suspicion coming up. We don't have any reputation, so we don't need to worry about what the bad guys are going to do, or good guys in this particular case. All right, let's go back through the wood. The wood might wind up giving me some erudition or passion. It's not guaranteed by any stretch of the imagination, but we can give it a shot. Also, let's buy from Orleans. I want to prioritize Moorlands a little bit because I specifically want to make an edge cult, and I can't do an edge cult if I don't have edge lore. The word contained knowledge, now I contain it. Sorry, the words contain knowledge, now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. So let's combine our 2 erudition. This is very much like what we did with our vitality and our passion, so hopefully this would be an intuitive step at this point. I've picked up odd facts here and there. If I spent time studying what I've learned, I could increase my reason. And we still need passion for our trip to the woods, so we'll do that right here. Now, again, this is a lesson learned. The good news is that this will... So it lasts for 5 minutes, so it lasts longer, and it decays to a glimmering. So at the worst that happens is you basically just lose a glimmering if you don't deal with this in time. So that's why I was sort of willing to set aside my efforts here. I may still wind up losing it, but we can put a specific effort in to try and level up our glimmering. And that's assuming that we don't find glimmering through other means. All right, another day at the Institute. We'll keep going. You know, for a doctor, we aren't building much of a savings. We keep spending it on special books. So we've got The Humors of a Gentleman, Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, and the upstart Corvino. I think that might be a response to something I did earlier, Purple's art, but yeah, there is passion here now. I know I didn't put it in right away, though. Basically, as long as you have the... for those who might be confused by that, it's okay to not have passion in the dream right away. What you need is passion to be in the dream right at the time that it... right at the time that this happens. If you don't have passion in here, then you won't go to the Mansis. It's not always passion that you need, by the way. Some of these other doors may have other requirements. So let's grab the occult scrap. Again, it's not the most exciting choice, but I'm going to be able to use this. So I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears. And I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots, but I remembered that I walk upright by day, and that I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So it's worth mentioning, I forgot to reference this before, but remember it says here, a power of the wood enjoys the separation of lock from the scalp, and it talks about the scissors in the other one. One of the followers that you get is someone who used to be a barber, and it is not a coincidence that they are a moth follower. I think we'll just go back to... I don't know why I did that. We could do... By the way, actually, here's another thing that might be helpful. So remember, we'll talk about what Purple's art here said, you didn't put passion in your dream. So let's say you were worried, this is more of like, tips on how to play Cultist Simulator. And honestly, like I do need to maybe be clear. I haven't said this as much as I have had on other ones, but I should probably say this now. Like, one of the things I try and do with these broadcasts, even if I'm covering early material, over again, right? It's hard because some people are already familiar with the game and they want to see someone play it, and some people are, shall we say, like less, I don't know, like some people are trying to make a decision as to whether or not this game is for them. One of the things that I definitely can encourage you, and the thing that's the most rewarding for me, is the fact that, like, you can figure stuff out, and it can be very fun to figure this stuff out. So, to my view, and in my opinion, like, one of the best things that you can do if you've kind of made your purchasing decision about this game already, you can actually go and you can, like, just play it. I am going to talk a little bit about, like, best practices or some tips that I've found over the time, but, like, there's nothing, I don't really think there's anything inside of this that you can... that you couldn't get from playing on your own. Like, none of this is really going to turn you into like a Cultist Simulator master. And I don't necessarily, like, this isn't an esport. This is something that you probably want to experience. So, I mean, in my view, this game is it's pretty clear if you're going to like it or not within the 2-hour mark. There are definitely some people who've played it for a long time and they do still leave a negative review. And I don't think they're wrong to say that. I think in those cases, there are people who... liked some parts of it, but overall didn't find the experience, quite to what they needed. I obviously don't necessarily agree. I like this game a lot, but it's, everybody's individual tastes are going to be there. But, like, if you're worried about whether or not, you're going to get locked into this game you didn't enjoy if you bought it on sale, you'll know within 2 hours. Consider here that we've been streaming for about 2.5 hours. And at least half an hour has not really been related to the game, so you're probably going to be making a bit more progress than we have. And I think it's pretty clear here that by this point, you're going to have decided is like, okay, I'm into this. I kind of like the idea of the mystery. I kind of like the idea of playing like an occult villain in a Lovecraft story or something. And I don't know. I think at this point here, like you probably have what you need to be able to go and get to the Mansis, get all your verbs, and decide what you want to try and do, how you would play the game differently from me. But with all of that in mind, let's address this as a potential problem that I've run into, which is I know that there's something that's coming up that's potentially going to pull passion away, right? Like one of these magnet cards, which will take away a card that I want. Well, in the case of a dream, I want to make sure that passion stays there. So one of the things that I can do, at least in the case of the wood, is I can dream with passion. The moonlit road, I know this dream. A road crests a hilltop and the air is silver bright. So I've now locked this passion in. And what I can do... Oh, hang on. I think I messed up because I can't... Oh, no, yeah. No, I still can. It says lore, but you can use away. I could have found that out just by looking here. But you can put in the wood. Now I pass between the scar-barked trees. The moon passes behind the branches, though her fingers remain in my hair. I'm stumbling over roots now. It is tempting to drop to all fours to avoid the low branches. Pale wings move deep in the night. So in this case here, we've got the way, the wood, and we've locked in the passion, so we know no matter what happens on the board here, if something wants to take a passion, they either need to take this one, which is currently exhausted, or they simply don't have the passion satisfied. Although, again, perhaps you want to keep that passion available because you do actually want to take advantage of that thing. So this can be a double-edged sword. But that's a... You know, again, that's not something you need to know to play this game well. I have played sessions where I didn't adopt that approach, and I was able to get through fine. But if you care about those little efficiencies, that's one way of being able to make sure that you lock in your passion and that you're pretty much always going to make it to the wood no matter what. My mind, the library. So I'm flush with clever quotations. Use this with 2 lessons learned to gain more reason. So if you notice, this is kind of this is the same thing each time, right? 2 lessons learned, 2 lessons learned, 2 lessons learned. By this time, we've now learned this is how you upgrade your traits. Of course, we don't have any passion right now, so we can't really do much about that. But, so the question here would be, do I want to use the collection of poetry, or do I want to try and get something else? Yeah, I guess I really didn't think things through with that passion, so maybe I am going to have to read the collection of poetry. Let me just work out the timing here. So we've got 171 seconds left. If I just generated glimmering through study, I would need 120 seconds to generate the glimmerings, and then 60 seconds to combine them into a lesson learned, at which point this would decay. So it's possible we'll get a glimmering through other means, but let's just read the collection of poetry. You know, we own it, we might as well use it. It is a little weird, though, to use a glimmering here, because two glimmering lessons learned aren't that hard to get. But in my case here, I kind of want to make some progress. I'm also really bad. I'm kind of like, you know, it's like an RPG. Like, I just wind up hoarding everything, so... Okay, we know restlessness is going to be coming up with the season of ambitions. This is the season when the winds of the wood reverse direction, a time when appetites and mortals both rise. And we've continued our work. So I am a little curious here. Let's see what happens if I put my temptation in the... Hey, Lama, thank you very much for stopping by. I've noticed that it looks like we're kind of at a bit of a low point in terms of the viewership, but I also know because we are in a... Like, we're part of a much bigger fest. And I mean, for crying out loud, Inscription is streaming too. Like, that is a really tough one to... that is a really tough one to kind of compete with. But I'm definitely going to be here. I'm definitely going to be here for as long as I was scheduled. And I'm also going to be, you know, I'm going to be broadcasting the game, sort of for some extended time. As long as you keep watching, as long as you keep wanting to see more Cultist, I'm gonna be handling it. But I don't think we're gonna be breaking the front page like we used to. I think we're at we'd need to like have 8 times as many people watching. But yeah, for those of you who need to go, thank you very much for watching. I appreciate it when I hear that, because it gives me a chance to say thank you personally. But sorry, I'm just taking a second to stretch. All right. So, work-wise, what do I want to do with it? Let's take a look what happens with the temptation. So, the final fulfillment of a desire is often a conclusion. It is not enough to hope. I stand or fall on my deeds. Desires are often the means of winning a game. The desire for sensation or power or enlightenment will require a great ritual, but there are other, even rarer desires, especially in the Ghoul, Priest, and Dancer expansions. So not too much for us to see here. It is a valid input to the work, but we can't really do it on its own. And it makes sense, right? So what are we trying to do here? Well, you know, again, this game is really about your ambitions, your desires, your wishes. You know, what is the thing that you're trying to do and really special? This could be an opera that you want to write. It could be a book, a short story. It could be a video game that you want to make. One thing that was actually really encouraging when I started playing this game was there are a few people who used to watch my stuff on Twitch, and they actually said that this game inspired them to make a game. I don't know what happened to it. I hope they actually saw it through to the end, because I know game development is not easy, and it's very often easy to get discouraged. And I hope that didn't happen, because it's nice to see people succeed and to see people follow those ambitions. But this is a little bit like saying, it's like, okay, I am going to make, a Hollywood blockbuster. Well, okay, great, but there might be a few intermediate steps towards making a Hollywood blockbuster. Having a camera might be a good first step. Understanding how that camera works, or hiring, a camera department that has a pretty good idea of what's required to light a scene, and so on and so forth. So in this case here, you can't just go, work, yes, I have achieved, this transcendent enlightenment. You actually have to take some intermediate steps. One of those might be founding the cult. So not much we can do with that here. We'll see if we have other things available once our verbs become available. But again, we've been working on developing ourselves. We've been building ourselves up, and that's why we haven't been following the ambition. I should go back to work, though. And because we've earned our pay, let's go back to Moorlands. Our the occupation of the tying up of the study verb, that's going to end reasonably soon. I really should see whether or not the glimmering trick works with the buzzing in the brain. It's too late now for this, but I should try it in a safer area. Let's go back to let's go to the Temple of the Wheel. A subtle flaw. Laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. A second-order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Last night I came in the wood to the high jagged rock called the Temple of the Wheel. Its flank, patched with black lichen and eye signs, opened like a mouth beneath my hands, and I walked in the whispering space within. The gods who were stone, the first of the hours, are almost all gone now, but here their voices remain. Wheel, Flint, Tide, and the others without names. So not much we can do with this knock influence, but remember how we were kind of talking about what those influences kind of might appear like in the real world? Well, the shoelaces untying is an example of that. So, what do I want to do with my dream slot? I think probably just going back to the Mansis. This is a nice way for me to get some Secret Histories lore. My name just now is clear, and any guardians remain in the shadows. Now again, it's worth remembering we still have this fascination to deal with. In this case, the Season of Ambitions is going to help me, and it's going to be in a very indirect way. But read poetry, glimpses. So we will study with our vivid imagination. We're going to combine the two. Glimmering. Who desires but acts not breeds pestilence. So in 1 minute, we're going to upgrade our passion. We'll have a second one. Or I guess a third one, and we'll have a higher level of imagination. Found something noteworthy, so we've got yet another collection of poetry. The poet himself makes himself a seer by an immense, long, deliberate derangement of the senses, the opposite of wisdom, thankfully. We can probably afford another trip to. You know what? Maybe not. I'll wait till payday. I actually had this happen to me. I wanted to buy. I've needed a replacement for a laptop. I not only was ready to buy it, I actually bought it. I put in the order, but it was a custom job. So there's that time between like the order and the processing, and I decided, you know what, paying down debt's better than getting a new computer. Like I am currently at a work from home because of the situation in the world right now. And I hate it, but like this is, this has no significance to the story whatsoever, right? But remember, I guess the way that I can maybe angle this is like we're talking about subtle flaw, laces uncoil, windows swing open, locks move as if oiled. So it's like not like, what I don't want to suggest is like, you'll be walking down the street one day and your shoelace will become untied and you're like, aha, I have been blessed by knock. No, it's annoying. It happened once, you go on. The idea here is that like you're going through the day and everything that can open is suddenly a little easier to open. And it's like, this is a side effect of something that has happened. In this case, something sort of supernatural. What I'm kind of describing here is just one of these little examples in terms of where the real world sort of creeps into something that I've seen in Cultist Simulator, or sometimes, Cultist Simulator will give me a convenient reference point, right? Like everybody has a Mr. Alden in their life, which again, we haven't seen in this playthrough, so sorry if that reference doesn't make sense. But, those times when you're sick, or, sometimes if you don't deal with your affliction will actually turn down, like your affliction will decay into something worse. It's a permanent effect to your health called decrepitude. So I did actually have to warn Weather Factory before doing this stream. And I sort of said, okay, I've been feeling a little sick lately, but we're talking more affliction, not decrepitude. So I was like, okay, this is manageable. But again, it's one of these things where, it's a convenient frame of reference. So essentially what I'm just sort of saying here is that, I had this experience. I'm like, okay, there's something I could really use. Clearly my character can benefit from having more lore. I've been talking about how I want to get the cult underway. I need a new laptop. I also need to pay down my debts. So, in this case, I actually canceled the order, and I said, it is better for me to just clear this out of the way, have it done with, and then I will feel much better when I go and do the computer. Obviously, that's going to be more long-term. It's a little ambiguous in terms of what the passage of time is, because clearly, so for instance, working at the Institute gets me 2 funds, and the rent comes due at a slightly slower pace than what I'm earning, which makes sense. But is it a day? Is it a month? The passage of time isn't quite clear, because the same amount of time to do an expedition within the city is the same amount of time that it takes to do an expedition on the continent. And clearly, so I live in Canada, which is quite a bit more geographically dispersed than Europe. It is actually possible to go into another country on a fairly short notice. But I think you get the idea, right? Like time sort of shifts around a little bit in terms of the durations of things. But anyways, we are going to go back to the position at the Institute. Now that I've got the money, I've paid off my debts, so now I'm going to buy the laptop. This just makes me happy to think that one day I'm going to get that laptop. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. All right, the watchman who is the door in the eye waits in my dreams. If I learn the lantern lore and I dream of this temptation, I can advance my purpose. The need gnaws at me. So this is, I think, a really clever little thing that they put inside of Cultist Simulator, right? You do not get told right away with the temptation, hey, this is how you level this thing up. When you do start getting restless having not achieved it, then the game says, all right, I'm not making progress on this. I'm mad about it. I've got my restlessness. But it mentions, okay, I can do this thing here, and this is going to be what improves my my level. I should actually see, I do have lantern lore, so maybe we'll see if we can upgrade this thing. Again, I wanted to deal with my passion first. But I think this is just a nice little way of making it, a thought that your character could presumably have. I mean, you, the player, are sort of the character. Obviously, again, it's the game that you learn while playing it. As you have about as much knowledge of the occult as your character does at the time you start playing. But I think I kind of like the way they've sort of weaved in these little hints. And it's why sometimes I have a little difficulty when people say there isn't a tutorial for this game. Simply because every time I look at stuff like that, I'm like, well, this is how the game pointed me to where I was supposed to go. But it's very different from how other tutorials are done, for sure. Actually, I'm out of curiosity, Crying Mantis, because you mentioned that this was the first win that you got. Do you know that Alden, is that a reference to the fact that Alden actually has annoyance on his character description? I don't know if you use those, but like when you put it listed under here, he is described like that. I just wasn't sure if that was a deliberate reference or if it just happened to be a nice little coincidence. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears, and I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose amongst the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words, and at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. Okay, sorry to read that so quickly, but I want to try and make some progress. Interesting. Should I dedicate myself to my purpose or focus my efforts elsewhere? So I'm curious if I dream with this with a lantern, if that pushes it. Okay, so reflection. Dedicate myself to the lore of the principle I seek or focus my efforts elsewhere. So I could give it health. I already have reason, but I could give it passion. Now, an appointment to a quiet parish. As long as I do not draw attention of the bishop through dereliction or scandal, I can draw a living here. This is the Priest DLC, which I am actually quite fond of the Priest, but from what I understand was the less popular of the DLC that was released. But yeah, I rather like this one. Like if you think your tastes are lined up with mine, this one is a pretty wild ride. But I mean, it's also a relatively inexpensive one. Like what's it on sale? I don't want to turn this into too much of like a selling thing, but I do want to give people a fair assessment of what I think these things cost. So base game's currently 13. So I'm Canadian, so 1367 Canadian. Anthology's 28.53. So you're basically looking for another $15 to get. Yeah, well, I mean, essentially what you're doing is you're getting the soundtrack for free with that bundle. Yeah, okay. Like, I mean, the ghoul is the priest is about $2. So I don't know. Like, I'm not entirely sure what your threshold for like potential disappointment is, but at this price, like, I think it's worth it just so you can have your own opinion on it, frankly. But I don't know. Like, I should maybe just mention, like, I think when I look at the reviews, the other ones have positive, and I noticed that the priest is listed as mixed, and I think it's because it's actually a fairly difficult one. But again, personally, and again, the only reason I'm saying this is because I understand that I have the bully pulpit on the store page. So, you know, I gotta be honest about my own opinions. I quite liked the priest, but I think it's also fair to say that this is not a view that is shared by everyone who has played it, as is evident from the reviews. I don't necessarily think you should put a certain amount of weight on those reviews, but I should probably just mention that because obviously there is a question in terms of where this stuff is coming from. So anyways, if you were on the fence about the priest, 40% off is a rather good price at which to try it, I suppose I can put it. So we will add the Watchman lore. I'll dedicate myself to the pursuit of knowledge. You didn't know there was a sale until you mentioned it. I was waiting to buy the DLC and I just picked them up. Very nice. Oh, that's great to hear, Crying Mantis. I have earned my keep. I don't get a sales report from Weatherfast. Like my affiliation with them is essentially they send me an email every once in a while saying, and that's not affiliation, obviously. They send me an email every once in a while saying like, hey, do you want to do the Steam thing? And then last stream they said is like, hey, we want to pay you to do this. So like again, it's a weird spot to be in when I'm recommending different DLC. But I mean, I hope they're getting their money's worth at least. I'm really grateful that they're giving me that opportunity. The anti-victory is your favorite part. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's other DLC like that. I mean, the Exile is crazy. Like, I really, 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 really like the Exile. That was like playing. It was like playing the early days where Cultist was like a brand new thing to me. It was like doing that again, and I didn't think that there would be a DLC that gave me that feeling again. So, like, if you're a veteran and you haven't played, if you haven't played Exile, now is the time to try it. But yeah, like, I think the priest does stuff that just isn't in other legacies, and it definitely gave me one of the harder puzzles that I had to try and crack. It was actually Lyraziter who has a credit on this game. He's the one who hosts the Frangiclave and also worked with Weather Factory for a period of time. And he sort of said, is like, you might want to read the update, like the patch notes, to see this. And that was exactly the kind of hint that I needed. It didn't solve it for me, but it did acknowledge that I definitely have some strong views about how this game works because I've played it over its development. And some of the things that I assume about how the game works are not actually true. So, does that mean I'm planning on giving an Exile playthrough soon? So I did. Exile was actually a stream that I did on Steam before. I mean, it depends on how this goes, right? If I lose, if I perish to this fascination or something like that, we can try it. I always like trying to do at least at the start, like one of the base legacies. So if it's a release for a new thing, I will do that for sure. If it's something like this where it's sort of, hey, we've got a tabletop game, this might be something you're interested in, it's nice to try and show people something that they might be able to relate to. But yeah, if I get a chance to do another run, I wouldn't be opposed to doing Exile. And I mean, as far as my personal plans for like stuff that's not Steam, yeah, obviously, I really like like Exile, and I don't have all the achievements for it. So just personally, I'd really like to play it. Soon though is a whole other question. Like my definition of soon is, I mean, I do 2 uploads a week of 20 minutes, so soon is kind of absent from my vocabulary on most broadcast stuff. But we'll see. I'm hoping people like what's coming up. Okay, we've got the War of the Roads 1450 to 1580 Censored Edition. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail. But numerous pages have been removed, the name of the publisher is blacked out, and an ominous slip stapled to the cover explains that Willis Ford has been excised. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about things that aren't exactly in the game, but I'm trying to remember if this was in an interview or if this is... Again, I couldn't tell you exactly where it comes from, but I believe that this game, once upon a time, and I don't know in what stage of development, but I think was intended to be sort of like a versus kind of game. And I don't know if that would mean player versus player or something that you play against the computer or whatever. But the possible origin, or at least the possible idea of the Secret Histories, was a mechanism through which these different sort of battles, these different games that would be played, could all simultaneously exist. So the idea of all this fragmentary history and all these different alternatives are essentially allow for, it's like Hearthstone, right? Like in Hearthstone, this one hero dies, but when you play a different game, this one hero makes it through to the end, is the one that wins. And that's never really explained, other than the fact that I think in the opening trailer that like the idea is that it's a game that the denizens of Azeroth are playing, that it's not actually a real battle that's occurring. Again, I don't play Hearthstone that much, so I could be wrong in terms of how they sort of make that make sense. But so in this case here, I think the Secret Histories was a mechanism through which these different games would sort of all be able to coherently exist together. And of course, this is a solo game. There is no PvP option. Although I think I did once upon a time write a suggestion saying that you should be able to buy a DLC that will, you can like pay once to like mess up someone else's game. I didn't get an exact, I didn't hear no, so maybe that's still a pending feature. Just a fun little bit of trivia that I think the Secret Histories were originally intended for a very different vision for the game. But obviously it's a useful concept. It's one that gets played around a lot with here, and I believe the setting is actually called The Secret Histories. So this game, Cultist Simulator, the forthcoming Book of Hours, and The Lady Vanishes are now all sort of properties that exist within the Secret Histories franchise. Okay. It's also probably why like Yzabet can die in one game, but be back for the next one. Okay, so what are we going to do with the study verb? It probably makes the most sense to read one of these books, but I just want to make sure that I'm not missing something obvious. Nope, I think we're fine. In the past, a score or more of longs were made. They brokered a peace with the Forge of Days, long enough to set England on a path of early conquest and eventual destruction. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. So, will this forwards work? So, one question you might have is like, wait, you're letting this restlessness go away. Why? Like, did you forget what you wanted to do at the Institute? No. In this case, it will consume a fleeting reminiscence, a fascination, or a dread. And in this particular case here, a little mellowness will quiet my light. So, paintings whisper, windows wink. I know that these things are not true, but how can I be certain? You can defeat visions with dread or fleeting memory. Otherwise, you will lose yourself completely at Fascination 3. So in this case, the restlessness was actually helpful. In this case, it decayed into dread, which allowed me to deal with the fascination, and as a consequence, I was able to get past that problem. We do have a little money left. We do have a restlessness now. I don't have quite the same argument for keeping this dread around, or this restlessness around. So I am going to try painting in this case. We've got some extra funds. It's going to be a bit of a lean, it's going to be a lean period. We don't have reputation. We don't have any reason to think that this painting will earn anything. But it does avoid us from dealing with the upcoming dread. This does mean I think I'm going to spend for the paint. Well, no, you know what? It's better. We won't spend on the paints. We'll take the paint budget and we'll use it to buy a book. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I might find something interesting. And Light's dedication. I've spoken the words. Each hour has its color, but color exists only where there is light. I will go where there is light, though it bleach me to glass. I've advanced a step towards a terrible ascension. So, we now have a dedication enlightenment. I've dedicated myself to the pursuit of higher understanding. I must see beneath the skin, whatever the cost. This makes enlightenment victory possible. I must be a true initiate of the Mantis. I will need to work with lantern aspect to allow the Watchman to see me. So, can I do it with dream? Yes, but I've gone as far as I can dream. I must perform the work. So, I think it's fair to say that with the lowest level Watchman's Secret, we might be able to make some progress, but we're not going to be going too far in all of this. So, let's go back to the wood, see if we can find something relevant to our interests. So I think we said, actually, you know what? I can afford to, let's see whether or not the paints come through. The royalty of England, according to Willisford, became sovereigns of the leashed flame, destroying or transforming their enemies, conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. The last few chapters are missing entirely. And here we did find another furtive truth, which is always nice. So we are dedicated to Lantern, so let's do the humors of a gentleman. Just a reminder, this is Samuel Savage's satirical comedy on the intrigues of the ailing but cunning John's son, his mistress Mavelyn, her lover Leo, the upstart Corvino. What's really funny, actually, is that for some reason, I always associate this with Machiavelli's The Mandrake. I'm pretty sure it's The Mandrake. Should maybe just double check I know what I'm talking about. But it's almost certainly not. It's probably, I'm assuming, something more kind of like, restoration area, like a, John Wilmot or something like that. But I have no idea why... I still continue to this day insist to kind of associate it with it. Also, I just think most people don't know that Machiavelli wrote a play. By the end of the first act, Mavelin has revealed a secret door in the walls of the house to Leo, and Corvino has taken to consuming worms. Also, knowing, I mean, it's, I think Lottie Bevan has a degree in English literature, and I know Alexis Kennedy has read a lot. So I'm assuming the actual inspiration for this is some incredible work that is actually really, really good and I've never heard of. So any of those references that I made are almost certainly not right. But yet for some reason I continue to associate it with a mandrake. I don't know why. All right, I found something noteworthy. Kerner and Goethe. Okay, this is actually really interesting. And again, so there's I think it's called the Perseus Digital Library at Tufts. So if you want to read, as one does, ancient Greek and Roman, basically classics, if you want to read classics in either translation or in their original text, there is a digital archive of all of this, which, again, the Perseus Library. So I was going through this for a project, and I actually found Kerner and Goethe, and I had no idea. That it was a real work. It was I just assumed that this was something that I think I maybe even thought, I was like, well, like, is this a reference to like Diels Grants or something? So Diels and Grants are kind of people responsible for the numbering system for a lot of ancient Greek text. But again, I did like a couple classics courses in school, and that was about it. Like, I'm not a specialist by any means. Although I believe Matt Hosty is one of the people with a special thanks in this game. So, Kerner and Goethe, ausführlich Grammatik der griechischen Sprache, I think, a Greek grammar, an essential weapon for a ferocious struggle with a challenging language. So needless to say, right, like in a game where you can have fascination and, the doors of vision swing wide, the paintings are talking to you and all of that, I'm going through the Perseus Digital Library looking for something. And all of a sudden, Kerner and Goethe is sitting there looking at me. It gives one pause, let's say. A book that you think is fictional suddenly showing up in this repository. Obviously, then I'm like, oh, okay, that's actually based on a real book. I had no idea. And, I kind of went on with my day. But there's definitely a moment where I'm like, uh-oh, what does this mean? Have I finally lost it? So the reason why I'm excited about this particular book is this is written in Greek. I now have the tools that I need to be able to unlock it. Also, there's one thing I haven't been doing with the explore verb that I should now. So it says here, explore the city with health or followers, explore locations, investigate possibilities of lore. Exploration is often unpredictable. So I've been using this for Moorlands quite a bit. I don't have any money right now. I'm doing a painting and I need to go back to work at the Institute fairly soon. So the fact of the matter is that now is not the time for me to be buying some books. Now is the time for me to explore a few other things. I mention this because if you are feeling lost in Cultist Simulator, this is one of the better things that you can do. You've noticed actually that I'm still learning things, so I'm sure at some point I might have learned that I can explore Fleeting Reminiscence, but I definitely didn't. I definitely have not made it part of my kind of my toolkit, and I would like to more often. Likewise, in this case here, like one of the things that I've tended to find is that when I struggle with a particular problem, one of the best ways for me, at least, to get the thing solved is to look at some of the verbs that I've only been using for one particular thing and try a different approach, like explore with health maybe. Or perhaps what I want to do is, see what they mean when they say explore with lore. Can I explore with knock? No, I can't. So it seems to be it's just a secret history thing. And again, if you want, you can just take the description or you can get a formal list of what you can explore. So secret histories, graveyard mouth, which is associated with the ghoul, the medium legacy, health, location, or followers. Violet is not a follower, by the way. Violet is currently an acquaintance. Sorry, not Violet, Yzabeth. So anyways, that's just a long way of saying, now we're going to see what happens when we put occult scraps in the explore verb. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift the clues out of history and rumor. Alright, so this was exceptional work, apparently. Recent work has drawn some attention. Something should sell. Well, it looks like it didn't. And for some reason we got overexposure. I didn't think that could happen. So there's Mystique. So this is some reputation. There's a Glimmering, more Mystique, and Passion. All right. So on net, I'd actually say this was a bad run for us because we've got... Oh, there we go. I was just impatient. So we got a small return for... we got a small return for our painting. Nothing too dramatic, given the fact that we already put one funds in. But it's better than nothing. So another thing I might want to do that with is I haven't been using the talk verb very much. Oop. Do I want to try my glimmering experiment? I'll need 60 seconds to get another glimmering, so no. But let's go Temple of the Wheel, I think helped me here. Sort of. All right, toes tap, all is brisk and all is well. In the wood beyond the walls of the mantis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen and crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers, and I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. So, again, we've already used the dream slot with, with our dedication. We don't really have a whole lot that we can do. We need kind of passion for most of the things we want to do with dream. I could use reason. Actually, you know what? I'll show you what happens. So, the wandering mind. There was once a man who said that the sleep of reason produced monsters. Often it is healthy to let the mind wander in sleep, but if I keep dreaming, sooner or later, some sort of monster will rise from my own fears. Okay, Season of Vision's coming up, as well as the current Season of Despair. All right, so The Humors of a Gentleman. The play is scabrous and occasionally hilarious. The characters are contrary and capricious. Many of the more resonant lines might well be formula of power disguised in plain sight. So we have an additional Watchman's Secret, so that's the same lore that we had before. And I think we're just going to keep going. I will eventually read... Actually, if I'm going lantern-wise, I should probably focus on that, unless I can get an edge text. So we will read Greek. Improve my Greek. Of course, I have a little Greek already, but I'll need more than a little. So 1 minute of study. So we can do a similar... Remember how I said we can do some similar works here. Oh, this is interesting. No, that's patron, not funds. I guess now that I've got the mystique, we can actually start talking about this a little bit more. I try not to do it so close to generation, but here I can live with it. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I like it as a resource. I can't really talk about the project that I'm doing on it, but it's if you like classics, like it's all the text that you want, and if you want it in the original, I don't know Greek or Latin, but I'm sure there are people here who do. So if you find it useful to have digital copies of that sort of thing, that's a helpful resource. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. All right. So this is the first time that we've explored one of the secret histories, and let's take a look at what happened. So we've seek out secret places of the city. The text before, there are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things if I can sift through the clues out of history and rumor. And here, this place merits closer investigation. So we've got Cater and Hero Limited. It's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. The machine stands silent. The building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. So, in this case here, again, if you want, we got a new card. We've got something that we'll be able to use mechanically. Totally fine. That's the level you can set at it. Where does this become interesting? Where do you think this is the sort of thing that you could make a movie about, or you could put into a short story? Well, remember how we got this occult scrap quite a bit. We got it from Dream. We usually get these occult scraps from the entrance to the wood. We're gaining some knowledge about the secret histories, some things that are maybe not necessarily written in a book anywhere. or if they are written in a book, it's a particularly, censored and sort of fragmented book. And we followed the knowledge that came from that, and we found a place in the real world, right? Something we saw in our dreams led us to a location that we can explore. And again, is it mind-blowing? No. I mean, again, you can make all these sorts of associations in lots of different ways. I mean, how many times have you wanted to write something or try and solve a problem, and a good night's sleep has been able to cover that for you? But we are starting to kind of accumulate a number of highly significant coincidences. And, as a consequence, we've got, we're starting to see some more options open up. And of course, it's maybe all the more resonant that when we do search out these places, they are very likely going to contain some kind of arcane artifact or something. So it's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. The machine stands silent. The building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. So this is a vault. This is a new type of card. So you are able to sort of send your followers to explore sort of secret locations. So it is still a location. And this is in the capital. So a secret place in the teeming capital city where I live. So we can do that again. We've got some money, but let's maybe wait till we've got another round in the Institute before we buy another book. So let's seek out another secret place. All right, I've done some good. When my patients are quieter than when I began. Jump in again. I probably should have tried work with the temptation, or the dedication, but I do want to try and get my financial situation a little more secure. The crowds of sleep. Profound and restful sleep. Tonight I will dream of a determined and distinctive tongue, but I have the measure of it. So let's now translate on what is contained by silver. A bestiary by Pomander. I dreamt of nothing at all. I woke and stretched and rose without haste. Those quiet hours have left me energized. So this was a little unexpected, but what this does mean is we now have an opportunity to upgrade our vitality. So what I'm going to do here, I'm not going to make the same mistake as with the glimmering. When it comes time to study... Oh, you know what? I may not be able to. I am just going to try studying this, but I'm going to let the vitality run down until the last possible second, and then we'll try and do the upgrade. In the meantime, though, let's try and do another trip to the wood. So, if you're curious about what happens when you have 2 seasons of visions, basically nothing. I don't believe they can stack on top of each other. Well, I know they can't stack on top of each other, but like when one expires, I don't believe the second one comes immediately following. So, all right, so we found Strathcoin's residence, the house of Mr. Strathcoin, a collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice might gain entry. So, once again, we kind of faced with a choice. We can buy a book from Moorlands, or we can go investigate another location. I think in this case we'll buy the book from Moorlands. We don't really have a way of exploring these locations quite yet, so I don't really need to add more to make it all work. Also, we've been talking about the knowledge, so I found someone who may be a kindred spirit, but I will need to win them over. Winning over an acquaintance requires your passion, so we had to give up one of that. Done some good. And we have the Viennese Conundra. Nico van Driel describes odd events in Vienna, the disappearance of children, epidemics of parasite activity, animal mutilations, nightmares of worms, the activities of a charitable organization, the New Legions, that funds the burial of the poor. Oop, wrong one. She proposes particular connections between these activities. So once again, we're going to take our funds. We'll buy another book from Morelands. My goal has been to try and find an edge text. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. And I prepared the text for study. All right, we're back to the wood. Now, if you click on this, it doesn't close off your opportunities. If you click on one of these, though, it's gonna click in what you have. Let's take a quick second at a peculiar rumor, because we want to know what this thing is. So this might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Explore with a rumor to follow up on it. So, moth aspect, it's an ingredient. Excuse me. And it has the aspect of secret histories. So, again, we've already been told that we explore with it, and there's an association between secret histories and exploring. But in this case here, this is another neat idea. You see someone or something in a dream, you follow up on it, and you find something in the real world. I will tell you just kind of in advance, this is actually a way you can find more followers. I'm reluctant to do this here, though, because it will also generate notoriety, which so far I've been able to avoid. So this is an option that we're going to explore in the future, but for now, I want to look at alternatives. Let's go back to the well. Okay, an awareness of appetite. Every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One might it might heave with crawling roots. On another, it will pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat-dabbled bodies of moths. Last night, I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on the surface, clots of grail matter. Sometimes when you translate a book, the text is going to be a little bit different. That's definitely the case on what is contained by silver. So a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. So dire bestiary of horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. And I think there's still some benefit to going to the woods, so we're going to just throw in there. And come with me. So more mystique, and we've now found Violet. Violet has always given unstintingly of her time, easing the pain of the dying. You may be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So if you like telling the story in the back of your head, this is a great example. Yzabet, we were introduced as someone who had hurt themselves in the Institute. Well, if Violet is spending her time easing the pain of the dying, it completely makes sense that this is someone who we would maybe find. This is somebody who would find in the context of our job. So there's absolutely nothing inside of the game that says you will meet Violet inside of a hospital. But you can kind of think just in the back of your head of what a day of Lord Percival Stab looks like. And, running into Violet under that, under those circumstances seems as credible as any other account. The only thing I really don't like is that we're over halfway on this mystique, and it actually took us quite a while to be able to get that. So we have one on the table already, so I am going to do this again, but I think I'm going to limit the number of times I talk about esoteric matters until I have a little bit more prepared. So again, talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. We have got the crowns, Victory of Crowns. All right, this is a big one for me. The reason it's a big one is I finally have this edgelord I've been looking for. So, good work. Let's do another exploration. A place in the city where I can find extraordinary things. If I can sift through the clues out of history and rumor. I will get a quick temperature on where everybody feels about this. I am debating on doing something like a lunch break. You might hear the crinkling. This is just because I got some soup. I don't really need it right now. but I also know, like, past a certain point, people might want to be having a break for themselves. So I'm curious if people would like to... sort of see... So, like, I tend not to spend a lot of time on breaks, but every once in a while I take a minute just to kind of get up and stretch and sort of, like, refill water or get a coffee or something like that. And I'm curious if anybody has any feelings. Like, would they like me to sort of plow through? Do they want to see me get to a certain point? Do you want to see the... do you not want to break at all? I'm just kind of curious if there's any general feeling on the people inside of chat. Because I definitely am not feeling the need to rest, but on the other hand, if other people are, and it's sort of this mutual convenience, it may not be a bad time for me to, just kind of time out within the next half hour or so. There are places in the city where I can find extraordinary things. Oh, sorry, I read that. And another work of the Institute. So we're doing okay funds-wise. Let's just take a look. So, great work. This would need the way to the stag door, and then it will need a lantern, a token of the merciless knight of the manses, which I think we could put reason in. Oh, that's interesting. Excuse me. So until we find a way to the stag door, we're not really going to get very far here. So then the question is, how do we get to the stag door? Well, maybe if it's another door, maybe we want to start taking a look at what we can do inside the wood. I am actually just going to follow through on this the normal way once, and then we'll start talking about some of the other things that we might be able to do. In the meantime, though, let's go back to our regular job. Again, doesn't hurt to build up some funds. Sorry, I forgot to mute my electronic devices. You can probably hear them binging in the background. Shouldn't take too long to sort that. Okay. So, what did Pomander give us? The virgins, maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. An appendix contains a rite which might be used to summon some of these entities, although the details of its use are not made clear. So we now have a Mansus Glimpse, which is a higher level lantern lore than we had before. A snatch of poetry, a single memory of a certain house that all of us visit at least twice in our lives. For one's first visit to the Mansus, this lore is almost essential. And the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him to take his sacrifice, precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. I don't think you should let me stop until at least I found it a cult. That is fair. Yeah, I wasn't going to take a break right away, but I just noticed that in about half an hour we're going to hit the 4-hour mark, so that seems like a decent division. I actually also don't know how long this was scheduled for, but like at this point, this is a throat clearing for me. Like I am not at all close to finishing. So one of the reasons why I feel okay kind of taking my time at the start is because I know that there's sort of like ebbs and flows in terms of viewership. And so if I get a chance to do some of the really wild and crazy stuff at a time when people are more likely to watch, generally that makes everyone happier, because I also know some people do appreciate the more detailed approaches, and of course those people are going to be a little bit more willing to sit through the lower viewership times. All right, the assassins are, according to Arun, agents of a power called the Coronel, a soldier of the Secret Masters. The accounts go all the way back to Roman times. So this will be a big one. Again, we are looking for founding principles which require lore. And again, I'm making a very specific decision of saying I really want to have, this particular outcome. And this particular outcome is an edge cult. You playing the first time might decide that you don't care about what type of cult you found, that you just want to found a cult. That's totally fine. But for me, I'm trying to pursue a couple of, if I can, just pursue a couple of extra achievements. Okay, let's go back to the well. So every sense is heightened, every sensation deepened. The well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it might heave with crawling roots, on another it might pulse with bright moss. On nights of the full moon, the waters are choked with the fat dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with dark and viscous blood. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. I did say I was going to try and combine the 2 vitality. I obviously blew that by pursuing the Victory of Crowns, but I also think, again, erratic accounts of the... Did I actually read all of this? Yes, I did. So, let's take a minute here. We've got the way to the wood, so if I have enough passion, I can walk the dream road to the wood. If I have the right knowledge, I might be able to find the way beyond it. So, we've got a path, so we can use passion, or we can use lore to try and advance. So, there's a few different ways that you can approach something like this. We were told that, when we read Pomander, for instance, this might be essential to our first visit. Well, we did use the Watchman's Secret. We did, I guess we used the knock. So, again, this maybe isn't necessarily our first visit, but we have been given this association between Lantern and advancing in the Mantis, so we can take a look. It works. Approaching the white door. There is a house in the wood. I know something of that house, enough to find my way to its light. The other thing, too, of course, is as a Mantis glimpse. You can also sort of say, what was the logic we used for the key? Well, we said, it opens ways, so maybe that makes sense as well. And then, of course, there's associations between the woods and moth, so maybe that would be a way that you could do it. Again, there's a few different paths to figuring this stuff out. All of them are legitimate. But in some cases here, we're really just being driven by necessity. Like, the Mantis glimpse seemed to be the best bet that we had, and it's actually also among the most powerful lore that I have. So in this case, it's not a bad idea for us to give that a try. But in this case, our intuition was, we followed one path to get to to a certain place in the Mantis. Maybe it makes sense that we would use the lore to get a little bit further. And that's exactly what happened here. So. Okay. This place merits closer investigation. So we've got a forgotten Mithraeum. Curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. So I'm not going to go any further in terms of my explorations. I would like to hang on to this occult scrap. But it's clear that there's 3 locations we found, and there's probably more that we can investigate. So instead we'll go back to Moorlands to buy things. Done some good in the Institute. Again, we can continue to work because we don't have the stag door yet. I should probably get my right. Now, it is worth saying, I can use the Rite of the Crucible Soul, and I can use the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow anytime that I want. I've got lore, I've got the occasional influence, I've got, acquaintances might not be willing to be sacrificed. But, I have most of the things that I would need to successfully do a ritual. The thing is just what do I do with the thing that I summon? It's not at all obvious yet. So, in this case, it makes sense to me, at least, to continue to pursue, work, earn more money, get more books, and make myself stronger for that time I do need to do the summoning. Alright, I am alone, but there is peace in that also. So, contentment. And we've got a collection of essays, so if the mind is a blade, then this is a whetstone. Yeah, we can afford it. Okay, so, Arun's scholarship is dubious, but she, writes pithily. Incidents of sudden and violent death are interspersed with aphorisms. Hours don't dream, long try not to. And there is our knife's secret. So, what is the founding verb looking for? Choose founding principles. Tradition and compulsion, old, new, or both together. Add lore to determine your cult's founding principles. So, establish the Church of the Bright Edge, an occult society dedicated to the hours of struggle and conquest. Study-wise, let's continue on. We'll read the Viennese Conundrum. When the individual K attends the meetings, black dogs are sacrificed and quartered. When the individual M is in attendance, black mares are found with their throats slashed. I propose that these sacrifices are not necessary, but that our Legion friends may consider them fitting, herewith diagrams of the mutilations. And we have found Victor. So again, not necessarily something that's intended inside the game, but Victor is a sly fellow, and he knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. Right around the time we start founding a cult of Edge, well, it turns out that this Victor fellow shows up. Some of you will know kind of what Victor's aspect is, and I'm sure the rest of you can infer it based on the coincidence, but yeah, this guy turns into an Edge follower later. But there's no way that you can know that if you are playing the game for the first time. All right. There are the bounds about the house with their mists and their traces. This is the rock called the Temple of the Wheel, high as a church spire, patched with black lichen and daubed with eye signs. I round it, and there ahead of me is the white door. The light of the house leaks around its edges. So, this is another location. Now, remember, I was still looking for occult scraps that I could use to explore with, so I may not necessarily follow the white door quite yet, but it is an option available to me. The biggest thing, of course, that we were looking for the stag door follows the white door. But if it took us a second level of lore, in this case, it's technically level 4 just based on the influence, but, you know, the next step, let's say, it's very unlikely that we're going to be able to get by with the same knowledge, so we're likely going to need to earn a little bit more. But in this particular case, that's fine. We've made more progress and we have more options available. So we'll go back to the way through the way of the wood, just because I would like to get some more exploration, or I'd like to get some more locations in the capital. And I think I'm going to skip trying to add more people for now, but I will leave that open as a possibility later on. I think right now, though, it'd be nice to get rid of the mystique. Okay, another collection of essays. I'm never too happy when I get stuff like that, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. Okay, so we gotta mind our despair. We are gonna get restlessness as a result of the enlightenment. But we also have a reliable way of painting. In fact, we could use our mystique for that if we really wanted. Medusa's riddle then, as I choose to render... Medusa's riddle then, I choose to render as what is not seen. There is another riddle, one I have heard rendered as what may be lost. I will delineate some historic attempts to answer it. These are in themselves, in some sense, sacrifices. So this is probably the most powerful lore that we've gotten so far. No, not probably. It is the most powerful lore that we've gotten. Intensity 6 Moth. The Ecdysis Parable. The Ecdysis riddle is what may be lost. Each Ecdysis Parable is an attempt to answer the riddle. And we do have a glimmering, so if I want to make an effort to try and double it up, I should keep that in mind. Given the fact that I'm going to have a restlessness and the availability to paint in 39 seconds, it may not be a bad idea for me to try and level up this glimmering. So we'll see what possibilities come up. For the time being, though, I am going to continue reading the books that I currently have. So my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes. But I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So speaking of exploration, let's do... Yeah, we'll buy another book. Study-wise, again, I could try the Passion for the Glimmering. I think we need 3 now, right? Yeah. Well, we have the collection of poetry. So I could read the 6 letters on necessity in Apollo and Marsyas. Let's keep building up on that glimmering. If the painting doesn't turn out, we can abandon it, but... Okay, there's the occult scrap I needed. I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears. I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots, but I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words. And at last I had found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moss. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So this is working for me as far as the trips to the wood go. So we're going to continue on that path for a while. And we've got on the white. So this might give me something new, but we'll wait till we get paid. Again, I got to keep in mind the fact that we may not be paid for our painting. So if we're not using the explore verb, oh right, get a new location. Okay, so I want to be careful of this restlessness. So if I'm going to be doing this trip, if I'm going to be doing this painting, I should do it right away. So I've done my good. I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. And here we're going to address the restlessness. In this case, I do want to take advantage of the mystique. Now, the drawback here is that instead of decaying, these are going to be just sitting around longer, which means that there can be a season of suspicion that comes up, and a consequence of that is going to be that I have to, I have to deal with somebody meddling with my business. I've essentially just been trying to delay that as much as possible. I think having someone pursue you is unavoidable, but because I'm kind of taking my time doing this sort of stuff, I'm trying to push off the hour of doom as much as I can. But in this case, I don't mind earning a little more money from the painting, so I'm going to add the mystique. Wait, I'm out of passion. Drat! And I don't have 20 seconds. Okay, but I do have this passion. So this is, by the way, one of the reasons why I don't like locking in the passion, because this gave me an option. And we'll get rid of the restlessness. There we go. So now we don't need to worry about that. Okay, yeah, so the season to suspicion was coming one way or the other. I passed the time, I've been inclined to tears, and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So we are going to need quite a bit of excuse me, of glimmering. So I might want to use the passion again. Yeah, well, I'll do it just because these books aren't going anywhere. We will pay for the paints. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. And here I will. Well, you know what? This is the time to experiment. So, buzzing in the brain. In the midst of the journey of our life, I found myself in a dark wood without paths. It is difficult to express how wild, harsh, and impenetrable that wood was. I don't recall exactly what occurred last night in the beating black between the trunks of the trees, where winged things moved beneath my hands. But now this morning, my brain fizzes with fragments. Ingi rum imis noctet consumi mer igni, rum me imis nocte et consumi mer... So what I want to test is, can I combine a buzzing in the brain? Yes, I can. Cool. This is happening a lot earlier than I wanted. But we may get extra glimmering from the painting anyway. I have not shirked. Finished. This is something special. It may provoke a reaction. The recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, we've got passion. There's mystique. Bunch of mystique. Some extra glimmering. We got a contentment. There's the mystique we used as an input. No overexposure, which is nice. And 2 funds. I mean, it wasn't a huge return, but we're not short for it. It's basically just opportunity cost at this point, so. Okay. I'm going to have 1 lesson learnt, 2 lessons learnt, and I can read a poetry for the 3rd lesson learnt if I want. Or I can try and generate it naturally through either study. Yeah, I think I'm going to try and generate it through study, actually. So we also know that the mystique's going to hit us anyway. There's no reason to try to avoid generating it. We just generated some new ones. So in this case, let's talk about the Watchman's Secret and see who bites. Also, I should probably tend to the rest of the cult because they are going to want some inputs. But let's, before we do that, we'll work at the Institute. All right, so a sacrifice of pain. The hour we serve requires pain. I must give of myself. Here we've got St. Agnes Hospital. They did good work here once. Certainly there was a few too many amputations, but there are individuals one would prefer not to walk the city streets. I wish I read that. Oh, hang on. Is this the Suppression Bureau not taking an interest in me again? Cool. Alright, and my first recruit. A cult with 1 member is only an unusual habit. I must have a recruit. So as much as I would like to make Victor the first, Elizabeth was the one who we first met, so we will remember that by making them the first initiate. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So let's do... I'm going to study the passion first. Again, we've got some time on the glimmerings, but I'm looking to have 3 lessons learned. Oh, explore. What do I want to do? Well, I'm going to use my health. Crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll walk the streets seeking secrets until I can walk no more. Let's do the Temple of the Wheel. Cool. So I'm still looking for occult scraps, but getting furtive truths are nice because they are a little more difficult to get. Like it's sort of chance. If you like it, basically it's not something you can be certain on. So there's a couple of tricks you can use to sort of know where things are going to be, but I'm never sure if I'm never sure if I just get lucky or if there is an actual system behind all of these doors. Some are more reliable than others is probably the most accurate statement for me. In my sleep, I came to the high-jagged rock, which is still called the Temple of the Wheel, though the hour called the Wheel is long extinct. Another hand had scratched a secret in black lantern on its flank. I burned that secret into my memory to preserve our waking, before the violet came out of the velvet wood depths and erased it. The velvet is jealous of her secrets. Okay, now there is a small argument for me to keep the dream verb open for my health. But I do... Oh, and I also don't have passion. That's fine, I will have passion within a minute, so... Our rise begins! I have founded my cult. This is the step to a greater power. Use your cult to recruit and to promote followers. Talk to followers about your cult to send them out on cult business. So, we've got Elizabeth, who is now a believer. Elizabeth sleeps in fits and starts. She rises at dusk to do things Elizabeth does. We have an injury, so this is the first time we've encountered this, so I need rest and nourishment if I am to recover, but the Mother of Ants looks kindly on wounds. Dreaming with an injury before this card fades will also allow you to recover health. So what's interesting here, right, is that you have, where it says here, the Mother of Ants looks kindly on wounds, like what do they mean by that? Well, this injury has a knock aspect, so... The knock permits no seal and no isolation. It thrusts us gleefully out of the safety of ignorance. The knock is the principle that opens doors and unseams barriers. So the injury, as an opening, does actually have knock influence. That comes up quite a bit in the priest. Let's leave it at that. So, all right, we have a headquarters, temporary headquarters. Our business is private. We could use somewhere more secret. And the Church of the Bright Edge. An occult society dedicated to the hours of struggle and conquest. You can use cults with the talk verb to recruit or promote followers, to send them out on errands, to gather resources. A believer can be promoted to a disciple. A few gifted disciples can be exalted even higher to assassins. All right. We are getting... So it's 10 minutes before the 4-hour mark. Do you mind if I take a couple of minutes? I'm going to get up. I'm going to stretch. I'm going to get some water. I am planning on, like... This small break is going to set me up for like the next 4 hours. So it won't be long. I'll try to keep it like shorter than 5 minutes. But given that our rise officially has begun as a cult, this seems like a decent breaking point. And I know the drawback is that when I do something like this, it really does kill the viewership. I know people don't like waiting. Obviously, if that's you, thank you very much for the time that we've spent together. But I think this seems like a fairly decent sort of breaking point. And then what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the summoning alien gods bits and things that maybe are a little bit more related to the cult in the second batch of things. So I'm going to leave you with the wonderful soundtrack and the board. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll maybe try and communicate in chat. But I do encourage those of you who might be feeling the same. Now would not be a bad time to actually like stand up and stretch, like just otherwise move. If you don't have some water, maybe refill that. And for me, I'm going to just try and get like a proper lunch as opposed to just picking away at a bowl of oatmeal over the course of a few hours. I'm going to get some proper food, and I noticed that there were a few messages that I got that I need to deal with. So again, no more than 5 minutes, and I'll try and be back earlier than that. So see you all in a bit. All right. Really sorry about that. That was a little longer than 5 minutes, but I got a call partway through, so not great. Let me just take a second here to make sure everything's reloaded. So yeah, we did lose quite a few people on that. Well, that's fine though. Thank you for those of you who decided to stick around. Sorry, I just gotta... Napkins are definitely helpful. But yeah, I am... Basically, I'm hoping to be a little bit more peppy. I hope to have a little more animation now that I've got a proper dinner. Feeling a little less scrambled than I was this morning. So, where are we at? We've been playing, and especially for those of you who are maybe just joining us. So we're playing the Physician Legacy, which is one of the legacies in the base game. It is, however, not your starting legacy for this game. So, in this particular case, we've got a character who had a particularly difficult case, a man named Ike Upscribe. And he started looking at the notes, and all of a sudden those notes started making maybe a little bit more sense than they should have. And so, over time, they start pursuing this interest, and they start finding out some of the things that maybe Ike was looking at. And this has now led us not only to having an insight into sort of the secret world, sort of beneath the skin of the one that we have, we see in day to day. But rather, they've become so dedicated that they have now actually founded a cult, the Church of the Bright Edge, which currently has one follower, Yizabet. But we will definitely be getting more. So at this point here, we have well and truly crossed from just an ordinary doctor into somebody who, has definitely taken a pretty significant step towards something bigger, which in this case for us is the Dedication Enlightenment. But there's some other things that we need to be doing. So right now we have the ambition, and we are starting to gather the people who will be helping us out, but we're still not really at a point where we're going to be able to push past some of the levels that we needed. So for instance, we needed to be a no. We need to have gotten to the stag door. Well, we're still only at the white door, so we have a few other things that we need to do there. The next few turns are going to sort of look like the previous ones in terms of building up our strength, but we are starting to get more material, which allows us to make a big push in terms of getting some extras. More importantly, now that we've got believers and people who we can upgrade, we are going to be able to start pursuing some of these locations and the items contained within. But again, those are more long-term goals. There's no promise that we'll get to an end. There's quite a bit in this game, so unless I'm really deliberately trying to do things as fast as possible, it's quite difficult to actually do a full playthrough, start to finish, within a single broadcast, even the long broadcasts that I do tend to do on Steam. But this will hopefully give you a bit of a flavor of what maybe some of the later stuff looks like in terms of, being able to do summonings and rituals and whatnot. But I'm not going to push to do those when it would be unnatural. So let's get on with it. So I've got to wait for my passion to come back, and then we can put that on our expedition. All right, this is helpful. So the Course of the Heart. Now, this is a neat one. This is very subtle, and it's hard to pick up. Well, I guess that's what subtle means. This is a game about words. But basically, every once in a while, you will notice these events come up. This is the Course of the Heart. Whenever the principle of heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. And generally, what happens here is when you have certain principles that are in an action. So for instance, here, heart had heart, or health had heart, or reason has got lantern, for instance. With that, when that principle is sort of invoked, there's a chance of one of these things popping up. So there's one for moth, there's one for grail, there's one for lantern. I don't think there's one for winter. But anyway, those are the ones I can think of off the top of my head. But basically, taking certain actions and invoking certain principles will, by and large, increase the likelihood that you have some of these events. And the heart one is particularly helpful because it gives you vitality. Vitality will be the thing that you can cure injuries with, or things that you can, upgrade your health with, turn that into a lesson learned, let's say. So if you can do things with heart, it's helpful if you're looking for vitality. Just like if you're looking for erudition, doing more things with lantern can be helpful. And again, it's hard to get a read on because it is something of a random event, but you can definitely do some things to make it a little more likely than others, let's say. Okay, so we've got an overlooked place. We can explore that. There's not a whole lot that we can do with explore otherwise right now, so... The streets are strange in the hour called the Meniscate. Okay, so an acquaintance. Come with me. So that unfortunately leaves me without passion for... Oh no, we've got 1 second, so... It's a tight timing, but I can definitely make it work. Well, we'll also have the passion after the study's done, so. So this will be another excuse for me to paint. My own heart pumps more strongly today. All right, visions pass me with pavane grace, a window over a wood, garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So, this resulted in a fascination. I can get rid of that almost immediately by combining it with the fleeting reminiscence, which is good, because I don't really want that to be kicking around. We do have another season of Suspicion coming up, so we'll see whether or not we've been getting lucky or if there is actually something happening with the... If there's something actually happening with the hunters. And my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So there's a restlessness. Now we could let that decay and deal with the fascination, but we may already be able to deal with the fascination through other means. So let's try another... Street Strange by Moonlight. I pass the time, I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. And there is another glimmering for me. So if I don't want to lose this glimmering, I'm going to have to double these up. And this is one of the reasons why, ideally, what happens is I take this fleeting reminiscence and I kill the fascination with that, and then I can use the restlessness to paint and hopefully get another glimmering. So again, this is more of a long-term sort of thing. I don't think somebody who's new to Cultist Simulator may think of these cards this way, but it is definitely helpful to think a couple of moves ahead when you're dealing with things like what am I trying to say? When you're dealing with potential sort of side effects of your actions. So actually, in this case, I'm going to take the buzzing in the brain because that gives me something I can combine with the glimmer. I already combined this, didn't I? Okay, that's fine because we can just combine it with this other one, and we get the. We don't need to worry about the painting anymore. In the midst of the journey of our life, I found myself in a dark wood without paths. It is difficult to express how wild, harsh, and impenetrable that wood was. I don't recall exactly what occurred last night, in the beating black between the trunks of the trees where winged things moved beneath my hands. But now, this morning, my brain fizzes with fragments. Ingi rum imis nocteet consumi merigni. Rum imis nocteet consumi mer... So, I guess the question is, do I want to still try and do that painting? No. I want to keep going down this path so I can get my occult scrapped. Oh, I forgot about the injury. I also forgot about the fleeting reminiscence. So this was a doubly boneheaded move, but it's fine because, well, it depends on what comes up, but we should be able to survive most of this. There's another glimmering if I need. Ooh, that's gonna create some trouble. Old and happy far off things is gonna turn into a restlessness. All right, and we've got Cat Caro. Cat Caro, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. So there's the passion. We've got our Watchman's Secret back. There's the mystique. So I'm curious to see what happens here. And then talk-wise, let's keep going with the lantern. Okay. Exploration. What do I want to try and do? I'm okay buying a book because I'm going to be going back to the Institute. I'm not going to be painting away the restlessness anymore. And Season of Vision's coming up, so ooh, that's going to be tricky. All right, so an adversary. Someone is meddling, so my reputation has gotten away with me. Or from me. Let's... Okay, so this is going to be a little hard to manage. I do need to make sure the injury is kind of taken care of. It may mean that the fascination gets picked up, then the dread, but the risk is that there's a season of despair that pops up. Yeah, and overall, I just want to make sure... I need to think a little bit about the order in which I'm doing things, so I'm going to pause quite a bit, and I may not explain as much, but I'll do my best to sort of... I'll try and do my best to sort of explain the logic when it becomes relevant. So... We've got a lesson learned, so there are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So this is our other lesson learned. We need a third to get our wild imagination moved up. I do want to get rid of buzzing in the brain because that will produce restlessness that will eventually decay into dread. So we already have one dread on the board, potentially a second, and we want to use the work slot if we can to earn money rather than paint, but you know, we deal with the circumstances as they are. So we'll use this glimmering. You'll notice that the glimmering that's older is the one, like they start losing their color. So in this case, I'll use this glimmering. So that'll get me my third glimmering. That'll allow me to upgrade my passion. Now, what's the next thing that I want to do? Well, I do want to deal with this injury, which is going to require the dream slot. Another collection of essays, fair enough. And we do have the money, so we will buy another book. So again, I have to remember to deal with this injury, otherwise I'm in a little bit of trouble. Okay, the occult scrap, that's exactly what I want. So, I walked in the wood last night, and the scissors worked in the distance, and furred things crammed in my mouth and swarmed my ears. I felt the old urge to drop to wolf fours and nose among the roots. But I remembered that I walk upright by day, and I know fire and steel and words. And at last I found where the velvet had concealed a secret on tree bark beneath moths. I read it then with the tips of my fingers, and I think now that I could write it in full. So, we got what we needed from the dream. So, injury. We do need to still heal up. It says dream with it, but you need to dream either with vitality or funds. We knew we had the vitality, so that wasn't a worry. All I need now is time. So this is occupied for 60 seconds. I do want to get rid of the fascination and the dread. Now, we have a Season of Visions coming up in 18 seconds, so I know I'm not going to be able to get rid of the fascination by combining it with the dread. However, if we don't have a Season of Despair, the dread is eventually going to feed into the fascination. Then I only need to worry about the restlessness. If, on the other hand, a Season of Despair is coming up, then we need to think a little more carefully. There's a way through it, and I'll talk about it at the time, but that's the next set of fires that I'm currently trying to deal with. And again, it's very common if you start running into this, especially when the game is new. This is the sort of situation where you might actually see a loss, and that's fine, because even losses in this game will unlock things that you might not have experienced before. This is a game where it can be fun to lose, although I do also know when you invest a lot in a particular playthrough, it can be very difficult to experience a loss because you just feel like you spent so much time not getting what you wanted. Okay, so we've got Gartside's Sanskrit Reader, a lucid book which outlines a careful path through the thickets of a vast and complex language. We don't have any Sanskrit works, but there are definitely going to be some that we encounter, so that's a good one to have. Next question is, what do I want to do with my explore verb, and what do I want to do with work? So, in one sense, I can say I can safely ignore the restlessness because whatever dread I need to work, like, I do not have an immediate threat of dread, and in 56 seconds, this dread is going to go away. So I can have just one dread sitting on the table for no reason. I don't like thinking that way. I kind of like dealing with threats as they emerge. So we're going to paint away the restlessness. We learned about painting away restlessness earlier when we first encountered it. So, and in this case, I'm just going to purely use my reputation. I need to use my passion for other things. So the other thing that's nice too is the position at the Institute doesn't have any timer, so other jobs in this game will generally, you'll have trouble if you don't show up to work regularly. The position at the Institute is quite a bit more flexible. So whether or not it means that your boss is willing to put up with extended absences on your part, or it just means that you sort of have enough flexibility at your work to pursue your other duties, like maybe in your office you have like that secret room where you're doing all your occult stuff. That's kind of left to you to decide how it works out. Again, the timing on this stuff sort of is weird because, it's like how much funds is kind of hard to say. With the passage of time, it could be the rent, it could be dinner. Does a book cost the same as rent? Does the book cost the same as dinner? Does outfitting an expedition cost as much as the book? Like, some of this stuff, once you start like really thinking about it, it's sort of hard to make it all make sense. But again, that's sort of where you, the player, you let your imagination sort of drive how you sort of explain how your character does this. Okay, this is the weary detective. This is our current adversary. This gentleman would much rather be left alone with his pipe and his illustrated London news. But no, apparently some conjurer of abominations has to be hunted down like a mad dog, and apparently no one else can find the time. So, we now have a rival, somebody to deal with. I do want to move up my lessons learnt. I don't want to go to the street strange by moonlight yet because there is the worry that might generate another fascination. Well, if it generates another fascination, the dread will already take care of it, so. Oh, it's 30 seconds, drat. Well, no, that's fine because I can still use the dread to clear out the fascination that emerges, so we'll still be okay, but. Oh, sorry, I've lost chat. Just a second here. Hey, you're back. All right. I haven't seen anything since Crying Mantis said they're going to the post office. Just a reminder, I have had a little difficulty with Steam's chat functionality lately, so if you have written something and I'm not responding, it's likely because I haven't seen it, and I do not mind if you repeat it if it's something that you'd like to hear from me. Okay. So, feed my imagination. There are more windows in my soul, but sunlight is not the only thing that passes through a window. So now we have our 3 lessons learned. They are going to expire after a while, so I think we should... Oh, right, I'm painting, so I can't use it right now. But we can think about what our next step is. Maybe we should read the books that we have. So we can read On the White. So this is Solomon Husher writes, perhaps allegorically, of winter and its long, slow, doomed romance with the sun. The epigraph is Sunset at Noon. On closer investigation, the work seems to be a theory of aesthetics, or perhaps a set of warnings about the dangers of painting. And visions pass me with Pavane grace, a window over a wood, a garden of ice, a shivering sun, a woman of glass. I will return home with reluctance. So another glimmering for us, not something we really need. I'll just maybe try hitting it one more time. It kind of depends on what the result from the painting is. If we make some money, I can go back to Moorlands, and if we don't make some money, I might need to reconsider what my next move is. Oh yeah, I can also explore with the occult scraps, so let's go back to the wood just to see if we can get any more secret histories. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. All right, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. All right, so we didn't get any staleness, but we did get 4 fun, so we got a pretty decent payday out of that. Painting doesn't always give you paydays like that, but when it does, you feel really good about it. So, I think position at the Institute makes the most sense. If we're ever... so one thing is that right now we haven't done a whole lot with the work slot other than just go to work. Sometimes that's fine. If you ever want to say, well, are there some options I'm not really considering? You can click on it, and again, you've got the highlights saying some of the different things that we can try. Now, most of these I'm fine not doing. So I don't want to work at a work site. I don't want to go look for clerical work, and I'm not quite ready to do a ritual yet, although we are getting close to a point where I might want to try something like that. But for now, it doesn't hurt to get a little extra money because that's going to translate into more books, and those books are going to allow me to get higher and higher up in the Mansis. So, while we work on that, we'll just make sure that the bills get paid and that we're able to do the upgrades that we need. Okay, so we've got a hanger-on, not the most exciting option we could have found, but we don't get to pick who's interesting. So the description of the hanger-on, usefully malleable, but they'll probably never amount to much. We got a contentment, which would have been helpful with the dread, except that we don't actually want to get rid of the dread right now. So here we'll seek out a secret place in the city. And talk-wise, again, the Weary Detective's already on the trail, so at this point I'm completely happy to keep talking to people and seeing if we can find more contact. It's a slow process, but it's going to slowly fill... It's going to... Basically, if we can fill our ranks over time, a little bit like how we can slowly keep adding books to our collection and read them at our leisure, we're just going to sort of wake up one day and realize that we have a lot of resources available to us when we really need them. So I'm quite okay just letting this run on its own time. All right, on the way. Husher writes distractedly of his hatred of colors and his yearning for death. He hints at a great work he has envisioned, or begun, where the palest of paintings will enthrall the world. He returns again and again to certain compelling phrases which he claims are the secret words of winter. And this gets us the Sexton's Secret, which we've already got. All right, let's read the 6 letters on necessity, unless we want to do something else with the study verb. I mean, again, there is the potential of trying to like upgrade things. I could, whether it's my abilities or my lore, but I think reading the books that I already have is probably the best path. So, oh, hang on, what am I saying? Use those lessons learned. We got them for a reason. So, feed my imagination, fiercest. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desires. So you may see there that there is a... you might have seen there that there was an affliction coming up. So what I can do is I can start building my turn around trying to anticipate that need and getting a vitality so I don't need to spend money on it. So one place we've sometimes gotten vitality is the well, either directly from the well or indirectly through the heart influence. So we'll try that right here. All right, so it turns out the trembling airs would have come from the Temple of the Wheel. So the well in the wood is never dry, but it is never clear. One night it, heave with crawling roots. On another it might pulse with bright moss. On nights when the moon and the full moon. On nights of the full moon, its waters are choked with the fat, dappled bodies of moths. Last night I saw it brimming with a dark and viscous fluid. Gelatinous shreds drifted on its surface, clots of grail matter. Okay, so I think probably dream-wise we're going back to the wood, unless I can come up with a really clever way of... No, actually. Drat, sorry, I'm indecisive now. No, I am going to go back to the wood. There was something about the white door that might have made that an attractive option, but I'm going to hold back on that for now. Okay, more work at the Institute, so again, we'll just keep earning money. We're doing quite well money-wise, so this is where I might be willing to spend some money to cure my affliction, but there's other ways that we can solve that. Another acquaintance, and we have found the Congregation of St. Felix of Schuren, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot, tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. And sometimes so I've never really been able to find a lot of uses for low-level influences, but that doesn't mean that there aren't any. So second order influence, apparent to the perceptive, instantly recognizable to an adept. This can be used in some okay, this one doesn't say much, so that's fine. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I am sane if that means anything. No fascination dries your visions. So let's go back to Moorlands. We've got the money for it. Let's keep getting books. Moorlands is not the only place you can get books, but it is the most convenient for me right now, which is why I'm using it so much. There are definitely other places that you can find in the city. This is mostly a choice on my part, but in this case I think it's a good choice just because I have, we don't have a big stack of books we haven't read. 3 is not a very large amount by my standards, and I just don't see a need to complicate what's working right now. Okay, study-wise, let's do the health. Yeah. Skeleton Songs, which is also the name of Weather Factory's podcast. Poems of greedy delight, composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. And we've got another occult scrap. So, plenty of things to explore. Let's start there. We've got sickness coming up, but it's not quite where we need to act on it, so we will dream back to the woods. We're getting fresh air and exercise instead of reading a book, which is fine, that's intended. Okay, back to the Institute. This illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Now, you can notice how troublesome one affliction can be. If you take a look, I have to use this heart for the fresh air and exercise. I've already got the affliction, so in this case I do want to try and get my stronger physique. There's a few different ways that I can do it, but I'm just going to do it through the study means, because I don't see Percival Stab. I don't see anybody with Lord in their name being the sort of person who would go and work on a construction site. So, all right, Enid. Enid speaks softly, and sometimes her gaze doesn't focus on anything visible. It may be that you've dreamed the same dreams. So here's the mystique. And again, the worst that the weary can do to us would be, the worst the weary detective can do to us only happens when we have notoriety on the table. So just simply talking about occult matters doesn't actually give us any problems. So I'm just going to continue to talk with the potential followers. Although perhaps I should start recruiting some of them, because otherwise there's going to be a big backlog of recruitment that I need to do. I may need to paint away this restlessness. We'll see where we're at. Well, you know what? We don't have any staleness, so it makes as much sense as any, I suppose. Right, I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So again, decision time as to whether or not, you know what? I think I'm just going to keep hammering away for the vitality, and I think I'm just going to pay for the medicine. Alright, so we got a furtive truth. The velvet is strong at the well in the wood. The velvet is the hour that keeps secrets, but now and then she lets a little secret fall like a crumb at a feast. Last night I found a moss-clad rock written all around with the secrets of another history. I might give thanks to the velvet, but it will be wiser not to draw her attention. So, once again to the wood. Now the wood's not the only place we can go, but the white door actually requires health, so you can maybe see why I don't want to visit there yet. And this is a fairly important moment for us. We have found the Forsaken Reach. So along the grey banks of the rotting river, the warehouses wait. Perhaps I have identified one where an unusual cargo was stored. You found all the expeditions in the capital, although you can visit the Forgotten Reach several times. So this is, again, I say this is an important milestone for us because it means that expedition-wise, we've got everything we need in order to be able to send our followers out on expeditions. Now, our followers are not necessarily that strong, and they don't necessarily have the abilities that we need for them to sort of get the job done the way we would want to see it. But occult scraps cease to have the same value for us because we don't, like, the Forsaken Reach may be nice, but there are other places we can go to get more, more important upgrades, for lack of a better term. So with that in mind, I'm not going to be pursuing occult scraps with quite the same vigor that I had before, although there are definitely more reasons to go to the wood. So for instance, we could go for Furtive Truths. I might want to try and get some vitality. Even those rumors, I believe you can only get the persistent rumors from the wood. I don't believe they pass up to the white door. So, in the meantime, though, I think I do want to go back to Moorlands and buy another book. Although for some reason I decided that the Affliction was not worth following up on. I think I just went on autopilot. Okay. So here we're going to paint away the... Well, I better... Not fast enough to handle it. So notice now we've got 4 slots for the painting. That's just as a result of all the extra effort I put towards building up my passion, using all those lessons learned. Now, this is a big one. So we've found a patron. They take reason. Patron. This will be the first patron we've encountered. So there's a couple of neat things about these. All right, and we have found the Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 1, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. So if I want, I can translate it, but I think I have other uses for the study verb right now. We're just going to go straight back to Moorlands and buy something. I will pay up for the paints because we're doing all right money-wise. I don't always do that, but right now we can afford it. And more fresh air and exercise. So again, here I'm going to... So this is a fairly important one. I need to keep an eye on the vitality, but I also want to keep generating vitality so that I can use the lessons learned. So I'm going to do 1 round with this health, 1 round to combine these, 1 more round with this health, 1 more to combine it, and then we level up the health. And then of course there's the potential that we find vitality through another means, but in one way or the other, I'm definitely going to need another vitality, and we want to make this last as long as possible. Sorry to rush that sentence. I felt that sneeze coming. Okay, so Season of Despair coming up. I need to be careful that I don't generate any bad feelings. I'm going to go back to... let's try the Temple of the Wheel this time. Perfect. So Trembling Airs, this is going to turn into Vitality after 60 seconds. The toes tap. All is brisk and well. In the wood beyond the walls, the Mansis, a jagged rock... Sorry. In the wood beyond the walls of the Mansis, a jagged rock rears like the petrified remnants of a dancing giant. I trailed my hand along its flank over the eye signs and lichen and crude graffiti of the lesser wood powers. I felt the thrumming of the wheel, which has passed. It has passed, but something continues. So here I have to deal with the... I've got 70 seconds, so I'd have a 10-second window with which to handle it, but I never like leaving something like Afflictions to to me not locking in my dream properly. So we'll deal with that there. We'll get our passion back as well. Let's see how the painting turns out. Actually, I wonder if I can combine this with the Trembling Airs right away. I never thought to try. Okay, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So again, Mystique is just you being a, someone very interesting to follow. It's not enough to sort of lock you away. We really just made our paints back on that, so that's not as exciting. But of course, it is important to remember the reason why we painted was not to make lots of money. It was so that we could avoid having dread, because that would have come to bite us. So we go back to the Institute. And meanwhile, at Moorlands, we picked up Kittling Ripe and the Moldywarp's Grave and other stories. So I'm not reading these descriptions anymore just because I'll read them when I read the books. If it's at the point now where these are going to fall out of memory. So we'll head straight back to Moorlands and buy another book. I must have knocked over something dusty. I'm probably going to have 3 or 4 more of these come out, so sorry. Season of Ambitions. Okay, so we're going to have to deal with a restlessness before too long, and I am safe. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. All right, sorry, I'm going to just deal with this. Ah. I don't think this is the feeling unwell. Like, I'm generally feeling better, but I think my chair is really good at collecting amounts of dust I did not think was even possible, even when I try to clean it regularly. So I think if I bang it against a desk or something like that, I notice it really, really sets me off. Anyways, maybe this is why I don't use a cam, so that you see how filthy my office is. All right. So, the patron. I did say that this was a fairly important one for us. So we have found Count Jennings. Count Gottlob Jennings represents a continental confraternity of physicians and duelists. He could use your assistance. Now, I've never gotten a chance to see the duelist side of Jennings, but I'll just take your word for it that he's a mean fellow, someone not to be trifled with. So, there's a few things that make the patrons, the mentors, interesting. So in this case, he's got Latin scholar, a scholar of Latin who might be prepared to tutor you if you study with him. He is a patron, a figure of note in circles where I move. These two, so Latin scholar and tutor. I believe these are pretty much always tied to each other. And he's mortal. The long habit of living indisposeth us for dying. Thomas Brown. So one of the things that you can do with patrons, they will hire you for commissions, and they will give you a type of currency which is not the same as funds, but it is still useful in the context of Cultist Simulator. This is sort of the secret. Actually, this is a lot easier to explain to people who've seen the movies John Wick, whichever ones. Like, I think it's this concept exists in all of them, but like, if you've seen John Wick, you'll remember that there's a special currency that people will use, and there are certain things that hey, that's a good point. Well, I mean, we know there's at least one more game coming up. Perhaps we'll see more about the patrons and their activities in future titles. But yeah, so for some of you who've seen the film will remember that, like, there are certain things, and sometimes it's obligations. Sometimes it's just a matter of being able to pay for services. But a very similar idea exists inside of Cultist Simulator. Essentially, there's the currency Spintrea, which you may not be able to buy food with, but definitely you can get certain things done which you couldn't otherwise. So, I'm still going to continue on this path of talking about the arcane arts. Again, we already have the Weary Detective on the table, so generating some mystique is not the worst that could happen. Actually, I think I was going to upgrade some of these followers, but that's fine. We'll deal with that later. And I will also get a commission from Count Jannings. I just don't think I'm in a position to be able to do that right now, and I would like to get the funds. Okay, the Locksmith's Dream. Do I want to go back? No, I think let's use Explore for something else. But what else? I mean, I guess I could send Yuzabet to go explore. So this is something you can do with followers. You can't do that with acquaintances because they're not actually... Like, acquaintances are not people who will take orders. Followers are. Okay, I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Now, the first thing I want to test is to see whether or not I can combine Vitality with a Heart influence, just like with... I can! Okay, so again, I'm sure this was pointed out to me, you know, some time ago, but I never really associated the influence with being able to... with actually being able to use it with like Vitality or Glimmering or whatever, so these actually become a little more useful than I gave them credit for. John Wick would definitely have 12 edge. Oh man, that was such a missed opportunity. I could have named this guy John Wick. Or his lesser known brother, Jim Wick. Yeah, man, if I'm doing an edge... Okay, no, I think you just gave me a playthrough idea. I'm gonna do the John Wick run. Oh my god! Okay, no, this is a mod idea. So for those of you who don't know, this game is actually since its release, it's actually gotten quite a bit of extra mod support, and part of that was through the work that Lyra Zyder did for Weather Factory. But even over time, even in some of the most recent updates, Weather Factory has been adding continued mod support. So I was just thinking, like, you could have, you know, like a 10 edge artifact and it's a pencil. There's definitely some fun that you can have with that. Sorry, I realize that for some people, the Venn diagram of John Wick fans and Cultist Simulator fans may not have the strongest overlap, but it lends itself to some fun ideas, in my opinion. Okay, so when you explore, and I haven't been doing this a whole lot just because I've been focusing on other things, you can actually hire people. So in this particular case here, I could hire a bomb maker. We would pay, we'll pay them, and this basically gives me a temporary follower. They've got 3 edge and 5 forge, so actually a fairly capable individual. So perhaps we shouldn't discuss politics just yet. This hireling may be useful for some expeditions and can help with hunters and annoyances. The only thing is that it does cost money, so I'm not quite in a point where I need a bomb maker, but it's nice to know that I can hire a bomb maker if I so need, and you can do that through the explore verb. Okay, sorry. I'm really hoping that the sneezing stops. Oh, that's right, Purple. I forgot. I think we're at a point where I can actually go through the white door. In my dreams, I know the path to the white door through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass that way. I will need health to resist their chill. I'm abrim with vitality, and this is a brisk season. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. It is kind of neat to think that you've got the influence, which is kind of like your workout partner. Again, it's just, you happen to be in a particular state, and you are using the influence of the Mantis to allow you to achieve greater things. Okay, another acquaintance, so hopefully somebody who will fill out my ranks. And my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So if I need, I can paint away the restlessness. We do have a season of despair coming up, so I should probably be on top of that. And we have exercised the body, so in this case, I'm going to do the same thing straight over again. And then we can upgrade our strength. Better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. So, our first trip to the White Door. So, first thing, there's the icy atmosphere. Not really great, for me at least. We can get a description of it. So, the air crisps the skin, frost marks the glass. A 6th order influence, the signs are unmistakable. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. If unused, it will become dread. So, the other thing that we could do, we could go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, or we could go to the Orchard of Lights. I'm just trying to think. Lodge of the Sage Knight probably might... Alright, I'm not going to complain about some erudition. We can use that to... We can use that to get some upgrades soon. I could also try and double up this glimmering, but I do want to handle my health first. So in last night's dream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the White Door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the White Door. "How is it that I can speak?" she said to me. "I didn't come here through the White Door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else." And we have the erudition. I think the last time we streamed this on Steam, I made something of a big deal about the fact that you actually do know who this woman is if you read very carefully. And sorry, just a sec. I'm trying to avoid sounding too stuffed up because of the sneezing. No, I'm going to sneeze again. I know it. But yeah, so I do like keeping this a bit of a mystery because it does encourage people to read closely. But there's definitely some characters who keep coming up over and over again. And the game doesn't necessarily make it too explicit that they're the same people. But if you're the sort of person who's like, man, I really wish I could see... Like, I don't know if people have said this explicitly, but it's kind of been implied a couple of times where it's like, man, I really wish I could see, like, what you see in that game. Like... it's fun enough, but like I just, I don't quite see what you're describing inside of it. And one of the I guess one of the keys that I can give you to open that gate would be if you start looking for little mysteries, if you start looking for the little connections, that can give you that can give you enough motivation to start looking a little more closely at some of the texts. And all of a sudden, those are the times where you wind up, that's kind of where you start getting into this material where, like, you're getting, quote-unquote, into Cultist. The other thing, too, like, there's other ways of doing it. If you go to the Discord, you'll see some people who are definitely really into the lore of the game. They definitely will have some pretty extended conversations. There are people who've gotten far further in the enigmas than I ever have and probably ever will. So there's definitely lots of different paths and levels of engagement with a game like this. But for those of you that have kind of wondered, like if you need like a motivation for looking for certain things, being able to just hang on to little details like, oh, hey, who is the woman with the glasses? The System Shock guy said that that there is actually a hint as to who this person is. And again, it's not the deepest, darkest mystery, but it is something that you can pick up, and it's a way that encourages you to sort of look a little bit more closely at some of the text. Okay, so we've got Explore free, we've got Dream free, and we have got... So work will become available for me to use the painting with. I think I'm probably just going to go back through the white door. But what do I do with the Explore? Well, let's get another book from Morelands, even though I am starting to kind of get a bit backed up. I do need to remember with the talk verb to actually start bringing these people into the... Well, you know what? Bringing them into the cult is not the most important thing I could be doing right now. So yeah, I think I'm going to wait on that after all. Okay, so plenty of room for reputation. We will use the restlessness as the inspiration. And Season of Vision's coming up, so I don't think I have anything to fear there. But we'll be on alert just in case. Alright, and we've got Pope Clifton. A bellowing unorthodox Catholic with a mystic streak and untrimmed beard. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So... Sneak Passion. Now, under normal circumstances, what I would be doing... Actually, now, you know what? Let's do it. I think I do want some people into the cult. So, I'll take the Church of the Bright Edge. This is our cult. So here's our associate. This is the person who we want to bring in. To recruit a follower, I will need a little of the power that we revere. I might glean it from an influence or a tool or an ingredient or just the lore of our tradition. So any of these things work. And you can also use, in this case, again, ingredients, influence, or tools. So you can use multiple items inside of the recruitment. But in this case here, it's not that hard to just bring acquaintances in as believers. It's the upgrading that's a bit tougher. All right, so we have the first volume of the Locksmith's Dream, Light Through the Keyhole. So we'll do this in the proper order. Or I guess if I read them right to left, I guess I'll put it here then. We're doing okay money-wise, so we'll just buy another book. And sure, we'll pay for the paints. Again, we can recover pretty easily if we run short. Ready to grow stronger. Use this with a lesson learned. Use this lesson learned with your strength skill. So, this is what we'd been working towards. This is just a chance for me to get a little bit more health. And before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Next up, I think we're just going to keep doing this with everyone. So Cat Caro with a knife secret. So I will read the descriptions again just because it is kind of fun to see the changes. So in this case, Cat Caro, as she styles herself, earns a living as a stage medium and a fortune teller. She may have deeper talents. In 30 seconds, we will see what some of those talents might be. Let's grab the Furtive Truth, seeing as we could still probably use a few more of them. So if we use this as a comparison, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So probably at least 6 Furtive Truths is what we need. Many of the dead enter the mantis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the mantis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. So I do have the health, so we will continue the ascent. And we have an introduction to the histories. We're a little short on money, but let's see what happened after the painting. So, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this. Oh, but nothing is certain. And we still haven't earned any staleness. So one thing, first of all, you'll notice we're not making that much money with our paintings. But there is a danger in this game where you will develop what's called staleness, so it makes your paintings less valuable just because people are kind of getting tired of you doing the same thing over and over again, playing up to your reputation. So it is a concern, but in this case it's not a major concern for us yet. Oop, I'm not using the Explorer verb. I do have the money for Moreland, so we'll do another one. Okay, and nothing's happening next turn, so we get a little bit of free time. I should try and maybe do something with this erudition, but we'll wait for the strength first. Alright, so Kat Caro, a bright-eyed, watchful woman who recalls her dreams perfectly. And we will add, I think I'm going to go horizontal and then we'll go vertical, so we won't quite add Pope Clifton yet, although Pope Clifton is definitely one of my favorites. It's probably better to have a variety of abilities. So Violet. Violet has always given unstintingly of her time, easing the pain of the dying. And we now have the Orchid Transfigurations Volume 2, so I'll mess around with the order a little bit here. I mean, these also need to be translated, so maybe... I'm not actually going to hold this as all that serious of an order. Yeah. But, you know, here we go. The ones that I don't need to translate first, the ones I need to translate next, and then building up my ability to translate. Again, if we find Sanskrit books, that might be different, but we'll leave it there for now. Okay, what do I want to do with the Explorer verb now? Let's send Yzabet out just to find new adventures. Okay, I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. This is professional muscle. I'll break him in half. 5 edge. So, before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so that it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So, Violet likes to paint. She has a gift, although she's always been very modest about it. She never puts human figures in her paintings. There's enough people in the world. So, on to Victor, who probably is going to go on to do great things in my cult. But my machine, the body, ripples with power. So we now have a hardened physique. It's going to take a little bit more effort to get to the next level, but we do have more health for it. Now, study-wise, we can't do much with that erudition, which is a bit of a shame. We can start reading the books again, which is probably the most sensible path. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is, if I have an opportunity that comes up with something like an erudition or a glimmering show up, maybe I'll try and level up an ability. But I have more than enough reason. I've got the same amount of passion, and while it would be nice to have some extra health, generally we're doing okay with that. In total, we have about 3 health to play around with. So at this point, I think it's time that I started reading books again. So, an introduction to the histories. The 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschelt describes divergent incidents in 5 major histories. The prologue warns at length of the iniquities of one Julian Cosley, a former colleague who Hirschelt now describes darkly as a worm of worms. It seems Cosley advised Hirschelt early in the writing of this book, but Hirschelt later became suspicious. So we'll read that. And talk-wise, let's bring in Victor. So Victor is a sly fellow. He knows an unusual opportunity when he sees it. Okay, I don't want the restlessness. Ooh, this is a tricky one. Let's try the Orchard of Lights this time. All right, pulsing airs. A rising power, a reassuring energy, a 6th order influence, significant resonances or correspondences. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit... Let's try that again. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. So this might be, remember how I was saying that if we get an opportunity in the form of, an influence that will let us upgrade, this might be a time to start working on the health. So we will go back through the white door. Not ready to hire. So, season of sickness coming up, so I'm either going to need to pay for medicine or I'm going to need to get a vitality to kind of boost my... to restore my health. I think in this case I'm going to have to pay for the medicine because I'm going to use the vitality to... sorry. I'm crashing two sentences together. I know I'm going to use the vitality to upgrade my physique. Thus, I spend money on the medicine, and we're just gonna have to find some other ways to get the vitality, or more vitality rather. All right, Victor is a sly fellow but loyal, so now we can bring Pope Clifton in. And I'm going to make a slight adjustment to the way I've been handling things. So right now we've been sending out Yzabet. Now Yzabet is a moth follower, which means that the more we invoke this character, the more we're going to potentially wind up with old, unhappy, far-off things. Now, it seems to me that this is probably not how... Like, I probably don't want to spend too much time generating that, because that's usually meant I don't work at the Institute, and instead I just wind up... I wind up having to paint to try and get rid of the restlessness. So what I might want to try and do instead is bring along someone like Cat Caro, because Cat Caro is potentially going to have the Lantern event, which admittedly, as far as, we haven't run into it yet, but the Lantern event is one that gives erudition, and that might be something that I can use to upgrade my skills. So again, this is not necessarily one of the things that... This is not necessarily one of the things that you would notice on a first playthrough, but it is one way that you can just try and edge things a little bit closer to being in your favor over the course of multiple playthroughs. So, we're going to send Cat Caro on these expeditions, and we'll see if we can get some luck as far as generating erudition. Okay, and with Herschelt's introduction to the histories, we got another occult scrap. Herschelt identifies blood, silver, design, and the worms as the central axes of each of the histories, and claims that the so-called second history is the true one. Let's see... let's read the Locksmith's Dream. So... The Locksmith's Dream, A Light Through the Keyhole, the first volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The parallels in the mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and... Let's try that again. I'll take the furtive dream. Many of the dead enter the mansis through the white door. They wander the corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, and some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the mantis. I think there was a small interruption to the connection, but we seem to be okay now. I'm a little worried this will cause us to lose the recording, but anyways. A few record their memories on the mantis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night I read one of those memories. So once again we go back through the door. Small chance that the heart provokes an event that gives us another Trembling Airs. If it doesn't, well, that's fine, because we still... Oh, wait a minute, what am I doing? I said I was going to study Vitality, and then I went and read another book. All right. Again, I'm just not focused on what I should. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can't do anything about this now, but the parallels in the mystic dreams experienced by carpenters, masons, and other artisans, and what they purport to reveal about the architecture of the world. Sometimes mordant, sometimes funny, no one has ever explained why Gallagher devoted herself to this chaotic exploration of artisans' dreams. And Kat Caro found Oriflamme's auction house. So this is another place where we can get books, but we're not going to start going there yet because the books can sometimes have a bidding war, which means they become more expensive. And Pope Clifton. Now Clifton improvises new prayers rich with solar metaphors. He still shouts like a soldier and drinks like a sailor. So this is all of the... Actually, I guess we can bring in the hanger-on as well. No, we'll actually wait on the hanger-on because they're not going to contribute anything, but I do have some uses for them in other contexts. So we are going to take the opportunity to try and bring in more bodies, but it also occurred to me I should get a commission from Jannings. So the Good Count's fraternity in Europe is seeking particular research. To the Institute. Season of Suspicion coming up, but we don't have any notoriety, so I don't need to worry about that. And Heart Commission. So we don't actually have any heart lore, but I will get some before too long. And now we've found the Ecdysis Club, a cabaret with an occult reputation. So actually I should probably read these a little more. So Oriflamme's auction house. Oriflamme specializes in curios, perfumes, taxidermy specimens, and rare texts. It operates from a cramped new premises now since the destruction of the old one by an unexplained fire. You can buy or sell items at Oriflamme's. Oriflamme's is just simply a location. The Ecdysis Club, on the other hand, is a cabaret with an occult reputation. It has a moth aspect, it's the location, it has heart, and it has grail. So let's get Kat Caro to explore again, and we've got the commission from Count Jannings, so we're now going to start talking about lore so that we can try and get some more people to join the cult. Okay, we do not need an experienced swindler, as much fun as that would be to have one. If you don't mind, I'm just going to take another bite of my sandwich. I'm a little hungry. So we were looking to avoid the restlessness last time. That hasn't really changed. Now, if I recall correctly, when we went to the Orchard of Lights, that's where we wound up with the heart influence. So let's see if we can make it do the same trick. Okay, cool. Pulsing hairs. The subtle fracture is definitely very helpful when I want to summon things, but I don't have any of the sacrifices I'm ready to give up yet, so I'm avoiding that particular one for now, at least. There are some cases where I will where I'll do it. So sorry, just give me a quick second. All right, we just read the description for the for that area, so I'll skip it this time, but I will read it again in future. Okay, so we've got a Vitality, we've got Pulsing Airs. I am actually curious about one thing, but I'm just gonna take a minute with the Locksmith's Dream. So, time and again we hear that the wood, which arises from the world's foundation. All trees reach for light. What does the wood reach for? Is there a difference between light and light? I think the key to the dreams of the wood might be one of these, the one that isn't exactly real. So we got some erudition for reading the book. This is, by the way, something that does happen for some books, so if you can, it's helpful to try and take advantage of these and turn them into turn them into opportunities to build. The drawback is that right now I'm trying to improve my vitality. So I could abandon that effort. I mean, I'm not opposed to saying let's leave it aside. But on the other hand, I've got quite a bit as far as reason is concerned anyway. So maybe it's time for me to be focusing on my physique and not on my brains. In any case, we have another copy of The Watchman's Secret. So this is a total of 3. One thing that we can do, so this requires knowledge. So this is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in odd corners of scholarship. To upgrade or subvert this fragment, you'd need erudition or an HQ with a library. So we can look into that a little bit later, but this is a time where I might consider upgrading the Watchman's Secret, particularly because Lantern is going to be very helpful for pursuing my dedication. Now, because I'm learning a little bit about how these influences interact with vitality, I want to see whether or not... Okay, so it looks like it's only the lowest level. It's the Trembling Airs, so that's fine. It's just nice to know because if I'm short on a vitality, I want to see whether or not I can give it some extra life by connecting it with an influence. So in the meantime, what do I want to do? Do I want to try and... well, I guess I've used all of my health. So I don't really have the option of studying to try and upgrade any of these. Okay, well, I'm going to keep reading... I think I'm going to keep reading these books. So in this volume... Oh, sorry. The Locksmith's Dream, Portions and Proportions. The second volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Gallagher records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. So I did sort of mess this up a little bit. I'm lacking the health, so I'm not able to study it quite the same way that I would have before. We'll see whether or not that causes any problems for me in terms of just my overall sort of quest for advancement. But what I'm going to basically wind up doing is I'm going to keep trying to read as many books that might give me the extra erudition, so that way I can combine them into lessons learned if I think there's an opportunity. So, and again, as always, we just keep going to the Institute until we have a restlessness to get rid of. So again, we just keep sending out Cat Caro and hoping that there'll be the lantern event that triggers. It'll be easier to talk about when you actually see it, but... Okay, now Street Strange by Moonlight may not hurt, although we do have a season of visions coming up, so we'll maybe wait until after that happens. Okay, so we would be able to combine Trembling Airs with the Vitality, and I'm likely to do so. And if I recall correctly, when we went to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, we got an erudition from the woman there. So let's try that. Well, that would have been good for lore. Entering the White Door. Last night I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of the other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I'll tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. Okay. So I did get another erudite. Oh, nuts! I'd actually like to read the text for that, so if you can just give me a second, I should be able to find that elsewhere. Just give me a quick second here. Yes, okay, sorry. This is I wanted to make sure that I read this one because this is an example of one of the texts which kind of, give you some ideas. The finest artisans all... sorry, I'll read it start to finish. So the second volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. The frontispiece has been slashed with a razor. In this volume, Gallmer records fewer dreams and explicates more on her own elaborate theories. We see this again and again. What is below can't escape what is above. The finest artisans all dream of the white door in the end. I'm no artisan, only a scholar. I think there's a secret that all these artisans know, but I think that secret is only half the story. So, again, that's not gonna crack open the whole thing for you, but hopefully that, I wanted to try and give a full accounting. It is nice that we've got the pair of erudition. We do have some time left on these, so I think I'm gonna stay the course and try and study some other things. Maybe it is time for me to try and study the vitality, but the trembling airs goes away. Okay, well, first things first, let's do the funds. Second, I have to do the trembling airs, otherwise it's gone, so we'll exercise the body here. We get contentment next round through the season of ardors, at least until I have a companion. We won't use the hireling, and let's see what acquaintance we just found. Should probably bring up Apollo and Marsyas a little sooner. Alright, Laidlaw, an acquaintance. Laidlaw is a tinkerer and a mechanic with an uncanny knack. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So that's a new Forge follower when the time comes. Let's bring them into the fold right away. So we will use our Knife's Secret. This one is ready. Again, if I can combine the erudition, so much the better, but I do want to make sure that I am being somewhat responsible with my, with my upgrading health. Oh, it's 3 lessons learned? Well, where else am I going to get it, though, right? Like, I gotta commit. So yeah, you know what? Let's just let the erudition... no, we can get the erudition done reasonably quickly. So... Laidlaw has begun to understand the limitations of ingenuity and the power of sacrifice. So the sick room goes close and stale. Time to get up. And I'm ready to grow stronger. Use this lesson learnt with your strength skill. So first thing I'm going to do is actually combine the erudition, and that's because I can read the collection of essays to get the second. I can do the upgrade for the scholarship. It does mean my lesson learnt is going to be quite old by the time I start trying to upgrade the health, but I am going to be I'm going to keep going through the white door. So first thing that's going to do, that's going to potentially give the heart event, which will give me a vitality. Also, there's the possibility of me getting that heart influence through, going to places like the Orchard of Light. So there's still possibilities here that will potentially upgrade me. Okay, moving right along. I want to be careful about a Season of Vision, so probably, we don't have the street. Oh no, we do have the streets, but I want to maybe avoid doing that. We'll send Cat Caro back on, again, small chance that they generate an erudition, and likewise we use the lantern for the talk verb for the same reason. And we'll go back to the institution. There is a dank and clinging smell at the institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it's the paint, perhaps it's the patients, perhaps it's something in the walls. And Cat Caro's been running into a lot of hirelings. This is kind of how the explore verb gets used until I start going on expeditions. It's not the most exciting, but I prefer having stuff that I can just turn down than not looking at all. Again, the fact that I'm just simply doing it does mean that I'm doing something that potentially generates erudition, so it's one reason why I like sort of spinning the wheel on that a little bit more often. Okay, so this one had mixed results. I'm going to try the Orchard of Lights again. Yeah, so glimmering, I mean, it's okay, but we're not really going to use that. The Sun in Splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansis, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menescate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. And we've got our lesson learnt, so I'm going to read the collection of essays. This is just to make sure that I don't waste... I don't waste the lesson learnt, so in 60 seconds, then another 60 seconds, we'll upgrade the scholarship and get another reason, and then we're going to focus on vitality again. That comes at the expense of reading the books, but, you got to get... You have to get your upgrades somewhere. You can't do everything all at once. So let's go back up the white door. So I don't have that much to fear from the Season of Visions. I've been doing a pretty good job of avoiding the fascination, and we are going to get another restlessness coming up. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. So in this case here, I do need to keep in mind that I'm going to be painting soon, although, I'll buy a couple of books from Moorlands. Overall, we're doing okay financially, so I don't see that much of a problem. Okay. Now, exploration-wise, we are sitting on 6 funds, so now is the time to visit Moorlands again. It's 30 seconds to get a book. It takes time to sort the gold from the dross, the wheat from the chaff, the blood from the water. If I buy enough books, I'll find something interesting. And I should have read the text here. Exercise for the intellect. Sorry, I read that. Now, if I wanted with the Explore verb, I could also unpack the locations from the Furtive Truths as well. The thing is just, I know it's going to be a while before I go on expedition, so I don't want to have too many on the table. It's very unlikely that there's going to be somebody who tries and takes these locations, but it's a non-zero threat, so I'm just kind of keeping things to myself for the time being. Okay, so I found something noteworthy. Let's grab Moorland's shop and grab another funds. Again, just because I have enough to pay the rent, it seems to make as much sense to just kind of keep getting books until I can't use Moorlands anymore. And let's try the Orchard of Lights. Okay, unlucky for me. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. A 6th order influence, significant resonances, or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after walking, I could still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So... possibilities. Okay, so here we're going to upgrade my scholarship. So I'm flush with clever quotations, used with 2 lessons learnt to gain more reason. So the scholarship skill it's a little uneven here. So the hardened physique is definitely very helpful in certain circumstances. If you want to get your vitality up very quickly, there's actually something you can do with your hardened physique that will help you quite a bit. One of the reasons why I've avoided using it here is, 1, I don't think it fits with the character that I'm playing, but number 2, it's nice to leave things for people to discover on their own. Needless to say that the Institute is not the only job you can do in this game. And in fact, figuring out what kind of a job you want to do is one of the first things you will solve in the opening playthrough. So there's still a little stuff left, there's a little space left for people to, have their own experience with the game still. But yeah, so the hardened physique is something that will potentially be income producing as well as vitality producing. The fevered imagination, or the passion skill, again, it's one where you can sort of see a direct benefit in the form of being able to do the painting. And sometimes the painting will bring in money, and sometimes the painting will get rid of negative influences. And I will admit the scholarship skill is one that for me has been a little bit harder to explain what it gets you other than higher reason. Once you get to the top level, it becomes very helpful when it comes time to sort of subvert your lore and all of that. But it seems to be that if you're a clever person, it isn't actually worth all that much for you financially, which makes it a harder one to sort of say, okay, now is the time for me to really level up my reason. Like, unless if you're playing the physician and you already have quite a bit of reason, it's very difficult to say, yes, I really do need to be doing this right now. So, anyways. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm saying if that means anything. And here's a great example. So, a light in the skull. Whenever the principle of lantern sheds its light, I may recall additional scraps of knowledge. I don't exactly need the erudition anymore, but this was an example of me having lantern influence, and it had the side effect. So, we'll take the Watchman's Secret. We have got Dr. Ibn al-Adim. So that was a patron. So Ibn al-Adim is kind of fun. So one, this is somebody who I believe you can find in Wikipedia, or whatever encyclopedia you consult, but Wikipedia is usually a safe choice today. Dr. Ibn al-Adim, called the Alapine, has an interest in overlooked history. He could use your assistance. Now, I know I pointed this out the previous time I was on Steam, but there might be some new people here. Or if nothing else to say, I think the numbers are a bit smaller than we're used to, which is fine. I mean, there's an event going on, and I know maybe I'm not quite doing the same job that I've done in the past. But this is still a fun one. Like, if you're looking for encouragement to look closer in the game, here's an example of some of the details that you might notice. Count Jannings has got Latin Scholar, Patron, Tutor, and Mortal. Dr. Adim has got Patron, Aramaic Scholar, Tutor. Count Jannings, Latin Scholar, Patron, Tutor, Mortal. Patron, Aramaic Scholar, Tutor. And again, if you notice, lots of other people have the Mortal. It's not that this was a mistake. There's something about who Dr. Adim is, or what Dr. Adim is, that's hidden. At no point does it ever really, the game never comes out in the text and says it. But there is an implication based on what aspect someone has. And this is, again, if you want to get a little bit deeper, one of the things you can do is actually think about how some of these concepts wind up connecting to each other. This doesn't have like a major point of significance. Like, there's no major plot point which reveals this fact about Dr. Adim. As far as you're concerned, this is just someone who you get commissions from. But it's a nice little bit where, once you think you know everything about Cultist Simulator, every once in a while you're able to check a new thing out, and all of a sudden, oh, hey, I didn't realize that. And you find something new. It's one reason, again, why I really like this game. All right, the doctor would like my help with his research. Dreamwise, we're going to keep doing the same thing we always do. We'll go through the white door. We will try and provoke the heart equivalent of this event. Or if nothing else, we'll just try and get heart influence through other means. We can work at the Institute again. All right, the Queens and the Rivers. So I'm going to save the description for when I read the books, because obviously I've got a lot of them now. And Dr. Adim would like a commission, or a lantern commission. That's actually something I can do, so I'll write that reasonably quickly. In the meantime, though, let's go try and find another follower. So, my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and to begin the changes. But I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. Okay, so that was the erudition event. We are probably going to wind up seeing some of this vitality get lost. It's unfortunate. I would rather it not be the case, but I had to make some decisions. Would I have done them differently? Maybe, but there's just no point in me spending too much time moping about it. Like, it's better that I just kind of play the hand that I've been dealt. Let's go back to Moorlands one more time at least. And I have reordered the boundaries of my ignorance. I really like that description of the advancing your reason. So, notable scholarship. I have learnt enough to know how little I know. Use this with 3 lessons learnt to gain more reason. Okay, so In 19 seconds, I'm going to need to paint. In 58 seconds, this is going to turn into fascination. So there is a light behind the world, a light above the mantis, a light that penetrates both glass and skin. It is present here. So if used, it becomes fascination. I do have a fleeting reminiscence, which will be around, but that will tie up my dream verb. So if I can somehow get rid of the consciousness of radiance through other means, I would prefer to do that. And we do have another season of ambitions coming up, so we are going to have another restlessness to deal with, which is not my idea of a good time. I think what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to use health. I am going to force my, an improvement in my physique. All right, let's go to the Orchard of Lights. Drat! It's now more than one intensity of radiance to deal with. We just kind of read this one, so I'll leave it be. Let's go back through the white door. Hopefully we have better luck. This is good news, though. We did get another Course of the Heart. Or, sorry, we got a Course of the Heart, so whenever the principle of heart is implicated, I may gain vitality. So I gotta be really careful with this. Okay, Season of Despair coming up, so it is important that I get rid of the restlessness, which we will do through painting. I don't really have that much as far as reputation is concerned, so I'm going to add 3 passion. My worry about adding 3 passion is that that can sometimes generate a fascination on its own. But at this point, this is a risk I'm willing to take. So we'll move on. Okay. So we've got another patron coming up. I found something noteworthy wrapped in the king. So at this point again, we can take advantage of Moorlands until the money runs out. There's my vitality. So in a minute, that's going to decay. I might as well pay for the paints. So this is going to turn into a fascination one way or the other. So I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Now, one potential option I have, so I could try and level up the influence. Oh, no, I can't. I'm going to need that to be... I'm going to need that to decay a little bit. But I don't like that option. So what I'm going to do instead is I will study with my health again. We'll just plow ahead, see the best that I can do with, in terms of building up my vitality. Moorlands is closing. I'm moving on, Miss Moorland informs you. My stock is largely exhausted and the Suppression Bureau is taking an interest, so it's goodbye. This last book is nonsense, but I've tucked some interesting papers into the back as a thanks for your custom. So we've got another Mantis Glimpse, which is nice, and then we have the deadliest of mystical tomes, something deep mystery something. A dreadful souffle of half-digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. If I've bought this from a shop, it probably means that there's nothing else of interest left in stock. I personally wonder if this was the the test book. Like if this was a book for making sure whether or not the game was working as intended. I also sometimes wonder if temporary headquarters is actually a placeholder with which headquarters moving was added later. But again, sometimes this stuff isn't. You can make your assumptions, but there's probably only 1 or 2 people who kind of know what the real story is. Okay, so we'll add this to the list at the back. Moorlands is now closed, so if we want to get more books, we got to get them from Oriflammes, but I'm not going to do that with only 1 funds card, because again, there can be bidding wars that happen. But what I will try and do, though, is I will send Cat Caro out. Actually, you know what? Poke Clifton needs a walk, so crowded thoroughfares by day, a fog-wrapped labyrinth by night. I'll set all my minions searching for opportunities. So essentially what this does... And this is just a chance for me to potentially generate another erudition. I don't really want erudition, I want vitality, but I don't have any heart followers to generate that, so, you know, I'm working with what I've been given. Okay, well, if I want to quiet the fascination, I suppose I could use the restlessness, but let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Okay, so this is the one time I wanted the pulsing airs, and I get the erudition. Fair enough. Last night's stream, I was at the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the white door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it that I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come here through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Okay. It's getting a little crowded on the board here, but let's go back to the white door. Both for the opportunities to get heart, but also just because we may find some lore that we want. And my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So a bunch of exhausted passion. We do have mystique. We did get a fascination. Okay, this is actually a bit alarming. I gotta find a way of dealing with this fascination. I have some ideas, but it's getting a little complicated. We'll make it happen, though. So good news is I've got some mystique for the next painting. Actually, quite a bit of mystique for the next painting. So no Season of Despair coming up next. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take all my mystique and paint it out. There's the restlessness. Pope Clifton found Street Strange by Moonlight. We won't visit that quite yet. And Madame Bichet. Madame Olympie Bichet edits the Carisham Review, which publishes material too ghastly or thrilling for other literary magazines. She could use your assistance. So we will have a chat with her to see whether or not there's anything suitable for me to work on. It's not the most important job I can be doing right now, but it doesn't take a lot of time, so it's only 10 seconds to get a new commission, and then we can try and recruit someone else. Okay, another hireling. Yeah, we'll pay for the paints. We're at 3 funds. And Madame Bichet would like a commission on Forge, which I can fulfill, but we're not going to do that quite yet. What we are going to do is talk about the Watchman's Secret and see if we can bring a new follower into the cult. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So we're going to do the same thing, so more fresh air and exercise. So I'm actually going to put these up above. So what I want to make sure is that when one of these is hitting below 60, I want to study them into a lesson learnt, and I'm trying to get these up to 3. There is an easier way of doing this, but again, it doesn't quite fit in my vision for the character. So my recent work is considered notable. I have exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. We'll buy 2 worth, so it would have been... Overall, it would have been better for me to just show up for work at the Institute, but we did get rid of restlessness, so that's a plus. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up. It's all mystique, so I don't need to worry too much about it. We don't have staleness to paint away. So this means it's time for me to go to the institution to make some real money. Alright, so this is something I should be very concerned about. We'll explain in a second. I think I got... I'm going to try the Orchard of Lights. Ooh, man, we dodged a bullet there. I'm glad that I got the Forgotten Chronicle, but 4 fascination on the table? That's... character building. Alright, so the Forgotten Chronicle. A story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Exploring with a scrap of knowledge may uncover secret locations on the continent. Last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. So, here's the reason I want to be concerned about this. Remember that if a Season of Visions comes up, you have... Basically, you get to have... You can... It will keep consuming fascination until you either get rid of it through dread and a fleeting reminiscence, or it will accumulate 3, and you'll kind of get one more chance to try and eliminate it, and if you don't eliminate it, then it's game over, basically. So, in this case here, if we get a Season of Visions, which is not coming up in a minute, so that's good news, but this is basically... Like, this could very easily become a fail state. We need one unlucky draw on the passage of time for that to become something that causes me to fail. So the good news is right now I have a fleeting reminiscence, which I'm going to take advantage of. I'm going to do that on the longest lasting fascination. So, of course, it would be nice to go back to the white door, but in this case here, you know, not losing the game is a pretty high priority no matter what game you're playing. And then we'll go back to the white door when we can, and then, you know, we'll do other things as well. But this is just kind of, just to give an indication in terms of, like, I was generating fascination through a number of actions, and it was just because that was the reality of some, you know, just some other priorities that I had. But it's also worth keeping in mind, like, you know, 1 fascination you can live with. 2 fascination, okay, I need to start taking this seriously. 3 fascination, this is suddenly like, okay, I need to deal with this no matter what. And of course, if you see a Season of Visions coming up, the intensity of the problem definitely amplifies. For the most part, you get basically a minute's notice for anything that comes up. I say a minute's notice, but of course you can pause and think through things as long as you want. All right, so we'll take Pope Clifton. Again, no point in abandoning our exploration efforts, even if it doesn't produce a whole lot. We do have an acquaintance coming up, which is good. It's good for a couple of reasons, but it may or may not actually come up. Okay, we're not going to do Strange by Moonlight because that could potentially generate a fascination, and we're trying to get rid of that now. Season of Suspicion coming up. So this is good news for us here because, again, depending on the long view or whatever perspective you want to take, if we take something like we've got 57.6 seconds on a Season of Suspicion. We've got 53 seconds on a fascination. So this is equivalent to saying we only have 1 fascination on the table now. All of a sudden, I can relax about my current mental state. 5 seconds ago, we couldn't, because for all I knew, this could have been a Season of Visions. And this is one of the ways that I try and decide, you know, okay, this is the bigger priority now, or this is something I can afford to wait on. So we have an extra vitality. We'll combine this one right now, because if I don't, I'll lose them. We will go back to the Institute because I don't really need to draw anything, or I don't need to paint away anything. We will let the erudition expire just because I don't really have any need for it right now, or any practical use. And we will head back to the white door. Now I can approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, and watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansis. So, we've got a hanger-on. These are never too exciting, although this is technically my first heart follower. But in this case, we're just going to do the same trick. Yeah, we'll do the same trick. We will try and recruit someone. And again, we've got 2 vitality that'll be going below 60 seconds after this, so we will combine these two. It'd be nice if I can get one more source of vitality so I can get my 3rd lesson learnt, but it's not clear whether or not that's going to be a thing. And the final fascination's going to expire, so that potential loss has now been avoided. So we will combine these 2 vitality because we'll lose it otherwise. We will go back to our position in the Institute, and we'll see what the white door provides us. I could take the Furtive Truth. Let's go to the Orchard of Lights. All right. Ah, yes, my old favorite, the intensity of radiance. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. We will go back to the white door in hopes that we can get that extra vitality through one way or another. This is a little bit harder to deal with because in 43, well, we might be able to turn this into a lesson learned. It's going to be tight. Again, I can't really afford to mess with the Street Strange, but well, no, I guess I can now, but I'm still going to keep using Pope Clifton for the next little bit. Okay. One of the reasons why I'm doing that is just because I kind of need my health for the study and such. Once we get past that, I might be able to use it in other ways. So it did just occur to me, I do actually wind up losing this vitality. So the best I can hope for would be... Yeah. I think I'm just going to study it. So there's a very, very small chance we generate a vitality through the dream, but I don't think it's worth waiting the 8 seconds just to find out that it doesn't turn out. So that's maybe a pessimistic way of looking at it, but it's really, I just need to get my 3rd lesson learned so I can be done with all of this. Okay. Well, there's the pulsing air. So we did have to give up a lore for that, but this is going to bring me on the path. This is going to take a while to decay, so this is, I think, about 2 minutes worth of waiting, but it is going to combine with the vitality I generate here, and then these both are going to last longer than 2 minutes. So we are now finally on our track to getting that higher level physique. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers to sometimes walk in the Orchard of Lights, where the fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped like peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. So, the question is, do I still want to keep going through the white door, knowing that I've got all the vitality I need? If I take persistent rumors from the woods, then I can sort of get acquaintances a little bit faster, but that's at the expense of notoriety. I don't need any more occult scraps. So yeah, the white door is still the way to go. Although I am going to need to deal with my sickness before too long. All right, Saliba, come with me. Saliba is a man of prodigious appetites. He is long past the point where their satisfaction has given him any pleasure, but he has learnt so very much. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Yeah, we'll do the same trick. Although I think we're not going to go to the Institute next time. I think we're actually going to... I'm going to start doing some of these commissions next. So, but in the meantime, we will continue to talk about the Watchman's Secret, try and get more bodies into the cult. Alright, better not. I must be careful of the company I keep. And Season of Vision's coming up, so this consciousness of radiance just became a threat. Okay, so there is another vitality that's coming up. That's actually not bad because there's the sickness. So here's the sources of vitality that are coming up. Source of vitality from the course of the heart. Source of vitality once the pulsing airs decay. And then we'll need to recover from the sickness. So the good news here is that I'm going to have a leftover vitality after I upgrade. The question though is, so do I want to wait 25 seconds to combine this right away, or do I want to study something? This time I'm actually going to wait. And it frustrates me that I'm waiting, but it is the right call. So let's do this lantern commission. So Dr. Ibn al-Adim called the Alapine has offered you a commission. He would like you to provide him with information. You can assemble, any information you can assemble on the severe mysteries of Lantern. You will need matching lore fragment of at least level 2 to complete this commission. So this may be useful for a commission. So we've got the fascination. Again, we got to be careful about that, but we have different ways of dealing with it. Let's do Orchard of Lights. Last night I walked the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. Okay, so let's do... I'm just trying to think how I can deal with... Technically, I need to deal with this fascination in 43 seconds. I do have a way of dealing with it in 43 seconds, so we're good. Study we're still keeping open, and so it's really just a question of going back through the white door until I have something else I want to do with my dream, which will be in 42 seconds. Well, longer than 42, because I need the trembling airs to clear out, but you know what I mean. As always, I'll just take a second to remind folks, I am not part of the development team, but they have paid me to be here on the channel, and I am a big fan of the game. I actually took a look. So there might be a couple of examples of me just letting the game sit idle, but apparently I have played 429 hours of Cultist Simulator. So if you are on the fence about the game, if you have any questions along those lines, I have struggled a bit with the chat. So I'll just give an example here. Let's see if this comes out. Hopefully you can see that in your chat window. But yeah, if you do have any questions about the game, or if you want to talk about it, I definitely like trying to be able to help people find their way through it, or otherwise just have it be worthwhile. Like, if you're on the fence about buying the game, if you've played the game but you're sort of struggling to find where you want to go in it. These are things that I really like talking with people. On the other hand, I also know some people just really like listening to me talk about the game. And if that is where you're at, we're on the same team. I can do that too. But it's always nice to just remind people, especially who might be new to the game, especially because it's on sale, and I know some people are going to be making buying decisions. I can definitely help point you to what I think the game's strengths and maybe places where someone might be disappointed by it. Generally, I'm well disposed to the game, so I tend to give a pretty favorable impression, but I don't like it when people wind up buying something that they don't enjoy as a result of my recommendations, so I tend to be pretty clear. Oh, that's a worry. Hang on. I just saw... Okay, cool. I just found another way of verifying chat. I noticed my message suddenly went away, but it's still in the... Oh, interesting. Okay, so here it says unable to join chat. So it looks like there is some... I'm sorry, I don't want to spend too much time dealing with this, but let me just see if I can fix this on the Steam side of things. Alright, so unfortunately I lost the chat history. Okay, but that's still coming through, so... So, we're exercising the body. I'm abrim with vitality. If I devote some time to exercise, I'll benefit. Again, we're doing this because we need 3 lessons learnt to gain more health. So, I'm going to be using these. We need 60 seconds in order to produce the lesson learnt. We've got 143 seconds on my oldest lesson learnt, so we are going to be able to succeed in this mission, or this, this undertaking, let's say. Ah, man. Okay. I am getting error messages again. Okay, hopefully that one went through. But yeah, so I've just gotten a big flurry of chat errors. So to me, chat has been relatively quiet, which I'm totally fine with. If you have been trying to get in touch with me and for whatever reason it hasn't come through, let me... Well, I guess you can't let me know, but it is definitely not personal. It's definitely something that's been... it's definitely something that's a side effect of the platform. But for the meantime, I'm just gonna keep going because we're here for the game. We're not necessarily here for the chat interaction. But I'll do my best to try and see what's happening on the broadcaster side where I can. Actually, maybe the best I can say is if you're somebody who knows me personally, you know me on Steam or something like that, and you've noticed some chat activity that I haven't been responsive to, you can let me know. I'll try and keep an eye on like my DMs or Discord or something. Okay, so there's the affliction. We'll use the trembling airs when they turn into vitality and the dream slot to fix that when the time comes. I just want to keep a careful eye on the work slot and such. Okay, so we finished our brief treatise on the lore of Lantern. This is something that we can turn in with Dr. Redeem. We're doing okay for funds, and we're really not going anywhere for buying. We will eventually head to Oriflamme's, but I am going to take a chance here to stop by, or to do a commission on Forge for Madame Bichet as well. We don't yet have the heart lore, so that won't quite help us. Although there's some ways we can fix that. And what else did I want to do with Explore? I was sending Pope Clifton out, but I feel like there was something else that I could do. Oriflamme's. We definitely have the money to go to Oriflamme's, so let's try and take part in an auction. We perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. Hit start to see what's on offer, or you can add an item that you'd like to sell. Okay, do we need more furtive truths? Let's grab another one just in case. We can always upgrade it. Many of the dead enter the mantis through the white door. They wander its corridors in silence until they are lost. Some embrace each other, some devour each other, and some force their way into the dreams of the living. A few record their memories on the mantis stone where it is soft. They scratch it with their nails, you see. Last night, I read one of those memories. I noticed that the white door, like the writing in the white door, tends to rhyme more than some of the others. I haven't quite been able to make sense of that other than just it's a nice touch. But I don't know if there's a greater significance that it's specifically the white door where that happens. Alright, all I need now is time. Okay, so this is for a collection of poetry. Now, we are going to need 4 lessons learned. So, I think I'm willing to put 1 funds towards this. If there's a bidding war, I probably won't get the extra collection of poetry. But in this particular case, I can actually see some value in having some, pocket, kind of a pocket lesson learned. Okay, so I am ready to grow stronger. So we're going to take my hardened physique. We're going to take the 3 lessons learned. And we will have, I believe, 3 heart when all is said and done. Alright, we've got an acquaintance, so that's a hanger-on, nothing too important, and we do have old and happy far-off things, so we may want to paint before too long. But before we do that, let's go... Oh, actually, let's bring a Saliba into the cult. Should have done that earlier. The good news is once we've gotten this higher level strength, we're going to be able to start pursuing, our studies again. It's all well and good to get our health up, and there's good reasons why we want to get our health up, but we have sort of gotten distracted from our overall goal. So the auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So we'll go back again because we are sitting on, a fair amount of money. And the next item is... Ooh, Stum. A crowd of pinched faces, glinting eyes. Who will bid? Okay, so bleak thoughts, dark days. I must be careful not to let doubts creep in. Dread may provoke a full-fledged despair. So the good news here is that we do have old and happy far-off things, but it's not going to turn into despair by the time this bleak thoughts goes away. I may still want to avoid generating that despair full stop, but I don't quite have the same urgency as in some other cases. And we did finish the Forge commission. Your own work in manuscript form. Okay, let's do... Well, I don't have the restlessness yet, so let's go back to the Institute to make a bit of money. Nope, we did get a Course of the Heart, so the sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. And before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Saliba is now a believer. Saliba understands blood. He does not yet understand birth. All right, so let's turn in these commissions. So Dr. Redeem wanted the lantern one, so there's the commission, and there is the work. I have what the doctor requested. We will go back to the white door because that's my best option for dreams at the moment. One thing I can try, so for example, remember how we were talking about the ascent? So it's like invest health to pass the white door. Well, one thing I could do, remember that it says desire. Well, what is my desire? Well, it's enlightenment. So this is actually how we could advance to the stag door if we wanted. The ascent is slow, winds from nowhere pluck at me. My skin is stained with light, the wood shivers with motion far below. So a half-glist wistfulness has touched me, so we will take this for restlessness. Another bidder. Someone else has matched my bid. I must match it with more funds or forgo my prize. So this is one of the reasons why I wanted to have more in reserve when it came time to go to Oriflammes. I have received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So remember how I kind of gave that John Wick analogy where you kind of have the normal world where you use money to buy goods and services, but there's another world going on in the background where they use a special kind of currency? Well, same's true for Cultist Simulator. In this case, we've got the Iron Spintrea. Initiates of the Hidden World use Spintrea to pay for services. Iron Spintrea are the lowest denomination and display scenes of murder on their reverse side. Spintrea can be sold for more traditional funds at an auction house. So these are kind of interesting because if you look at it, this has got the scene of murder, right? It's an ingredient, it's a Spintrea value. Spintrea are the currency of the hidden world. Some Spintrea are worth more than others, but don't expect to get change. This is not a grocery. Edge. All conquest occurs at the edge. One who dwells there is blind and cannot be wounded. Another is strong and grows stronger. Edge is the principle of battle and of struggle. Did I ever read The Knife's Secret? When our ancestors forged swords, taught the arts of martial movement, spoke curses on the eve of battle, all these things shared certain patterns. Well, if I didn't read it before, I've read it now. But yeah, so it's auctionable. I might be able to auction this, although the value at auction is always uncertain, and it actually has secret histories. So I've never tried to explore with this. I'm going to try, though. Let's see what happens. Okay, I've got my talk verb available, so let's talk with Madame Bichet. I have what was requested. Stronger yet, I could carry a man across a river now, or strangle him. Okay, let's do study-wise. I'm not trying to improve myself, so let's go back to reading. So Count Janning still wants his heart commission. So let's read Apollo and Marsyas. So just as a reminder, the libretto of a lost opera concerning the contest between Apollo and Marsyas and its tragic outcome. The librettist is identified only by their initials RKNJL. In the original myth, Marsyas lost a musical contest and was flayed by Apollo, who later regretted it. In this version, Marsyas' skin has a further history. So this is another neat one. I think it's because one of the first works that I sort of read on my own out of interest was Ovid's Metamorphoses. Ovid's Metamorphoses, the Metamorphosis being, of course, the Kafka work. But I still tremendously enjoy that epic poem. I realize it's one that is a little hard to swallow, in the modern day, and yet it's one that still really speaks to me in some ways. And it's, I guess for lack of better description, like it's almost like if you've never read it before, it's kind of like this almost greatest hits album of all of the myths. But the one common through line in it is change. Both the poem itself changes as well as the contents of the individual stories being people who usually undergo some kind of transformation. And, Apollo and Marsyas is one story inside of that, which I remember. And it's one of these things that still, like when I see it in a game like Cultist Simulator, I'm like, oh yeah, no, I've read that one. I know what happened. And it's nice. It's also interesting too because of course Shakespeare used Metamorphoses for a lot of its, for some of his inspirations, and it's just nice when you run into works like this. You can sometimes gain a greater appreciation of some of the other things that you enjoy, either as a reference or sort of knowing the references that are being made, knowing that someone who you like has also read it. And that's actually one of the other reasons which I didn't want to spend too much time talking on at the start, because it's hard to, that's like very personal to me. And I'm sure that there are probably other works that are referenced in here that I'm not familiar with that, kind of go over my head. But it is one of the things I really do like about some, and it doesn't even have to be a game, like it can be some books as well. This is one of the few cases where I've encountered something which has given me a greater appreciation of the things that I already enjoy. So what I mean by that I'm just trying to think. Like the best example I could maybe give would be, if you know Ovid and you like Shakespeare, reading Ovid will possibly allow you to enjoy Shakespeare even more. Because you get to see something that he very obviously read and put into some of his plays, and so likewise, Cultist Simulator, I'm able to sort of enjoy even more having had that experience, having been able to connect with a particular item that's referenced inside of the game. And again, there's lots of different entryways into that. I have my set of interests, and a given player is going to have their own interest. This is one of the reasons why I really do highlight things like give your character a name, put some of yourself inside of it, because again, you take your own experience, you shift it. The game is going to give you some really nice fragments of text, and then it's going to give you these nice wide open spaces in which you pour some of yourself. And it's really available for everyone. So like, this is one of the things that I think doesn't always get captured in computer role-playing, but I think really does get captured in this kind of computer role-playing, which is sometimes you will play a character and it's going to be you transposed into a fantasy world or a science fiction or whatever the setting's going to be. And then it could be something like, the Elder Scrolls, or it could be any number of very good RPGs. But there's a particular set of things that you can do inside of the game. So you can try and nudge things the way that you want to go, and you have some freedom of choice. But in the end, you're not going to have the complete freedom that is sort of the ideal of the tabletop experience. Games like Divinity Original Sin, or of course now the upcoming Baldur's Gate 3, both of which are part of this tabletop fest, those are games that are trying to get even closer to that idea of sort of feeling like you can do anything. But it's actually, oddly enough, something like Cultist Simulator, which of course has a much smaller budget and is one that is told entirely through cards. To me, it's actually one of these ones that gets a little bit closer to the tabletop experience. Because again, whether I decide to play myself transposed into the world of the Secret Histories, or whether I play somebody who's totally different from me, and there's both ways of enjoying it, right? Like if I were to play something closer to myself, probably like a mage or something like that. I'm not suggesting that I can cast Magic Missile, but bookish, not very strong. I fit the stereotype. But sometimes it's fun in a high fantasy setting to play like He-Man Barbarian, who or Beowulf, to just go and club things and and deal with things that way. And in the case of Cultist Simulator, because I have these nice open spaces between the different things that happen to me, all the different events, this is one of these really nice cases where I am actually able to pour something of myself. I am able to decide, event A has happened, event B has happened, but there's a lot of space in terms of saying exactly what transpired and how that occurred. And like I said, it's like reading a book or an audio play, or something that allows you to basically have a little bit more say in terms of your imagination. And there's surprisingly few games that do that, and I think that's one of the reasons why I've been able to continue playing the game, even though I've done all of the legacies. Anyways, we've got the Course of the Heart. Again, we are not really looking for the Vitality now, but it's nice to have the option. And we've got our Iron Spintrea again, an erudition, so we could combine that for a lesson learnt if I was so inclined. And we'll see if we can get Count Janning's commission done reasonably soon. But in the meantime, let's try and get some more followers. So let's talk about the Watchman's Secret. And I'm going to wait for the work slot to become available so I can get rid of the restlessness. The auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. So, Stumm. A can of nitrate film labeled Stumm, or silent, or perhaps mute. The director's name, Yernik Krossa, is shakily appended. So 2 funds. I don't really want to get in a bidding war with 2 funds, so we are going to use the explore verb for other things. In this case, I actually want to see what happens with the Iron Spintrea. So explore the city with health or followers. Oh, okay, interesting. So nothing happens with it. So even though it does have Secret Histories aspect, I can't actually explore with the Iron Spintrea. That would have been a big surprise for me if I could, so I'm kind of happy that I didn't. I suppose one thing I could do if I'm short on money, I could try selling this Betrayal. So this curiosity will earn you some funds. Sell it with caution. There's no way to get it back. Looks like we did. This is the first I've actually seen 2 bleak thoughts come up one after the other, so that's a little surprising. All the more reason for the restlessness to go away, because now it is a threat. Okay, so I've done some good. The patients are quieter than when I began. So we will use the mystique that I can. It's an even split between mystique and passion, so hopefully we won't generate any staleness out of that. Staleness is not like terrible in and of itself, but it does mean that you get less for your paintings. It makes painting relatively less attractive. This is because before the Ghoul DLC, painting was largely perceived as one of the most effective ways to pay, like to make money. And if you think about it, right, if this game is sort of about, again, you've got the mundane world, which is very often hostile to sort of your personal interests, or the special world, that thing that you sort of feel you've been put on Earth to do. painting can give great personal satisfaction, but it may not necessarily be something that you are always able to pay the bills with. Some people do, right? Weather Factory, developer founded a studio, left that studio, founded Weather Factory. There's no guarantee that Cultist Simulator was necessarily going to be a game that was successful. That's not necessarily a game that would have, allowed someone to continue making a living doing this. I am not a developer myself, but I do know quite a few people in the local game dev community. Some people make a living doing it. Some people do that as a hobby. So, if you think about it, right, the option to paint, there's a couple things. So you could sort of see painting as not necessarily directly the big goal, but it's something that provides personal satisfaction. Maybe for you, it really is that making the game is the great work. And again, there is this tension between what the real world will allow us to do, right? You do need to keep a roof over your head. You do need to feed yourself. You do need to buy clothes, and unfortunately, we live in such a way where these things are not just handed out to us. There is some effort that we need to take, and it very often involves us doing things that we don't want to do. But it's also not impossible to be able to achieve some kind of satisfaction, either to find the right balance, or in some cases be quite lucky and to be able to do the things that provide you satisfaction, and that is enough to be able to provide you a living. The one thing that I do think is motivating the change to painting, though, and this is quite old now, so if you're relatively new to the game, painting has always been like this. There is definitely something about making the painting, the creative option, the one that is the most financially viable, right? There probably should be some risk, or at the very least, it should not be like a no-brainer to go painting. And so in this case here, if you do the things that provide the highest value paintings, those are eventually going to have diminishing returns, and you're going to need to spend some time trying to undo that, and you'll suddenly notice that the revenue stream from the painting isn't quite as good as it used to be before that patch was made. So I haven't talked so much about the trade-off between the two, because in the end, as a physician, I just don't feel that same pressure the way that I do when I'm the aspirant. And again, that's why there are different legacies to the game. It's because there are they're basically different issues at stake. But it was a chance for me to sort of talk a bit about that theme. To the Stag Door. The Stag Door, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, huge enough for a ship to pass. It was broken long ago, and even now the scars are not quite healed. And in a declivity beside the door rests a vast and wounded golden head. Its mouth would be large enough to swallow me if its jaw were not shattered. It is the name Gearby. It begins to intone its riddle. So, the Stag Door's riddle. What are the words that make sacrifice sweet? Answer this riddle to pass the Stag Door and be accounted a no. So we do not have the answer to this riddle. Now, I will say, I'm not going to go out of my way to give you the answer to this right away, but I will just give a caution that what we have hit right now is probably one of the biggest walls that players run into. This is purely anecdotal on my part, but what I have noticed is that people can generally handle stuff up to the Stag Door, and the Stag Door is one where they really feel lost. What I will encourage you to do if you feel lost on the Stag Door's riddle, read the cards. Reading the cards is incredibly important for solving this riddle. And if you want to know what type of card you can do it, it's going to give you... I'm not going to do it here because I do need to hit start, and that's going to tie it up for 60 seconds, and I want to use the dream verb for something else. But it will tell you what type of card it accepts. And so, you can limit your search to the sort of thing that the riddle will accept. But there is a solution to this. This is actually one that I struggled with for a while, and then eventually I kind of got it. But... if you feel stuck here, that is not unusual. And there are people who've gotten past it and have felt very happy having gotten past it. So, anyways, let's move on. I think I'm going to go back to the White Door. If I can get some more Forgotten Chronicles, so much the better. I will pay for paints as well. Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, the auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item has sold. So we'll go straight back to Oriflamme's to buy this time. We perch on alarming Rietveld chairs in a windowless auction room with vividly burnt orange walls, waiting for the auctioneer to announce what he's offering. The reek of new paint makes the brain spin. And here we will pay for the colors of night. I could spend money on better paints, or perhaps I could find more exotic pigments. Okay, Kerner and Gut, we have no need to read that, so... The skin of Marsyas gives oracles and is later smuggled to Phrygia, where the priestesses of Sibyl use it for a drumhead. At the opera's climax, the pounding of the drum drives would-be violators of the priestess to suicidal madness. The opera ends with a wistful hymn from the youngest priestess on the beauty of mountain pines. So we have a thunderous secret. There are common sentiments in every thunderclap. Let us acknowledge them. This is the first heart lore that we've got. So I believe we have read about the heart, but let's read about this principle nonetheless. The heart relentless beats to preserve the skin of the world we understand. The heart is the principle that continues and preserves. So we don't exactly have all of the lore yet. I believe we need Grail still. But we're getting closer. If I want Grail, I can read Wrapped in the King, but I don't actually have any need for Grail right now. So I am, however... Well, eventually I'm going to do the Heart Commission. The question is, do I want to try anything else? I do have this erudition. Yeah, you know what? I am going to read whatever's to hand. Let's see if we can upgrade this. I need 3 lessons learned, so it's not guaranteed to work, but I'm in a better spot than I normally would be. So we did find an acquaintance, so we will have another person for the cult. I can see the mistakes, but I can also see the end. Okay, and a fleeting reminiscence. Recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. So, the Suppression Bureau is taking an interest. I've been ignoring the Suppression Bureau just simply because I do not see any situation in which I'm going to be generating notoriety at the moment. So, with that in mind, I've just sort of said, yep, you're taking an interest. That's totally on you. You know, do what you must. In the meantime, though, I am going to do Count Janning's Heart Commission. You know, it gets me this Mintrea, possibly gets me Erudition as well. And the auction is over. The lot has gone elsewhere. I retain my funds. So we're just going to head back, see if we can get another book. Not that we need another book, but mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. And we have a copy of the true and complete accounting of the Asclepiad mysteries of the roots of the house, produced by one Riley Gressa from supposedly a much older text in Greek. So we will try to buy that. All right, glimmering, not the most important thing. It is good for getting 2 lessons learned. Actually, now that I think of it, so if I get 4 lessons learned with this passion, I can actually upgrade it even further. So maybe I will try it. I recall in my dream, this was the lodge of blue silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus's edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other. And you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I'll give you a tiny gift. Say, I may have to give up on my efforts to improve my erudition just because we've got so much glimmering. But we'll see where it goes. We also have a chance to get a commission from Dr. Redeem again, so we'll wait till after the acquaintance is done. Okay, the words contain knowledge, and now I contain it. It's a little like theft, a little like feasting, and a little like the progress of an infectious disease. How much do I need for... Okay, 3 lessons learned, so I could read the 2 collections of essays. I don't like that, though. You know what? I'm gonna double up the glimmerings. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't have done it then. I should have actually tried to get even more glimmerings and then built it up. But that's fine. Oh no! I should have paid. All right, that was my bad. All right, and we've got Neville. All right, I do believe that book's gone to me forever, which is unfortunate, but we'll make do. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He laughs whenever he thinks you've made a joke. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. So before I do that, let's get the commissions. Okay, well, I don't need Gartside Sanskrit reader, so we'll leave that be. Madame Bichet would like a moth commission this time. Dr. Adim would like 10 seconds. And we've got my heart commission. That's going to be turned in with Jannings as soon as I can. Now, I don't have restlessness yet. I've got 10 seconds before we get hit by it. I think in this case here, I'm going to just work at the Institute because, again, I'm going to need the money for the auctions when the time comes. And Dr. Adim would like a pretty substantial Secret Histories commission. Dr. Ibn al-Adim called the Alapine has offered you a commission. He's looking for a substantial treatise on the secret histories of the world. So, first things first, let's talk to Count Jannings with our heart commission. Have what was requested. Again, we're not buying Gartside Sanskrit reader. And let's go to the Lodge of the Sage Knights. Trying to dodge the fascination here. So, clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. A sixth order influence, significant resonances, or correspondences. This can be used in some rites to summon minions. Last night, in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansis, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. Okay, so we've got the restlessness from old unhappy far off things. We will head back to the White Door. And I'm going to paint away the restlessness when I can. But this isn't going to be a substantial break, but I do need to take a quick trip to the bathroom, so it will be just a couple of seconds. Well, sorry, maybe not a couple seconds, just be a couple minutes. I'm not going to put up, well, I should probably put up a break sign. Just give me a quick second with that. All right, this is good time if you have not done so already. I do encourage you to maybe get up, have a stretch, perhaps refill your water if you have a water. I might do the same, but I just need a second. Otherwise, I'm going to be reading everything at an increasingly rapid pace. So I will see you all in quite literally 2 minutes or less, hopefully.
forgot to... Oop. Let's get that mic back. Sorry about that. I appreciate you all hanging out, or at least for those of you that did. I did forget to unmute the mic, so... Sorry, let me just pause for some refreshment. Yeah. I don't want to interrupt the broadcast too many times, but I do think there is something to be said for, having some mobility during a long one. So even just a couple of minutes to do basic things would be nice. Let's take a look at where we're at. The subtle fracture under normal circumstances would be something very helpful. I tend to like using these for summoning things. The catch is that I'm not quite ready to summon. I do have some expeditions that I could send them on, but I would need to either give up knowledge or I would need to give up a... I would have to give up the, a follower, neither of which I'm really willing to do right now. So, as an alternative, what I'm going to do is I'll wait. I'm not going to use a subtle fracture. I'm just going to worry about getting a little bit stronger, and then we'll consider going on expeditions. So in 49 seconds, we will take the restlessness and we'll paint it away. Okay, haven't won the auction. That's because that was Gartside Sanskrit reader, so that wasn't as important. Count Jennings has given me Spintrea, another Glimmering. What's the deal here? Right, we were combining the Glimmering. So that actually turned out to be the right call because we got another Glimmering anyway. Okay. Let's... Well, I do need to do these commissions at some point. Let's recruit Neville. And then we will bring more people into the cult. Okay, so for this auction, it's a collection of essays. I am going to pay for this just because, again, I have found it kind of useful to have these lessons learned. I can always sell it again if I have to. I won't get into a bidding war over it, but I am willing to put some effort in. Okay, so it seems to me my better option right now is just to try and generate as much Glimmering as possible. So this I have to combine next. And I might have messed up by combining this early, but we'll do the best that we can. All right. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Neville is a believer. Neville pauses before he speaks and flinches easily. He's sensitive to deeper matters. So we've now got another believer in the cult. We can't yet turn in any commissions, so we are going to talk about the Watchman's Secret and see who we can lure. So we are going to have another restlessness on the table before long. I am going to need to deal with that, but it shouldn't be too hard. And we do not have a Season of Despair coming up, so I might be able to relax a little bit. So we did get the collection of essays. I'm still kicking myself about missing that other auction, but it's not the end of the world. Okay, so this is for Gildersleeve's Latin Grammar. Absolutely no reason for me to buy that, so... We do, however, want to get rid of the restlessness, so we will paint. We've got a reasonable reputation here, so we'll take the 3 Mystique. Most of that reputation is going to get eaten up by the Suppression Bureau, so this is probably the better time to do it anyway. And we'll take that restlessness. So if it's not clear how this works, when the Suppression Bureau is taking an interest, they will take a random reputation card, sort of each tick. And so we haven't generated any notoriety while the Suppression Bureau has been investigating us. And as a consequence, it's meant that we are able to... We're basically largely able to avoid the consequences of this... what's the best way to put it? Like... I haven't needed to deal with the suppression. I haven't had to deal with the Suppression Bureau actually generating evidence against me. Mystique draws their attention, and it can make the investigation longer than it otherwise would have been. But it isn't something that on its own, with some very minor there are actually some very minor exceptions to this.
but on its own, it doesn't really generate a lot of it doesn't really generate a whole lot of it doesn't generate evidence against you. So basically, the worst that happens is that when you have the Suppression Bureau investigating you, if you've been relying on Mystique to do paintings, they eventually eat up all of your Mystique until you don't have any. And then, of course, the other risk is that they keep eating your Mystique until you generate a notoriety, and then they catch the notoriety and you have evidence against you. But again, we haven't had to deal with evidence, so we won't worry about that now. I suppose the question is, do I want to go to the Orchard of Lights or the Lodge of the Sage Knight? If I recall correctly, well, there's one version where we wind up with a lore, and there's another version where we wind up with something we don't want. Let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. No! Should have gone to the Orchard. Last night I dreamt of the blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher. Their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. So, this is helpful when you're under investigation. So, favor from authority. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. So, basically, this is your get out of jail free card. But we don't need to get out of jail yet, so... Let's go back to the White Door. Again, every once in a while we'll find something we need, particularly a Forgotten Chronicle, but because it's behind one of those two options, it's never guaranteed. It's a tricky one to find sometimes. We'll pay up for the paints. I don't have much of an expectation of a return on this, but I figure it's worth trying. Okay. Retained our funds. Let's see what we can find at Oriflamme's. We got a Glimmering, so these need to be combined or they'll be lost. Again, we're building these up into lessons learnt to advance my my painting. And this one is De Bellis Murorum, in Latin, an 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipsos. So I've raised my hand, the auctioneer raps out an acknowledgement. Will anyone match me? Good work. This is work I can be proud of. With enough publicity, it will sell. Okay, so again, more Mystique being generated. No surprises there. Contentment's always nice. We can actually use that. We don't have a season of... This is actually an interesting problem. So let's take a look and see what our return for the painting was. Not very good. So here's the Glimmering. We've got the Mystique. We don't have any staleness, but we really only got one funds. So it seems to me that probably what I want to do here... Painting isn't really pulling its weight, so what I probably want to do is do either the work at the Institute or one of these commissions. I think I'm going to do the... no, I need to make money, so let's do the work first. But in essence, excuse me, if this restlessness turns into dread, that's not terrible, because essentially in 13 seconds, like, so basically a second after this turns into dread, I'm going to be able to dream it away with contentment. And we don't have a season of despair coming up, so that's the other reason why that works. Okay, I don't want a furtive truth here. Let's try the Orchard of Lights. Ooh. I could have actually used that Glimmering. Alright, light dews the skin, suffuses the air. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopoli is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general, as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights. And indeed, the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night, I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after walking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Okay, so let's see where we're at. We'll take the dread. So dread, I've seen too much. A nameless gnawing fear has its teeth in my hopes. An existential horror. I can remember that I was different, but I can't yet remember how. So I'm happy, I think. I remember that I was different before. And in 1 minute we will clear out the gloom. Okay, so somebody matched my bid. I do want to get the Bellus Murorum, so we are going to try and push for that. I might get a chance to show you a neat trick with this follower that's coming up. So one of the things that you might want to think about is I've got this intensity of radiance, so in about 90 seconds this is going to turn into a fascination. And as we know, fascination is one of those things I struggle with in terms of just kind of avoiding the negative consequences. So if it's possible to get rid of this this lantern, that would be ideal. And we haven't really talked about another way that we can get rid of that, but there is actually a way that I can get rid of this lantern that's not obvious. So the auctioneer makes a note of my name and signals one of the attendants. I have my prize. I hope it's worth it. I hope so too, but it is an edge text, and we do need more edge lore because that is going to be how we upgrade our followers. Moving right along. I don't really have the money to go back to Oriflammes right now, but I can sell the Iron Spintrea, which is exactly what I'm going to do. This curiosity will earn you some funds. Sell with caution. There's no way to get it back. And it's Dorothy. All right. So Dorothy is an enthusiastic sword with an eclectic reading habit. She's fascinated by my hints about the shapes beneath the world's skin. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to recruit Dorothy. So we take the Church of the Bright Edge, the recruit. So we do need the knife secret in order to be able to do the ritual. However, we can still use trappings. So for proper sense of occasion, consumes ingredients, influences, uses, but does not consume tools. So if I put in an ingredient, it's gone. If I put in an influence, it's gone. Tool, it's just part of the show, but we don't lose it. Well, I want to lose this influence. So if I put it in here, the sixth lantern doesn't actually do anything. The sixth lantern will do something if I am a lantern cult, but I'm not a lantern cult, I'm an edge cult. But the nice thing about this is because the trappings get consumed, I can use this intensity of radiance. In 30 seconds, it's just going to go away. Because, you know, that's how that particular mechanic works. So in this case here, even recruiting someone can be a way that you can get rid of negative influences if you feel the particular need. It's not always the most reliable option. There are definitely some cases where you might want to, like in the end, if you've recruited everyone or you need that influence slot to be able to get them to the level that you want, you're out of luck. But especially in the earlier game, if you're in a situation like I was, where I really don't want to spend the effort, again, I don't want to try and use up one of these slots to get rid of the lantern, or the lantern influence, or the fascination. And I definitely don't want to lose to accumulating too much fascination. That's a way that I can actually get my... That's the way I could get rid of it without really spending too much. So, in the meantime, with my work slot, I can either work on a commission or I can go to the Institute. Now, the reason we went to the Institute last time was just to make sure that we had enough money. We're not going to be buying stuff from Oriflammes. I kind of accept that. But it seems to me, at the very least, I can do some commissions to get Iron Spintrea, and I can sell the Iron Spintrea if I find myself short on funds. So, we'll do a substantial commission. I think that needs 4, yeah. So, Furtive Truth is fine, and we will use our Reason. So, this may be useful for a commission. Right. Energetic bidding. Some of the audience are on their feet now. Passions are rising. All right. Well, I'm always happy to make more money. The sun still moves. The wind still walks. My journals are the labyrinth clue. And before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Dorothy is an enthusiastic sword. I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage. Now, remember back when I was sending Pope Clifton out and Cat Caro to explore the city? If I do that again, Dorothy is another viable option, because that's another way I can potentially get the Course of the Heart, and the Course of the Heart is what generates that extra vitality for me. That's particularly important because there's no book equivalent to to health, right? If you want to get stronger, you actually have to, pick up heavy things and put them down again. So, in the case of health, if I just study my way to that physique, that's actually quite difficult. Usually what I want is some kind of influence or things like the Course of the Heart to help me. So let's say I wanted to try and maximize the amount of vitality that I was generating. What I would generally want to do, if possible, so there's a type of work that you can do that uses heart. Ideally, I would either be studying or doing some kind of work with heart here. I would be going to the White Door because that also uses health. I would be exploring either with my own health or someone like Dorothy, who's a heart follower. And then I suppose with talk, you can talk with a heart follower as well. And that would essentially be maximizing the number of times that I potentially generate that Course of the Heart. And of course, you just sort of let the number of attempts sort of accumulate, and then you get your vitality. That's a ridiculous way of doing that, by the way. Like, you would not want to actually put all that much effort into getting vitality, but that would be an example of how you sort of maximize your chance of getting other things that generate more health. I suppose you'd be studying with the health anyway, because you'd be getting your vitality directly. But anyways, you get the idea. We are, however, going to go through the White Door. Whether or not we try to generate the Course of the Heart, like, it's still something I want to work on. Okay, so I don't have the Heart Commission to turn in yet. I can't recall. Does Jannings have a commission for us yet? No, the Good Count's fraternity in Europe is seeking particular research. So I pretty much always try and get a commission when I can because it's only 10 seconds long. I also try to turn them in as quickly as I can because that just gets the cooldown resetting faster. He would like an edge. Oddly enough, even though I am an edge cult, we don't actually know enough about the edge to be able to make use of that. That's fair enough, though. We'll make it work. So, in the absence of anything else to do, let's try and get another follower. Okay, so I have a bit of a question for myself here. I've got 78 seconds on a glimmering. I need one more. Actually, you know what? In this case, we'll just do a collection of poetry. This is the fastest way that I can get my fourth level. Alright, the auctioneer's gavel bangs. My item is sold. This generated 4 funds, which is a pretty good deal for me. So here we're just going to go to Oriflamme's and buy whatever's on the block next. Okay, the item in auction is visible on the right. Another collection of poetry. I don't really think we need this right now, so we'll just sit this one out. If we get a chance to get vitality for the affliction, great, but we do have enough money to be able to buy the medicine. Season of Ambition's coming up, so I may need to deal with the restlessness. And I finished the manuscript, so we can turn that in with Dr. Redeem when the time comes. Do I want to pass by without... Yeah, you know what? I still like doing commissions, so I'll take the Barber's Warning. I'm not going to go any higher on this because I'd rather not generate old and happy far-off things, although that may be unavoidable. Auction is over. The lot has gone elsewhere. I retain my funds. So again, just bid on what we can. If Oriflamme's will eventually run out of books too, but okay, I don't want restlessness. Let's try Orchard of Lights again. Well, it's nice to have the vitality, but still the wrong call. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk the Orchard of Lights, where each fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, and where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. If I dream... Ooh, okay... I am going to risk this but I could find myself in a situation where I regret waiting to try and cure this affliction. The pulsing airs will turn into something that can heal me, though. So in the meantime, let's take... yeah, let's just go back to the white door. And something deep mystery something. A dreadful souffle of high digested rumor about the secret worlds and the irrelevance of contemporary morality, including a catalog of unlikely and probably invented debaucheries. So there's nothing else for us to buy from Oriflammes. The only place we'll be able to buy more books is, or get more books, is from basically just plundering all these different locations. So we are going to move our passion up. So we've got our 4 lessons learned, glimpses. So here we go. Okay, so I'll need enough lessons learned and something more. What is this something more? If I know the right lore, I can employ the invisible arts to reach an even higher summit. I must choose between unreason and folly. So, there's plenty of options here. So, obviously one of them would be Lantern, Unreason, cut my hair, cut my bonds, cut my snip, snip, snip. I can't remember if Lantern is permitted here. Yeah, no, it's not. I think Winter is another one that you can't do. Yeah, no. I'm just trying to remember... Folly, I think, might be Heart. Yeah, the Thunderskin promised, we do not cease that are not ceased. Let's take a minute here. These are all probably too low to be very informative. I think we're going to say we're a little more heart-oriented. Thunderskin promised, we do not cease that are not ceased. Again, that I wasn't hesitating because of mechanical reasons. Really, I just kind of want to think about who this person is. This is actually one thing I struggle with in terms of how I would describe their different aspects. Okay, so one thing I'm going to do at Oriflammes is sell off some of the books that I don't need, or some of the items that I don't need at least. So we don't need collections of poetry, so we'll sell something of minimal value. Okay, Restlessness is coming up. Got my treatise on moths, so when the time comes we'll be able to turn that in with Madame Bichet. I don't have the Restlessness yet, so probably better I go to the Institute. Or I can do my Edge Commission. No, I can't. I don't have the skill for the Edge Commission yet. Again, I want to be cautious on this affliction in terms of the time that I spend. Although, if I recall correctly, I believe the lower level heart influence will still save the day there. So my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes. But I must have enough lantern aspect. Let's try the Orchard of Lights. Yes. Okay. I thought I had that right. Last night, I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember in my diary. So, I believe now we can use the No, I cannot use the Trembling Airs. Well, shame on me for even trying. Okay, so I do have 58 seconds, so this is enough time for another trip to the White Door. Where I can, I would like to paint away this restlessness, but we got to give that time. And the auction's complete, so only 1 funds, but that's what we paid for it, so works for me. We'll sell the other collection of poetry. This oddity is probably worth something, but it's hard to be sure. We can also try and sell off something deep mystery something, but we are going to keep the essays until we've got to the top level. Okay, hanger on, not very important to me right now. But this has freed up the talk verb so I can turn in commissions. So Count Jennings doesn't have his commission yet, but Dr. Adim wanted secret histories. which we've done. I have what the doctor requested. So this will get me something higher than an Ire Spintrea, if I recall correctly. So bring me your answers, and I shall defeat them with my questions. So skill, never know. The more, the more, the more, the more. So this is the top level of passion that I can get. So we're now at 5 passion. We actually have more passion, equal passion to our reason now because we did upgrade our scholarship. And let's say study-wise, I think it's high time that we started to get through these books again. So Edge is pretty important both for upgrading our followers but also doing this commission. So let's start with De Bellis Murorum, even though we need to translate it. So in Latin, 18th century epic poem by the pseudonymous Solipsos. And I've received currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So extra erudition for me, some extra mystique for me. We'll chat with Madame Bichet about her moth commission. That one will probably result in an Iron Spintrea. But Iron Spintrea are not necessarily bad. I mean, they've been able to earn us a little bit of money. I should also try and start a romance at some point. Alright. Receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Glimmering doesn't really do that much for me anymore, seeing as we're already at our top level. But again, it's not bad that we have it. We don't have anything else to do talk-wise, so let's talk about the Watchman's Secret until we can do something else. And again, that's just me pressing tab to stack everything up. I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So I've got 6 seconds left on the Restlessness. Now, if I ignored it, it's only Season of Suspicion coming up, so it's possible that we could go without worrying about it. But again, I prefer to paint when I can, and more importantly, we've got a Season of Suspicion coming up, so if I want to earn money painting, this is the best time for me to do it. So there's my passion. We use Restlessness as inspiration, and that'll take care of itself over time. Now, in 16 seconds, I have to remember to use the... hey, Night Valian, good to see you again. As you can see, we've lost quite a few viewers. I don't think Steam is pushing this as hard as before. I also might kind of be messing it up, but I'm curious what you think of the game, because I know you were thinking about trying this out, but I know it's also not necessarily for everyone. So let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight this time. Alright, well, fascination it is. Last night, in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched 2 dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, says the woman who rules here now, as the one who once called herself Gallagher. This is the reveal, so... Oh, no worries, Night Valia. It's not... if you were here for the whole duration, I would have to wonder whether or not you've got better things to do with your time. Like, I don't take attendance. I really appreciate you seeing you here. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the woman who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher into the manses long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. Oh, excellent. Well, I'm always happy to hear that people are still picking up the game. I'm assuming at least some of that money's paying for my time here, so I'm hoping that they're getting their money's worth. But yeah, that's the particular line that reveals. So we don't have Gallagher's works right now, but we read 2 of Teresa Gallagher's works, and there's actually another way that you can run into Teresa Gallagher in this. But little hints as to what the woman is, and I think there's some suggestions as to who it is before you read that particular line anyway. But I find this stuff kind of interesting to dig into. All right, so we're healing up. We will pay for the Colors of the Night, and we got 2 funds for the... Or did I sell a Spintrea? Oh, no, it was the poetry that we sold. Okay, so let's take a second here, and... First of all, I gotta sneeze. Sorry. Right, where was I? Okay, so Season of Suspicion. I don't necessarily need to worry about the fascination right now, but it would be good to get rid of. Exploration-wise, let's still sell off the surplus nonsense. So Oriflammes, we will sell off something Deep Mysteries. So Oddity is probably worth something, but it's hard to be sure. And yeah, so we're healing up. If I can get the extra vitality, so much the better. But I'm not going to start a specific. I'm not going to start a specific effort to get more vitality until the game has already given me some vitality to work on. So let's read De Bellis Murorum, the 18th century's epic poem. The poem elliptically describes a war between beasts, weather phenomena, and arcane concepts. It's quite specific about their tactics. Alright, so Season of Despair. It was the right decision to paint away the despair, however, I am going to still need to deal with the fascination. We did make some money off of the useless book, so that's good there. I'm not sure if I really need to sell off the Iron Spintrea right now, but I suppose the question would be, what else do I do with the Explore verb? Well, I use Dorothy. That's what I do with it, to get the vitality. So, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. Let's see. I'm assuming we didn't get that much as far as money goes. Yeah, one fun. So we basically just paid for the paints. Fair enough. Okay, so what do I do with the work verb? Don't have the edge yet, so I mean, unless I want to do some kind of a summon. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to give you an example in terms of these summonings. So, Rite of the Crucible Soul. The rite uses an instrument of power to set the blood of fire. Fire is the lesion in the skin of the world. The assistant rarely survives unharmed. So, you have an invocation, which is lore. You have a victim. There must always be willing blood, so this is either a prisoner or a follower. You have an instrument. On what will blood be shed? Actually, it just occurred to me we don't have any tools, so I mean, in theory we could do it, but realistically we don't have a combination that's powerful enough. And then a desire. So what might I become? And this requires the 6th mark, so we do not have the 6th mark yet, so we couldn't put it in there. So not only do we need to give up a victim, and I'm not entirely sure I want to give up any of my cultists, I don't have an instrument. So in this case here, the Rite of the Crucible Soul is not very useful to me. Now, the Rite of the Watchman's Sorrow. This rite recalls the loss of the watchman who walks the house which has no walls. Light goes before him and shadow behind. He must not see you. The instrument of power is used to summon him and take his sacrifice, precious knowledge from the root of your thoughts. The assistant must speak the words that anchor your sanity, so choose someone you trust. So, sacrifice. In this case, I sacrifice lore. So it's like, okay, well, let's put the moth in here, and we'll get Neville to anchor my sanity, and then the instrument. Oh, we still don't have an instrument, so that's still the same. That's still the same problem. All right, yeah. But anyways, you kind of get the idea, right? You need to find the right combination of cards, and both of these things that I'm giving up for these summonings are actually rather precious to me. I want to keep my followers, and I want to keep my lore. There will be times when I actually have more of something than I really need, and so I'm willing to give them up then. But we're certainly not at that point yet. So, in any case, let's carry on. Let's say, okay, we've got work. I don't see any reason to do anything other than go to the Institute for now. So, but that's maybe an example in terms of how I would use the work for something else. We've also been using it for commissions, but obviously I can't do the current commission that I have. Okay, so Street Strange by Moonlight's not all that exciting to me. It is very interesting that we got the Course of the Heart. That was, of course, the reason why we were sending Dorothy out. So we're going to keep sending Dorothy out to search the city. And now I am going to start trying to do more things that generate vitality for me. So, okay, the sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. And this, of course, means that we're going to be going back through the White Door as often as we can. Hireling. I found someone whom I might pay to enact regrettable necessities. This is only a hulking fellow. I get the job done, and it's 3 edge. You know, there's some... I guess there's some stuff that we can do, but it's not... 3 edge is not that important to us right now. So my own heart pumps more strongly today. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to keep that vitality for as long as I can. And if possible, I'm going to try and, essentially I'm going to wait until the number's less than 60 and then we combine it into the lessons learned. And ideally, we're going to be able to get the 4 there. It's very, very hard to do this without doing the physical labor, but I'm going to do my best. So we'll see if we can pull this off. Anyways, the 2-1 joined and the horn distinguished. Consequently, blood. This is the bone-deep story the thousandmen learnt in antiquity of blood and its exits. To speak it aloud is to hear the sword hiss. Use this in a rite with a corpse and winter power, and the corpse will rise. So this is, obviously there's little hints here in terms of how we can use our lore for certain works. This will also be helpful for my Edge commission, which is why I got it in the first place. But anyways, we are going to do fresh air and exercise until we can get our 4 lessons learned, or until it's clear that we're not going to be able to get it in time. Okay, Season of Ambition's coming up, so I do want to keep my nose clean as far as the restlessness. Okay, we've got an acquaintance, more mystique, Watchman's Secret, and a hanger-on, so I'm in no rush to bring them into the cult. We are, however, going to turn in the... Oh, we'll get the commissions, we won't turn them in. Okay, I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So we don't yet have any restlessness to deal with, so we will go back to the Institute. There's a dank and clinging smell in the Institute that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it's the paint, perhaps it's the patience, perhaps it is something in the walls. Alright, so he would like a very substantial commission on secret histories. Now, luckily, we do have the level 6, but for most other lore, we wouldn't. And then Madame Bichet would like something or other. So this is a Grail commission. Madame Olympie Bichet is seeking suitable articles for the Carisham Review. She's interested in a more substantial response to the Grail and its allure. So unfortunately, we don't have any Grail lore, so we can't do this one at all. But that's fine. We'll get through it. In the meantime, we can try and bring more bodies into the cult, so we will talk about the Watchman's Secret, see whether... Oh, actually, another thing I can do is talk about the Thunderous Secret instead. So that's what I'm going to do in future. For now, let's go to the Orchard of Lights. Drat. Alright. Light dews the skin and suffuses the air. 6-order influence. Invisible art, said Christopher Lopoli, is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists, is the place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Alright, so, we've got an open dream slot. I just want to double check that there isn't anything special that I want to do with the fascination. Nope, I think we just go back through the... I think we just go right back through the white door. So again, it occurred to me that if I keep talking about the Watchman's Secret, that's fine, but that may generate something that generates erudition. Whereas if I talk about the Thunderous Secret, that's going to be something that potentially generates Course of the Heart, which will give me the vitality, which is exactly what I'm trying to do. So we'll still get Dorothy to search the city. The only thing we're going to change is what we talk about when the time comes. Now, we are going to have to wait... Oh, no, we're not. I think I'm actually going to we'll work on the Edge Commission right away. Alright, I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. Again, we're trying to generate as much vitality as we can, so we just push that straight back into the study verb. We don't really care about Street Strange by Moonlight right now because we want to use Dorothy to search the city. And then when the time comes, I'm going to try and use either the fascination or the intensity of radiance to get rid of, or to like get rid of the influence. But again, right now I want to try and generate as much vitality as I can. All right, I've done some good. When my patients are quieter than when I began. I could, of course, try to do some paintings of the vitality itself, or I don't think I can do health, but like I could also try and do a painting of a heart follower. But again, I think that just uses too many. That uses too many resources I could otherwise be using to try and generate that vitality. All right, so there's the restlessness. I am a little curious if I could somehow combine this in the study verb, so we'll see whether or not. I can actually pull that off. Okay, so apparently we've got another patron coming up. Orchard of Lights, maybe? Yeah. Another forgotten chronicle. So if it seems repetitive, it kind of is. But notice we're doing really well with funds. We've got more of these forgotten chronicles. And the only real thing is that I'm trying to get to a higher level with my physique. Like, that's really the only thing that's not quite working out for me right now. But overall, we're in a pretty good spot. We are going to get sick again. That's just something that happens. But it's not the end of the world. When I get to the 6th mark, then that's the end of the world. But for different reasons, for good reasons. All right. So I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. I have to combine this vitality or I lose it. So now we've kind of got the ball rolling on... I'm going to have to sort of resolve a lot of this stuff within 5 minutes. Again, it may be too ambitious, but we're going to do our best. And we'll see how, how likely, how viable this approach is. Oh, there was one thing I was meaning to do with study. I wanted to see if it was possible to combine a restlessness and a... I wanted to see if I could somehow combine the restlessness to produce what I needed. This is also going to be tough because the consciousness of radiance is going to come to bite me. So I think I have a couple of escapes that I can do. Okay, first of all, we can get rid of the restlessness with painting. So 2 mystique, 2 passion. The consciousness of radiance, unfortunately, does not work with my current plan. So we might actually just take the hit. We might have to just take the hit. Because I really don't want to use the dream verb to try and get rid of the fascination. All right, we can learn from each other. Poppy Lascelles, an amiable woman of property. She'd like to talk to you. Okay, so we are going to use the Thunderous Secret with the talk verb from now on. Okay, so that fascination's going to come to hit me in a little bit. Let's try the Orchard of Lights. Cool, Pulsing Airs. That's going to get me a vitality eventually. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk the Orchard of Lights, where the fruit glows like a sunset and the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. Okay. Sorry, I thought I saw the fascination get picked up, but I'm just being paranoid. Okay, we will pay for the colors of the night. Oop, I gotta go back to the white door. And again, we just keep putting Dorothy on exploration because Dorothy has heart. Okay, won't hire the hireling. Alright, right. So this is the lesson learned. I'm going to get the health in there because at the very least I want a second. Okay, we've got vitality. It's almost 2 minutes worth, not a full 2 minutes, unfortunately. So that is going to create some difficulties. Now, I've got 3 minutes on the affliction. I'm probably going to have to give up the dream verb at an inopportune time. So I think probably I'll just spend the funds and get through it. The one bit of good news is that you can get a Course of the Heart by trying to heal the affliction. So it's all is not lost, but it's still not exactly how I'd like to spend my time. I do need to make sure that I take care of myself, though. So we've got our mystique. There's the contentment, passion, mystique. Still no staleness, which is good. We actually made some decent money on that, so I'm pretty happy all told. Let's go back to the Institute or do a commission. Actually, if I can do the commission, I'd prefer to do that. So, substantial edge. I thought I already did this. So Trembling Airs will be able to combine with Vitality into a lesson learnt. Again, I want to try and use these for as long as I possibly can. Oh, I can never remember if it's Icy Atmosphere. Let's try the Orchard of Lights again. Yeah. Sun and Splendor, the Hour who once ruled the Mansis, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants can walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menascate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun and rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but for them to see them in the distance is a gift of insight. So let's take a second. I think I am just going to spend to heal. It seems better than to get sort of hit at a time when it's not voluntary, so at least in this case I can just get that out of the way. I'll switch these around. And again, we just send Dorothy out because she's currently my only heart follower. Okay, so if I want to upgrade this vitality, let's do it with the Trembling Airs if I can. So that's going to be my second lesson learnt. Again, some of these may decay. If they decay, then they turn down into 1 vitality. I need to build them up again. That's one of the reasons why we're trying to generate as much vitality through other means as we can. Okay, so there's my Edge Commission. We will use the talk verb for those, but for the time being, let's just keep cranking out commissions as much as I can. A couple of reasons for the Forgotten Chronicle. Another Restlessness coming up, so I will get to test my assumption with the Vitality before too long, assuming I don't forget to do that. And this is actually pretty good, because if Bleak Thoughts go away in 27 seconds, that's going to give a fleeting reminiscence, which will get rid of the fascination here, and we can safely ignore the consequences of the... We can safely ignore the consequences of the kind of the fascination we let emerge. So we found Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra has been found not guilty 3 times in 3 separate jurisdictions. She will likely never be found guilty of anything. So what I'm going to be doing here, because my real goal is to try and provoke these Course of the Hearts, I'm actually not going to recruit Rhaenyra like I normally do. What I am going to do is just keep doing the Thunderous Secret until we've finished our Vitality push, and then once we finish our Vitality push, we'll just catch up and do these. In fact, that also includes turning in commissions. It's only 10 seconds, but I think I'm going to try and push as hard as I can on getting some of this, working. If you can just give me a second here. Sorry, I just it turns out it was an everyone ping on Discord, but I just needed to make sure someone wasn't in trouble. Okay, the sick room grows close and stale, time to get up. So here we are just going to go back to the white door. Again, the logic being that we use health to get to the white door, and there is the Orchard of Lights, which potentially gives us pulsing airs. So that's 2 opportunities to generate vitality in the long run. I say in the long run because it takes about 2 minutes for the pulsing airs to turn into something we can actually use. But again, I got to work with what I've been given. So as you can see, that fleeting reminiscence was automatically picked up. So paintings whispers, windows wink. I know these things are not true, but how can I be certain? And essentially the major threats to us have now kind of been tranquilized. So at this point here, the Suppression Bureau is going to be picking up its mystique. I'll be generating mystique, but I don't really worry about it. It's when I generate notoriety that I'm worried. At this point here, this is just purely a matter of trying to generate as much vitality as we can. And once we've achieved that goal, we can start directing our attention towards lore again. Season of Suspicion is basically like a free turn right now because we're already under the Season of Suspicion. Okay, let's commission. I don't know why I brought the lore over there. I probably just wasn't thinking. Okay, back to work. So Institute makes sense, although we are going to have restlessness in a couple of seconds. Again, this might be an opportunity for me to see if I can combine restlessness with vitality, because that's really cool if I can. And we will go back to sending Dorothy out to search the city in hopes that she provokes the course of the heart. One thing I could try and do is explore with the health card, but I don't know if I have enough health to actually be able to do all of the other things I'm using for health. So in general, I've just decided not to mess around with that. This fortune teller is not bad. This fortune teller I could probably sacrifice I could probably sacrifice this fortune teller to summon something, but let's try the Orchard of Lights again. Nuts. The invisible arts, Christopher Lopley is said to have remarked, as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard with its glowing fruit and peaceful mists is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after walking, I still carry with me a little bit of the glory of the old sun. Okay, back to the white door. So I can find out that you can combine restlessness with vitality. I am definitely changing the way I handle the white door. Okay, Season of Ardor's coming up. We are all of us ape and angel. Okay, so we've got this vitality that's about to expire. If I say more vitality, okay, no, that doesn't work out. So if I just try and study restlessness, oh yeah, actually I forgot, I quite like this one. So if you try to study restlessness, to study, one must generally sit quite still. Restlessness is rarely the ally of scholarship. So I do quite like that one. Okay, so basically we've got a vitality that's going to expire in 45 seconds, so we will combine that. This is unfortunately a fresh one, but we didn't generate vitality any other way, so we'll combine it. This is going to go away in 104 seconds, so we'll have 3 lessons learned. It's not quite enough to push us over the edge, so we do know that we're going to lose a vitality, but that doesn't mean that we give up on our pursuit quite yet. We are going to paint. But I don't have any reputation, so this is basically a passion job. I think I'm only going to do 2 passion here. We won't spend any money. If you do too much passion, you potentially generate a fascination, which is not quite what I need right now, given this intensity of radiance that I'm going to be contending with. All right, old and happy far off things, just what I didn't need. And we got a hanger on, so this is not somebody I'm going to be recruiting anytime soon. Okay, and we're not paying for the paints. We'll send Dorothy back in to try and provoke another vitality. And the glimmering Again, I'm kind of just forcing the Orchard of Lights in hopes that I get the pulsing airs. I should probably be a little more careful because you can get a fascination in the Orchard of Lights. But I am pretty much I am very one-track minded on this. I am really trying to push as hard as I can towards getting that that extra vitality. We're close. It's not going to take a whole lot to just push us over the edge of what we need, but we do still need to actually deliver that final step. Okay, so we do have a Season of Despair coming up. I am going to need to paint away the restlessness. Again, we're doing all right with funds, so I'm not too worried about it. And we got absolutely nothing for that. Although I guess I got some reputation, so I can't say absolutely nothing. Some contentment too. Ooh, can I combine contentment with a rest? Oh, I had an idea. Okay, so we gotta wait for point 2 on this study. So this is our lesson learned. So let's try a contentment, which is an influence. So here I can study it with, oh, it's trembling air, so that's still not going to do the trick. I'm trying to find clever ways to try and combine something with a restlessness because it does have heart influence. All right, well, we didn't lose much by waiting for it, so we'll grab 2 Mystique, try and make a little money off of this. We will put our passion as well. We will use restlessness as our inspiration, and in the meantime, we will study our health to get the extra vitality, remembering that in effect what we are doing here is we're trying to convert this. So in 44 seconds, this is going to downgrade to a vitality, so essentially this is getting me the extra vitality I need to be able to restore it. I'm pretty sure once we experience that loss, we're going to be able to sort of boost it up to finally get that 4th lesson learned, but it's going to be a very, very tight window. So if we can get like a Course of the Heart, that's exactly what I need right now. All right. Well, I do actually have some uses for this bomb maker, but I'm not going to quite hire them yet because I've got other concerns. There's the fascination. That was, that was something I just kind of accepted was going to happen. So, again, we will try. Wait a minute. Oh, God. I can never remember. I think I was disappointed the last time that I went to the Orchard of Lights with restlessness, but I'm still going to do it because I know there's no way of getting vitality from the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Hey, and we got Forgotten Chronicles, so... Sorry I'm not reading the Mansis descriptions again, but I want to try and focus on the task at hand, and I know I've read a few of these in a row, so I'm going to play a little more aggressively, and then we will go back to reading the lore once we achieve the thing that we're going for. Essentially, because I'm repeating the same steps a few times over and over, I'm kind of the feeling that there isn't quite the same benefit to me describing certain things repeatedly. But when we're back to a point where we're maybe, trying to decide what to do or maybe take things in a different direction, then it's a little more justifiable for me to, to highlight something else. I feel like I have a lot more passion than is currently on the table. Anyways, this is about the same as working at the Institute. We netted 2 and it cost about the same. It took about the same amount of time. So, I don't think we have any restlessness to paint away, so in this case here, we'll just go back to the Institute and collect our usual fee. That's our health and vitality, so 104 seconds on this, so again, same story, we just take our health and put it on there. So we've got 2 so this is interesting. So it says 3 and 4, so we've got 2 passion that's exhausted, we've got 2 on the table here. We're not using passion. Oh, sorry, that's not true. We've got 1 passion inside of this. So that's a total of 5. So where's the other 2 coming from? Interesting. Again, Dorothy's not necessarily generating lots of courses of the heart, but the reason why I keep sending her off is that it's better than a 0 chance, which is what all of these other ones give me. And here we got another hanger-on. That's always the one that I least look forward to, because hangers-on are really just fodder, in my opinion. And we send Dorothy back. So we'll lose this lesson learnt after a certain period of time. So this is the one worry I have, is that we sort of just chase our tail as far as getting these lessons learned. The difference, though, is, okay, we're going to hit the Orchard of Lights, Pulsing Airs, Rising Power, a Reassuring Energy. So in 2 minutes, this will turn into Vitality. This might be the thing that cracks it open. So we'll just set that aside. We'll let these, we'll let these things sort of live their natural lifespans. Oh, this is a good one. Entry Consultant, 5 knock. Good news is the Fascination had... Oh, well, there's my Season of Vision, so much for saying, oh, we haven't had to worry about that. I'm willing to do the same thing we did last time, which is just take the hit on the Fascination and move on. So, fresh air and exercise. I've neglected my studies, but I stand a little straighter. So, okay, I'm going to take a second here and we'll talk about what our goal is and where we are in relation to it. So, what do we need to get our last bit of bonus health? We need 4 lessons learned vitality lessons learned. What do we currently have? 2 vitality lessons learned. What do we have on the board right now? We have 3 regular vitality and a pulsing airs that will turn into vitality in 97.5 seconds. So in the long run, this is basically... So if everything was infinitely lived, except for the pulsing airs, which would decay to vitality, we have the components that we need. Over time, though, this is going to decay to a single vitality. So in order to make myself whole again for the base components, I'm going to need to research at least 1 additional vitality. Then I'm also going to need the time to combine all of these things. So essentially what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be running these for as long as I possibly can without restoring them. And that's just so I can get as much vitality on the table as I can. And then once we have all the basic components, we combine them up into lessons learned right away. And that should be enough to get us to the 4 and see it to the end. I am going to do that calculation again closer to me taking the action, because in order to produce 4... so like if we went just from vitality, in order to produce 4 lessons learned from 8 vitality, that's 4 minutes worth of study. So that's almost the duration of a single lesson learned. So you kind of want to be careful. You want to make sure that basically you have the time available, because it's really easy to stumble, and then that's going to result in you losing half of your vitality. And you just, like, I have definitely had times where I just give up and say it's not worth it to get that much health. And truth is, it is actually worth it to try and get that much health. It's why I'm putting this much effort into this. But I realize that doesn't always make for the most exciting viewing experience. So we will be getting on top of it. Again, I'm happy to answer questions about the game. I'm happy to talk about some other things in between. But because I'm really focused on this vitality, I've definitely shifted from talking about game story stuff, and I'm definitely talking a bit more about mechanics, just simply because if I don't do that, I tend to get a little distracted, and then I usually wind up making mistakes. So we'll send Dorothy out again. So I believe I could actually combine the Trembling Airs with a Vitality at the moment. I'm not going to... I think I'm going to have to do it with this Vitality. Ooh, actually, I might need to do it with both of these Vitality, because it's going to take 22 seconds. That's fine, though. We'll still get through it. Okay, more white door. Yeah, so we're going to have 2 below 50 seconds. or 60 seconds rather. So combine these, so that's going to get me a new lesson learned. Excuse me. Excuse me. Again, it would be nice if we get a chance either through Dorothy or through one of the other ones to generate a course in the heart. We did get lucky with the pulsing airs because that's a nice long-lived vitality which becomes active right around the time that we need it. But again, if I don't time this all correctly, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so we've got Valsine, who eventually will become a Forge follower. I use Valsine a lot to repair some of my equipment, although we have not needed to repair equipment for this particular run. Although I can describe Valsine still, so Rhaenyra has been found not guilty 3 times in 3 separate jurisdictions. She will likely never be found guilty of anything. And Valsine has operated her establishment for almost 20 years. She has never employed an assistant. Her hands are terribly strong. Okay, so 21 seconds, that will mean probably the lesson learned and the vitality goes away. Drat. I don't think we're trapped in an endless loop, but I'm beginning to doubt myself a little bit. This will turn into a lesson learned. This will turn into a vitality. This needs to be combined with something. I don't know, we'll give it a shot. Okay, so back to a lesson learned. We have 119.99. Okay, so I'm going to combine the oldest to a proper lesson learned. So in the end I wind up with 3. Yeah. It's questionable. But I'm not quite willing to give up yet. We definitely have some longer lives on these lesson learnts, so it may still turn out. Again, if we get lucky and like have a Course of the Heart and a Trembling Airs, I think we're set, but we've not quite had the same opportunities. It's inconvenient. It's actually particularly inconvenient because we are currently in a season of vision, so I do sort of need to take this one a bit more seriously. But I'll use the talk verb when the time comes for that. We are still going to go back through the dream. Actually, the good news here is in 58 seconds we're going to get a fleeting reminiscence, so that'll kill that, and then I can afford to have the fascination just kicking around again. So I dodged a bullet just by being lazy again. That's nice to know. Let's fast forward a little bit just to make this go by a bit faster. So there's a lesson learnt. Again, we're going to need to combine the vitalities, so... Yeah, so I mean, if you take a look at this, right, we'll have 3 lessons learned by the end of it, relatively fresh. It's really just a question of getting one more vitality, or even just a heart influence. And we should be fine. Study might actually help with that, now that I think of it. But anyways, we will continue on with the position at the Institute. We have Clovette, who is another heart follower, so I might actually be willing to bring her into the cult. Better not, actually. I should stick with the Thunderous Secret for now. And we've already got heart followers to handle most of the things we want to do. There's the pulsing airs. All right. So in 2 minutes, not even 2 minutes actually, I just need 1 minute to be able to combine that with a vitality. We're still going to keep going for the white door. And the reason for this is just I don't want to count as having 4 lessons learned until I actually have those in my hand. But I think we're at the end because we also generated a Course of the Heart here. So for those of you who have been rolling your eyes waiting for this upgrade to happen, your time has come. All right. So here is the lesson learned. We do not have a single vitality on its own to combine. But if I just wait for... Okay, so if I just wait the 10 seconds, then this will be turned into a vitality which I can use. So we go to the Institute. Yeah, we're pretty much home free. The only thing that might slip us up is the time it takes to generate that single vitality. But even then, I think we're good to go here. So 60 seconds, it's a lesson learned. We've got lesson learned, lesson learned, lesson learned. This is the oldest one, 164 seconds. So we still have 100 seconds left. We can now stop it's no longer needs to be all hands on deck in order to get the vitality that we need. So like I said earlier, getting vitality... So getting your strength up to 4 without relying on a physical job is quite challenging. But it is going to be worth it, as we'll see in a minute. Okay, I think we'll do the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Yeah. We don't really need glimmering, but... I recall my dream. This was the Lodge of the Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other. And you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I will give you a tiny gift. So there's the glimmering. We've got the... Dread taken care of. Well, sorry, Season of Dread is active, but I'm not worried about it. Now, this Season of Visions doesn't bother me, and it might seem counterintuitive why, but basically the way this works, so the solidity of the everyday banishes phantoms. I tether myself to the everyday. So, basically the way that this works is that if you have a fascination in it, and same for Dread for the Season of Despair, you are going to... Basically, if it finds a Dread, it's going to eat it, and it's going to raise it up a level. If it finds a Contentment for the Season of Despair, or a Dread, or a Fleeting Reminiscence for the Season of Visions, it's going to take it away. If you go from 1 to 0... that means the event is over. So you can have this on the board, and if you are going from a 1 to a 0, you can actually have Fascination on the board and it won't be picked up because that particular event is over. It's, again, just one of those things you kind of pick up over time as you play the game, but it's... I just happen to know that, so I really don't have a better explanation than that. Now, oddly enough, I am actually going to be going back through the White Door, and that's because I'm going to be back to trying to get these Forgotten Chronicles. I probably don't need that many, but it's, it's a nice to have at this point. And we really do need to start working on this pile of lore, because this is going to be the thing that hopefully gets me the lore that I need to be able to advance. Alright, so I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So we are sitting on a nice stack of funds. Unfortunately, we just don't have a whole lot of... the others. Love listening to your voice read these cards. Well, thank you to Krill. It's actually why I felt a bit bad about being so focused on the vitality, but I also knew that if I didn't speed things up, we'd basically be here all night just doing this. So... I really appreciate all of you hanging out with me, because I certainly enjoy talking about the game and particularly reading the lore on the cards. So again, I never get, I mean, nobody gets tired of compliments, but especially when things are a little quiet, or admittedly like here, this is one of the lower Steam audiences that we've had at this time, at least. Obviously we started quite well, and I'm sure the number will pick up again as the evening goes by. But, it's nice. It's just nice to have that little reassurance. I'm still I'm a disembodied voice on Steam, but obviously a person reading the text. So, the little votes of confidence are ones that are really appreciated. I try not to sound too desperate for it. Obviously, that's not a particularly good look. But I think there's a meaningful difference between expressing appreciation and like begging for the compliment. So I just wanted to say, like, thank you very much for that. It actually makes a difference. It's one of the reasons I continue to stream Cultist Simulator. Well, stream or put it on YouTube. I've been doing more YouTube for Cultist Simulator lately. Okay, so much like the Passion, we're trying to take our strength to the top level. And so we need something more. Now, I can't remember if Edge has something here. Yes, it does. Okay, interesting. So I will follow in the footsteps of the Lionsmith, who grows strong and stronger, and the Colonel, who does not flinch from scars. So I think it's the same as if you do Forge, but I figured I might as well stay on brand. We are the Church of the Bright Edge, after all. All right. So now we can focus a little bit more on what we really want to do. So we've got Rose, which is good. It seems every time we do an Edge thing, an Edge follower pops up. I know the game isn't built to do that. I just think it's kind of neat. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Cultist, by any standard, whether it's whether it's Twitch, whether it's YouTube, whether it's stream, I'm definitely a very small fish. But even by those standards, actually, it's specifically the Cultist Simulator community that pushed my YouTube channel to something that was just an archive to something that's actively watched. So just so you know, like, I will be trying to put a video of this online. We did have some technical problems, so I'm feeling a little nervous about the recording. But again, my commitment has always been, as long as the recording is available, I do try to put that on my YouTube channel when it's available. In the case of Twitch, they want a certain level of exclusivity, for lack of a better term. And when it comes to Steam, I don't believe there's any timer. However, it does take a very, very, very long time for them to ingest the full quality video. So just a warning. It also the full quality won't be quite as strong as some of my other videos. I did the wrong settings, but that's fine. It'll all work out in the end. I'm sure people are happy to see a video more than a video at lower quality than a video at no quality. Okay. Sorry, I'm also filibustering a little bit because I'm trying to figure out what I want to do now that I've got all this space available. So the first thing I think is I should incorporate these acquaintances into my cult. So first things first, let's add Rhaenyra. Obviously, you got to add the hot one, right? So here's Rhaenyra. We'll add the fascination as trappings, remembering that fascination is an influence, so that counts. It's a way of getting rid of fascination. I'm not too threatened by it, but it's better to just get rid of it because I can. And here we'll use the Knife Secret. Where did my higher edge go? Am I going nuts? Oh, right, yeah, we used it in the... yeah, of course, we used it for something. Okay, that's fine. Now, exploration. I guess I could do Street Strange by Moonlight. What would that get me, though? I don't really have anything to sell at Oriflamme's, right? Well, that's not entirely true. Iron Spintrea we could technically sell. Oh, actually, I forgot. I didn't highlight the Bronze Spintrea. So, Initiates of the Hidden World use Spintrea to pay for services. Bronze Spintrea usually display an act of shaping on their reverse side. So take a look at this. Like, it's kind of neat, right? You see the Iron Spintrea, and it's an edge token, whereas the Bronze Spintrea is Forge, and you see that reflected both in the art and the traits that the card has. So Bronze Spintrea is worth more than Iron. You can see that from its value, but it's, I don't know, I find that just a neat touch. Okay. I really just need to make a decision. Any decision with Explore is the correct one at this point. So let's just send Dorothy out again. I'm trying to think what I get from Street Strange by Moonlight. I don't know if I really get anything that I need from that at the moment. I mean, I can get another bomb maker. Wouldn't hurt, but I just don't see the major use for it. Let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Oh! Alright, last night in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher in the Mansus, long before I came here. My attention has drifted, the swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. So we can use the fleeting reminiscence to get rid of this if I want. Actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. We could also use it in a ritual, but I don't have quite the same needs in the white door as I used to. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife, so it can separate a drifting thread. And it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Rhaenyra continues to pursue her appetites discreetly, although her ambitions have grown. Alright, so let's talk with Clovette. I do like my heart followers right now, so... I mean, we don't really need them quite the same way we used to, but I'm still fond of heart followers. So, take the Church of the Bright Edge, Clovette. The ceremony will be... let's see... Make secret. We don't actually have anything we were trying to get rid of, so it was a little silly of me to use the dream slot for that, because we were doing so much recruitment, but that's life, right? Our money. There's a dank and clinging smell in the Institute that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint, perhaps it is the patience, perhaps it is something in the walls. My heart beats with the steadiness of a drum and the certainty of a judge's sentence. Man, that's a really good... I forget some of these lines. They've got a matchless physique. I move like a mountain and strike like the sky. To master others is strength. To master yourself is power. So... it's an ability, it's a strength 4, and dangerous. Direct confrontation is always unwise, but in the last resort, if it comes to a struggle, I am very dangerous. So, we now have 5 health. I believe one of those is tied up... No, it's not tied. What is it tied up in? Okay, it says I have 5 health. I actually think I have 4. But we can start using the study verb again, so... Yeah, I mean, the Tabletop RPG did come out today, but apparently it sold out in, like, okay, maybe not seconds, but, like, there were people I know who were specifically waiting for the physical edition. And even with them, like, dedicating the time, apparently it sold out before they were able to get it. So... Obviously, I'm very happy for Weather Factory. It's a very uncertain thing to try and make a physical product because it's entirely possible that people say they're interested in it and then they see the price and they're like, I'm not that interested. But obviously, it's great to know. It's great to know that people did it. It was I don't want to make too big of a deal of my financial situation, but I was talking about kind of like paying down some debt. So that was a little much for me. Once I include the shipping and such. But man, like, that's a very good little package they put together. Like, I think Weather Factory's done a really good job of when they do physical merchandise, it is definitely like a high quality thing. Sorry. Okay, so I am being paid to do this stream, and I'm sorry because this sounds totally like an infomercial, but I'm trying to talk about like a thing I've noticed that I like about them. The merchandise is kind of high quality stuff. So like, yes, you kind of pay up for it, at least kind of by my standards, but like what I've gotten from them, has always been something where I'm like, yeah, wow, this is a thing I'm like proud to own. Like I really like the notebook, like the journal that they've got, and the posters, for instance. So, when it comes to the tabletop RPG, like, it's cool that they did this big special thing that people who are really invested in the game can buy. And then, of course, just the later edition of the digital version for people who just want to play the contents and maybe don't want the physical version. Like, I really do think that's a great way of making sure that people who want that value can buy it. And of course, I'm sure that is something that will help, them stay afloat. But they're not making everything a premium product. Like, Cultist Simulator is still goes on a discount like it's got right now. And there's a digital version of the game, of the tabletop game, so that if you are sort of conscious of the costs, like, you can still get a version of it which you can be happy with, and not sort of feel like you need to save up for a couple of months to play it. So, but yeah, I apologize again. Like, it's weird. I've still not. It's been this is the second time I've been doing this for pay. And I don't want to highlight it too much because I don't think that's the key factor. But it's weird, right? Like, I like talking about my enthusiasm of the game, but I do need to appreciate that the fact that there's an exchange of time for money does put a certain obligation on me to report that sort of thing. So I'd like to think that I haven't said anything I wouldn't have said, during the broadcasts where I'm not being paid. But that's up to, in the end, it's up to the viewers to decide. All right. Stum is probably one of my favorite, quote unquote, books that you can read. The concept of it, I just think, is really neat. So, again, just because it's been a little while since we've been reading some of these books, or since we've been reading some of these descriptions, a can of nitrate film labeled Stumm, or silent, or perhaps mute. The director's name, Jörnet Krosse, is shakily appended. The film rattles through the projector, glows silently on the wall. It is the story of a foolish student of forbidden sciences who recruits a dancer to entice the dead back into the world through a flaw in its skin. It's a fiction, but here on the title card is laid out the operation of the declining sun. So it's, again, I guess it's because there's this game and you're collecting so many musty old tomes and you're reading a lot of stuff. This idea of an occult film, and particularly what's described in it, it's pretty wild. So I don't know. It's a very memorable bit of lore for me. So Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. So let's recruit Rose. Rose is going to be a edge follower, so much the better for us. It's always nice to have people of common interests. All right, and we'll still send Dorothy out on the exploration until we decide otherwise. Dream-wise, we will go back to the White Door. I don't have anything else that I need to get rid of, so we'll still use our health. What we're really trying to do here is get lore that will solve Gearby's riddle. So, what are the words that make sacrifice sweet? We don't quite have what we need for that yet, but we're working on it. All right. Rose is a sly miss, but loyal. Wait, is that the same? That's neat. I never noticed the parallel between Victor and Rose. Okay, let's take Valsine. We're pretty much just going in order, but that's fine. We'll still keep working. Oh, actually, sorry. I should be doing some commissions now because I can certainly afford it. It's better for me than just hoarding my funds. I actually don't have much of a need for them right now. So I can't do the substantial Grail commission, but I can do the very substantial. Oh my goodness, I've already done these. Oh well. The rite is depicted in chilling detail. Here is the flaw in the world, an influence shimmering in luminous paint. Here is the dancer establishing an irresistible rhythm. Here the scholar recites the operation, and now the misty dead whirls through the flaw to consume him. The film closes on the dancer's watchful eyes. Had she intended it all from the start? So, having seen too much, we now suffer from dread. But we do have the operation of the declining sun. So this is the level 6 winter lore. This invokes, acknowledges, and welcomes the passage to silence. Use this in a rite with heart influence and Byzantine taint to summon the voiceless dead. So we will continue to read. So Wrapped in the King. Detailed accounts by James Colin Murphy of the secret bacchanals and ecstatic dances observed in necropolises and graveyards in southern Europe, in Egypt, and in Anatolia. The author is a self-confessed ghoul, an eater of buried flesh. He claims to have witnessed the dances while at his feasting. The dances draw from the traditions and mysteries of the cults of Isis and of Sybil, but include both symbolic and literal flayings, and the human heart is always central in the rites. The author punctuates his accounts with queasily sensuous descriptions of his own interrupted feasts. So, Valsine. Valsine's ingenuities are endless, and her grip is stronger than a blacksmith's. Actually, speaking of, let's make things interesting. Significant conversations in a smoky meeting room. What do I need from my follower? All right. I have not tried this before, so sorry to create. I know this is going to seem like I'm just kind of aping your comment, but I did actually intend to do this a little later, and I thought let's follow through. Not quite sure what this lady would like. Well, let's try. Invite them to an evening at the Ignisis Club. Rose grins. Thank you. I'm very fond of the club. My brother used to take me there. Oh god, I like that line a lot. Oh, I should actually be going for some more erudition, because we can get our last level of we can get our last level of erudition as well. Okay. Rising power, a reassuring energy. I don't know, I figure I'm trying to think for my I don't really think about video game characters and which ones I date. Oh man, there's a lot of hey, Nom Rocks Nom. There's a few there's quite a few Rose followers in here. All right, I gotta ask this: among those who are already interested or into the game, does anybody have a favorite romance option? It's not necessarily gonna drive mine, but I'll admit I've actually largely avoided the romance in the game, except for maybe in the Dancer. I think my first win was as a trophy. Okay, let's do... Oh yeah, actually I think I got that win on Steam actually during one of those broadcasts. Sunset Rite's pretty big for me. Sunset Rite is great because you can use influence. So influence is something that will already decay on its own. So I might actually do something with these pulsing airs. Anyways, Sunset Rite. The assistant must cry tears of genuine emotion, which are asperged in the place where the influence lies. If all is done well, the sun and rags will consume the influence, acknowledge an ending, and lend its assistance. Okay, let's go back to the white door. So I'm not going to make a specific effort to try and maximize my erudition, but I am going to start shifting things a little bit. We're going to start sending Cat Caro out on expeditions. We'll start just trying to shift a little bit more towards generating erudition. We are actually going to need quite a bit of effort to get the notable scholarship where it needs to be. So this is all just nice to have, but I'm not going to put a specific effort in. And Elridge. Okay, this is cool. I'm quite surprised. I definitely need to make sure more of my playthroughs have more romance then, because there are many more opinions on this than I thought there would be. It might be because romance was added after the main game, and so I'm a little... like, I don't acknowledge it as much as maybe I should. Okay, anyways, the Sunset Rite. We will, again, no guarantees that I'm going to do it, but we have pulsing airs, so we can add that as an offering. Now, generally, I want to do a summoning, so I can either use the lore or the follower. Both are roughly equivalent at this point. So I guess the follower makes a little more sense. So assistant, there are possibilities here. If I add edge, I might contact something irrepressible. If I add winter, I might summon up one of the dead. So is Chiliarch's lesson going to be enough for this? Oh, yes! All right. I love these things. So, the percussagant, merciless and merry. Heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. I'm not going to do my normal percussagant sound. That's going to be exclusive for the people who watch my stuff elsewhere. Especially because I think it's going to make my throat explode if I exert it too much. But I like percussicants. Read Wrapped in the King. At the greater feast, a black pig is always crowned as king before its slaying. On this occasion, its heart was weighed in the balance against a knot of feathers, and its skin became a cape for the officiant. Its flesh was left for the crows, but I must confess my interest was not in its carcass, but in the perfumed flesh of the milliner laid fresh in the earth. So this gives us a waking chant. Who could hear this and remain unmoved? The sleeping, the dead, the earth and the sky? Use this in a rite with a Byzantine tinct and a meteoric bullet, or other resources of equal power to summon a percussicant. So that also would have got me my vitality, so fair enough. Let's just keep... at this point, I'm just going to kind of read things in order. I do eventually need to translate the Latin, but in this case, I want to read as many books as I can. Actually, sorry, there is one change I'm going to make. So we've got... Okay. This will go near the end. I will explain the logic behind why I've done this after I've read them. I'm relying a little bit on knowledge that is not present to someone who has not played the game before. The Skeleton Songs, poems of greedy delight composed by the possibly pseudonymous Arbella Dusk, the rumored heiress turned madam turned poetess. In Arbella's introduction, she explains that the book was to be illustrated, but that the Suppression Bureau would not permit it. She hints that the illustration still exists somewhere. The book is dedicated to Sir Parzival of the Red Cup. No relation. All right, back to exploration with Cat Caro. We do not need a hulking fellow at the moment, unless we need to do a sacrifice. Maybe relation? I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. Okay, let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Story of the city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Last night I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here is a story I heard in my Karashim days. You're welcome to it. Only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. Alright, keep the hireling where it is. And, alright, a liaison. If I'm thinking of beginning a dalliance, then really this is the place. If I and my companion share the same sensibilities... if I and my companion share the same sensibilities. To begin an affair with this character, show them your deepest desires are aligned. Now, I'm not sure if they are, but let's see if... Yeah, it looks like they're not, so... That's fine, we'll move on to the next one. First the thump, the rattle and cry of the ceremonies it attends in the wood. Now here it is, shouldering its way through the world's skin like a clawed and ruthless uncle or a headless flapping bear. The percussicant, it loves the sistrum's shiver, it loves the thrum of the tympanos, it recalls with fondness the flaying of Marsyas, and so it will not stop dancing. God, I love percussicants. Alright, Heart, winter. Yeah, I don't have a corpse. I can make a corpse. I think we'll just go to work, though. Can't stop you now, having a good time. Yeah, I think it's time that we started doing some expeditions. The evening is going in a direction I hadn't intended. Did I say the wrong thing, or are we just hopelessly unsuited? Okay, so we're going to get an affliction soon. I do need to, I kind of need to make my move with a percussivant if I'm going to. Not everything from the Mansus can speak, but everything can understand mortal speech, even once it has passed the white door. So my minion is powerful. This hunter is unlikely to survive, but the attempt may draw attention. Alright, the 26 delightful fruits, the 7 chastisements, the 9 gardens, the 4 regrets. A red secret. So some words are spelt correctly only when the proper ink is used. So this is Grail. This is the one that we'd been missing for a while. So hunger, lust, the drowning waters. The principle of the Grail honors both the birth and the feast. So now we'll read the 6 letters on necessity. Warnings and confessions about the cost of the invisible arts addressed to a student of the 17th century magus and reputed immortal, Julian Cosley. Which those of you who've watched sort of my New Game Plus playthrough of the Apostle Obsonate know that we've seen Julian before. But I will leave it at that. For those of you that haven't seen it, this character does appear in other contexts. We'll send Cat Caro out again. The hope here is just to maybe wind up with a little spare erudition. Although if I'm going to be talking, I should also be turning in commissions. Let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Curses. Leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So we can get rid of this with a fleeting... Yep, I definitely want to get rid of this. I could probably... No, we'll still send Cat Caro out. Maybe Pope Clifton. The first time you were able to answer the Stagdoor's riddle just because you actually read the lore card was mind-blowing. Yes. That was definitely one I struggled with for a while. So the problem I ran into was I had not gotten into the habit of looking at what cards are accepted. And furthermore, the addition of the hints was actually quite a late one. And so for the longest time I was thinking well, maybe I can try to answer this, but how do I even try? Because I didn't appreciate that it even needed to be lore. It could have been anything else. To my understanding. Obviously, I think if I was a little more careful in terms of looking, I would have been, I would have been fine. But in this particular case, I was really stuck on it because I just simply did not appreciate what I was supposed to be looking for. So, of course, once I finally broke it, I'm like, aha, I feel like a genius. And, that's kind of where I started raving about the game. But obviously, if you don't know what to look for, it can sometimes become quite frustrating. This is actually why sometimes broadcasting can make the game a little easier for me, because I do feel something of a compulsion to, not a compulsion, but it's kind of an obligation to read the words for people. All right, my minion is returned with a trophy. So, human corpse and a percussigan. So, Enid. Invite them for a walk in strange streets. Enid looks up directly into my eyes, a sudden dragonfly brightness. Yes, she says. Even the sun can be divided, though it require the forge of days for division. So a Smith's secret: in 5 continents, Smiths have whispered the same words to the iron. Murderers have been known to whisper these words too. The adepts, of course. These words are spoken in a ritual to inspire an unmerciful change. Oh, that's fair. I mean, so one of the fondest memories I have of gaming is getting. So I stopped playing Dark Souls because of its difficulty originally. And it wasn't a particularly hard boss. So for those of you who have played Dark Souls, if you recall the boar in relatively early on in the game, like that was the wall for me. And I was like, this game is arbitrarily hard for no reason. Well, I guess that's what arbitrary means. Sorry, I'm not making sense today. But I was like, okay, this is dumb, and I'm going away. And somebody said, "It's like, well, I can get why you're frustrated, but like this might be. I think this is something you'll really like, and maybe just approach it like you would, like if you had to fight that boar, what would you try and do? Like, would you run in and try and whack at it? Give it a shot and think a little bit about what the game wants you to do." So I didn't find the trick that people usually use to get that boar down, but I was a little smarter in my strategy. And when I did, I was like, okay, fair enough, this stuff can be beat, and I'm still not convinced that this game is for me, but I'm going to give it a shot. And I continued to really insist that no matter what, I try and beat it. And I did some stupid stuff in that game. I did the Ornstein and Smaug fight in like the full Havel plate. That is a really dumb idea, and please don't do that. But I'm very stubborn, and I did get through to the end, despite finding some parts just ridiculously opaque. But it was very satisfying to win that way, and so my effort has always been to try and engage a game on its own terms, and even if I feel that it's being a bit unfair, to try and understand what it's trying to tell me. And I like it because I feel like I'm trying to decode the game. But I also appreciate that is a specific way of playing for me, and that may not necessarily be true for everyone else. So obviously, like, I'm definitely not one of these people who looks down on a wiki. The only thing I don't like is when people like look up a wiki to tell me how to do something. I'm like, I can Google too, right? Like, there's a reason why I'm not looking this up. So yeah, I definitely agree that I think more nudges I think more nudges in games would be a lot better. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure Nomrock's probably, without assuming too much about what brings you to this game, but I suspect that probably one major appeal of Cultist Simulator is the aha moments, because obviously being able to unlock some of those mysteries, and again, in a game in which you are this cult leader trying to understand the mysteries both as a character but also as a player, like that can be very satisfying for seeing that alignment of those two things together. It's what makes me get into the game. But I have to assume that at least for some people that's a big part of the appeal. So, a 16th century alchemical fever dream attributed to Robert Flood, frequently banned for the disturbing allure of its illustrations. This is in the original Latin. All right. I like I like that I got it right on the Strange Streets, but I'm really curious what would have happened if I invited Enid to the Ecdysis Club. All right, this illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. Well, I have vitality for 30 seconds and a dream slot becoming available. Kree got you into it, but you get into benders of trying to work out how to get through things. Wait, you use the talk on the object? Yeah, again, this is a big reason why I've continued to stream Cultist Simulator, is the community around it is very positive. There's definitely a very long time where if I got a comment on YouTube at all, it would be very much the type of comment you associate with YouTube. Like, you put this on there? Oh, you should die. Like, that kind of stuff. And, you try and do your best with the, material you've been given, for lack of a better term. But that's never happened with Cultist Simulator. Like, the worst that happens is every once in a while somebody will express their anger at the game in, on a video that I've done. And, like, all I have to say is, like, I didn't make it, right? I'm not the one to complain to it about. Like, I like this thing. I get that you don't, but perhaps, perhaps there's another way. I'm going to use the percussivant to search the city just because I'm kind of wasting it right now. But again, like, just, I think even in the Steam communities and that, I mean, Steam is not exactly known for the quality of its forums. Again, with apology, I realize I am saying this on Steam and that a number of you do probably use the forums. But let's face it, this is not necessarily known for, this place is not known for its productive discourse in the forums. So I am, I'm pleasantly surprised, but I also think it's sort of a mark of the type of person who plays this game, or the community that's been built around this game, that it is a very positive experience to play. That it is something that, again, for me as a broadcaster, it's a major reason why I felt it's worth, it's worth doing this way. Oh, I don't know if I want to give up lore to be able to raise the weary detective. I should have thought this through. Oh, you know what? I don't think I have any ritual that will let me raise the dead. Yeah, my bad. Okay. Sorry, Douglas. I was trying to make a corpse, and then I realized I didn't have the means of raising the corpse. But that's fine. I'll just send the percussivant on the next mission. How did the percussivant get in touch with an experienced swindler? All right. The light is silver. The breeze is cool. The night's silence invites words as dark velvet invites a finger's touch. Enid drifts closer to me, and closer like a reflection on a wave crest, until she fits against my side. She says nothing at all, neither then nor later. The first volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. The illustrations are certainly striking. They flush the skin and glow beneath the eyelids after the book is closed. He's reading the London Evening News in heaven now. All right. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, come on! Oh, well. We gotta wait the 5.3 seconds to do this again. Fair enough. In the meantime, let's turn in some of these commissions. So Jannings wants his edge commission. I guess we can go through the white door again. I don't think I have anything that needs doing. Another season of emissions? There's no point in going on the date then. I guess we'll paint the next one. I received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. So we got some erudition. That's tempting. I'm probably not going to go full speed ahead on trying to get all this erudition, but I'm glad it's an option. Knowing what I know now, let's turn in the commission for Dr. Adim as well. Priests can't date Aiden. Can't date Enid. It's wrong. All right. Let's use our notoriety. I would like to get rid of the notoriety as early as possible, but for the time being, let's make the most of the reputation. All right. So the place behind desire. So this one got me. So this is what you do to get glimmering. And this got me a silver spintrea. So Initiates of the Hidden World use Spintrea to pay for services. They can easily be sold for more traditional funds. Silver Spintrea are more valuable and usually display seeds of debauchery on their reverse side. So perhaps unsurprising that it is a grail object. Okay, so we'll take our Mystique. There's Dr. Adine. Yeah, I certainly wasn't expecting that kind of a return. So we can't do the Substantial Grail Commission. I've got 60. Yeah, we'll send the Percussagant on another search mission, and let's try and go on another date with Enid. Not yet, Nom Rocks Nom, but I'm working on it. I just finished my coffee, so if I wind up getting a little sleepy, I might need to take a couple minutes to make a new one. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. I try to pace this stuff out over time because obviously these streams go on for a bit. But we are making progress. I mean, we've definitely summoned. I don't think we summoned something the last time we did this. And we're actually going to be on our way to, to start doing some of these expeditions as soon as I have a couple more details. So we must devour to be devoured, and we cannot be undevoured, as we cannot be unborn. Power streaming. I don't think anything I do counts as power anything, but yeah, no, it's definitely a long-term stream. The very first broadcast I ever did was for the Extra Life charity, which I wish I did more often, but I also realize a 24-hour broadcast is something of a challenging prospect. And so number one, of course, the most important thing about broadcasting is to have fun, because most people, definitely not me, but I think most people who take up streaming are not going to be doing it for a living. I'm grateful that people do subscriptions. I'm happy that YouTube's giving me a little money. Twitch's changes made it so that the donations have gone down, but that's also been made up by the fact that people now are paying me to come onto their Steam channels. So I appreciate that. And it's important to take that seriously, right? If somebody's paying you, you should do a good job. But for the most part, if you're not having fun doing it, you probably should find a better use of your time. But on top of that, if you are doing something like a 24-hour charity stream, or you are doing something like a very long broadcast to try and make sure that you're covering the regions that you want, Weather Factory's not asked me to do a stream this long, by the way. It's just a side effect of the fact that this has normally been how long I do these streams. So I try to match the duration of some of the stuff that I've done before. It's been about 8.5 hours so far. But yeah, definitely when you do this sort of stuff, it's helpful to pace yourself. It's actually why I personally don't mind doing some of those lulls, like when we were trying to get the extra vitality, because you don't need to exercise the same kind of effort as you do when you're trying to explain, what this game means to you personally. So, it's a personal thing. But let's try the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Okay, got a glimmering. Not exactly something I need, but not bad either. I recall my dream. This was a lodge. This was the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansus's edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching each other, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I will give you a tiny gift. Okay. I think we just do the same thing with the dream slot. There's really not a whole lot for me to do with it otherwise. We're avoiding the higher... Hireling wouldn't hurt to bring on the expeditions, actually, so maybe we will. A 5 edge is nothing to sneeze at. We can always sacrifice them later. So my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So if I can, I'll try and paint away the restlessness. Financially, we're doing pretty well, so. Alright, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Okay, so we've got some contentment if I need, some glimmering. And yeah, we will paint away the restlessness. Again, I feel a little weird doing things that potentially extend the life of the notoriety. Oh yes, okay, we don't have staleness, so I'm going to do full reputation painting. Paint away the restlessness to avoid that becoming dread when we have the season of despair. And if it becomes the kind of thing that threatens us, we'll... Or sorry, no, it can't threaten us because we're getting rid of the restlessness. All right. Sorry, I should be reading the text here. So, the light is silver, the breeze is cool, the night's silence invites words as dark velvet invites a finger's touch. Enid drifts closer to me and closer like a reflection on a wave crest until she fits against my side. She says nothing at all, neither then nor later. All right. So Enid now has interested. And we've sprung up a romance. All right, this will buy their loyalty for now. So we'll wait a couple seconds. We'll pay for the paints. And we do have 2 people for the expeditions now. So now the important thing to remember here is we're heavy on heart, we're heavy on edge, but these are not necessarily all of the things that we need to be able to complete these expeditions. We do need a bunch of different aspects, and we are kind of overweight in certain aspects and underweight in others. So it's entirely possible that some of these expeditions won't turn out that well. But we are also using a summoning and a hireling. So we don't necessarily need, we don't necessarily need to pass everything. We're fairly well off. We're kind of, I think we're going to be handling, we'll be handling most of the challenges fair enough. They belong together. That is fantastic, Night Valiant. You absolutely need to, if you're making puns like that, you absolutely need to be streaming this game. It does seem like there's a few streamers on the channel, so if you do want to talk about your broadcasts, definitely feel free to do so. I don't feel there is obviously the numbers aren't quite as big as they used to be, but if you're doing something that people might be interested in, feel free to mention it. I will briefly mention here that Night Valiant streams under Night Valiant 28 on Twitch. And whether or not he's doing Cultist Simulator, I think he does have a nice kind of calm approach. He's a Brazilian streamer. Tends to stream quite late at night by my standards, so definitely a safe option usually when I'm doing a host. There's actually somebody, Uncle Cranky, who was in the channel a little earlier, who's a New Zealand-based streamer, and again, tends to stream around the same times. So again, it's not obviously the promotion here is for Cultist Simulator, but I figured a few of you might like to get in touch with each other. And I think it looked like, was it Nomrock Snom was mentioning... Takri. Sorry, Takri was also a broadcaster, or seemed to imply you're a broadcaster. Okay, time to do these expeditions. Remember how we found these using our occult scraps. So Cater and Hero Limited. It's been abandoned since the explosion when both the owners died. The machine stands silent. The building is a collapsing shell. Mr. Cater was known to display peculiar trinkets in his office. Perhaps some yet remain. So here we're going to add the percussagant and the professional muscle. Now the reason I normally do this is because these have a timer, and by putting them inside of the expedition you slow down the time, or you actually stop the timer. So you extend the life. So in this case here, even though we don't necessarily need a lot of edge to solve these problems, it's something that just lets me have this kind of this vanguard to... they're going to be the ones that take the hits if there are problems. So fair enough. The remaining factory walls could topple at any moment. Blackened timbers creak in pain. We must equip ourselves properly and move with dreadful care. So this suggests to me that I should be bringing more Forge followers, which I absolutely will. But again, I want to preserve the life of my summons, unless they wind up falling to some of the hazards. But let's talk. I mean, I could try giving a gift to Enid, but let's start with... Sorry, I'm just taking a second here to think about how I want to use my talk verb. Let's start... Okay, so I can't get commissions yet because I haven't... Basically, I haven't, you know... I can't do the Grail, and Jennings and Edema are on a cooldown. But I can get more followers, so let's talk about the Watchman's Secret. Alright, I prepared the text for study. So here I have a tricky decision to make. Do I want to keep pursuing the erudition? No, I know exactly what I'm going to do. Okay. So I am going to read the Orchid Transfigurations, Volume 2, the second volume of a compilation of quasi-Rosicrucian allegories, supposedly by Robert Flood. This is a later English translation. Flood, or pseudo-Flood, suggests alignments between the alchemical tradition of Rubidoux and the older Grail traditions, through the Pine Knight's quest for the Cinnabar Cup. Let's back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Okay, this will help me summon something. So, Clouds Part, Walls Creak, Old Wounds 8. We may not have enough power to be able to summon anything too special, but let's not count ourselves out yet. Last night, in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansus, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. So let's go back to the white door. Okay, use that health to move it up. There's nothing to be ashamed of here. And what did we get? That was okay as a return. Still no staleness. Somewhere along the way, I think these got switched, but anyways. Oh wow, it's really raining outside. That's cool. It's good cultist, weather. All right, or possibly good King Lear weather. Maybe this will work. Nope, I need much more forge. Well, hang on. All may not be lost. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, it's a little moth, right, okay. So that's pretty much a non-starter. We don't have a lot of Grail to work with. So I don't think I have the edge I need. Yeah, that would be a Maid in the Mirror, so that's a little too much. The Forge is for the Callagine. Oh, but the Heart, right. You don't necessarily need a corpse to summon things. Right, the Voiceless Dead. These are the, okay, yeah, so these are the dead who do not descend or ascend, but who remain in the Mansus and dream of winter. The power of winter, along with a little the heart's warmth, will draw them here. I keep forgetting that it is actually possible to summon the dead without having a corpse. Alright, the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. So this challenge here is treacherous ground, so pits and quags and sudden tumbles. The earth here cannot be trusted. We will need strong hands or clear sight, forge or lantern. So we don't have any forge, we don't have any lantern inside of the team already. So really the question is just how many can I add of one type of each? And again, the answer is the same. Cat Caro and Pope Clifton or Laidlaw and Valsine, both are going to give me an equivalent strength. And it's actually a pretty pitiful number. Like, this is not necessarily going to go well for me. But let's add Laidlaw. Let's do our best to try and get that forge number up. And we'll see how it goes. So in this case here, the summons that I brought in are absolutely useless. But, again, I'm at least keeping the number from changing. Okay, Season of Ambition coming up, so I'm going to need to paint away the restlessness. And the vitality will last long enough to be able to heal myself, so... Ooh, new patron. All right. Call upon the Madrigard who comes before the sun. The Madrigard is an hour of Forge as well as Winter. Forge lends strength, but now the mists rise and cling. We might make it through. So if we add Velsine, still not enough to make the number bigger. Let's give it a shot, though. And read this volume of the Orchid Transfigurations. Seek the cup in the birthing bed, the Pine Knight is told. The midwife at the birthing bed, to his amazement, is the Mountain Mother. In a fit of awe, he both gelds and flays himself. The vigilant storm bursts joyfully from the remains. This is the Megalesian Incantation, the next level of Grail lore, the Great Mother remembers. All right, so I was talking a little bit about a specific ordering that I gave. So I'm not quite ready to reveal the full reason for this, but the reason why I arranged the books that I had is that right now I've got 3 types of lore which have sort of, we'll call it level 3 just because it's a little easier to count from top to bottom. So my Secret Histories, my Moth, and my Heart. But the Pine Knight knows how to party. I don't want any part of that party. Oh, sorry, also Winter. So Secret Histories, Moth, Winter, and Heart are all the ones that I've got up to level 3. And you'll notice that the books that I was reading were ones that I didn't have at level 3. So Grail and, and so on forth. Actually, I think maybe Heart might have been one of those ones which was in the list. So essentially what I was trying to do was I was trying to prioritize the books that would be giving me lore that at a certain intensity that I didn't already have. These are a little bit less important for me at the moment. So in terms of studying, if I have other options in terms of the study verb, I'm willing to take them. And that's one of the reasons why I'm actually going to double up this erudition. Because I would still, if I can, like to be able to upgrade my scholarship. And I do have the collection of essays as well as a bunch of commissions that I'm going to be doing to try and make that happen. Okay, let's say Lodge of the Sage Knight again. Ugh. Last night I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher, but their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. So again, let's go back to the white door, unless I have some kind of a healing that I need to do, but I don't believe that's true, so we'll go back. My curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It's almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. All right. A dark shape limned with winter light. It will not speak, but its eyes are avid. Looking, looking. The dead always long for the world eventually. It's the voiceless dead. Sometimes the dead enter the mansis by the white door. At its threshold, they lay down their power of speech forever. Call them back to the world, and they will have no voice, but their skins of dust are yours to command. These are particularly helpful as moth followers. Maybe not so helpful winter-wise, but we'll work with what we got. So to get rid of the restlessness, I'm gonna paint. Again, I always question the decision to extend notoriety, but we've got a pretty reliable way of getting rid of meddlers. So paint away the restlessness. We'll see whether or not we survive the encounter with the uneven floor. The earth is hungry. A promising root reveals itself as a sucking snare. We'll have to go around and try again. We've already put the funds in for the challenge, so we'll be fine there. Let's pay for the colors of the night. Why not? So yeah, the vitality will cover me. We do have Season of Visions coming up, so I want to mind my manners there. Oh, this Percussagant fell. All right. All right, our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now or can send another follower. So the Voiceless Dead is not going to help us with our forge, but it is going to be another body to hopefully avoid the traps. So patron, we can learn from each other. But I suspect this is going... Oh wait, this might be Sulochana. Yep. Laconic, energetic, bright-eyed, unblinking owner of the Ecdysis Club. Is there something I want to use my talk verb for right now? I don't believe Sulochana gives me commissions, so let's just keep talking about Lantern. Talking publicly about the invisible... No, sorry, my bad. I want commissions. So the Good Count's fraternity in Europe is seeking particular research. It is banished or destroyed. So at the very least, the Trembling Airs are going to give me something that I can heal my affliction with, but obviously I'd prefer Percussagant over healing. Alright, my recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. Still no staleness. And a fairly decent return. Okay. I don't really think there's anything I can... Well, I mean, I can try with the heart. I think if I do... I'll take Knock as an example, and then Winter, I guess. Wait, no, this is just another Voiceless Dead. This is silly. But yeah, so Edge would just be the Percussagant. We don't have nearly enough heart for that. There's nothing else, right? Yeah, no. So is there something else? I feel like there was something else I wanted to do with the work slot. So I'm trying to be a little cautious on this to make sure that I'm not losing my mind. No, hang on, the Substantial Grail. I can do that now because I've got the Mega Legion Invocation. That's why I was getting confused. Alright, exercise the mind. My mind, the library. Use this lesson learnt with your scholarship skill. So I'm of two minds about using the collection of essays. I think I'm going to try and push as far as I can with the lessons learned. But we'll see in practice whether or not that actually turns out. I never know the right one here. Let's do the Orchard of Lights because I might get the Pulsing Airs. No! Oh, but I might be able to summon a hint with that, so... The invisible arts, Christopher Lopley is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame and as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there is always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. So, I do need to heal the sickness, but that's still 40 seconds away, so we will go once again through the white door. And Jannings would like a very substantial edge commission, which I can actually deliver right away, so... Oh, sorry, I gotta talk with Jannings. I made a mistake by... Oh, hang on. Oh, this is substantial, not very substantial. Okay, that's a level 6, which I do not have the ability to deliver. So I'll get another commission from Adim, and then in 49 seconds we'll be able to turn in with Madame Bichet. He would like a substantial lantern commission. That sounds pretty easy to do. So in the meantime, let's talk about Mantis Glimpse. Now I am upgrading. I've never been able to figure... I knew I had a plan, I just didn't know what it was. Yeah. One thing I've never quite been able to figure out for myself is whether or not the chance to... So remember how there's like a probability of an event popping up. So like Old and Happy Far Off things, or the Course of the Heart, or these things that basically just generate little influences. So like the vitality and such. I am curious if the higher intensity of the principle will make it more likely. So for instance, if I were to use the Watchman's Secret, or then I were to try, and then I tried like a level 10 lantern, would the level 10 lantern be more likely to produce a certain result? I genuinely don't know, and I think there's a way you can check, but I don't know. Sometimes it's fun to still have mysteries. So in this case, I am going to try using the higher level lantern lore, and that's just because I want to try and bring in more followers. And then once the commission's done, we'll be able to turn it in with Madame Bichet. All right, so we call upon the Madrigard, who comes before the sun. There's nothing we can do to affect this. I really kind of hope that this turns out, but yeah, I mean, it would make sense to me, but I don't know, as always, right? I'm a player of games. I have something of an expertise on playing games. I have no expertise whatsoever on the making of games, and I tend to find things that I think are very good ideas tend to have very good reasons for not being in games. They are either complicated to do or they are not fun to play. So, I always take these things as like, here's a neat idea, but I don't know if... that's never like a hard recommendation. There is support@weatherfactory.biz is sort of the contact email for that sort of stuff. Oof, the Earth is hungry. All right, so another failure. We'll need to add money this time. If I can summon a hint, we're going to have a better time with that challenge. Yes, summoning time. So lantern, let's try a higher level of edge, but does that mean I don't have the knock? Okay, nope, that works. So get my girlfriend to summon a hint for me. A hint was once a living mortal and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires lantern for the light which drew them to the mansis, and edge for the striving they've endured in mirrors. All right, an absolute pleasure for both of you. Thank you very much for hanging out and giving me a chance to say hello. It's always fun to run into people who check out the YouTube channel. I hope you have a wonderful evening or afternoon or whatever you're up to. And I'm sure we'll get a chance to interact in the future. It's been a pleasure showing off for all of you. Okay, so this hint is probably not going to show up in time for the expedition, but we'll do our best. And let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Okay, pulsing airs would have been nice for the percussigant, but I'm not going to be too choosy. I recall my dream. This was the Lodge of Blue Silk, flapping in the winds of the bounds at the Mansis edge, and here was its mistress, who welcomed me as she welcomes all travelers. Company is nice, she confided, but I still miss my Christopher. 10 years and not enough. But we could not have been long together, not without touching one another, and you know what occurs when a man long lies with a long woman. Or perhaps you don't. I hope you don't. I won't tell you just in case. I will give you a tiny gift. Okay, so here we'll combine the affliction and the vitality. The vitality was about to expire, so in this case we just get rid of a threat for something that was going to vanish anyway. And let's go to, so for study, what can I work on here? I think it makes more sense. So again, I said I'm not reading these books because they're not giving me something that I immediately need right now. So I am going to keep focusing on producing more erudition. So I'm hoping it's one of the summons that gets hurt. Interesting. I don't think there's any more patrons for me to encounter. It was the professional muscle. Okay, logistical difficulties. Supplies are low. Unless I send more funds, we will have to abandon the expedition. So their wounds are grievous. Heal a fallen follower with talk. Now, I mean, this is the professional muscle, right? Like, do I really want to spend money to protect it? I don't think so. That's why we pay them. Okay, so this notoriety... I mean, we'll get a rival for sure, but we may not get hit by the notoriety. Right, the city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? The mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. Alright, the hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. A living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. The Hinter are most comfortable behind the scenes, behind mirrors, behind you. They slide under doors and kill with glass, but they cannot survive the gaze of a living mortal. So remembering that we need to use lantern or forge. What? Oh, right. So now it's actually summoned. The watchmen will lend virtue to our lamps, and they will show us the perils to avoid, probably. Right, I should be using my work verb. So, I haven't done the lantern commission, right? Continue to read whatever's to hand. So again, until this stuff starts expiring, I'm just going to keep reading whatever's to hand. The sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. We will go back to the white door. Even if we don't get erudition, just the chance to roll the dice again is nice. We might get lucky with this notoriety. We'll see. It's 1 in 3, so those aren't odds I'd want to bank on, but we can learn from each other. So this is a peculiar rumor. This might lead me to someone I need, or it might mean something else entirely. Explore with a rumor to follow up on it. Now, this is probably going to expire before the expedition is done, so I'm not going to bank on it, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, so Lee wants the very substantial... we can turn in with Madame Bichet, though, so we'll do that now. That'll also generate some mystique for us. I have what was requested. Let's see what happens. The Earth is hungry! Alright, so unless the Voiceless Dead gets hit, we're going to lose something we need. There's always someone who doesn't understand or understands too well. This troublemaker may seek evidence on my activities to share with the authorities. This is Connie Lee, the heiress, suffragist, and adventurer. She's recently put her chaotic enthusiasms and considerable wealth at the service of the Suppression Bureau. So a considerably more forceful individual. This is definitely better than the weary detective. So Connie Lee, in addition to being a hunter, the laws of civilization are younger than the laws of the hours, but they too sometimes require a sacrifice. This one is an agent of the law. So Connie Lee is a mystic. This hunter will usually survive attacks by creatures of the Mansis, even if those attacks would otherwise be unstoppable. Connie Lee is also tenacious, so this hunter will survive perhaps 1 physical assault in 3, even when the attack would otherwise be unstoppable. So she is mortal, but she is obviously able to handle herself, and so I want to be rather careful around her. Alright, so we've got our Bronze Spintrea. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. Good news is that we don't have a lot of notoriety. Actually, with that in mind, though, we are going to already generate notoriety from the expedition, so let's commit to it and... wait, I can't explore a peculiar rumor. That's... not thinking straight. Okay. What do I talk about now? Mansis Glimpse. The world is washed in the printed words. Even the newspaper contained knowledge sometimes. So I'm going to need to combine this erudition. We might be able to get to the lessons learned that we need, but I think... No, we're going to be short 1, I think. Almost certainly we're going to be short 1. Uh-oh. Oh! Laidlaw got wounded. Alright. Their wounds are grievous. Heal a fallen follower with talk. Now this is going to take a while, so I better hope that we don't run into a season of sickness. So further logistical difficulties. We are going to throw in a lantern follower to help us out of this pickle. Let's do Lodge of the Sage Knight again. I've learned something that will earn me a favor once only. Last night I dreamt of a blue silk pavilion overlooking the cloudy labyrinth of the Bounds. I listened to the mistress of this place speak of other visitors. The Suppression Bureau come here. Did you know that? I think they hope to recruit me as an ally, she snorts derisively. After what they tried to do to Christopher. But their folly is your fortune. I will tell you something that may help you if the Bureau ever troubles you. Okay. So, substantial investigation of Lantern. That's going to help me with the turning in with Dr. Redeem. Work-wise, I don't think I have anything else to do right now. We can't do the very substantial edge. We don't have another commission from Madame Bichet, so we might as well earn money at the Institute. Well, I could try summoning, but I also don't have anything for summons, so... And we read whatever's to hand. So again, this erudition's about to expire, so we'll combine that with what's available. Dream-wise, we're going to go back through the white door, because that's currently my only option available. And the good news is that this expedition is going to be a bit closer to completion, given the fact that I can now switch to Lantern. Obviously, we paid a fairly heavy price to get there, but I didn't really have any way of getting Forge in. So, we'll add Pope Clifton. The Watchman will clear our sight so that we can almost certainly pass without error. And we do have an acquaintance coming in, which is good news because I am looking to swell the ranks of the cult. I wonder if we can romance Connie Lee. Alright, the sun flickers like a shadow, dreams ripple behind the surface of mirrors. I must be careful not to drift from the waking world. Okay, Season of Suspicion coming up, so the notoriety that we generate from the expedition will be a liability. Safe across treacherous ground, where mud spattered and thorns scratched, but we've made it through. So let's take the Lodge of the Sage Knight again. Okay, so if I want to summon something, I can. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. Although I don't think I can get... Oh no, I can get a percussagant. Last night in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansus, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. Alright, so we will use the Sunset Rite to summon a percussagant with that. I guess a percussagant isn't the most important thing I need right now. Well, it's something I can summon, so let's just work with that. And we need Edge, so let's bring Rose along. Summon a creature, the Thunderskin. The percussagant, merciless and merry, heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. And we have gotten our extra erudition. So under normal circumstances, if I could get... You know, if this was a lesson learned, I would be upgrading my notable scholarship. I'm not going to because I don't have it, but we are going to read what's to hand. We are going to go back through the white door, and we will follow the paths that are most likely to get me erudition. And in 19 seconds, we will try and heal up Laidlaw. Treasures lie before us. So no new text here. Madame Bichet is ready for a commission. So actually before I do that, come with me. Eldridge, an elegant man of inelegant habits. You might be able to recruit this acquaintance as a follower. Well, I'm happy for the extra mystique. Let's talk with Laidlaw to heal him up. Compassion or convenience. So, unlike yourself, you have to pay funds to heal a follower. So perhaps now they'll survive, but there are limits to what the human body can sustain. So I'm just going to take a bit of soup. The world as it is. Mirrors are calm, the sun is steady, the glory recedes. I'm sane if that means anything. No fascination drives your visions, it's over for now. So, Connie Lee is now investigating us. The city is rife with journalists and detectives and other meddlers. How long will they leave me in peace? So we only have Mystique here, but we are going to generate a notoriety. Here, in the capacious room where Mr. Cater once watched his workers on the factory floor, the window glass is long gone, and rats and crows have made this place their battleground, but perhaps there is something of use here. So, Back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. We get our erudition. As much as nice as it would be to get the pulsing airs, we've already got the percussagant. I soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I may be close to advancement. Alright. In last night's dream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the white door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I'd asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it that I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come here through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Alright, and we've got erudition. So let's take a look at the individual pieces we have. We've got one expiring erudition, and we've got, so basically we've got 4 in total. So this is a lesson learned, this is a lesson learned. So in this case, we just need to make sure that we have 120 seconds to combine all of these, and we're ready to go. So 171, 179, 178. Okay, so these two get combined, then these two get combined, and then we're done. Okay, rebellious spirit. The summoning is struggling against my control. I could use reason to dismiss it safely, which is always reliable, or I could try to reassert control with passion, which is not reliable, or I could let what will happen, happen. I'm not quite at the point where I think I can afford to lose people, so I think I'm just going to use reason to get rid of it, and then if we get a chance to summon another one, so much the better. At this point, I don't think we're in a point... I don't think I can afford those kinds of risks. But I do get to go back through the white door, and I'm not looking to get erudition anymore, so perhaps we can visit the Orchard of Light. Two floorboards lift away to reveal a hollow beneath Cater's desk. The rats have made free with the biscuits he stored there against the peckishness which haunts the entrepreneur, but they could not penetrate this iron lockbox. A moment with a crowbar will open it. Alright, so the team comes out. Notoriety, which Cat Caro is going to pick up with certainty. Got the hint, the voiceless dead. Good work, Valsine. So we've got a bronze Spintrea. This is Lord Franklin Bancroft Diaries. This is a real joy to read. So the Merovine idol. So the Merovi would make little wooden idols to placate the witch twins they feared in their lake. The lake is almost dry now, but the idols and the witch twins yet remain, yet shadowed with the aspect of the heart. So I'm going to start a new. I'm actually going to start a new line for. Okay, so let's say Edge, Forge, Grail. This can be hard. Do I have any other objects that have... No. This isn't wide enough to cover all of the aspects, so I'm going to have to maybe rethink exactly how I've organized this, but this will work for now. We've got a vital pigment, so it is not usual for a red this red to survive the death of the body. And there's an abandoned warehouse, which is a location. So a rotting shell beside a rotting river. Who would follow us here? Okay, so the question is, do I want to try and go after some of these other locations right now, or do I want to sort of give my cult a rest and see if we can maybe do better? In the case of Strathcoin's residence, I actually think we can manage this. So again, this is the house of Mr. Strathcoin, a collector of rare objects. Strathcoin will not sell his treasures, but a sufficiently cunning accomplice might gain entry. Well, in this case, we'll bring the hint and the voiceless dead, and we'll grab the funds. Mr. Strathcoin is forbidden entry to his library. Unfortunate. Let's see what we can do. Beginning of an ending. The wound is healed, but this one came very close to death. Silence has touched them like snow. So this is an interesting thing about how the wounds work. So in this case here, it'll explain it if you click on it. So aspect scar, old wound. Step closer to the sunset and see the first stars of night. 3 scars of the same type will kill a mortal. So this is a winter scar. And each scar will give two aspects. So of course, if it's 3 scars, it will kill, so you can have up to 2, which means you can have a follower that gets up to 4 influence of something that's not their main influence, And what's also funny about this, if I'm reading this correctly, I've never actually had a follower die to the number of scars. If I'm reading this correctly, it actually means that you could have somebody with 2 scars of every type, meaning that they've got 4 intensity of each principle. And then, of course, their primary principle, which you level them up through traditional means. And then, of course, because, I guess with their primary, so Laidlaw would be Forge. So if he's got his 2 Forge scars, then that would actually make him a 6 Forge follower. So the funny thing is that this creates a small incentive to actually put your followers in danger, because they can potentially become better, although there is also the risk that you lose them. So this is an interesting system, which I admit I'm still very conservative with my followers, so I tend not to take advantage of this. But basically, having a follower wounded in the long run is not necessarily a bad thing. Like, there are some cases where it can have some desirable side effects. So I have what the doctor requested. I probably should have got the commission from Madame Bichet before I did that, but it's gone. We are safe. I guess here we're going to... There's nothing really to paint away, so I suppose we'll just go back to the Institute and wait for the notoriety to hit us. I've received the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip, so further erudition, which is nice but unnecessary. And let's get Madame Bichet to give us a new commission. Exotic cravings, what hungers drive us. This is going to be something we need to paint away. Oh, and we do have a Season of Ardors coming up, so we are going to need to spend some time with Enid. Here's what she needs. Madame Bichet would like a Forge commission, which we do have the lore for, so I'll make sure I keep the work slot available. In the meantime, we will use our lantern to speak of esoteric matters. Talking publicly about the invisible arts will attract attention. Perhaps that's what I want. And in this particular case here, what we're doing, we're letting people know about, what we know. We're dropping hints that, we're an initiate. It has been a little while since I've sort of talked about the overall story. So again, we've gone definitely from the transition of somebody who has been treating someone who's been touched by this to being fully involved, right? So we've been committing crimes. We've now murdered someone for this. We're breaking into buildings. We're taking their possessions. We are definitely committed to this particular pursuit. And in this situation here, what we're trying to do now is just drop hints to the people who, are in the know, and we're trying to sort of swell our numbers and get more people that we can use towards these ends. So the expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It will consume funds, or I can add funds now, or I can send another follower. So watchers, mortals, perhaps even ordinary mortals, but quite a number of them. They can be fought, seduced, or deceived. So I could try and sneak past them with Moth, but sure is easier if I just add an edge follower. Alright, so my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time to perform the work and begin the changes, but I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. So I do want to deal with this restlessness before I do the commission. I'd prefer to do the commission, but, I have some practical concerns. So let's combine these two. Did I read that right? Yep. So this is the third of the lessons learned that I need. I didn't really think about what I need from this anymore. I guess I don't really need to go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, but I'm going to just in case. New Forgotten Chronicle. Last night I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story I heard in my Carisham days. You're welcome to it. Only remember me if you come to make the pilgrimage. So again, there's not a whole lot that we need to do with the dream verb at the moment. We usually use it to sort of recover, and we don't need to recover right now. So we'll just keep going through the stag door because we can always upgrade. If we get more Forgotten Chronicles or Furtive Truths than we need, we can always just upgrade them to other types of lore that we need. In fact, we're at a point now where I might want to consider exploring further locations, but to do so would mean that I don't get to do the existing expedition, so I'm going to hold off for the time being. Okay, more mystique getting eaten. Our strength is matchless. The Watchers will almost certainly regret standing against us. Okay, continuing to work at the Institute. Oh, drat! I meant to paint away the restlessness. I meant to do one of two things, either the commission or paint away the restlessness, and I did neither. So, Tristan interludes. Liaison, the raptures of understanding. My lover and I contend in the spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity. So I can actually give one of three things. So I can use reason, dread, or funds. We've got plenty of reasons, so we'll do that. Together we are brighter. The Watchers end. Their blood pumps bright, then dark. They should not have opposed us. We move on. So of course this will generate additional notoriety, but that's life. And we've got our erudition. So while we are using our reason with Enid, we are also making ourselves even smarter. So lesson learned. Oop. Lesson learned, lesson learned. Wisest, I will grow wiser yet. So one thing I might want to try and do is actually get an additional erudition, because then I can just pop the collections of essays and be done with it. We'll see, right? I'll probably go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Hey! If that's not a sign I should be doing it, I don't know what is. Soak up knowledge as a shadow soaks up light. I'm pretty close to advancement. In last night's stream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the white door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the white door. How is it I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come here through the white door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Enid prefers to close her eyes rather than look at me. She says it hurts to look. She says it with such longing that I can't take offense. So here I have a pleasant memory. I could recall a happier time. So this is an aspect of way back through dreams. Some memories are sketch maps of dream. Some even pass through the bounds of dream, to the wood and the house that rises above it. And also has memory aspect, although that is a little bit more relevant to the medium legacy. Alright, so this notoriety finally got picked up. You know, we'll have to deal with the evidence, but that's life. We'll work with what we've been given. Excuse me. Alright, so with Dream I will match the Dread to the Contentment, and then I do want to do this Forge commission. Again, I kind of bungled the job with the painting, the restlessness. So in this case, it just makes as much sense to use my reason. Sorry, use my reason for research. Well, so much for that. I gotta find a new source of contentment. Come with me. Alright, Slee. Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. Okay, let's talk. Do I want to recruit Slee now? I mean, the damage has been done with the Dread. Let's talk with Dr. Redeem to get a new commission. There's a couple of tricks that I can do to try and keep the contentment to last a little bit longer, but I have other ways of getting contentment. I'm not that worried about it. Okay, he would like a commission on secret history. It's not too hard for me to get. Let's do the Lodge of the Sage Knight here. Okay, fascination, fair enough. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. Last night, in the billowing blue of the Lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, says the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher in the Mansus long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. My mind is a paradise of mirrors, in which all things are clear, even those things which I might prefer not to see. So, we've got 2 erudition. I'm going to combine those right away. Then we're going to read the 3 collections of essays, and we will be able to get our final level of scholarship. Now, pleasant memory, I am a little curious when it says way back through dream. I'm also particularly interested in the fact that this might generate... Hang on. Do I not have a fleeting reminiscence? Curses! So I'm going to have to... Nope, we'll still be fine. So I'm going to do the pleasant memory. I'm hoping this generates contentment for me. Oh, I should be using my talk verb. Let's talk about the Mansus glimpse again. Although I don't need to be getting erudition anymore, I suppose. Alright, this might sustain me. Oh, perfect. So I'm able to get rid of both the fleeting reminiscence. I'm able to get rid of the fascination and the dread. So we're taking care of the fascination before the event ever appears. And in 24 seconds, this contentment is going to get picked up by the bleak thoughts. So overall, we're in good shape. Strathcoin's treasures. Strathcoin's cozy sanctum. A fire smolders in the grate. Glass cases display hard-won trinkets. We must seize what we can quickly. Strathcoin may already have telephoned the police. Out into the night, we escape unseen, but the next day there are reports of a fire at Strathcoin's. Did someone knock a live coal on the hearthrug? Or did Strathcoin destroy the place himself as part of a larger scheme? So, good word, Victor. We've got our notoriety as a result of our actions. We have money left over. Voiceless Dead, that's going to be helpful in about 30 seconds. The hint is hanging around too. So, treaties on the underplaces will be nice. We don't actually have a lot of knock lore, so that will be potentially something that we need for summonings. We have the Locksmith's Dream, Stolen Reflections. That's volume 4 of the Gallagher work. We have the Journal of Alessandro Lacrosse. Prince Alessandro Lacrosse spent years in a secret study of the tablets taken from the Fucine marshes in central Italy. His work will allow you to decipher those texts. So that's not as important at the moment. In fact, what I'm going to do here... Just trying to file by priority. The Wainscot Histories, subtitled... Oh, actually, sorry. I should probably just hold off on reading all that out because it's going to be a while before we read these things. And then finally, Traveling at Night, Volume 3, which is a Forge work, and again, one that's a bit of a high priority. All right, so as always, the question is, do I use my Explore for something other than an expedition, or do we press ahead? And in my opinion, pressing ahead is pretty much always the answer. So, let's say the Forgotten Mithraeum. So what is this? Curiosity seekers have picked over this ancient temple, but there may be a hidden door here somewhere. So the hidden door, of course, is a bit of advice, most likely related to searching, so I will add the hint. I'm actually also going to add, well, Slee's an acquaintance, so I can't, but let's add Pope Clifton, and as always, we'll add the funds. We are starting to see a bit of a reduction in terms of our funds, so I probably need to spend a little more time working at the Institute, but, you know, we're still in double digits, so it's not that big of a problem. I'm convinced the Mithraeum still holds secrets that its discoverers never found. It's unlikely to be dangerous, but the search will require funds. So I'm doing this because Lantern Lore is most likely going to find any hidden doors. That's basically the logic behind that. Now I'm keeping the Voiceless Dead out of the expedition because we're considering the evidence right now. If a hunter has found notoriety, they will try to use it to create or upgrade evidence. If they're meticulous, they'll always succeed. If they're erratic, they're more likely to fail, but they can occasionally create evidence even without notoriety. So Connie is not meticulous and she's not erratic, but I am going to need to get rid of the evidence, and so the Voiceless Dead will be, it's got some moth, it's not guaranteed to work, but it's my best chance to destroy evidence, given the fact that destroying Connie Lee is less likely. Alright, so we finished the manuscript. Let's put our Forge lore back. And I know I said I needed money, but I am going to do another Secret Histories. Again, it's nice to get these things just out of the way. So coming up next, a Season of Ambition, so we do need to worry a little bit about restlessness, but hopefully this time I will remember to actually... Oh, interesting. I'm safe for now. My adversary has not enough evidence to bring a case against me, and they found no new clues. I didn't think that was possible with Connie. Alright, the expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I could send another follower. Hidden doors can be found with lantern or knock. We've got enough lanterns, so I will do nothing to change that. I mind the library. So here, remembering that we need 4 lessons learnt. This is the same as what we did with strength and passion, health and passion. So I'm going to do that with the collections of essays. This is going to be up for about 5 minutes. I just need 3 more of these. I don't really have any other use for lessons learnt, so we're just going to keep reading these books over the next 3 minutes, and we'll be able to upgrade things. Oh, I should be adding the voiceless dead so I can preserve them. All right, this is not really going to help me here. This is a patron, and we know we won't get patrons, and I can't explore the rumor because we're currently exploring with our expeditions. So, as always with dreaming, we go back through the white door because it's the highest we can get through the mantis right now. Actually, sorry, that's that's definitely true. We need to do the stag door riddle to get higher. We'll almost certainly find this hidden door, which is good because we're making good time through our expeditions. Alright, finish the manuscript. So once the talk verb becomes available, we'll turn in a couple commissions. And in the meantime, I don't have a restlessness to get rid of, so we will work at the Institute to try and make a little money. And another season of Ardor's coming up, so I need to prepare some reason for Enid. Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. Oops. We can, of course, use this restlessness through other things such as recruitment, but in this particular case here, it doesn't hurt to do a little bit of painting, particularly because we already have the notoriety. So we can learn from each other. Or we think we can learn from each other. So again, our study verb is going to be occupied for the next little while as we continue to read the collections of essays. If the mind is a blade, this is a whetstone. Talk-wise, let's turn in those commissions like I said we would. I have what the doctor requested. And in 25 seconds, we'll paint with the restlessness just to get rid of it. Okay, so I don't need the erudition. I suppose if I want to percussagant again, I can try the Orchard of Lights. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Okay, glimmering, fair enough. My emotions run higher than usual. There are things I'll never understand, and those things will always be precious, but just now I'm closer to them. The sun in splendor, the hour who once ruled the Mansus, was known to walk in the orchard before his terrible division. Sometimes his remnants walk here still. Sometimes I see the chilly radiance of the Menascate through the trees, or the chillier radiance of the sun in rags. Were they to come upon me, it might be my end, but to see them in the distance is the gift of insight. So again, we don't really need the glimmering right now, not until we try upgrading lore at least. But it's not something that hurts me, so I'm happy enough to just sort of sit on that. We are going to go back through the white door, though. There's not a whole lot more for me to do in Dream, and there are potentially some useful things that I get out of this. Faint lines in stone, a surface that yields to pressure. We found it. The hidden door moves with a grating shudder and a shower of dust. So Dr. Redeem has his commission, so we got an Iron Spintrea, we've got an extra erudition, we've got Mystique. And we will turn in with Madame Bichet, who wanted a forge commission. I have what was requested. Receive the currency of the secret world, and my patron has let tantalizing information slip. And, okay, talk-wise, we can either bring in another follower. I'm actually curious about something. So if I take Victor, and I add Chiliarch's Lesson, and I add Restlessness as trappings. 7th intensity, so we're off by 1. It was worth a shot. So yeah, I suppose the question here is, do I see... Yes, I do actually see value in painting because we might be able to earn something with the notoriety. So in this particular case here, we'll do the Mansus Glimpse. I should maybe think a bit about what kinds of responses I want. Like, do I want old, unhappy, far-off things? Do I want the extra vitality? There isn't an obvious answer right now, so let's do the Waking Chant, because the Waking Chant will potentially generate vitality, which is a nice thing to mitigate against any sicknesses that come up. Do I think the sicknesses are going to be a problem? Not really, but it's... So the nice thing about it is that if you have a vitality just sitting around that you can use, it means you don't have to give up a funds to pay for medicine, or you don't have to give up a study time to be able to get your vitality up. It's just, it's a nice precautionary measure. I have to pick a lore to talk about, so I might as well pick one that has a nice side effect. That's kind of the logic. Okay, so we've got work, we've got a restlessness we want to get rid of, and so as we've traditionally done, we will paint it. And again, I've been focusing a little bit more on mechanics over the last little while, and this is partly just a function of being tired, like we're getting at the 9-hour mark. So what exactly is happening with this character here right now? Well, again, the restlessness is coming from the fact that we have this ambition of knowledge. We've been stymied by the Stagdoor's riddle. And again, there's nothing in this game that says it's specifically the Stagdoor's riddle that's motivating this behavior. But think about the kind of person that I am, right? I'm a physician. I'm a well-educated man. I have given up some of my reason in order to pursue this, this ambition of great knowledge. I'm following the notes of a patient that I was treating. And I have this ambition to move up higher, and I've been given a riddle that I can't solve. And I've been stuck with it for a very long time. Of course I'm going to be feeling frustrated about that. And if I let that simmer, it's going to fall to dread. And hit at the right time, that dread is going to turn into despair, and I might give up on that ambition. And as we know, we saw what happened to our patient. That does not lead to a good place. And so essentially what I'm doing here is I'm taking the time to do things that I value, things that help clear my head. And in this particular case, it's painting. Now, do most people paint nowadays? Probably not. But I think a lot of us have an idea of sort of what their equivalent activity to this is. Oddly enough, I'm not very good at math, but actually whenever I'm feeling like really bad, I'll actually take out a math textbook. One, because I'd like to get a little bit better at it. But number two, if I'm doing a difficult math problem, I'm not thinking about something that's upset me. It's a very weird response, but it really works for me because it means that I'm not thinking about a thing that really is frustrating. I'm sure there are other people who might do that. But again, it could be anything from playing a game. I do like to think of them as constructive things. So, maybe you do some writing, or maybe you again, whatever your thing is. But that's in essence kind of how I think what's happening with this particular character. So again, whether you want to call it self-care, whether you want to call it about sort of subverting negative things, turning them in on themselves and making something better out of it. I've definitely written stuff when I'm frustrated or angry, and it's actually been it's stuff that I think is better than the stuff that I've written with a clear head. Yeah, push the bad feelings out of your brain. That's definitely a way of looking at it. There are definitely times where doing that sort of thing. Also, hi Garden Gnostic. That's a great name, especially for Cultist Simulator. Whatever it is for you, and again, you can give it whatever name you want. I think these are very relatable things, and it's particularly why I like this game. Even in this game, like originally when you think about dread, it's always like, oh, this is a bad thing. This is the thing that causes me to lose my game. And yet there are times where dread will prove to be the key to unlocking a puzzle. Or it happens to be something that allows you to prevent the more dangerous thing of happening, like your fascination, which is all at 2 or 3. That dread happens to be the thing that saves you. And so I really do like this view that it depends on the particular circumstance and it depends on the perspective that decides whether a thing is good or bad, rather than being like an objectively great card or an objectively bad card. It's just a neat perspective, and it allows you lots of opportunities to sort of, again, whether you want to role play or you want to imagine what the character is, or if you just like to sort of reflect on maybe what some of this stuff means to you. I think it's a very satisfying way of playing. Another great example of this, there's a common complaint where people are like, it's such a drag to have to go, to manually move stuff to the work. Like, isn't there a button you can push to make it automatic? Well, think about it, right? If you've got a game that is largely about sort of the hostility of the mundane world to doing those things that you truly value, right? Which in this case is represented through the Mansis and the secret world. Of course going to work is a drag, and of course you don't want that to be easy. Like, to a certain extent, I understand how it's a frustration as a player, but think also about what's happening with Enid, right? If I get too into my work, that means I'm neglecting someone who I care about, somebody who I'm having a relationship with. I think this is something some people can relate to. Maybe not to put too fine of a point on it, that might actually be a regret for some people. And so if you were to have a button, like imagine if you had made this a magnet here, or if some other ways there was a way to do it automatically. Like, how many relationships that are worth having are ones that you can put on autopilot? So in this case, my lover and I contend in the spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity. We put our reason in. If we do not put in the time, if we don't make the effort, there's a consequence for that in this game. And again, does it mean that the player is always happy? I'm not entirely sure people are happy that this stuff happens. I mean, if you notice, I miss this stuff all the time, and I'm like, I was a bonehead. I shouldn't have done X, Y, or Z. But to me, that's kind of part of playing the game, and I think that's part of the mapping that you make from the game to your life. So, the Deeper Sanctuary, a lonely space musty with the memory of blood. We have found the hidden door that the highest grades of the initiate used. Enid prefers to close her eyes rather than look at me. She says it hurts to look. She says it with such longing that I can't take offense. So I have a bittersweet memory. I could recall a complex time. And we have improved my reason, so we've got the... Oh, hang on. Sorry, I needed one more. So, I mean, I can use the collection of essays. I can use the 2-air edition. I am going to use the 2-air edition here just because I'm going to be able to sell the collection of essays at Oriflammes if I want. So it still takes 60 seconds either way. And we can pay for paints. We might as well because we're doing a reputation-based painting, so it's something that's more likely to generate money. Okay, so as always, do I want to go to the Lodge of the Sage Knight or the Orchard of Lights? There's less for me in the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Sometimes I get a knock influence. Orchard of Lights sometimes gives me a heart influence. So, yeah, let's try this one. Well, okay, Forgotten Chronicle. I could study it to improve it. I would have preferred the other one, though. Last night I walked in the Orchard of Lights. I plucked the fruit, which is always ripe, and consumed it in 2 bites. The taste is not to be forgotten. As I licked the glowing juices from my fingers, I saw a message carved in the bark of the tree. When I woke, I recorded that message, all I could remember, in my diary. And to be fair, is anybody in the Cultist Sim world ever happy? Clovette, I think. Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. I don't know, the heart followers seem to be a jolly bunch. Wouldn't say much for the winter. Like, I'm pretty sure you have to have either 2 separate parties or make sure that the room's big enough that, like, the winter followers and the heart followers are, in separate corners. But. All right, back to the White Door. I mean, I know it's very repetitive, but it's a place where I can get good stuff, so... The Deeper Sanctuary. The altar tilts back like a jaw. Behind it is the pyramid space where only the sun hunters and dawn givers might go, but others have been here too, much more recently, and they have left their treasures. So we have the Voiceless Dead still. We've got notoriety for our efforts. We have leftover money. Good work, Pope Clifton. Hint. All right, so the Empty Mithraeum is a location which we could potentially make a headquarters out of. We've got a cracked Noonstone, so this isn't very useful on its own, but it is something that we can repair. I'll put that down there. Refulgen, white so pure that it remains visible even in utter darkness. And the Elgabaline Manacle. It does not relinquish its grip. So remember that Emperor Elgabalus, again, apologies if I'm pronouncing this incorrectly, has already been associated with winter. But in this case, this is, it's a winter tool, which incidentally, if you'll recall, that was one of the challenges that we ran into when trying to, when we wanted to do certain, there are a couple actions that we wanted to take, and we didn't have any tool for the ritual. So if I want, I can now do the Rite of the Watchman. Sorry, I don't have the verb available. But now if I want, I have a tool which admittedly will only get me the winter influence. So there's a limited number of things that I can perform, but I do finally have another component for some of the rituals, which we didn't have previously. On to St. Agnes Hospital. This might be one with traps again. I can't recall. So again, they did good work here once. Certainly, there were a few too many amputations, but then there are individuals one would prefer not to walk the city streets. There used to be a place, I think it's torn down now, but when I worked in film in Vancouver, Riverview Hospital, I believe it's not abandoned, but they shut it down, sort of like a mental hospital. And I remember that got rented out a lot for, tons of shows, but also some independent stuff. And I remember one of the directors, we were doing the final check to make sure none of the gear was left over. He put himself in one of the cells and just kind of jumped out at the crew who was looking. I do not believe I've seen a group of people more scared, but I was kind of further back, so I didn't quite have the same shock. But I always think of Riverview every time I look at St. Agnes. Only echoes walk the hospital halls now, but malice lingers in the air. We must search meticulously room by room. So, again, references to searching makes me think that I'm going to add Pope Clifton or Slee. Well, I can't add Slee because he's an acquaintance, but adding more Lantern to help out here. Some of the later expeditions will become more challenging, but for now, we're able to get by with just one. I add the 2 funds just because it's nice not to have to replace something if I do wind up in a pickle. But usually the second funds is unnecessary. Okay, tons of Mystique. Extra glimmering, not that much in terms of money, unfortunately. No staleness, though. So, no Season of Suspicion coming up. We are going to need to get rid of another Restlessness, but we will not deal with... We'll deal with that when we have to. Right now, I'm just going to go back to the Institute. I think when I hit the 10-hour mark, first of all, I should probably take a look at the viewer numbers. Again, it's been a little bit lower than we normally have, but whoa. Okay, good. Harder Lantern for the Trisulcurs. I totally forgot about that. Okay, Pope Clifton. I'll maybe take a quick read, but maybe around the 10-hour mark, I might take a quick bathroom break, and we'll see if we keep going. I do notice the numbers started to creep up again a little bit. Still somewhat low by the usual Cultist Simulator standards. What I'm trying to do here is I want to sort of be respectful of what I've been, basically the terms of which I'm sort of being paid. So I want to make sure that Weather Factory's actually getting their money's worth if I do a longer broadcast. But if people wanted me to finish, I'm happy to bow out. But if I do go longer, if you want me to go longer, I am going to need to take care of some biological necessities. If you have any feelings one way or the other, let me know. But I'm assuming if you wanted me to finish, you probably would have left on your own. So I realize I'm speaking to a somewhat biased sample. Mind you, some of you might have bought the game and just are enjoying the broadcast, so you want me to shut up so you can go on and play. I know that's happened a couple of times. So, but as always, if you have any questions about the game, if you want to know why I'm making a particular decision, I am happy to answer one way or the other. All right, so we've got our 4 lessons learned, so we're ready to do the scholarship. Now, I don't recall if Edge has anything associated with study, so I just kind of want to see this for myself. It is okay. I'm curious. So it says, "I will be relentless. I will not be denied." I'm curious if that also applies to. No, interesting. It's not winter. Anyways, Oh yeah, no, so if I added heart, that would be the same. Nope, wrong. Okay, fair enough. So a deeper concentration. I will be relentless. I will not be denied. Crap. Maybe Orchard of Lights? Well, I can turn it into a hint. The invisible arts, Christophilopoulos is said to have remarked, are as profitable as macrame, as ethical as tobacco smuggling, and in general as beneficial as roulette. Still, there's always the Orchard of Lights, and indeed the orchard, with its glowing fruit and its peaceful mists, is a place to be yearned for. Last night I walked there in the peaceful hours of the deep sleep. Of the deep night. Even after waking, I still carry with me a little of the glory of the old sun. Okay, again, same deal with the stag door, or white door, sorry. All right, so we've got Jannings and Adim. Sorry, Jannings back. Jannings we've always had because we haven't been able to do his commission. Adim is back. Bichet will be available in 9 seconds. So once we get the acquaintance dealt with, call upon the Colonel who cannot be denied. The Colonel is a fierce hour, but a power which knows light, and he has survived worse. His power will almost certainly protect us. And we have found Porter. Porter was a barber until the court case. No further explanation. So, let's talk with Dr. Adim for a new commission. That'll take 10 seconds. Same story with Madame Bichet. Got my money. I am going to do another painting. Do we have suspicion coming up? Nope. So, I am going to take the remaining notoriety. I'm going to take the older notoriety. One of the things I try and do with the notoriety is I will take the oldest, because in the end you just need one notoriety to sort of sink you. I would normally, to maximize the value of the painting, actually add this other notoriety. Actually, come to think of it, I'm going to get a notoriety for completing this expedition, so why not just maximize the value of the painting? I may come to regret that, but sorry, I'm trying to grab the restlessness, not shake the screen constantly. Okay, well, there's the Season of Suspicion, so... And he would like a very substantial commission on Lantern, so that's going to be like the very substantial commission on Edge, not something that we can actually perform. So, here we go, Madame Bichet. The curse shrivels. Our power is stronger than the power that was here. The curse won't touch us. And sure, we'll pay up for the paints, although it is starting to get a little expensive. And a very substantial Grail commission. So we are tapped out on commissions that we can do right now. We are going to need to improve our skill in the invisible arts. So in the meantime, I'm going to take the Church of the Bright Edge, and I'm going to incorporate some of our new acquaintances, namely Eldridge and Slee. Just a reminder that Eldridge is an elegant man of inelegant habits. This one is ready. Oh, I should have included the intensity of radiance, but I'll have another chance to get rid of that. Stillness is a virtue, so I have a silent intensity under the skill. So again, at this point here, we don't need the lessons learnt to upgrade. We may want the lessons learnt in order to preserve glimmering and erudition. That will be useful in some other cases. But for now, I don't need to worry about using the study verb to improve any of my abilities. From now on, we're just going to be focusing on getting better lore. So for start, Traveling at Night Volume 3, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Elopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering, this is the 3rd volume. Elopoli's disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by the Mansis. Orchard of Lights. We've read this a couple of times, so I'm going to get back to the... Elopoli's disquisitions on fire and the unburnt god are interrupted by passages of distractingly erotic poetry addressed to Baldomera. Someone you might be able to figure out who it is if you play the game enough. Baldemera is a character and someone you can meet in this game. Okay, so presumably even more mystique. Still no stale. Wow. Okay, that was definitely a good day's work. Let me just take a second here to see if there's anything I want to do with the work slot. So all of the commissions are out of my reach currently. Yeah, so I think at this point we go back to working at the Institute. There is a dank and clinging smell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint. Perhaps it is the patients. Perhaps it is something in the walls. Alright, so here's hoping that Connie gets lost in the labyrinth of my mystique. Before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So Eldridge has almost learnt not to pick his Eldridge has almost learnt not to pick his teeth with his knife in conversation. He has not yet learnt to leave his knife in his boot. So Porter is our next acquaintance. I mean, Slee was added first, but I'm just going to go right to left. So we will take Porter. Reminder, Porter was a barber until the court case. Now this time I'm going to take the Consciousness of Radiance. We don't need that because we are an edge cult. But I am going to recruit them that way because it will remove the edge, and that removes the necessity for me to try and remove the fascination by other means. So it's, I don't know, I think Connie's probably going to catch our notoriety, but given the fact that this lasts 60 seconds, we might get lucky. If not, I mean, I've got the Voiceless Dead to try and destroy the evidence if it comes down to it. What was this place? The door bore no sign. There were no windows. The walls were painted a rich violet, rich even now after the ravages of rain through the leaking ceiling. A rotting chair has leather straps on the arms. The floor is porcelain and runneled. Okay, so we've got Porter. Porter plies his razor and his scissors to the great advantage of his friends. In the absence of anything else to do talk-wise, I'm going to take a chance to talk with Slee and add them to the church. The biggest argument for why I do it this way is that I'm still at a point where we don't have a lot of people for every role. So I like adding people to the cult as I need them. What am I doing with the trappings? Good Lord. This one's ready. Writer Craig Slee, the astronomer and avant-garde poet, has developed an interest in the esoteric as his health wanes. So, hangers-on, for instance, you'll notice I'm not really adding to the cult. But when it comes to the names, it is kind of helpful to have them, or the named cultists, sorry, names actually have a special meaning in Cultist Simulator. When it comes to these individuals, I do try to add them to the cult. It means that they're just more bodies I can throw at the problem on expeditions. And it's also another opportunity for me to upgrade them. It's also to just kind of prevent me from having this just massive factory line of people to bring into the cult when I want them. So, all right, to reach the stag door, I believe that all you need is to want something enough, but I've never wanted anything that much, except of course Baldemera, and I'm very much afraid that the knot in the story is this. What Baldemera wants is the stag door. But there's something I learned in Persia. Perhaps it'll teach you what you want. So here's the Smith's Secret. We've already got that one, and an erudition. Now, remember that, how did we get the Stag Door's riddle? Well, we got the Stag Door's riddle by actually linking up our desire. So in this particular case here, we already knew it. But this is kind of an example about how the text of the game, if you haven't solved something, the text of the game might actually give you a hint as to the phase that you're at. So paying attention to what doors are being talked about and how they overcome them, it will never be a clear... But usually if it's in the square brackets, it'll be a clear direct, put this card into this slot to do this. But if you're reading the words of the characters inside of the game, generally what you need to do is think a little bit about the associations. You know, notice that moth is often associated with the woods, with hair, with, cutting hair specifically. In the case of things like winter, death. Knock tends to have association with wounds, and there are certain people who there are people and concepts that get associated with each of the different principles, and this will help you both pick followers to put into the expedition, but it will also kind of help you move your way up into the Mantis. If you think about it, like once we get past the Stag Door, there's still 2 other layers for us to pass. And of course, we're still sort of stuck trying to get our 3rd level for a lot of different types of lore. So there's plenty for us to do, but just an example in terms of how you can think through these things, particularly if the game is new to you. All right, the treatise on underplaces. Herein, the 17th century mystic and antiquarian Claude Hirschalt describes the bounds or underplaces on the borders of dream. He warns that they shift over time. The walls of the Mantis, Hirschalt begins, are the size of starlight. Many of his directions are equally unhelpful, but common relationships do emerge. In last night's stream, I was in the Lodge of the Sage Knight behind the White Door. It is difficult to remember exactly how I came there, and the mistress of this place, the woman with the dark glasses, was nodding as if I had asked her a difficult question. Of course I hadn't. I lost my speech when I passed the White Door. How is it that I can speak, she said to me. I didn't come here through the White Door. I'm not proud of what I did to come here, so let me tell you about something else. Okay. There's a padlock cupboard in the wall. It does not long resist our strength. It contains instruments tipped with flint and glass, instruments one would not expect a surgeon to use. It contains other matters of more interest to us, too. Okay, Clifton, there's the notoriety again, so this is why I sort of think that Cat Caro is going to catch us. Okay, empty hospital, again a potential location for us. The Rose of Hypatia. So marked with the tripled sign of the arcane contemplative order known as the Sisterhood of the Knot in Greek. So I'm going to put this one a little bit closer to the back. Rose pearl dust. Pearls are sacred to the witch and sister, especially those of this color. They have been used in protective rites, among others. I'm running out of space for my items, so I'll just add a new list here. Stained gloves. What have these known? What lessons might they teach my hands? So another Grail tool. It's worth remembering here that the silver spintrea is actually worth more as far as Grail, but it's a tool versus an ingredient. So, and the 3rd volume, The Locksmith's Dream, Trespasses, the 3rd volume of Teresa Gallagher's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. So we can put that one after the Lord Bancroft Diaries. So it seems to me like we can continue on to the next expedition. Notoriety is a little bit of a problem, but there's no point in avoiding the problem. Like, we're going to generate notoriety at one point or another. So let's head on to the Congregation of St. Felix of Schuren, a nonconformist enclave of a heterodox sect of a Calvinist offshoot tucked away in an odd corner of the city. They belt out hymns with unsuitable gusto in a throat-scraping language that is very much not quite Latin. So, as usual, I'm just going to send in the summons because it helps keep their timers from ticking down. Membership of the congregation is strictly controlled. It may even be inherited. The safest approach is to burgle the minister's residence while he's conducting a service, but the sworn mothers of the congregation guard the place in shifts, and they are not easily distracted. Expeditions need at least 1 funds per obstacle. Followers will defeat obstacles. If you run out of funds or followers, the expedition ends. This time we might actually try and bring some of the... Whoa! Oh, sorry. Okay, everybody left. I was like, I thought the Voiceless Dead just fell out of the expedition somehow. That would be bad. So let's try that again. So I actually think I might try some more moth followers. I can give the smallest number by just adding an edge follower, but in this case, if I add a couple of moth followers, if somebody gets hurt, they get a scar, they get better. So let's take the door. Again, there's not a whole lot for me to do to ascend until I can solve the Stag Door's riddle. And there's not a lot for me to do work-wise, so we will just continue to go to the Institute and rebuild my war chest. We are, once we hit the Forsaken Reach, we'll not be getting any more books, and so we can maybe start thinking about exploring some more locations with the Furtive Truths and even the Forgotten Chronicle, although I may want to summon some stronger minions if I'm going to be doing that. Slee speaks earnestly of his theories to all who will listen. The stars as tiny wounds, the sun is a hemorrhage of glory. His poetry is more eccentric than ever. So I believe we don't have any more acquaintances other than the hangers-on, but we haven't brought them in for a specific reason. If that reason is not obvious, it's just simply because I like being able to have the option of recruiting someone to get rid of an influence that I can't otherwise deal with. So I tend not to use these. Characters for much anyway. And so just simply having them as an option to sort of get rid, they're sort of a safety valve of extra, of some unwanted influences. It's just sort of nice to avoid using a verb that I would otherwise be using for something that I need. Okay, let's move on. No commissions to do, so let's get some more bodies for the church. My church, not the church we're visiting, obviously. I will fast forward. There we go. Expedition continues. Our expedition plans for the next challenge. It'll consume funds. I can add funds now, or I can send in other followers. So if you want to know what challenge you're coming up to, you can actually click on it and read it. So contemplatives blessed or condemned to service here. They're bound by their curious vows. We can murder them, or can deceive them, but they cannot be seduced. So remembering that once we get to 10 of a particular principle, we're the best that we can be in terms of taking on this kind of a group. So Lantern doesn't help us. Edge does potentially help us, so I could just add Victor, and there we go. But in this case, we actually have 2 moth followers. So if I add the first moth follower, Yezabet, that's going to take us up to 8 moth, and then when I add Porter for the actual confrontation with the monks, we actually will have equal power to what we had with the Edge. And again, if we fail, we probably would have failed with Edge anyway. I have the safety valve of picking one of 3 Edge followers. Unless we lose the hint, then we're screwed. Well, I guess if we lose the hint, then we just have max moth power anyway. I really like the soundtrack. A picturesque account of a journey through nightmare interspersed with what might be partial rites. On the 18th ascent, on the 18th ascent is the bud. On the 36th ascent, the blossom. So we did get a little bit better knock, but not quite what I was looking for. The Igavine Rite, every door in the Mansis requires its sacrifice before it will open. The Igavine Rite prescribe the manner of the sacrifice. Nearly every summoning rite requires knock influence. This lore will provide it. Okay, so what do we do with our study verb? Well, we move on to the next one. So in this case, the Lord Bancroft diaries need translation. The notorious journal of a notorious gentleman, written in Latin, no doubt for the sake of safety. So let's get translating. Lock the study door, the work begins. I should probably be reading the description a little more often. Orchard of Lights. Let's give it a shot. Nice. All right, so I can summon the Professor. The hours have been called unmerciful, but they permit sleepers sometimes to walk in the Orchard of Lights, where the fruit glows like a sunset, where the roots of the trees are shaped for peaceful rest, where the mist soothes the heart. I was there last night, and the taste of the fruit lingers, sharp and sweet as the passage of spring to summer. So, monks, a likely deception. This writ of entry bears the seal of the highest authority. Do not stand in our way. Okay, Dreamwise, back to the White Door. In my dreams I know the path to the White Door, through the bounds, but that path is thronged with the dead who pass this way. I will need health to resist their chill. So now I can approach the White Door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it, feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes, tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansis. Okay, I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So we're still continuing on at the Institute. It's reasonably comfortable work, and we're doing good work. We are helping people. But more importantly, it also affords us sort of the leisure to pursue some of our other tasks. So in this case, I'll use the Sunset Rite with the Pulsing Airs. I could use the Igavine Rite, although actually Locksmith's Secret's fine. Tell you what, can do better. We add Enid, and then we will do an invocation with Chiliarch's Lesson. Summon a creature of the Thunderskin. The Percussagant, merciless and merry. Heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. Okay, Season of Despair coming up, but I don't see any threat of despair for us. Okay, we've got another acquaintance coming in. Again, plenty of people to still add to the cult. Faith is a double-edged weapon. These monks have a great talent in the matter of believing, and so they have believed our lies. Alright, I have prepared the text for study. So this is Lord Franklin Bancroft Diary, 1750 to 1790. Lord Franklin Bancroft was initiated into the arts of the flower maker by the Rose Witch Fiona Ayrshire. He rose to become a society provider of occult services and secret pleasures before his abrupt disappearance in 1790. Okay, so I probably should have introduced, this is actually one of my favorite texts, for reasons that will be very obvious soon. So, read Lord Franklin Bancroft Diaries, 1750 to 1790. Bancroft seems to have been a talented adept, but devoted his energies to frustratingly whimsical projects, arranging grape-fetching races between Mansis spirits, teaching Percussagants to juggle, and conjuring storms of imaginary blossoms for the Rose Witch Ayrshire, who resolutely refused ever to couple with him. Bancroft spends 20 pages bemoaning this last. So in a minute you get to see the rest of it. I think it was a Tumblr account, but I believe there is a fan of Cultist Simulator who actually made I think it was like a list of things that Lord Franklin Bancroft is not allowed to do. It is genuinely very funny. Well, I mean, if you like Cultist Simulator, but it's, again, the community of this game. I definitely do not have the creative talent that a lot of people who are fond of this game do, but it is very rewarding to see what some people have come up with. Let's do, so I don't need the heart anymore. Yeah, let's do the larger stage. Fascination. Last night in the billowing blue of the lodge of the Sage Knight, I sat on velvet cushions and watched two dead contend with shining swords. They came with the place, said the woman who rules here now, the one who once called herself Gallagher. I was not the Sage Knight, if that's what you're wondering. He went higher in the Mansis long before I came here. My attention has drifted. The swords sparkle like falling water. The dead move like dancers. So this fascination's a little tricky to deal with because I don't have a fleeting reminiscence to get rid of it. I'll just have to... I think I might just wait for the Season of Despair to produce a fleeting reminiscence. No point in forcing the issue. So back to the white door. Okay, treasures lie before us. We'll just wait to pick up the next batch. First the thump, the rattle and cry of the ceremonies it attends in the wood. Now here it is, shouldering its way through the world's skin like a clawed and ruthless uncle or a headless flapping bear. The Percussagant, it loves the Sistrum's shiver, it loves the thrum of the tympanos, it recalls with fondness the flaying of Marsyas, and so it will not stop dancing. I'm adding it to the expedition just to stop the timer on it. But obviously it's not important for me to be to add it. We are already going to be getting the items. Okay. All right. Season of Vision's coming up, so it's very likely that Fascination will be picked up, and I need the fleeting reminiscence to get rid of it afterwards. But that's fine. We'll still be able to make it work. All right. So we've got our acquaintance. Come with me, Tristan. Is Tristan? I think Tristan might be a Lantern follower. I can't remember what follower he is. Anyways, we can still add them to the church, and that will get rid of the fascination too. This one is ready. Tristan dislikes distraction. Tristan gets things done. I think they might be a Forge follower. Considering the event... Wait, they found notoriety? Okay. Back to the Lodge of the Sage Knights. And I've read this a couple of times, so I'm actually just going to skip over it and jump into the white door, just because I'm conscious of the fact that there's only so much progress I'm going to be able to make on this broadcast, and it'd be wonderful if we can get past the stag door. So the mantra here recorded is a high and exacting magic which can be used to place one's spirit, to pledge one's spirit to the watchman, beginning an ascent to the house. Bancroft boasts of his ability to recite it when in his cups. He has also had it set to music for a performance with fireworks at Vauxhall Gardens. So this is the unmerciful mantra. Mercy, saith the watchman, is only found in shadow. So again, we're starting to fill up our higher level lore. The minister's bedchamber is grand in proportion but sparsely furnished. Beneath the window, a feathered ornamental axe rests beside an enameled chalice drum on a little altar of yew wood. Beneath the altar, in a box secured with a complicated triple knot, we find a trove of books and more besides, a knife rank with old blood, a twist of cloth, a leathery remnant of something the minister must have surrendered at his ordination. So, percussagant, there's notoriety. Good work, Yezebent. Got a voiceless dead. That's going to be used for burglary in a minute. Good work, hint. So, bronze Spintrea. Getting a nice little stack of currency. The Rose of One's Eye, that is Lantern. I guess I'll put that here. Keonet Abydos, so that will go here. Kerner and Goat, well, that's for the sale pile. The Rose of Nuriel is... I can never tell if this is Grail or Heart. I think this is a Grail one, in which case it's actually a fairly high priority for me here, even more so than the Knock one. And an unattended church. I suppose I should be reading these. So an abandoned warehouse, a rotting shell beside a rotting river. Okay, we did that. Empty Mithraeum, this was a place of worship once. We could make it so again. Empty hospital. Phantoms, the neighbors say, still walk the echoing halls here. If we take possession, of course, they will leave, or we'll turn them to our use. And an unattended church. The minister disappeared one night quite abruptly with his inner circle and the church's chiefest treasures. He is widely assumed to have gone to a better place, possibly a sunny place beside a shining sea. We could recruit his leaderless flock and make this our base of operations. And then, before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen the knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. So yes, Tristan is a Forge follower. Okay, so, Course of the Heart, that's always nice. There's a few things that I want to do. Let's work in the Institute, but I did say I was going to take my bathroom break, so I'm okay doing at least another hour. Again, I'm a little conscious of making sure that Wither Factory is getting their money's worth, but it does also look like the number of viewers have sort of ticked up. So if you have any feelings about how much more you'd like to see, feel free to let me know. You can speak up. I am going to go, it'll be probably less than 2 minutes. It's not urgent, but I figure I'll just get that out of the way. I also encourage you, if you've been sitting around for a while, maybe take a second, get up, stretch, maybe get some water. But I will be back for some more Cultist Simulator in just a moment. Let me just put up a warning that I'm gone. All right, let's see if I can... There we go. I'll see you all in hopefully less than 2 minutes. Okay, sorry about that. That was probably a little longer than I'd planned. I said to get water, and then I came back. So looks like a few of you stuck around, which I appreciate. Let's try and give this another hour. And let's see if we can finally see that stag door riddle fall to us. So, back to work. What do I want to do? No influence for me to mess around with right now. There may be evidence for me to destroy, but we need to do that with talk. So let's start with the Forsaken Reach. We'll prepare an expedition with the Pergusagant and the Hint. Forsaken Reach, along the grey banks of the rotting river, the warehouses wait. Perhaps I've identified one where an unusual cargo was stored. So this won't give us any more books, which is fine. We can live with that. The law does not touch this decaying fringe of the city. The mud here has claimed many lives, and there will no doubt be some wretched criminals or other layering in the warehouse. Expedition need at least one funds per obstacle. Followers will defeat obstacles. If you run out of funds or followers, the expedition ends. Okay, in the meantime, let's continue reading books. So, the Rose of Nuriel, marked with the tripled sign of the arcane contemplative order known as the Sisterhood of the Knot in Greek. So we will translate that first. And then for the work verb, we'll just go back and work at the Institute. There is a dank and clinging smell to the Institute halls that never quite leaves one. Perhaps it is the paint, perhaps it is the patience, or perhaps it is something in the walls. Long hours, but good pay. Oh, and let's talk with the Voiceless Dead. The Wolf Despair prowls elsewhere. No dread empowers this despair. It's over for now. So we don't need to worry about the trembling in the air. We've already lost the. Excuse me. Already got rid of the fascination. I'm certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So the reason why I started talking with the Voiceless Dead right away is we can just give it the tentative evidence, send a devious minion to destroy evidence. My scheme will most likely succeed. There's always a chance that something will go awry. Of course, if it does, then we'll just try to summon another one. But Connie's going to be a tough one to get rid of, so I think I'm just going to have to live with the fact that somebody's going to be more reliable at generating evidence against me. The expedition continues. I've given my agents an opportunity to serve. Let us hope that it ends well for us. So in this case, we've already got what we need edge-wise, and then lantern-wise, I'll just, I'll add one of the lantern followers when the time comes. But I don't necessarily want to add them. Actually, no, we've got lots of lantern followers. Pope Clifton, go yell at them. If they get wounded, it just means they're better, and I've got a replacement lantern that I can add. Let's go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, another forgotten chronicle. Story of a city without a gate, of a queen who was not born, of a war which was not fought. Last night, I visited the Lodge of the Sage Knight. My hostess manifested as an elegant woman with fashionably short hair and dark glasses. No, she admits, I don't need them any more than I need eyes. Allow me my sentimentalities. But you've come here for knowledge, I expect. Here's a story I heard in my Kersham days. You're welcome to it. Only remember me if you make the pilgrimage. So, as before, we just use our way to the white door in our health. Now I approach the white door through the bounds. Now I can press my fingers to it. Feel its chill, watch it swing open. As it opens, my mouth closes. Tightens, heals over like a lost deformity. Around and about me is the cobalt light of the Mansus. So we prepared the Rose of Nuriel for study. And it does look like there's something new here. So a volume of collected teachings of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories, but in some ways was very powerful indeed. This was recorded by Nuriel and dedicated to Saint Tryphon. Saint Tryphon, Nuriel explains, performed secret miracles in the name of she who bleeds and bears, and she who opens. Thus Saint Tryphon opened the way to the House of the Sun. Thus Saint Tryphon underwent the great birth and ascension to immortality. And I've done some good. My patients are quieter than when I began. So back to the Institute. We'll call upon the Watchman who navigates. So we are already at 10 lantern. The Watchman will clear our sight so that we will almost certainly pass without error. This vitality lasts for 130 seconds, so we will be fine. We'll be fine with the. We'll be fine against the sickness. We'll just need to use the dream slot for it. And my minion has returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I am a little safer. So we'll add the Voiceless Dead, not because we necessarily need them for this challenge, but it does stop their timer from going down. So the evidence is no longer a problem. Connie Lee will basically be back to square one when she comes after us. Moving right along, unless I have commissions that I can fulfill, we did change... Wait, we have the Unmerciful Mantra, so I'm actually able to do the very substantial Lantern commission now. But because we haven't performed it yet, let's talk about the Waking Chant. We did generate Old and Happy Far Off Things, so we're going to need to paint away the restlessness. But we are going to be able to try and bring more bodies into the cult while we wait to do Dr. Redeem's commission. My hope is also after we read the Rose of Nuriel, this will also allow us to do Madame Bichet's commission. And potentially something else, but I'm not 100% on it. I'm sorry, I can't see chat right now. I was wondering why things look different. Again, just a quick reminder that I've been having some chat difficulties on Steam. So I think in general it's been a little bit more of a quiet audience, which is totally fine. That is, something that I'm quite comfortable with. But if for any reason you have tried to say something to me and I haven't responded, it's probably not because I don't want to respond or anything like that. I'm completely fine with somebody repeating the chat, the request, just simply because I know, it's tough, right? I'm not on top of things. I wish I was better. But the fact of the matter is that it's a little hard to make the number or to deal with the chat absence. So. But we'll do our best. If you keep trying, I'm sure it'll eventually break through. And as always, like if you personally know me, I'm like my DMs and stuff like that are open. Oh, actually, sorry. I'm sort of muted on stuff, so maybe you have been trying to get in touch with me. There we go. The mutes are done. I don't want restlessness, so let's try and go back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight, but this might generate fascination. Nope, a subtle fracture, so if I want to summon something, now's the time. Clouds part, walls creak, old wounds ache. Last night in the great pavilion above the grey sprawl of the Bounds, a woman who once called herself Teresa Gallagher sat on gilt-fringed cushions and offered me a horn cup of dream wine. The wine is imaginary, she explained, but the cup is not. To navigate the Mansus, one must understand the distinction. Perhaps one day you'll join me on the pilgrimage, or I'll join you. So here, let us share a secret. And her breath tickled my ear. So one thing I'm thinking of here for summonings, the big question is like, what else do I want to bring in? The biggest thing that I could use would be a forge-focused summoning, and unfortunately my forge is just not that strong. One possible exception might be if I added a bronze Spintrea, but the problem now is that I don't have any rituals that will actually use I don't have any rituals that will actually use an ingredient, so I'm stuck in that sense as well. So unless I wind up with a better forge lore, we're really stuck, which is fine. We'll just we'll persevere. Okay, I'm gonna leave the dream slot open because in 4.5 seconds I'm gonna need to heal up. Saint Tryphon began his ascension by passing the horn door. He continued it by learning the invocation Theatic, which Nuriel does not here record on account of its extreme holiness, and Nuriel explains grimly to achieve the 7 marks of the Great Birth, St. Tryphon consumed both those whose soul had left them, and even those in whom the soul remained. Okay, so this is one thing we might want to pay attention to. The horn door seems a little bit like the white door, right? So, began his ascension by passing the horn door. He continued by learning the invocation Theatic, which Nuriel does not here record on account of its extreme holiness. And then the 7 marks of the Great Birth is probably going to be more Grail oriented, so we don't really read that. Yeah, so unless if I can find what the invocation Theatic is, I'm okay. But right now we've got the Igavine Rite and the Megalesian Incantation. Might be able to do something with the Megalesian Incantation. Yeah, actually, I am going to try. So The Great Mother remembers. So this needs intuition. Do I have a glimmering? Yes, but not one that will last long enough. So study-wise, we will do passion. Read sentimental literature. If I propose to learn anything, I wouldn't be reading this stuff. So work at the Institute. So what I'm going to try and do here is upgrade my existing lore. The illness has damaged my health. I will need to rest before I'm fully recovered, which we do with vitality. Fascination's coming up. Oh, yes, I have restlessness. I didn't really think about that. That is going to come to hurt me. Yeah, because this is going to be occupied later. So unless I have some way of using the restlessness in something, that's going to hit my bleak thoughts. I'm going to need to find contentment somehow. All right, the Watchers will almost certainly regret standing against us. We've got 16 edge, there's nothing else for me to add, so we'll just let what happens happen. Yeah, I really blew it here. The knock and the restlessness are both going to hit me. But that's fine. We'll just find a way of getting contentment. The Watchers end. Their blood pumps bright, then dark. They should not have opposed us. We move on. So one thing I could try and do is just paint, but I don't really think painting... I don't know. One dread isn't the end of the world. I think we'll be able to handle ourselves. So I've passed the time. I've been inclined to tears and afterwards inclined to laughter. Meanwhile, the world continues. So let's study 2 Megalesion incantations. Study the succulent lore. Certain words beg to be spoken. It is tempting to spend time in their consideration. Tempting and perhaps useful. Sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. So, dream-wise, we're back to... I wonder if there's a way of getting contentment from... No, I don't think there is. Yeah, I don't think there's a way of getting contentment from the Mansis. So I will still work at the Institute. It probably would make more sense for me to paint because that is a potential source of contentment, but I have a couple of ideas. So, all right, we've got a hanger-on, not something I really need right now. There's no need for me to actually bring anybody into the cult because that would have been how I dealt with the fascination, so that's not really important. Wait a minute, wasn't I going to do a commission for Dr. Redeem? Man, I'm losing it. All right, let's just talk about the Waking Chat then. If I'm lucky, maybe we'll get a Tristan Interludes with Enid. That might make me happy. Treasures lie before us. So that'll generate some notoriety, which is not good, but we are going to get some stuff, which is good. I'll also have something open up which can get me some contentment. Into the Night. Wisdom is a country, and these are its maps. Solve all the challenges on both fragments of lore to complete a research task. You can return to a task later if you fail. So this was added a little bit later into the game as well. This, I think, is a much more interesting way of handling research, although it does make things a little more complicated. Delayed delivery, a barred door, a cramped space, a hidden cargo. All right, back to the Lodge of the Sage Knight. Light leaks through the cracks. My mind is brighter than it ever was. The higher I rise, the more I see. So, fortunately, we're not in a season of visions. I can get rid of this right now. So, we've read that. That's the one with the skeletons fighting. So, composure. We did get Course of the Heart, which is nice. So, in 30 seconds, we will have a vitality to cure that. Challenge intuition. This is a puzzle with missing pieces. I might find those pieces in the odd corners of scholarship. So, we've added glimmering. And now we are going to do that long overdue commission, so double the reason. There we go. And we are going to have a restlessness, so I will be able to paint something after all. Actually, the board's looking shockingly clean right now. Okay, this is not as important. It's reason, so we know it's going to be a patron. However, the explore verb is going to be available, so we might finally be able to do something about the rumor. Alright, the Watchers here were guarding crate sealed with thief-signed ribbons. This was not a lawful operation. The owners of the cargo may not be pleased with our meddling. So, another notoriety. Good work, Pope Clifton. We've got a hint, we've got a precussigant, and leftover funds. Okay, more Refulgen. Kerner and Goethe we don't really need, but we can sell, and another batch of stained gloves. So under normal circumstances, what I would be doing here would be moving on to the next expedition, but I do actually need to study the furtive truths. The next question I have is, what do I want to do with my explore verb right now before I try that? So for instance, I was talking about how I could use some contentment. Well, I might get the contentment from the painting in a little while, or I might need to get that contentment elsewhere. Is there something else that I want to do with the explore verb while I have, while I've got it free? For instance, maybe I want to sell the collection of essays in Kerner and Goethe. The other thing that I need to keep in mind is that right now, all of these summons are sort of ticking away, and I don't have things for all of them to do for this time. So unless I do something to resummon them, there's going to be some losses as well. I'll have to think about that. So there's a little bit of a balancing act that I'm going to need to do for the next little while, but I think in general this is something we can handle. So first thing I'm going to do is explore with the furtive truth, so uncover sites in the shires that feature in the histories. Odd nooks remain in the quiet countryside, here and there for those who know where to look. I think the Voiceless Dead is the most likely one to be lost. It's also probably the easiest to replace, so my own heart pumps more strongly today. Excuse me. Alright, this illness has damaged my health. I'll need to rest before I'm fully recovered. Cure your affliction with funds or vitality. So these are going to work out. This will turn into the restlessness, so this is going to take up the work slot. Fortunately, we do have the commission now, so we're going to be able to give that to Dr. Redeem. What do I do? Sorry, I got to think about what I want to do work-wise. Not quite ready for the restlessness, so let's take the time. Actually, here's a question. So if I do the Rite of the Crucible Soul, I take the Voiceless Dead. So, some Winter Aspect, a Little Moth, and a Corpse. I might create a Cunning Servant. What am I missing? It's the corpse, isn't it? Alright, so I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can do about this one. Well, let's deal with the affliction at least. And yeah, you know what? Sorry, we'll just work at the Institute for a bit. I mean, if we lose summons, that was going to happen one way or the other. We can learn from each other, only we can't because there isn't a patron. So we'll have a chat with the Voiceless Dead. We'll maybe have it talk to the Precussigant. Yeah, they're about the same. The problem is that I think both the the Voiceless Dead and the Hint are potentially going to generate like dread and fascination. So I particularly want to avoid the, well, not instantly, like it'll be influence. So in particular, I want to avoid the Voiceless Dead expiring until I've dealt with the dread. And then likewise, it'd be nice to sort of have the Hint expire in safety, if it has to expire at all. So we'll wait the 40 seconds and then we'll paint away the restlessness. So Crocus Hill is our first location. I think what I'm going to do is I'll read these as I go on the expeditions. And let's follow up on the peculiar rumor, because we already have notoriety from our expedition. So that's a minute, but we will get another follower as a result. So generally, I think that trade-off works. I've increased my mastery of the succulent lore, which we call by its aspect Grail. So the delightful sacrament, so pleasant upon the ear, one could listen to it over and over. These are the words that make sacrifice sweet. Now, some of you have been waiting quite a while for those words. Why do I think this is a big deal? Well, for the very simple reason that this is what we have been working towards the whole time. Stagdoor's riddle. What are the words that make sacrifice sweet? That is contained within the delightful sacrament. And so next time we have the dream slot available, we will finally be able to pass the Stagdoor's riddle. Okay, study-wise, what do we want to do? We'll probably just work through books that we have. This is actually this might make a little sense now. The reason why I was rearranging all of the books was because I tend to know the answers to the riddle tend to fall inside here. I had a pretty good idea that it was the Grail, just because of the description, like the sweetness, but I wasn't 100% sure on which one. But what I definitely knew was that I wasn't going to find like something like the Ecdysis parable. Like I already had that, so I didn't need to worry about I didn't need to worry about Moth. By the way, there are multiple Stagdoor's riddles, so the fact that you know this one does not mean that you're always going to use the Delightful Sacrament. That's going to depend on whatever your particular playthrough has. So we're on our way up in the world. We're going to just continue to study these works. It's the best thing I can do. But we need to translate some of the works as well. So The Locksmith's Dreams, Trespasses, the third volume of Teresa Gallmer's examination of the parallels in the mystic dreams of artisans. In this volume, notoriously, Gallmer's prose begins to disintegrate, and it is not clear which dreams are in fact her own. So again, expiring hint. I'm really just waiting on the painting so that I can try and covered. Once I do the painting, it's possible I can resummon the hint using the Rite of the Crucible Soul. It'll be a very, very tight fit, but I think it will work. I just need to be a little more on top of the pause button. So this is one of the reasons I'm not fast forwarding. All right, that's not great because we're gonna have two notoriety sitting around, but it is gonna give the Voiceless Dead something to do. So, painting, step 1. This is not going to protect me from Connie, by the way. I've tried, but you are not actually able to paint. You're not able to outpaint the law. Like there is a consequence. All right, the sick room grows close and stale. Time to get up. So, dream. Stagdoor's riddle. In my dreams, I will stand again before the Stagdoor, a ridged barrier of blood-streaked horn, broken long ago and not quite healed. That vast and golden-head Gearby will await the answer to my riddle. So, here we go. A desirable answer. Here are those words. Adversary is searching for questions, asking searching questions about my activities. Nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. So again, we'll take the Voiceless Dead. We will combine them with the Percussigant. Again, we're relying on being able to resummon the hint. If I'm wrong on that, we lose the hint. I prefer losing the hint to losing the Voiceless Dead. I think we already covered that. I will pay for the Colors of the Night and track down a rumor. Fair enough. An unpromising address, but a promising student. Sylvia. Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place that she buried it. Where are my moth followers? There we go. So eventually we'll add her to the numbers, but for the time being, I'm going to continue to explore the furtive truths. Odd nooks remain in the quiet countryside here and there for those who know where to look. The woman in the sand-colored robe has told me the stairways of the mansis go ever up, death is down. The mother of ants guards both directions with each of her heads, and so the passage must always be through a wound. I think the white door might be a wound. That's one reason the dead sometimes pass it. I think I have the other half of the secret now, and I hope my reader can put both halves together. So here's a wood whisper. Lie awake and listen. The wind speaks in the branches. The house cries out in its sleep. These are the roads that chaos ride. Okay, let me just take a quick look. I am still fine with this ordering, so let's read The Queens in the Rivers, a surreal contemporary play by the enigmatic Monica Medina, in which the queens of the rivers are murdered one by one. The queen of the Vistula is poisoned. The queen of the Napier, I'm terrible at pronouncing this, chokes on a fish hook. The queen of the Tagus is burnt alive. I'm probably terrible at pronouncing the other ones too, but again, North American, my apologies. I do not encounter these rivers. I have not shirked. This is work I can be proud of. With enough publicity, it will sell. My recent work is considered notable. I've exhibited the latest paintings publicly. Surely someone will buy something. So that was 3... Alright, so that was 3 funds and no staleness. Good news all around. The hint is going to last for 4.9 seconds, so now we're going to use the Rite of the Crucible Soul. So I do still need Knock to bring it in, so we'll do an invocation, summon a sharp-edged lantern thing. Oh, wait, the instrument. Nuts. I don't think this is going to work. Oh, nope, that does work. Even without the winter. A hint was once a living mortal, and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires lantern for the light which drew them to the mansus, and edge for the striving that they've endured in mirrors. So this does destroy the existing hint, but that's fine because it was going to go away in a few seconds anyway. The Stag Door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gearby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. And I am certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. So once again, we will use the Voiceless Dead to deal with the tentative evidence. Send a devious minion to destroy evidence. My scheme will most likely succeed. There is always a chance that something will go awry. I await word. So because they were already talking with the percussivant, I could sort of switch out the 2 cards and it still has the same effect. My minion is returned. The evidence has been destroyed. I am a little safer. So we will still send the Voiceless Dead to talk with the percussivant. And we have found Gladwin Lake. So on to the next Furtive Truth. So this is stopping me from adding more people to the cult, regrettably. But again, I don't want to be messing around with my. Oh, that's right. Actually, I didn't get contentment from the last painting. So. The culprit, it transpires, is the audience. The surviving queens are directed to execute whatever audience members do not escape. A surprisingly lucid epilogue suggests that the correspondence of river names with historical events does provide clues to secret histories behind our own. So there's another occult scrap. Let's add another Furtive Truth. Oop, wrong one. That's the study verb. So we will read the Wainscot Histories. Subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories compiled by William Gore, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a plainful, almost apparently fictional manner. So Gore does not mention the Mansus directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest that he had commerce with the unseen world. Alright, so notice we are back, we are in a new door, so we could take the Subtle Rupture, which would be very good for summoning, but we don't necessarily need to summon right now. We're doing okay. If anything, we're trying to preserve our summons. So we could do the Ascent of Knives or the Painted River. Both of them are good. I believe the Painted River is the one that will get me additional lore, but there's a reason I want to do the Ascent of Knives, and it's probably something to do with the fact that I'm Edge. So let's see. A furious air, exactly what I was looking for. So anger is implicit in every shape, a 10th order influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. This could be used in some rites to summon minions. Of the place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. So I'm going to use this Furious Air. 10th Order Influence, a gathering knot of power and peril. And we've got our way through the Stag Door. In my dreams, I found my way to the Stag Door, sometimes called the Horn Gate or the Adept's Door. I have answered its riddle, and I am counted among the know. So it turns out it's the Stag Door is the Horn Gate, which would make sense. Stag, right? But wasn't thinking. All right. Let's go back through the Stag Door, and we will use Reason for the Ascent. We've got a Season of Visions coming up, so nothing to cause us problems there. I am going to need the talk verb, which means we're probably going to lose the voiceless dead, which is not great. But I'll make it work. In fact, it's actually, now that I think of it, it's also blocking up my ability to turn in the commissions. The hinter do not indulge themselves with showy entrances. A living gaze will shatter them. I know it's here, and that's enough for now. Okay, let's do another stint at the Institute. So I'm just waiting for this to expire so that I can... I do need to use this Furious Air within a certain period of time, so it's going to be a little tricky. Okay, nothing. My words cease like sand in a glass. And this place merits closer investigation, so Lockwood Fen. So what I'm going to do here, I want to raise a member of the cult. Now, I'm going to do something a little weird, and this is I'm going to take Dorothy. Dorothy's an enthusiastic sort, and I have turned her enthusiasm to our advantage. So, Dorothy, a believer. We'll then add the... Well, you know what? I don't even need Chiliarch's lesson. This should probably be sufficient. So, promote a believer by invoking Edge. My follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. So, with 10 influence, this is enough to raise her to a higher level. Now, it seems odd that I'm doing this with Heart rather than Edge, because traditionally, Edge followers are easier to raise in the Church of the Bright Edge. The reason why I'm not doing that is that you can actually use Heart followers to help with your reputation. And so in the long run, I want some stronger Heart followers, simply to be able to make better. Sorry, what am I trying to say? I'm trying to use my Heart followers to help me mitigate some of the effects of going on these different expeditions. That's probably not going to be something that comes up. We've probably got about 15 minutes together, unless I add another hour to the broadcast. But I'm going to, I'll probably continue this one on like a YouTube channel or something like that. I'll think a little bit about how to best manage that, but we'll take care of it. Okay, moving along. I did say that I needed to somehow get rid of my despair. So the way you get rid of despair is contentment. I believe that is the only way. So we didn't get contentment through painting, and it seems like kind of a drag to have to wait and do another painting to accomplish that. So what I'm going to do is visit the Ecdysis Club. So we need to pay the entry. In this case, wait, Sulochana, really? Let's leave that for another time. We'll just go as a patron. The entrance is lost beneath soft drapes of crimson, cinnabar, and incarnadine. Above the door, the club motto, Engi rum imis nocteet consumi mer igni. It has been rendered as, into the night circle we fly until the fire enjoys us. Nightly pleasures at the Cabaret Club. The drinks, the songs, the light, the arching walls, the smoke blue haze, the press and sway of clothed and unclothed flesh. So, as anticipated, this is a chilly atmosphere. There's going to be a consequence for that. I don't really need more Forgotten Chronicles, so this time let's try... Oh, this might be dangerous. Painted River? Okay, good. A forbidden epic. The attention of the hours is drawn to the bloodiest wars. Afterwards, the histories are braided like hair. There's a great chamber in the mansus through which a painted river flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails and flecks of gold leaf when I was done. And we've read the Wainscot Histories. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and of their uncouth gods. So this is a furtive truth. We've kind of already exhausted that, although we are currently exploring them. Study-wise, I guess we just move on to the next one on the list. So the Rose of Wanzai, marked with the triple sign of the arcane contemplative order known as the Sisterhood of the Knot. The fourth leaf has been added, disfiguring the sign in Greek. So we'll translate it. And then dream-wise, let's go back through the stag door. Unless I have... No, I don't have something else to do. So I purchased pleasure. I reel home in the ungodly hours and collapse into bed. So that was how we got rid of the dread. Ecdysis Club is not guaranteed contentment. There is really only one source of guaranteed contentment, and I do not necessarily recommend that you regularly use it. But for this case, it did what we got what we needed. We can continue our exploration. If I need to resummon the Percussagant, I also have the work slot available, but we can probably let the timer go down a little bit more. Oh, actually, you know what? It's probably going to be less than 60 seconds when all is said and done, so I may need to resummon the Percussagant after all. Okay, there's the summon, or the Season of Suspicion. We knew that was coming. Season of Ambition, so there will be some painting we need to do. Bad timing, because they're going to kind of eat up a lot of our reputation. So, yes, if we want to get rid of the Percussagant, we have to do it now. If we want to resummon it, rather. So we'll use the Rite of the Crucible Soul, we'll add the Percussagant, and we at least need to have Knock. So the Percussagant, merciless and merry, heart will bring it, edge will constrain it. Next up, I need to get rid of this chilly atmosphere, or I can just let it decay into dread, because, you know, it's not the same kind of threat. I think I'll probably just convert it. I'll add someone to the cult. Sorry, my follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. My scars are weapons, though through striving I rise to victory. There is no defeat but annihilation. In the light of the bright edge, we know ourselves. I pledge myself to the service of the strongest. Dorothy's enthusiasm has now become obsession. She will not cease, and how she loves to dance. So this is now a 5 heart as opposed to believers, which are 2. This is probably my strongest follower now, simply because of their ability to remove sort of dangerous reputation. Now, let's get rid of that chilly atmosphere, so we will turn Sylvia into a follower. Reminder that Sylvia lost her eye in the woods when she was 9 years old. Every year at Candlemas, she returns to the place she buried it. And there's Chiliarch's lesson, and Sylvia. You can make a similar argument to Moth, so we've been trying to, destroy a lot of evidence, so there might be an argument for boosting our Moth followers, but they're never going to be as good as something like a Voiceless Dead, so... Percussagants aren't very good at convincing people that we're nice, so... this might generate a winter influence, but I don't remember this well enough. Well, actually, I can get a Callagine from the Trembling Heat. Yeah, that's my replacement for the, Voiceless Dead. Gearby was weeping again. I scooped up his molten tears in my cupped palm. In the dream, my skin peeled and blistered, but only in the dream. I prepared the text for study, so we'll start by reading the Rose of Wanzai right away. The heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Wanzai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. The offshoot favored by Wanzai, the true sisterhood, followed Saint Respicius in pursuing the Ascension in the name of the door in the eye, the merciless hour of light. Saint Respicius failed, perhaps because of the larger sisterhood tracked him down and ritually strangled him, but Wanzai outlined steps for those who hope to succeed. So we've got a dream slot open. Seems to me like the best option is to continue going through the stag door. We do have the opportunity to get some more forbidden epics, which makes this quite an attractive option. Alright, well, no luck at all. Although it's good that we'll be summoning a Callagine. We've got Kiglin's Scratch, so we will continue to search the Furtive Truths. Essentially, we're just equipping ourselves for another batch of expeditions when the time comes. We may wind up losing the hint, I think. Well, I can probably do something funny with my talk verb now that I think of it. So, before they speak the words, the novice must sharpen a knife so it can separate a drifting thread, and it be not sharp enough, it will be the worse for them. Sylvia has detailed knowledge of roof ridges, of the river at low tide, of Irish whiskey, and of conjuring tricks. So we're filling up. I'm actually trying to think if we're missing... So we're missing some winter followers and possibly... yeah, we're definitely missing a heart follower as well. So I think in total we need 3 more... yeah, I think we have 3 more cultists to bring in. So... oh... No, I'm going to talk with the hint. It's my best option at the moment. So again, this will turn into restlessness. I would prefer not to have to deal with it, but first the thump, the rattle and cry of the ceremonies it attends in the wood. Now here it is, shouldering its way through the world's skin like a clawed and ruthless uncle or a headless flapping bear. So we've added it to the conversation just to preserve it. It does mean that we're not going to be able to do anything with our followers, but fair enough. In the meantime, I need to be careful about this, but we probably can still paint afterwards. But we'll use the Sunset Rite. We will bring the Trembling Heat. So it doesn't actually say what we can summon with it. Maybe if we use the Ardent Orison? Nope. Winter, maybe? No, Voiceless Dead. Okay, anyways, I know what I'm doing here, so we'll, I think if we just bring in Neville, we'll be fine. And then a little Winter should do the trick. A lot of Winter can work as well. So, summon a creature of smoky deception. Forge for the smoky spirit summoning, Winter for its binding. It must know who will rule it. The other thing I'd like to do, and I know we're getting close to the end of our time together, but seeing as we have now passed the stag door, I can actually upgrade my dedication. It's just I'm running into other obligations. So my curiosity is becoming a physical need. My eyes will be thresholds. It is almost time for me to perform the work and to begin the changes. But I must have enough lantern aspect. Exploration might find more. Okay, so we'll just carry on. If I can, I'll paint away the restlessness, but that is not a high priority right now. And we do have the Season of Ardors coming up, so I need to make sure I make time for Enid. So this is nice. I mean, we'll be ending on another Ascension. I think this resulted in Edge the last time, so let's give it a shot. Nice. The place my dreams took me last night, this has been written. The ascent is glass, the walls are knives, each step is blood. I did not climb far, the pain was too great. When I woke, that pain remained with me, a pain that I could employ to occult purposes if I hurry. Anger still remains implicit in every shape. So, and seek and dream, seek the mantis. The third mark can be achieved only when one has passed the stag door. Very important for here. We are currently at the second mark, so one must pass the wood, one must rise to the white door. The stag door always awaits the light bearer, in the sign of Girby. So, Chiliarch's Lesson and a Mantis Glimpse, we already own both, but these do help us on our way up. So, I don't think studying I don't think study will help me out here. Or sorry, that's dream, not study. I think we gotta wait for the work, which is gonna take a while. Okay, anything to do with dream? Not really. So once again, we return to the stag door. Or do I? Yes, because I'm going to paint. I need to make sure the stag door is available to me later, though. Once again, we move on. So, Kionat Abydos, a play dealing with the 9-year sojourn of a snow goddess in the Thracian city of Abydos by Apollo Fireweaver. It enjoyed success in London in its 1892 edition, when it was republished from, apparently, an older Greek text. The entity called Kion arrives in a blizzard and demands the city gates be barred. As Abydos falls under her spell, the dead return, but do not speak. Okay, so we found Guerin, and once again we'll just take the Furtive Truth and see if we have more places we can investigate. Nothing. My words cease like sand and glass. So once again, we've got the Furious Air. I want to think about who I want to upgrade. And in this case, honestly, I actually think Clovette is the right call because we'll have 2 heart followers. There are other reasons why I would want some heart followers. So it seems a shame to, not to upgrade other people, but we, as long as we have access to the Furious Air, we'll be fine. So my follower will kneel as a novice and rise as an initiate. I will administer the necessary oaths myself. And for comparison, Clovette's determined happiness now borders on the fanatical. If I have a particular friend, now is the time to renew our connection. My lover and I contend in the spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity. So, reason? Together we are brighter. Not all of Forge's children are bright. Its offcuts and its bastards gather in the bounds like hammer scale in the cracks of a smithy floor. Here comes one now. So here's a Callagine. We're going to need to paint away the restlessness. It only has 10 seconds left, so we still have some reputation left because they took the notoriety right away. You never know, this might be a living. And we will paint the inspiration. The restlessness will be our inspiration. So Callagine has got a level 8 Moth. In this case, they're rather good for destroying evidence. I am certain that my adversary has lodged a copy of their notes elsewhere, with their solicitor, with their superior, or even with a contact in the press. This is troubling. At the corners of the forge, in the bounds of the mantis, the glory's fire meets baser elements. Here is a cunning vapor to infect your enemy's dreams. So, kind of we know why I summoned the Callagine. If I can, I'd love to be able to resummon the hint. I may not have the opportunity. I'll do my best, though. I have a plan. I'm just not sure if it times out. Oh, yes, it will. Okay, we always pay for the paints because of the reputation. We also have enough money, so... Enid prefers to close her eyes rather than look at me. She says it hurts to look. She says it with such longing that I can't take offense. As I have a passionate memory, I could recall a warmer time. And I do have a contentment, which, again, would have been helpful if, if we still were dealing with the dread, but we already dealt with that, so we're fine. So I gotta be really careful on my timing, but... Let's try the Painted River. Nice. There's a great chamber in the mantis through which the Painted River flows. The vagabond, it is claimed, painted it from memory in the years before she left the house. Certainly, there are histories concealed in its design. I traced them with my hand last night. There were fragments of aquamarine paint beneath my nails and flecks of gold leaf when I was done. Okay, I need to think a little bit about the best way for me to handle some of my actions here. So, for 8 years, the city is a place of slow death, frosty ecstasy, and silent beauty. But in the 9th year, a conspiracy of shouts is mounted against the quiet that Kion demands. The conspirators open the city gates, and a scarred man comes to drag Kion out by the hair. Someone returns, but the conspirators die of remorse. So here we have a white ceremony. When I speak it, my lips don't crisp with frost each time. This is surprising. Okay, so was it study? No, it wasn't study. So I can use the study verb for something. So the wood lies outside the walls of the mantis. As any student of the histories knows, the mantis has no walls. I'm trying to think if a passionate memory is the right thing for me to do right now. I don't really have a need for it. I think I'm just gonna wait. So timing's really important here. This place merits closer investigation, Karasham. So, if I want to start doing expeditions, I can do that right now. I don't want to do that right now, though, however, because I am going to be destroying evidence. Once the evidence is taken care of, I'm happy to go. It would be nice to resummon the hint, but other than that, just throw more bodies at the problems. But I do have an order of things that I would like to get done. Now, with that in mind, let's actually start working on these Forgotten Chronicles. So, little wars, great intrigues, cryptic priesthoods, mystic crimes. All past now, but what traces did they leave? I'm leaving the dream slot open for reasons that will be apparent in just a minute. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. Promote a believer by invoking edge. My scars are weapons. Through striving I rise to victory. There is no defeat but annihilation. In the light of the bright edge, we know ourselves. I pledge myself to the service of the strongest. Clavette's optimism is daunting. She wields her joy like a hammer. So we're going to talk with the Callagine. We're now going to talk with the hint. And that's going to be what preserves the hint long enough for me to be able to do the work. All right, my recent work is considered significant. I may yet earn a living from this, but nothing is certain. There's one problem. Okay, so I might as well go back to the stag door. It's a little bit of a shame. I didn't want to do this, but I am going to need to get rid of the evidence sooner than I thought. In my dreams, I know the path to the stag door through the maze of the bounds. Gerby will let me pass, but the path is always a puzzle. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, no, this is fine. I will need reason. The stag door is the Adept's Gate. To pass it is to be initiated into the first true mystery of the House of the Sun. The head Gerby weeps to see me enter where it cannot, but it must let me pass. The scarred valves of the door grind open. So, let's take our Rite of the Crucible Soul. We will add the hint. Oops. Okay, sorry, gotta put that on the table. We'll add the percussigan. No, we won't add the percussigan. We'll add the tentative evidence. We want to get rid of that. Although, if I switch it out, I can let the tentative evidence decay over 51 seconds and then just switch it in the last minute. Aha, clever. So, Rite of the Crucible Soul. We will sacrifice the hint. We will use knock, summon a sharp-edged lantern thing. A hint was once a living mortal and then a dead one, and now it's something else. Their summoning requires lantern for the light which drew them to the mansus, and edge for the striving they've endured in mirrors. Now, the funny thing is, if I fail to destroy the evidence, it's actually going to generate the notoriety that Connie needs to cause some trouble for me. But I don't know. I kind of like the idea of just getting rid of the evidence. So it's not an optimal choice that I'm making here, but if you've noticed, Lord Percival's stab is not necessarily somebody who likes, they don't like not getting their way. That's why you've noticed that, like, if there are people in the way, like, the first option can be murder. And that's kind of the person who I imagined in this particular situation. Ilopoli described how he came to make repeated visits to a dream wood via what he calls silver dreams. Trying to think your way to the wood, he explains, is like thinking your way to being in love. But he did find a secret that helped. So this is a barber's warning. Again, fairly small lore compared to what we've been working with, but you never know what we're going to get. Also, these are fairly old books that we're working with, so some of the power is going to be a little bit weird because we sort of reorganized the order in which we read things. So Kittling Ripe and Moldywarp's Grave and Other Stories, a lusciously illustrated tome of loosely connected children's stories, collecting by one N.K. Field. Few of them are remotely suitable for children. The protagonist, a speechless cat thing called Kittling Ripe, performs a series of elaborate rites to rescue members of her extended family, culminating in the resurrection of her other grandmother, Moldywarp. Alright, so we've got the Vanderschaft collection. So these are additional locations kind of above and beyond what we would normally want to go for. But again, we are trying to destroy evidence. There's a couple of other things we do before we go on the expedition. So I'm fine just adding these Forgotten Chronicles. We'll need to go after them anyway. So once the hint has been taken care of, we will try and get to the next mark. Okay, there's the... Ah, nuts! All right, well, I guess I don't need to worry about the notoriety anyway. I should have been paying attention. Let's try the Painted River. I am ready to... The Painted River runs from the a great chamber near the White Door, far through the Mansus, to its far edge where it enters a painted delta of far cloud. I voyaged half its length last night with a stern-faced captain beneath a rust-red sail. As the clouds rose before us, the sailors raised a yearning shanty and close-hauled the sails to best use the painted wind. And all the while, the captain and I discoursed on the secrets of the House of the Sun. Okay, let's say... Okay, work-wise, we've got our hint. I was kind of hoping that I'd have dealt with the evidence already just because it means that the hint is decaying longer than it needs to. But we don't need to worry about the lantern generating fascination anymore, so that's fine. Season of Ardors is coming up. Let's finally work with the... We'll finally work with this. So we've got the No and Power. I require a token of the merciless light of the Mansus. Ah. There we go. The blinding key. This rite is the key that will allow the watchman's gaze to enter me. I will be changed forever. Oh, that's right. Can't mess with the dream while we're otherwise occupied. So again, we're going to try and switch out the tentative evidence in the last second to try and preserve the percussivant. The fact that I tried to do this last time actually resulted in me doing something that would potentially harm my hint, but, you know, again, it is what it is. Let's just switch this out now so there's no question. When the Snake Witch killed the stag, Kitling snatched one of its eyes. When the Dry Witch killed the sow, Kitling stole a cup of its blood. Then she took them to the place Moldywarp lay buried, and she took out her hair, and she began to dance. So here we've got a Wood Whisper. We already have that lore, so I won't bother reading it again. And we are ready to read The Locksmith's Dreams, Stolen Reflections, the fourth volume of Teresa Gallagher's expansive work, no longer a discussion on the dreams of artisans, but a very valuable survey of other works. The tone is calmer than that of Trespasses, but occasionally fearful, even paranoid. This volume was published in 1926, but almost immediately recalled and pulped by the publisher, at the request of the author or possibly the authorities, depending on which story you believe. A few copies survive. Janus is the gatekeeper, the twin god, the god that wounds, the presage of changes, the sun, the moon, so we identify him with the watchman, the twins, with the mother, with the forge, with the menascate, and the madrigard. He cannot be all of these, can he? The Flemings know the church, knew the dry land, knew Elgabalus. Is he then Synthesis, or is he something else? In Galatea, they called him Aenus Lamius, but the Obliviates are notorious for their slanders. All right, Fermier Abbey. So I'm just trying to think. We're probably going to be ready to go on an expedition soon. So let's go to Crocus Hill. So we can use the percussivant and the hint. So Crocus Hill. The ancient tribes reserved this resting place for one who, by the end, in service to a certain merciless hour, was more scar than man. They sealed the entrance with binding songs and mortared blood. So we'll add the funds just to see what we're up against. But again, we're doing this to preserve the percussivant and the hint. The one who came here before us had marked the door in the hillside. And here it may yet be, but it is sealed besides with stone and a binding spell. So, again, I'm going to assume that we probably need more knock and forge than anything, but hopefully the Callagine will be able to help with the forge, assuming that it doesn't get lost in the mission. My lover and I contend in spaces above and beneath the flesh. I must match their intensity. Together we are brighter. The rite is complete. The marks of the watchman are upon me. The first mark is what I have said, and the second is what I have done. If I inspect my body, I'll find the third. My hungers have been refined now. So we've got Ascension Enlightenment. The Watchman, who is the door in the eye, has touched me. Every day now my curiosity grows stronger as an urgent physical need, like a gnawing hunger. I know this to be the third mark. And I think that is where I'm going to end it for tonight. I'm going to just kind of carry things running by. So essentially what we've accomplished, so as a character, we've definitely done the transition from a doctor to someone who now has this all-consuming desire. And we're now on the path to Ascension. So we've physically transformed as part of our goal. There are 3 more marks that we're going to need to fulfill. But more importantly, we also managed to kind of get through to the Stag Door. So there's 2 more levels waiting for us on the Mantis. This would be the Spider's Door and the Peacock's Door. There's definitely a lot more lore. So this ring sort of it does a full circle. So for most of the lore, we're not even halfway. But in the end, I hope this has given you a fairly good idea in terms of just Cultist Simulator, how it works, how you're sort of able to shape this story to what you want. This is a very different kind of character than what I've played in a previous playthrough. I try to, put a little variety inside of it. Actually, sorry, I'll unpause because I want to try and get a couple of other things done while working on this. So we'll work at the Institute because I don't need to do any other summonings, and we can go through the Stag Door now. But yeah, I mean, a lot of this, as you can sort of see, the puzzles are not necessarily very easy ones. In some cases you're going to wind up in these situations where, you're relying on the logic of a world that you've only just been introduced to. But this is also true of your character, and I think this is why this remains such an interesting, to me it still kind of remains a compelling game. And ultimately I think that just comes down to the fact that there's always new little things to learn. There's always just enough gaps left to sort of put your own mark on it and also to maybe learn something new. I'm still learning occasionally little combinations that I hadn't realized before, such as the hard influence. But overall, I think this game is quite a bit more approachable than it sometimes gets credit for. I mean, if you do want stuff to be spelled out for you, this game is definitely not for you. But if you do enjoy solving puzzles, if you do enjoy, reading books or listening to radio dramas, letting your head sort of fill in, I do think the majority of the game actually is taking place inside your head, kind of that whatever you do with the space that the game gives you. And so it's sometimes quite difficult for me to stream the game simply because I'm not 100% sure the best way to communicate some of these things. But I hope you've enjoyed your time here. I know oh my goodness, actually there's quite a few more of you around. Okay, it's midnight for me. I was planning on wrapping up, but I did not realize that there was such an increase of people. I was thinking that we would have been below 100. If somebody's speaking in chat, does somebody want me to go longer? I'm okay doing it. It just happens to be that this is a nice place to end it, and then I can just continue doing the series on YouTube. But maybe I didn't appreciate that there were more people kicking around. So I'll give it a minute in chat to see if somebody feels strongly about me carrying on. I will just mention while we're doing it, so there are a few events that happened to make, to sort of merit this game being on sale. Weather Factory has released a new tabletop RPG called The Lady Vanishes. Now, it turns out that that physical edition has already been sold out. So there were 500, which pretty much got... they sold out pretty quickly, which I realize created some disappointment for people, but there will be a digital version of it. There are some freebie character sheets for D&D and Call of Cthulhu, if you take a look at the notifications. Also, as a result of this tabletop tabletop event, there's some items in the points shop. So if you would like to have a Cultist Simulator background, if you want to put some special sort of decorations around your avatar, I recommend doing that. I don't have a really good spot to find it other than just scrolling down and seeing what's in the points shop, but I'm probably going to be spending a few of those points. There's a developer AME happening over at the subreddit. I wonder if I can get a copy of the link. Looks like I can. There's one right here. And then, of course, more importantly, the game is on sale. So if you want to buy the base game, I'm Canadian. It's 40% off for the base game, so $13.67 Canadian or your regional equivalent. You can buy each of the individual DLC. They're about $2 Canadian, again, whatever your region is. The Exile is a more costly DLC. It's $6.89 Canadian, again, probably less depending on your region in your local currency. This is because the Exile changes the game, I would say, kind of to a level that maybe, how would I put it? Like, War of the Chosen changes XCOM 2. It's a complete transformation of the game. I would say it's basically Cultist Simulator 1.5. So you are paying a little bit more for it, but it is, to be very clear, like, this is a DLC that the amount of content that is added relative to the other DLCs, that is why that costs more. It's not them sort of realizing they were underselling the existing DLC. Finally, in my opinion, the best deal for it essentially is the Anthology Edition. Essentially, you get everything plus the soundtrack for free. Essentially, it's I believe 49% off if you buy everything. But again, the question is whether or not you think the soundtrack's worth it. I like the soundtrack, but I suppose if you want to save the, what is it, 28.53, 13.67, so the difference would be round it to 15, let's say. So we spend 15 extra, it's 19.87. Yeah, so it basically translates to the soundtrack for free. I think you could probably get the yeah, well, I mean, I guess if you get all the content for the game, yeah, I mean, it makes sense to just get the soundtrack for free. So, but yeah, I mean, alternatively, if you think you're not going to like the Dance with the Priest or the Ghoul, you can save $2 there. If you don't think you'll like the Exile, that's probably more of a savings. But I don't know. I really like the Exile. It's pointless for me to do those breakdowns. But yeah, the best value is just to get the Anthology Edition. If you're not sure it's for you, obviously, I believe actually you can buy the base game and then you can later fill in to the Anthology Edition. You may want to double check with Steam on that. I obviously don't want to mislead people in terms of what you can get. But yeah, in this case here, I think at 40% off, I believe that is that's been the lowest that the game is. I think it's worth it for the money, and I'm definitely certain that you will know within 2 hours whether or not the game is for you. So whether you buy it in the Anthology Edition or just the base game, I highly recommend that you try it out. If you have any questions about the game that I couldn't answer for this time around, or you've been playing around, I do continue to play this game on YouTube. I'm happy to answer questions, even on my Twitch channel, if it's not necessarily, something that I, if I'm not playing Cultist Simulator, I try and do my best to answer that. If you are looking for my Twitch channel or my YouTube channel, it's System Chalk everywhere. So you can, twitch.tv/SystemChalk, youtube.com/SystemChalk. And sorry to make it such a long advertisement, but I will most likely continue this playthrough. So as long as the video is properly recorded, I am going to upload this to YouTube. I am going to be going on vacation next week, so it may be a week or two before I get this thing uploaded and ready to go. But my plan, if I can swing it, is to continue this playthrough to some kind of an ending. And I'll do that in more fragmented items, because let's face it, an 11-hour video is quite a bit to ask people to watch. Before I leave, I should just read out the credits. So who's responsible for this game? Design, writing, and coding by Alexis Kennedy. Production, marketing, and biz by Lottie Bevan. UI design and coding by Martin Nerukar. He has a game out called Nowhere Profit, which you may want to check out. It is also card-driven. It's more of a roguelike. Art by Catherine Unger, Lottie Bevan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Sarah Gordon. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Brent Barkman, Mickey Erb for Mickey Mark Productions Limited. Audio by Soundcuts. Additional writing by Lottie Bevan, the same one from Production, Marketing, and Biz. Additional coding, Fraser McCormick, Chris Payne, Mark Gagne, Lyra Zeiter, and Hannah Rose. Additional design by Cowlin Porter. Marketing and PR by Claire Sharkey. Chinese localization by Project Gutenberg. My apologies, but I really cannot cover all those names. Russian localization as well, Japanese and German. And finally, special thanks, there's a lot more names here, but we'll say Sonia and PK, Matt Hosty, and Haley Urias were the originals, and then there are a number of other people for various different reasons, but I will also mention, in literally everyone who has ever sent feedback or a bug report, thank you. I mean, no disrespect to the people who I didn't read out, but I need to get some rest. 11.5 hours is plenty of Cultist Simulator for tonight. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoy this game as much as I do, And until I see you for the next time, dream furiously. This has been System Chalk. Have a great evening.